In the beginning, there was a silent entity on the brink of demise once more. Fortunately, the scholarly system accompanying him absorbed the surging magic and allowed him to survive. Chapter 1. The Silent Entity. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? Lin Feng struggled to open his seemingly non-existent eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. The world before him was a bizarre spectacle, shrouded in a haze of gray, yet the swirling silver mist that drifted about lent a touch of brilliance to this dreary existence. Amidst the vast expanse of gray, the dim ambience was illuminated by strands of silver mist, resembling ribbons of light weaving through the air. Beneath this somber veil, the world appeared neither empty nor confined, but rather expansive in an unsettling manner. There were no vibrant colors, nor a whisper of sound. The oppressive silence was suffocating. Was this the realm of the deceased? How tragic! His life had scarcely begun before it came to such an abrupt end, yet he felt fortunate by comparison. Although Lin Feng's previous existence was as mundane as plain water, as an utterly ordinary citizen of the Celestial Empire, his life had quietly passed without stirring even the slightest ripple in a pond of over 1 billion souls. Born, educated for over a decade, and upon graduation, he found himself in a common job, earning a modest salary. Despite the nation's progressively improving healthcare system, cancer remained an insurmountable burden for an average family. Coupled with his deteriorating health and increasingly frequent bouts of agony, each moment of life became a torment, leading Lin Feng to ultimately choose to end his own life. Even the most diligent nurse could not prevent a soul determined to depart from this world. On a tranquil night, Lin Feng leapt from a hospital window high above. Though he existed as an unremarkable entity among billions, in the information age, the experiences gleaned from the internet and media rendered his life surprisingly rich in contrast to the fleeting spirit beneath his feet, which had perished before reaching the tender age of 10. Surrounded seemingly by only this solitary spirit, Lin Feng sought to move forward, yearning for companionship among other souls. Yet, just as he was about to advance, he noticed that the silver light of the spirit beneath him began to flicker and dim, akin to a candle flame swaying in a tempest. Overwhelmed with compassion, he knelt to embrace the nearly transparent soul of the boy, wishing to assist him. However, death and the realm of spirits were foreign to Lin Feng, and he found himself at a loss for how to offer help. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, as the desire to aid this fragile spirit ignited within him, Lin Feng felt an awareness observing him. The mist obscured the features of the spirit's face, and the nearly vanished essence of the boy was devoid of any discernible form. Yet Lin Feng was certain that the spirit had opened its non-existent eyes, gazing up at him. "Big brother, I can no longer survive. I entrust my body to you. I hope you will live well on my behalf." Though the surroundings remained eerily silent, a rush of thoughts seemed to emanate from the dying boy's spirit, reaching Lin Feng. Before he could articulate a response, he felt the spirit within his embrace dissolve entirely. Part of it vanished into the ether, while another portion seemed to surge into Lin Feng's very being. At that moment, as the boy's essence dissipated, everything around him began to swiftly fade away, and Lin Feng sensed himself being pulled from this world. Upon receiving the boy's spiritual essence, Lin Feng's mind raced. Did he sense my goodwill, prompting him to bequeath his body to me before his spirit faded? For a fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt relieved that he was not a cold-hearted individual. He had traversed into another realm, unaware of what awaited him. However, his momentary joy quickly dissipated as he found himself in a new body, confronted by an imminent crisis. What in the world is this? Surrounded by a shroud of dark mist, Lin Feng, despite his unfamiliarity with the supernatural, felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the inexplicable darkness. What manner of abomination was this emanating from the boy's body? At that moment, Lin Feng comprehended why the boy had met his untimely end. As his spirit and the body's nervous system connected, Lin Feng sensed that this mysterious black mist was attempting to consume him. In the instant his soul awakened within its new vessel, he was beset by a searing pain in his head, as if it were being torn apart, while his body felt as though it might explode. Dizziness enveloped him, and he felt black tendrils creeping from his eyes. A relentless wave of peril washed over him, as the suffocating blackness engulfed his form like thick smoke. His consciousness rapidly blurred, and darkness swiftly consumed his vision. At some point, an unexplainable wind seemed to stir around Lin Feng, as this heavy black mist inflicted damage not only upon him, but upon everything in its vicinity. A mere sweep of the dark aura caused a building to collapse significantly. Fortunately, the previous owner of this body appeared to have been a kind-hearted boy who had fled the bustling crowd before losing complete control. Now he found himself in a dilapidated orphanage, surrounded by a few crumbling structures. Alas, What had once been barely habitable dwellings were now rendered utterly uninhabitable by the rampaging dark mist, awaiting demolition. Merlin's beard. This entity is terrifying. The orphanage and its surrounding ruins had long been devoid of life. Yet as the black mist surged to new heights around Lin Feng, a dark-skinned man observed from a distance of several hundred meters. Kingsley, it seems that child's entity is on the verge of transformation. Should we retreat further? A diminutive man, whose skin quivered with fear, stood beside the dark figure, instinctively taking a step back. It was evident that should Kingsley, the man beside him, acquiesce, this timid individual would flee several hundred meters in an instant. Strangely, both men held slender staffs, one end of which was directed defensively towards Lin Feng. Kingsley did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at his watch and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "It appears that Professor Dumbledore will not arrive in time. Without him, no one can halt a fully unleashed entity. This is truly unfortunate. I never anticipated encountering another outbreak of such a phenomenon less than a decade after the mysterious figures vanished. There is no need for excessive concern, Kingsley. In the midst of this entity's eruption, there have been no casualties among the Muggles, which is quite remarkable." Upon hearing Kingsley's conclusion, Delirious sighed with relief and added, "It will merely complicate the post-event memory adjustments for the Muggles, but that is not our responsibility. A miracle. It is not our efforts, but rather the miracle created by that little boy." Witnessing the boy's desperate struggle to contain his bodist turmoil, even utilizing a fragment of the entity's power to escape from the bustling city to this desolate suburb, Kingsley's expression softened. What a pity had it not been for the entity's outburst. He would undoubtedly have become an extraordinary wizard. The eruption of the Silent One was truly terrifying, even if it was merely an 80-year-old child. Fortunately, he was still just a child. Kingsley, witnessing the ominous dark mist approaching him, ultimately opted to retreat. However, unlike his colleague Delis, who sprinted hundreds of meters away in an instant, Kingsley found himself backing away while fervently brandishing the wooden stick in his hand, gesturing frantically at the buildings he passed, muttering incantations under his breath. If only Dumbledore were here with his extraordinary magical prowess, he could accomplish what 10 of him and Kingsley could not. At the heart of the dark mist, Lin Feng had long since relinquished any hope of resistance. After all, having just traversed into this realm, he was entirely unfamiliar with supernatural forces and had no idea how to fight back. Was he to be thrust into another journey so soon after arriving? What a tragic fate. No, this dark entity, upon its eruption, seemed capable of annihilating even the soul. It appeared that there might not even be a chance for another journey. Oh, how I longed to weep. Why am I so unfortunate? As consciousness slipped away, Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Ding! A silent energy has been detected. Would you like to absorb it? Just as Lin Feng lamented his ill fate, a sudden sound echoed in his mind. What was that sound? Was it merely a hallucination? Lin Feng, unable to comprehend what was happening, felt his essence fading. Could things possibly worsen? Thus, despite believing he was experiencing a delusion, he instinctively uttered a yes upon hearing the voice. After uttering those words, Lin Feng lost consciousness. It was as if a black hole had suddenly emerged, devouring the dark mist within him. Moreover, this inexplicable force did not cease with the mist inside him. It continued to draw in the surrounding darkness, consuming it relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Having absorbed half of the nearby dark mist, the remaining essence reached a critical threshold and exploded violently like gas. Fortunately, a vacuum spanning hundreds of meters was created around Lin Feng. Although he could not escape the ensuing shockwave from the explosion, he managed to preserve his life. Ding, ding, ding. Sufficient energy has been absorbed. The scholar system has successfully activated. Ding, ding, ding. Activation reward. 3 free scholar cards. Ding, ding, ding. The uncontrollable silent energy, rated as Crade, has yielded 10 scholar points. Each point can be used for 1 ordinary lottery draw. The newly awakened system chimed incessantly in Lin Feng's mind, but he was already beyond the reach of consciousness, entirely unaware of the events unfolding. Chapter 2. Albus Dumbledore. Am I not dead? How splendid. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Feng, unscathed, was overwhelmed with joy at his miraculous survival. He had not succumbed to a sudden demise as a traveler. What a relief. Oh, but what realm is this? As Lin Feng reflected on the terrifying black mist from before, a wave of dread washed over him once more. Delving into the recesses of his mind, he found no semblance of familiarity. Could it be that he had traversed into a world he did not recognize? How unfortunate. He had lost the advantage of foresight. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. This world was imbued with supernatural powers, far more intriguing than the mundane existence he had previously known. Slowly opening his eyes and acclimatizing to the surrounding light, he was met once again with a familiar scene. Alas, how disheartening. In his last life, he had departed from a hospital room, and here he was, once more lying in a hospital bed, which left Lin Feng feeling somewhat melancholic. When he shifted his gaze from the pristine ceiling to the side, his eyes met those of a kindly old man with a snowy beard. Goodness! The old man's beard was longer than that of many girls from Lin Feng's former era, complemented by half-moon spectacles. There was no mistaking it. He was none other than the legendary white wizard, Albus Dumbledore. Lin Feng stifled his astonishment, striving to maintain a composed expression. However, given Lin Feng's abilities, it was a tall order to conceal his secrets before Albus Dumbledore. Fortunately, Dumbledore had not uncovered his hidden truth or glimpsed into his past memories. Thanks to the concealment of the scholar system, this was not due to any inadequacy in Dumbledore's powers, but rather a disparity in the dimensions of strength. Nonetheless, Dumbledore, being one of the greatest white wizards of the age and an unparalleled master of legilimency, caught the fleeting glimmer of Lin Feng's gaze, which the system's power had rendered nearly imperceptible. Dumbledore blinked, a hint of intrigue flickering behind his spectacles, yet he smiled without probing further. Had it been Voldemort, the inquiry would have been merciless, perhaps leading to torment or direct legilimency. In such a scenario, even if Lin Feng were not to be tortured to death, the system, intent on obliterating his concealed existence, would surely annihilate him. Even without the system's veil, Dumbledore's character would allow him to suppress his curiosity, refraining from acting against an 8-year-old child. This, perhaps, epitomizes the fundamental distinction between Dumbledore and Voldemort, and is one of the reasons for Dumbledore's status as the most illustrious white wizard. "Excuse me, may I inquire where I am?" Although he immediately surmised his location, Lin Feng feigned the demeanor of a newcomer to an unfamiliar place, his expression tinged with uncertainty. This time, his demeanor appeared far more natural than before, finally showcasing a hint of his acting potential. "You are in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Mr. Alibash." Dumbledore maintained his characteristic gentle smile as he spoke kindly. Seemingly aware of the potentially intimidating nature of his gaze, he averted his eyes, sparing Lin Feng from undue pressure. However, upon arriving at Hogwarts, Lin Feng would inevitably find himself the subject of Dumbledore's discreet scrutiny, akin to Harry Potter's experiences. "Albus, the brother of Alibaba. Is this the name of my current existence?" "Magic, it is indeed magic." Lin Feng did not feign surprise. There was no need for such pretense. "Then, what of the dark energy that previously emanated from me? Is that also magic?" "Indeed, but it is a manifestation of magic spiraling out of control, known as a Mormoran." Dumbledore replied. "Mormoran? What on earth is that?" Lin Feng asked, genuinely perplexed. His understanding of this world was limited to the 7 novels he had read. Beyond that, he was only vaguely informed. Young wizards, unaware of their magical powers, often suppress and reject their innate abilities. Over time, this lack of guidance and control can give rise to the dark magical parasite known as Mormoran. Wizards afflicted by Mormoran are referred to as Mormorans. Centuries ago, during the persecution of wizards by Muggles, the suppression of their magical powers led to the emergence of Mormoran. However, with the advancement of the magical community, sightings of Mormorans have become exceedingly rare in recent decades. That sounds akin to cancer. Lin Feng instinctively associated Dumbledore's words with cancer and malignant cells. Cancer? Even as the greatest protector of both the wizarding and Muggle worlds, Dumbledore was unfamiliar with the term. After Lin Feng explained the origins of cancer and malignant cells, Dumbledore expressed great interest, noting the striking similarities between the two. "Is it possible to remove this affliction from my body?" Upon seeing Dumbledore concur with his perspective, Lin Feng elaborated on Muggle treatments for cancer, such as surgical removal and chemotherapy, his expression filled with hope that Mormoran could be treated similarly. How could something as wondrous as magic be reduced to a perilous, ticking time bomb? What kind of mind did the previous host possess? Was it truly so easy to traverse dimensions? Here I am, burdened with such a troublesome gift. This dilapidated vessel has even tested my benevolence before bestowing upon me this plight. How unfair! Who would desire such a fate? Upon learning of Mormoran, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair, and any sympathy he had for the true Albus melted away. "I fear this cannot be remedied, Mr. Albus. Though Mormoran bears resemblance to malignant cells, it is not entirely the same. Cancer affects only a portion of your body, whereas Mormoran entwines itself with your entire magical essence. Unless you completely sever all magical power from your body and refrain from generating any new magical energy for several years, expelling Mormoran will remain impossible." This marked a rare moment of sternness for the usually affable Dumbledore, underscoring the gravity of the situation. You are no longer a wizard. Is there no other way, sir? Lin Feng asked, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he sought an answer. There is another method. What method? Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Death. It is an inseparable part of your existence. Once you perish, it concludes. Dumbledore shook his head. Have you not considered the possibility of utterly defeating it, or even mastering it? Can it truly be controlled? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, it is inherently a part of your magic. Regaining control over it is not entirely impossible. However, it is a highly concentrated and transformed entity of destructive magical energy, and you will require formidable willpower to dismantle its devastation and reclaim it as your strength, Dumbledore explained. Has anyone ever controlled it, sir? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes, there was one who managed to do so. Dumbledore's gaze became profound, as if recalling a distant memory. How delightful it would be to possess the identity of an ordinary wizard, even if merely a random character appearing once in Harry Potter. With foresight of the future, one could easily survive until the conclusion of the Deathly Hallows. Knowing what lies ahead, acquiring ample wealth would be a trivial task. Akin to many who traverse back to the 90s in search of Jack Ma, investing in the Weasley twins joke shop before their fortunes flourished. To live on, with enough gold to squander, would be splendid, rather than being thrust into a hellish ordeal. Do not lose hope. Have you not already subdued the entity once? Dumbledore encouraged, lifting Lin Feng's downcast gaze to meet his own. Did I subdue it? Was it not you who quelled the last upheaval of that entity? Lin Feng, unaware of the system's existence, instinctively assumed it to be Dumbledore's doing based on his past impressions. It was not I, my child. Though I yearn to assist you, regrettably. It was not I who quelled the previous turmoil, Dumbledore continued. Despite the uncertainty of what transpired, Kingsley and Dolores, who had remained vigilant at the scene, detected no signs of intrusion. I only recall losing control of the entity and soon fainting. Thereafter, I am oblivious to what occurred. Lin Feng remained perplexed, pondering who or what force could possibly aid him. Perhaps it is the latent power within you, unbeknownst even to yourself, or perhaps a miracle has transpired. We need not delve too deeply into the reasons, for the outcome is that your condition is far superior to that of the previous master of the entity. After this eruption, the entity within you has lost much of its strength. Even if you do nothing, it shall not stir for at least 6 months. You possess ample time to fortify your power to vanquish it, so have faith in yourself, my child. Chapter 3. The Wand. Thank you, sir. Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, but Mr. Aliba, your confidence does not quite satisfy me. Do you not wish to harness the power of the enigmatic? Dumbledore inquired. I desire to, but I fear I may not be capable, Lin Feng replied, visibly troubled. Allow me to instill a bit more confidence in you. While the enigmatic may seem daunting, mastering it brings immense benefits, Dumbledore encouraged. Such as? Lin Feng queried. Endless magical energy, formidable spells, and an innate ability to perceive magic more readily than other wizards. Dumbledore coaxed, reminiscent of a cunning old fox tempting a child with treats. Perception of magic? The ability to sense the flow of magical energy and manipulate it at will? This is an advanced magical skill that many wizards might never grasp in their lifetimes. Once you enter Hogwarts, you shall discover that the professor's teachings and the spells in the textbooks have been significantly simplified for student comprehension. Make some noise, Lin Feng interjected. Indeed, Dumbledore surprisingly did not dispute, growing increasingly cheerful, as if Lin Feng truly piqued his interest. Most individuals prioritize appearances over substance. The greater the commotion one conjures with a wand, the more it resembles true magic. Yet, such superficial displays do not encapsulate the true essence of magic. However, as you noted, we must ensure that students at Hogwarts produce noticeable and captivating results when they wield their wands. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's sense of humor, Lin Feng felt a wave of ease wash over him. Ensuring every student creates eye-catching effects will make our teaching seem far more successful. Dumbledore winked, his joy evident, reveling in the presence of a student who resonated with him so well. He eagerly anticipated the day Lin Feng would commence his studies. Once you possess the ability to perceive magic, you will effortlessly command the flow and release of magical energy, restoring the inherent power of spells. Even I have not successfully controlled the vast magical energy of the enigmatic, so strive forward. Maple Aliba. Maple Aliba, such was the boy's full name, and it appeared he would soon bid farewell to Lin Feng and all that belonged to his past life. Are you suggesting I shall one day surpass you? Maple inquired, excitement surging within him at the prospect of eclipsing the most formidable wizard in the magical realm, Albus. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Very well, Maple, let us proceed. After their conversation concluded, Dumbledore extended an invitation to Maple Aliba. Are we departing now? What about this place? While St. Mungo's is the finest magical hospital in Britain and even Europe, regrettably, they cannot offer substantial assistance in mastering the enigmatic. Oh, grasp my arm and do not let go. Maple. Having read the original text, Maple immediately understood what was about to transpire. Apparition. This was perhaps one of the most fascinating forms of magic for someone like him, who had yet to encounter supernatural forces. With a look of eager anticipation, Maple grasped Dumbledore's arm. Excellent. Let us embark. Dumbledore produced the renowned Elder Wand and declared apparate. Instantly, the surroundings of Maple were engulfed in darkness. In that obscurity, he felt a constricting pressure from all sides, a sensation akin to having his limbs and organs compressed together, rendering him breathless. Fortunately, Dumbledore's formidable magical prowess alleviated the nauseating discomfort in mere moments, and they found themselves in Diagon Alley, specifically at Ollivander's wand shop. The wand, precisely what Maple had been eagerly anticipating. Having witnessed Harry's reactions to wand selection in the books, Maple too looked forward to the moment of choosing his own wand as a traveler. By this time, the Hogwarts freshman enrollment period had passed, leaving Ollivander's shop rather desolate. It was as serene as a solemn library, yet Maple felt no inclination to adhere to decorum. He pondered the peculiarities of the wizarding world. If there existed a muggle-repelling charm, why was the territory so unkempt? Whether it was the famed Leaky Cauldron or this sole wand shop in England, both exemplified a disarray that was truly remarkable. As Maple brushed his fingers across the shelf of wand boxes, a thick layer of dust clung to his hand. Dumbledore, seemingly aware of Maple's thoughts, bestowed a faint smile. Turning to glance at Dumbledore, Maple noted that the old wizard was unfazed by his tentative exploration of the wand boxes. Instead, he wore an encouraging smile. With Dumbledore's presence providing reassurance, Maple boldly selected a box at random from the shelf. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by the sight of a wand, and his face lit up with delight. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it, striking what he believed to be a rather suave pose as he waved it about. Where are the sparks? Where's the red light? Give me some reaction. Unbeknownst to him, his internal reservoir of magical energy had silently dissipated, leaving him devoid of any power. Moreover, the newly emerged academic system had ruthlessly drained the remnants of his magical flow, although he retained an indelible core mark within him. His current state rendered him akin to a muggle. Is the owner here? Come out, please, Maple exclaimed, gazing at the thousands of wands lining the shelves. He decided it was best to have Ollivander assist him in making a selection. This was likely the first time in Ollivander's storied career that a customer had shouted so loudly in his shop. A fleeting look of amusement crossed Ollivander's face before he stepped out from behind the door, no longer hiding. Ah, Dumbledore. Long time no see. Yet even upon encountering Dumbledore, Ollivander displayed little overt emotion. Only a subtle shift in his demeanor occurred as he glanced at the wand in Dumbledore's hand. For Ollivander, who had devoted his life to the art of wand-making, the allure of the death stick stirred deeper emotions than Dumbledore himself. Knowing that the death stick had once belonged to his rival Gregorovic, Ollivander easily made the connection to Grindelwald. Who would have thought that Grigovich, after acquiring the Elder Wand, would lack the discretion to keep such a momentous event to himself, openly proclaiming his possession of the wand? Thus, it is no wonder that Grindelwald seized the wand from his grasp. Following that legendary duel, the victor, Dumbledore, naturally came into possession of the Elder Wand. However, as one of the few privy to the knowledge of Dumbledore's wand, Ollivander meticulously concealed this information. It must be acknowledged that while Ollivander may be somewhat spineless, he possesses commendable abilities. For instance, his knowledge of the concealment of thoughts must be quite adept. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would have resorted to extracting information from him through torment, rather than relying on the painful process of extracting memories. Even so, Ollivander only divulged information regarding Grigovich, refraining from revealing to the Dark Lord that Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand. I shall assist Mr. Albus in selecting a wand, Ollivander stated. As Dumbledore turned to Maple and remarked, to better control the Murmurer, my advice would be to continuously cast spells. Aside from sleep, engage in uninterrupted practice daily. This will deplete the Murmurer's power while simultaneously enhancing your own strength. I suggest you adjust your sleeping schedule. Sleep for 1 or 2 hours. Awaken to cast spells for an hour, and then return to slumber. Very well, sir, Maple replied, his face etched with concern. Yet he begrudgingly acquiesced for the sake of his own safety. Unbeknownst to him, the Murmurer, having been drained of its power, would require at least 6 months to regain its former strength, provided Maple refrained from exhausting its magic. Even conservatively speaking, during the initial 3 months, Maple could afford to ease into the process. Yet Dumbledore chose not to disclose this to him. By setting the bar at 1,000 meters, Maple might be able to unlock his potential to 900 meters. However, if only a 500-meter benchmark were proposed, he would struggle to transcend his limitations. Even reaching 600 meters would prove challenging. Dumbledore wanted Maple to give his all from the outset, preparing for the future. Every drop of sweat shed would ultimately contribute to a glimmer of hope in overcoming the Murmurer. Upon hearing this ominous name, Ollivander regarded Maple with newfound scrutiny, no longer viewing him as an inconsequential young wizard. He understood Dumbledore's reasoning for bringing this evidently underage wizard to purchase a wand. The Murmurer. No wonder a standard wand fails to resonate with you, Ollivander pondered, then proceeded to measure Maple's right hand with a measuring tape. Try this one. Made of pine. With unicorn hair, 11.5 inches long. Give it a go. No response, still no reaction. It seems the unicorn tail hair is somewhat inadequate for your magical resonance. Let us try this one. Made of rosewood, with dragon heartstring, 12 inches long. Very lively and powerful. Test it. Both the rosewood and dragon heartstring were imbued with rich Eastern essence. Maple naively believed that his Eastern spirit would harmonize with this wand. Yet regrettably, there was still no reaction. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Maple's gaze sharpened as he was taken aback by the fact that Ollivander had produced the wand that rightfully belonged to Harry. Regrettably, the wand had yet to find its suitable master, for when Maple grasped it, there was no reaction whatsoever. Still ineffective? If this wand, too, fails to respond, it seems there are no suitable options left here. Ollivander murmured, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. After lying dormant for years, perhaps this time I can find it a worthy owner. In an instant, Ollivander vanished, and shortly after, he returned, his face alight with excitement, carrying another box. This box bore an even thicker layer of dust, surpassing the combined dust of several boxes on the top shelf. Yet, Ollivander paid it no heed. Upon opening the box, he revealed a wand that, despite its prolonged storage, was relatively dust-free. Made of elder, featuring a core of thestral tail hair and measuring 12.5 inches. At that moment, a surge of emotion washed over Maple, more profound than when he encountered the wand of the Savior. This was, astonishingly, a replica of the elder wand created by the Ollivander family. However, a replica was still just that, despite the associations of elder and thestral with the power of death. The wand fell half an inch short of the enigmatic 13 inches. Even that half inch made a monumental difference in potency, yet, given the talent of the Ollivander wand maker, this was the best he could achieve. Maple accepted the wand, and the moment it touched his hand, he felt a resonance. A flicker of magical energy surged within him, responding to the wand's call. Thrilled, Maple waved the wand around, but there was no red light, no sparks. It seemed the wand scorned such theatrical displays. Suddenly, as if to avoid disappointing its master, upon a flick of the wand, the entire rack of wands before him collapsed, countless wands tumbling to the ground. Perfect. Ollivander watched Maple wielding the wand that represented the pinnacle of the Ollivander legacy, his expression more exuberant than Maple's own. By now, Maple turned eagerly towards Dumbledore, who held the purse strings, wishing to seize the wand immediately. Chapter 4, Immortal Poplar. Yet, Dumbledore shook his head, seemingly unimpressed by the wand. A replica is merely a replica. The relentless pursuit of the Elder Wand's power has stripped this wand of its soul. Without the Elder Wand, it might have been a remarkable creation, but in the presence of the Elder Wand, it would forever remain in its shadow. Although the genuine Elder Wand remained silent, while the replica flaunted its prowess, Dumbledore was acutely aware that the Elder Wand held a significant dominance over this imitation. The authentic wand's superiority rendered the replica's potential feeble, even less formidable than that of an ordinary wand of far lesser strength. I believe you possess another. That lesser-known creation of Mr. Gellert. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Ollivander, articulating the existence of another wand. Dumbledore, you truly are impossible to deceive. Ollivander's face displayed a look of utter surprise, before he continued. However, I believe that with this superior wand, Mr. Maple has no need for that one. Ollivander appeared reluctant to mention the wand that had lain dormant for many years. Instead, he held this imitation of the Elder Wand in higher esteem. I believe another wand would be more suitable for Maple. Ollivander, do you not often say that wands choose wizards? I am convinced that the wand crafted by Gerlin Ollivander is not a failure, but rather a hidden gem, long awaiting the right owner, Dumbledore insisted. As one of the 28 pure-blood families that have thrived since the inception of the magical world, the The Ollivander family possesses profound heritage, having monopolized wand-making within a magical realm. They once held the Elder Wand, yet Ollivander is far more astute than Gregorovic. He understands the peril of possessing such a treasure. After acquiring the Elder Wand, he kept it a secret, meticulously studying and crafting his own version. Aware that the transfer of power lies in conquest rather than death, they discreetly relinquished the Elder Wand. Even without being a wand maker or wielding Dumbledore's formidable magic, they dared not expose their possession of the Elder Wand. The Ollivander family, an ancient lineage passed down through countless generations, aspires to continue its legacy. Thus, clinging to the Elder Wand would yield losses far greater than any gains. Gerald Ollivander's attempt to replicate the Elder Wand was not a solitary endeavor. His imitations fell short, with a mere half-inch gap symbolizing the insurmountable chasm between his efforts and the prowess of the Elder Wand. Like Dumbledore, Gerald soon discerned that this wand was devoid of soul. Consequently, he sought an alternative, yet his hopes were dashed when, despite contravening the principle that wands choose wizards and attempting to assign this wand to numerous gifted wizards, none could harness its true potential. A wand chooses a wizard. You should not dictate the choice for the wand, but allow it to make its own decision, Dumbledore declared. After this pronouncement, Ollivander ceased to insist and swiftly vanished from sight. You, with the tail hair of Thestral, 13.5 inches long. Mr. Maple, come and give it a try. The moment this wand appeared, Dumbledore distinctly felt a shift in the Elder Wand's temperament, transforming from disdain to a subtle tremor. It seemed to sense that its previously unchallenged supremacy was now under threat. The Elder Wand, forged from elder wood and imbued with the essence of the Thestral, boasts immense power, intertwined with endless slaughter, harvesting the souls of formidable wizards. Its strength now far surpasses that at its inception. Over time, had it not encountered the serene Harry as its master, it could have continued to grow stronger. Yet, no matter how potent its magic, it remains bound by the inherent laws of wands, unable to autonomously choose its master. Populus Euphratica, a mystical tree hailing from the enigmatic East, is said to endure for millennia without succumbing to death, remaining upright for 1,000 years post-mortem, and resisting decay for yet another millennium. The wand crafted by Gerald Ollivander not only reaches the threshold of 13 inches, but exceeds it by half an inch. If 13 symbolizes death, what significance does 13.5 inches hold? Does it transcend death, skirting the edges of mortality, or does it encounter death, only to break free and earn the wand's true recognition, thereby acquiring the immortal essence bestowed by the Populus Euphratica, rather than deliberately seeking the power of death? An alternative path was forged, wherein the Populus Euphratica adeptly transformed the force of death into a strength of immortality, resulting unexpectedly in a length of 13.5 inches. Although this creation is attributed to Gerald Ollivander, the inspiration was not solely his. It was the wand's own will that guided the creative process. Gerald perceived and acquiesced to the wand's intent, culminating in this exquisite artifact. However, the events that transpired during the wand's creation remained undisclosed by Gerald Ollivander to his successors, leading them to erroneously believe that the initial imitation of the Deathly Hallows wand was his most remarkable and potent work. Yet in Gerald's eyes, even as he faced death without having found a worthy owner for the Populus Euphratica wand, he still regarded it as his most cherished creation. Death and immortality, each possessing an unparalleled force, seem impervious to one another. It remains uncertain which holds the greater sway. Even as the creator of the Populus Euphratica wand, Gerald Ollivander could not fully comprehend its power. Immortality, apart from the Deathly Hallows wand, remains unattainable by any other wand. Though imbued with magic, a wand's journey to the end of life is protracted, yet none possess the strength for eternal existence. The Deathly Hallows wand, with its formidable power of death, renders feeble incursions powerless against it. The Populus Euphratica, while capable of enduring for a millennium without magical enhancement, has yet to attain true immortality. Zhuge Liang, in his quest to manipulate fate and reverse the natural order, encountered divine retribution, ultimately leading to his defeat by Sima. The Populus Euphratica, in its ambition to evolve into the realm of immortality, faced relentless assaults from the forces of death and decay, more potent than those besieging other forms of life. Otherwise, how could a fallen Populus Euphratica withstand decay for merely 1,000 years, once nearly decimated by human hands, while humanity is the apparent aggressor? What unseen will might lie behind such actions? Today, Although the populous Euphratica has not faced extinction in the East, suitable materials for wand making are no longer found. Quietly resting within its box, the forces of death continue to assail the populous Euphratica wand. Yet, with the tail hair of a nightmare, the wand can absorb these deathly powers, transforming them into a strength of immortality. Like opposing poles, where there's immortality, there's also decay. The greater the force of immortality, the more potent the tide of decay that surges forth. Under the existence of the poplar wand, the decaying power of Ollivander's wand shop was entirely consumed, sparing other ordinary wands from its corruption. However, this was unbeknownst to Ollivander. Otherwise, he would never have sold the poplar wand, even at the cost of his life. The true strength of the poplar wand lies in its essence of immortality. Once the perfect force of immortality is born, as long as time itself cannot extinguish it, the passage of time becomes its greatest ally in the growth of power. Without bloodshed or battle, even while lying quietly, the power of the poplar wand continuously accumulates and grows through the sediment of time. When Maple took hold of the wand, a sense of destiny washed over him the moment he touched the wand. A joy emanating from his soul instilled in him an immediate conviction that this was indeed the one. With a heart full of delight, he waved the wand. Though it did not unleash a tempestuous force, a delicate magic akin to a gentle spring breeze flowed from the wand, coursing through to his fingertips. Suddenly, Maple felt a shiver, for as the magic of the poplar wand entered his body, the connection between his foreign soul and this vessel seemed to tighten. By Merlin's magnificent beard, it was truly astonishing that someone could awaken this wand, a relic of his ancestors. Even after Dumbledore completed the transaction and departed, the astonishment on Ollivander's face lingered. To confront death and fate, to traverse the edge of mortality once more. Perhaps this was the only way to earn the recognition of the poplar wand, whether by coincidence or the hand of fate. Maple had traversed through death in a cunning manner to gain the right to wield the poplar wand. Yet, a silent existence loomed over him. As at the tender age of 10, he must face a monumental trial of death. This, in turn, aligned perfectly with the poplar's test for its master. Similarly, just before the impending catastrophe of life and death, Maple fortuitously encountered the poplar wand, which promised to provide him immense aid in overcoming the challenges of silence. Was it mere coincidence, or was it fate's design? However, possessing this wand signified that even if Maple discovered the existence of the system, he could no longer rely on cunning means. He must genuinely confront the trial of silence with his own strength. Only through this earnest endeavor could he earn the full allegiance of the poplar wand. Without a true resolve and courage to face death, he could not harness the wand's complete power. Chapter 5. Entering Hogwarts. Upon leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Dumbledore purchased a wizarding robe from Maple in Diagon Alley. Since Maple was not yet of age for schooling, he did not require items such as potions or textbooks. I regret to inform you, my child, that Hogwarts has a fund specifically designed to assist Muggle-born wizards in need. Unfortunately, this fund is not allocated solely for you, so you will have to settle for a second-hand wizarding robe, Dumbledore explained as they shopped for the robe. Is there any difference between a new robe and a second-hand one? Maple inquired, pondering whether the new robes had protective enchantments. Neither new nor second-hand robes possess any defensive enchantments. Maple, Dumbledore replied. That means, aside from minor wear, second-hand goods are hardly different from new ones, Maple remarked. Indeed. Then let us purchase a second-hand item. I have no objections. Even if it is pre-owned, it is still a significant improvement over what I once wore at the orphanage. As Maple spoke, a thought struck him, and he hesitated, since he was not the original Maple, but merely possessed fleeting memories of that soul. He had yet to fully process the essence of the true Maple. It was only now, upon recalling the name of the orphanage, that he remembered the place where the original Maple had lived. Sir, what has become of my former orphanage? The 8-year-old Maple had not ventured far beyond his surroundings. So in his quiet moments of solitude, he sought a refuge away from the bustling city. But tragically, the only familiar place was the orphanage he had once called home. The orphanage has collapsed, but fortunately, before your quiet moments of reflection, they were relocated by the Ministry of Magic s Aurors, Dumbledore explained. That is truly wonderful news. By the way, what exactly are Aurors? Maple inquired, his curiosity reminiscent of an inquisitive child newly introduced to the magical realm. How fascinating, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder. And you, sir, are you also an Auror? You appear to be the least likely person to be a headmaster. Maple could not resist the urge to jest, adopting an innocent demeanor. Did you once serve as an Auror, but have since aged into retirement here at Hogwarts? Oh my. Your nose seems to have been broken. It appears your skills were not quite up to par back in the day. While Maple was well aware of Dumbledore's past, he seized a rare opportunity to playfully tease him. Ha ha! What an amusing perspective. Maple, Dumbledore chuckled heartily, clearly entertained by the banter. Regrettably, I have been teaching at Hogwarts since my youth, and I have remained here ever since. I truly love this castle. Oh, Maple replied, absorbing the information. Hogwarts, this castle, harbored the affections of many. Harry, Hagrid, Dumbledore, and even Voldemort had found a sense of belonging within its walls. For a moment, Maple felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of stepping into this enigmatic castle intertwined with the entire Harry Potter narrative. Maple's robes had long been chosen, and as the conversation paused, Dumbledore retrieved them. Professor Dumbledore, could you assist me with cleaning my robes using magic? They have become somewhat soiled. Upon receiving the robes, Maple did not put them on immediately, but instead spoke. Freshly cleaned. How splendid, Professor! They now appear as good as new. Maple exclaimed with delight. Alas, Dumbledore sighed. I fear I shall become the most unwelcome person to Madame Malkin in the future. There was little that could be done. Dumbledore's magic, combined with the power of the Elder Wand, was so formidable that not a speck of dust or grease could withstand its cleansing. Now, aside from its somewhat muted color, it is nearly impossible to distinguish this robe from a brand new wizarding cloak. Upon stepping outside, they once again attracted a crowd. Passers-by were filled with curiosity about the identity of the boy personally escorted by Dumbledore. All right, grasp my arm tightly, Maple. Following this instruction, they once more experienced the unpleasant sensation of apparition, yet their destination was not Hogwarts, but rather Maple's orphanage. Is this all my doing? Maple gasped at the sight of the desolate ruins left in the wake of the chaos. The uncontrollable force of the Dark One was indeed terrifying. Professor Dumbledore, may I trouble you with a request? After a moment of stunned silence, Maple lifted his gaze to Dumbledore. Speak, my child, Dumbledore encouraged. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, you must possess considerable wealth. Could you lend me some funds to reconstruct this orphanage, Professor? Maple, you are a kind-hearted child, and I shall grant your request. Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. I will write an IOU, but I wonder how much you intend to contribute, Professor. How does 10,000 sound? That should be more than sufficient to clear the ruins and rebuild the orphanage to its original scale, Dumbledore stated. Then let it be 20,000. Maple unexpectedly doubled the amount, leaving everyone astounded. If I survive, I am confident I can repay this sum. If I do not overcome this hurdle, this money shall be my final contribution to the orphanage. UNT send someone after me for debt collection. Will you, Professor? Maple jested. Therefore, to ensure your IOU is honored, you must assist me in mastering the Dark One. Ha! I shall certainly find you the finest tutor to guide you, Dumbledore responded, amused by Maple's cunning. Students as intriguing as Maple are a rarity indeed. Let us choose someone young and robust. Maple chimed in. I would have thought you would prefer to tutor me yourself. Aren't you the headmaster? Don't they usually sit in their offices reading newspapers while waiting for sunset? Maple said innocently. Quite right. I shall heed your request and find you the youngest, strongest tutor available. Even if I make such a request, I suspect you won't have the time to teach me personally. Besides yourself, Severus Snape, who possesses the deepest knowledge of defense against the dark arts, will be the ideal choice. While others regard Snape as a dark wizard, it is well known that dark wizards cannot conjure a Patronus. No wonder you have such trust in him. Then, using the sticking charm, he reinforced the bonds between the bricks of the house, followed by a color-changing spell that revitalized the exterior and interior, making the building appear anew. The cost of these simple spells was the IOU of several £1,000s, a sum acquired far too easily and bewilderingly. Instead of directly escorting Maple to his office, Dumbledore transported them to the gates of Hogwarts. Tapping his wand against the iron chain that bound the door, the chain loosened like a serpent. As the grand doors swung open, Maple stepped into the enchanting realm of Hogwarts. What an immense place! This was the first impression that overwhelmed Maple upon entering the illustrious castle. Hogwarts harbors countless profound secrets, with protective enchantments saturating every nook and cranny, formidable muggle-repelling spells, and concealed maps. However, these arcane magics, shrouded in mystery, do not impart an immediate sense of wonder. Severus, I present to you a student. He is a silencer. I trust you will do your utmost to assist him in mastering his silence, Dumbledore stated gravely, handing Maple over to Professor Snape, as was to be expected. Maple, this is Professor Snape, the instructor I have chosen for you. I hope you will learn diligently under his guidance, Dumbledore remarked, then turned his gaze to Maple, introducing him to Severus Snape. Good day, Professor Snape. Maple greeted politely with a respectful bow. Yet his subsequent words instantly shifted the atmosphere. You must be the youngest and most formidable wizard that Professor Dumbledore speaks of. I must say, your reputation is well deserved. You look quite formidable indeed. Now, my fate rests in your hands. I hope you can help me conquer my silence. Ahem. A cough escaped Dumbledore, who could not help but turn his head aside, suppressing several coughs. In Snape's typically cold, forbidding gaze, a flicker of something unexpected emerged. Originally, this task was meant for Harry Potter, yet had been usurped by Maple. Observing Snape's expression, which resembled someone who had tasted something foul, a surge of mischief bubbled within Maple, filling him with a sense of triumph over the brooding bat. I shall teach you exceedingly well, Maple declared, noting Snape's tight-lipped demeanor. It was evident that had Dumbledore not been present, Snape might have unleashed a curse upon him. Why not begin this morning? Maple inquired with feigned innocence. Chapter 6 Uncle. Uncle. Dumbledore did not escort Maple directly to the dining hall or dormitory, but instead summoned a ghost to guide him. This ghost was none other than the famous, nearly headless Nick of Gryffindor. Greetings, I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. Nearly headless Nick introduced himself. Hello, I am Maple Alabast, Maple replied. Why has the headmaster brought you to the school? Judging by your age, you should not yet be of admission age. Nearly headless Nick expressed his curiosity. Oh, I am a silencer, Maple casually responded, his demeanor unperturbed. By now, he was no longer as fearful of his silence as he had once been. Oh, Merlin, a silencer, nearly headless Nick exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily halting his steps. Maple, unable to avoid the collision, felt the icy chill of Nick's presence. Why was it not summer? I do not have much time left. So Professor Dumbledore has graciously allowed me to revel in my final days here, ensuring that my life is devoid of regrets, Maple declared. As he finished speaking, nearly headless Nick's head rolled off, landing on his shoulder, recreating the iconic scene of his near headlessness. Do you not feel any pity for me? The kitchens are that way. Please take me there, for I am on the verge of starvation. Is he truly a silent one? Is he really on the brink of death? Observing Maple's demeanor, nearly headless Nick found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Indeed, these ghosts that have lingered in Hogwarts for centuries serve as the finest map of the castle. Under Nick's guidance, Maple traversed from Hufflepuff Tower to the kitchen. The house elves were as warm-hearted as ever, despite Maple not yet being a student. Upon sharing her encounters with the Silent One, the house elves expressed profound sympathy and promptly offered her several chicken legs. Delightful. The more Maple enjoyed her meal, the happier the house elves became. They were truly peculiar beings. A password? Upon reaching Gryffindor Tower, they were halted by the portrait of the fat lady. Pray tell, what is the password for Gryffindor? Maple inquired of nearly headless Nick. She did not wait long before two red-haired boys approached. Maple, being of the same age as Harry, recognized that the mischievous twins Fred and George had yet to make their entrance. These must be Charlie and Percy. They were easily identifiable, with the cheerful and lively Charlie likely being the Quidditch player, while the serious bookworm was undoubtedly Percy. The password? The fat lady asked once more as the Weasley brothers arrived. Oddball, the password is correct, she proclaimed, moving her portrait aside to reveal a hole in the wall. The Weasley brothers crawled through the opening, and Maple hurriedly followed suit. Once inside the Gryffindor common room, Charlie turned to curiously examine Maple, asking, little brother, you can't possibly be of age to attend school yet. How did you make your way to Hogwarts? I'm different from you lot. I have connections. Maple replied mischievously. Connections? Charlie was perplexed. I have a relative at Hogwarts, someone of great stature and influence, thus I can come go as I please. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Weasley brothers shifted dramatically, their thoughts immediately drifting to Malfoy, the arch-nemesis of their father. Who? Professor Dumbledore, Maple declared, causing Charlie to sputter without any salt or soda in his mouth. Nonsense. Dumbledore has no relatives of your age. Percy exclaimed, his voice raised. Who is spouting nonsense? Am I not standing right here? I am the greatest evidence of Dumbledore's wrongdoing. I am his illegitimate grandson, and my father is also at Hogwarts, Maple asserted with conviction. Oh, who might that be? Charlie blinked, inquiring. Severus Snape, Maple said, her eyes unwavering as she continued her tall tale. Ha ha, you've utterly cracked me up. Charlie laughed heartily, then pointed out the flaw in Maple's statement, eager to witness her reaction. Professor Dumbledore and Snape do not share surname. Oh, I misspoke. My father is Severus Dumbledore. Maple shamelessly persisted, causing Charlie to double over in laughter, while Percy, it must be said, exhibited a complete lack of humor, failing to find any amusement in the situation. I eagerly anticipate your entrance into the school. You will surely make a splendid Gryffindor, and I too look forward to it. Good night. Compared to the meager number of students at Hogwarts, The 4 towers of the school are truly vast, each capable of accommodating the students from all 4 houses. Maple easily discovered an empty room and comfortably sprawled out on the bed. As he closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, the information from the academic mastery system emerged in his mind. It dawned upon him that he too was a man endowed with a system. Maple grinned broadly, but then he delved into the recesses of his mind to scrutinize his newfound tool. To his dismay, the voice system had yet to be activated. What a letdown. Aren't systems supposed to come with a charming avatar or a beautiful companion? Alas, he found nothing. Disappointment loomed large. The academic mastery system. Was it meant to cultivate him into an academic prodigy? Perhaps it presumed that a scholar would naturally seek out and discover answers without guidance. Yet the crux of the matter was that he was not an academic genius. He lacked the potential of a prodigy. Nevertheless, it was a system aiding him, allowing him to navigate through his previous silent outburst, so he shouldn't be too demanding. He had 3 free cards to draw. He might as well try his luck. Within his consciousness, he activated one of the cards, and the impoverished scholar began flipping them eagerly, feeling like a pauper amidst the lavish riches of others. Channeling the spirit of a fortunate gambler, he exclaimed, "Open." Unable to shield his eyes and his mind, he cautiously opened them instead. A radiant golden light shimmered before him. This was a splendid card. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was Uncle Nine. Astonishingly, he had drawn the card of the zombie Taoist. Uncle Nine, from the film Mr. Zombie. Uncle Nine, card grade, A. Card level, 3 stars. Aptitude, S grade. Knowledge, Maoshan Talismanic Arts. B grade. What a pity that such S grade aptitude is wasted in this age of decline. Child prodigy skills, S grade. Surely, this doesn't require such mastery. Fate calculation, a grade. Feng Shui techniques, a grade. Maoshan formation, a grade. Maoshan talismans, S grade. Maoshan exorcism, S grade. Heavenly gang steps, S grade. Yin Yang agent. Mediating between the realms and printing helm money. This card of Uncle Nine was exceptional, though he was uncertain whether the Taoist arts he practiced could be wielded through magical power. When possessing the academic mastery card, one temporarily gains the knowledge and cognitive abilities of the card as character, while the host's own memories and knowledge remain intact. Oh my, this was splendid. If he amassed enough cards, he could leverage the aptitude of these characters to master all forms of magical power. Of course, that was an impossibility. It seemed the system aimed to cultivate him into a scholar, rather than allowing these scholars to replace him in his studies. Well then, there were still 2 free draws remaining. Let's see what fortune had in store. Uncle Nine again. Gazing at the 3 shimmering Uncle Nine cards before him, Maple felt a little exasperated. 1 was sufficient. Why 3? At that moment, another notification from his system arrived, revealing that overlapping cards could be combined. Would he like to spend 10 points of academic value to combine a card? Combine them? What nonsense! Then Maple felt tears welling up. System, aren't you supposed to be a genius? Do you not comprehend punctuation? Originally, there were still 10 opportunities for a lottery draw, but now it had transformed into a mere 1-star card of Uncle Geo. Maple was on the verge of despair. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an even more tragic revelation. He noticed that the stacked card bore a 1-star rating. What did this star rating signify? Maple flipped through 3 additional cards, discovering their ratings to be 3 stars, 5 stars, and 1 star, respectively. The 10 genius points he had spent to stack the cards had unfortunately gone toward the 1-star card. Maple suddenly recalled that when the 1-star card appeared, the system had emitted a prompt indicating that stacking was possible. Could it be that only the 1-star card among the 3 could be stacked? A 1-star A-level card required 10 points to stack, while the 3-star and 5-star card were likely to require direct multiples, 30 and 50 points, respectively. If that were the case, a 5-star B-level card might require more genius points to stack than a 1-star A-level card. And perhaps even a 1-star S-level card would demand a higher cost than a 5-star A-level card to stack. This would imply that even the most elite S-level cards, if rated low, would, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, possess less actual value than cards of a slightly higher tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the stacking rules of genius cards. By showcasing exemplary qualities of a genius, you have earned 1 genius point. How stingy! Only 1 genius point. Speaking of which, since genius points can be used to stack cards, could they also be utilized to upgrade a card star rating? Ding! Congratulations, host, for yet another discovery. By once again demonstrating exemplary qualities of a genius, you have earned another genius point. Ah, how intriguing. The next time he uncovers something that can yield points, he should act separately, waiting for the system to grant rewards before proceeding to the next step, thus maximizing the potential rewards from the same entity. I'm truly clever. Now, With 2 genius points, he decisively flipped a card, feeling as if fortune had smiled upon him. 2 flashes of golden light. 1-star Uncle Geo. 5-star Uncle Geo. What was this? It seemed he had become entangled with Uncle Geo. Revenge, blatant revenge. This must be the system retaliating against his earlier cleverness. System, come out and face me. I will obliterate you. Chapter 7. Snape's Teaching. After a refreshing night's sleep, Maple awoke the next day, eager to test the genius card. He promptly selected a 1-star card, and indeed, the abilities of the 1-star A-level card corresponded to a C-level standard. Fortunately, the S-level potential was significantly diminished, yet the knowledge of Uncle Geo remained intact in his mind. Maple also discovered that when the quality of the card he possessed was inferior to his own, he could shift his thoughts from the character of the card back to himself. This was an intriguing revelation. He could utilize low-level cards, such as 1-star and 2-star, as if they were a library, employing his own intellect to absorb the knowledge within the minds of the card characters. However, oh my, Uncle Geo's Taoist arts were exceedingly esoteric. As the 2-hour possession period concluded, Maple found himself with nary a gleam of knowledge amidst these seemingly cryptic texts. Suddenly, it seemed a worthy endeavor to test the quintessence of the esteemed 9 uncle's abilities and qualities through a card. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that I possessed not a trace of the mystical energy associated with the Tao, and my knowledge of magic in this realm was utterly non-existent. Given that it was an A-level card, utilizing it in such a manner would surely be a grievous waste. Having missed the mealtime due to the card experience, Maple found herself compelled to venture into the kitchen once more in search of sustenance. Remarkably, she navigated the path to the kitchen with ease, having memorized it after a single journey. However, should the kitchen transform into a classroom, one might wonder if her memory would prove equally adept. Once again, she was warmly greeted by the house elves, and this brought her joy. Yet, influenced by the ideals of equality and freedom from her previous life, she felt a profound desire to contribute to these magical beings who devoted their lives to serving wizards. After her meal, Maple first contemplated providing them with some form of entertainment. The wizards had scant leisure activities, and these house elves, confined to the kitchen, had little in the way of amusement. "Could you please fetch me some paper and pens?" she requested. To her delight, the house elves, adept in magic, promptly conjured the items she needed. "Now, let us cut these into pieces." Maple envisioned creating a deck of playing cards, 54 cards that could yield countless games. With a flick of magic, she hardened the paper and began to draw various symbols: diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades. With magic at her disposal, everything became significantly easier, and soon, she had directed the house elves to complete a full deck of cards. Maple shared several games with the house elves, stating, "In your free time, you may play with these to alleviate your boredom." To her surprise, the house elves reacted as if they had heard something dreadful, responding, "No, sir, we must work. We do not require amusement. Such notions are inappropriate for a house elf." "Well, I merely wish for you to engage in some recreational activities to unwind after your daily labors," Maple hastily explained, witnessing their adverse reaction to her well-intentioned offer. "A good house elf should not indulge in leisure, but we appreciate your kindness, sir. You are indeed the first student in many years to express goodwill towards us." With that, the surrounding house elves bowed in unison, a gesture that stirred a profound emotion within Maple, almost bringing her to tears. Since that approach was unfeasible, she contemplated an alternative method. As for tidying up the rooms, she felt somewhat helpless. However, she could still offer minimal assistance in the kitchen regarding food preparation. The culinary arts of China are vast and profound. Though not a chef herself, Maple had often frequented night markets, indulging in delicacies such as barbecued skewers and grilled seafood, particularly during this late 1980s period when such treats were considered exquisite. Beyond that, she was familiar with hot pot and Odin, but as a non-chef, her knowledge was limited to these delights. Although Maple is only aware of the spices that can enhance the flavor of food, namely cumin, pepper, and chili powder, he remains oblivious to the secret recipes for garlic sauce, Odin, and braised dishes. Yet, these simple ingredients are more than sufficient for the house elves, who are skilled chefs capable of creating authentic French cuisine, as demonstrated during the tournament. By merely providing inspiration and broadening their horizons, the house elves can devise new culinary creations on their own. After all, this is a magical world where anything is possible. Having lingered here for quite some time, Maple glanced at the clock and realized that there was less than an hour until noon. He decided to pass the time here, intending to seek out Professor Snape after enjoying his lunch. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore was well aware of the happenings through magical imagery. With a satisfied smile, he turned off the magical projection and returned to his own affairs. Following a delightful midday meal, the house elves, now even more enthusiastic, eagerly guided Maple to Snape's classroom. Since Dumbledore has entrusted you to me, it is my responsibility to oversee your magical education, Snape intoned ominously. To combat the highly compressed and deteriorated magical energy of a Silent one must employ powerful spells of considerable difficulty. I hope, Mr. Maple, that for the sake of your own well-being, you will endeavor to develop your still maturing intellect to meet my expectations. His tone bore a hint of malice, clearly indicating he had not forgotten the events of the previous day and intended to teach Maple a lesson about not trifling with a professor. Despite Snape's menacing demeanor, Maple felt little fear. After all, he housed the soul of an adult. At merely 8 years old and not yet a formal student, he believed that even if Snape sought to vent his frustrations, he would not resort to overly harsh measures. His youthful form served as his greatest protection. Furthermore, having read the original work, Maple understood that Snape, beneath his cold exterior, harbored a deep, passionate affection for Harry Potter's mother. By the way, in this era, cloning technology must have emerged by now. While cloning is fraught with imperfections, Dolly the sheep, for instance, lived a life plagued by illness and ultimately perished as a failed experiment. One must remember that in the magical realm, anything is possible. Moreover, Snape, being an expert in potion making, which closely aligns with both magical and biotechnological fields, might very well become the first wizard to perfect cloning techniques. Might this imply that Snape could evolve into a figure akin to Orochimaru? Ah yes, Orochimaru is indeed a top-tier individual. Jiraiya would be unattainable. But perhaps Orochimaru could manifest as an elite card, undoubtedly classified as an S-rank card. With a flick of his wand, Snape ensnared Maple in a spell that lifted him into the air, inverting him upside down and causing his body to sway violently with a levitation charm. The swiftest incantation to perform a headstand is indeed the inverted bell, yet after the profound anguish that defined Severus Snape's life, he never employed this spell he had personally devised. Oh dear, are you shaking a soda? How nauseating! One can only imagine the discomfort Maple must feel while being inverted and shaken like that. In midair, all of Maple's recently consumed lunch was expelled, while Snape wore a triumphant grin that only grew more invigorated. After what felt like an eternity of being tossed about, just as Maple thought his insides would spill forth, Snape finally set him down. In an instant, the mess was entirely cleared away. I am preserving your life, and yet you seem lost in thought, Snape bellowed, his expression revealing a distinct pleasure at having finally found an opportunity to exact some revenge on Maple. Perhaps we should adopt a different teaching method. Practical training would surely ensure one remains sufficiently alert. A dreadful thought surged within Maple, knowing the future's narrative is not entirely advantageous. Apologies, Professor Snape. I was indeed distracted. Regardless of whom one addresses, a sincere acknowledgement of one's mistakes is essential. Remember, I shall teach only once. Once calm, Snape reverted to the demeanor he typically exhibited towards ordinary students. Shatter. Though Snape's demeanor was stern, the quality of his instruction remained assured. The Shatter Curse was indeed accessible for novices and possessed formidable destructive power that consumed vast amounts of magical energy. Maple's innate talent did not appear too inadequate, as he successfully cast the spell after only one demonstration from Snape. However, that was the extent of his proficiency. The spell's potency was somewhat encouraging. Revive swiftly. Heed my command. Despite Maple's unfortunate performance, Snape showed no mercy, sticking to his original plan, summoning an armored guardian from a castle to attack Maple. Shatter. Yet, Maple's spell merely caused the guardian to momentarily halt. No trace of his spell lingered on the armor. The guardian's speed was astounding. Before Maple could utter another incantation, it was upon him, delivering a crushing blow. Ouch! Maple cried in agony, clutching his abdomen as he tumbled to the ground. Little did he know, Snape had shown restraint. Otherwise, given the guardian's strength, it would have been trivial to obliterate an 8-year-old wizard with a single punch. Shatter. While Snape moderated the intensity of the blows, he remained indifferent to other aspects. As long as Maple was not grievously harmed, he would not hold back. Sent flying once more, Maple had no time to rest as the guardian charged again. This was indeed akin to real combat. Shatter. Shatter. To evade punishment, one must run swiftly, dodging attacks while attempting to strike back against the armor guardian. Under the heightened tension, Maple's progress was indeed rapid. His incantation skills improved significantly, and his speed increased as well. However, Maple's spell failed to leave even the faintest mark upon the armor. Exhausted and unable to run any longer, Maple lay helplessly reciting the shattering spell. As he struggled to articulate even the incantation, Professor Snape seized Maple by the ankle, lifting him into the air and spinning him around in a dizzying 360 degrees, mercilessly tormenting his insides before finally releasing him. Chapter 8. The Second Lesson. Upon witnessing Maple's pitiful state upon his return, Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow, a look of displeasure etched across her face. Much like Snape's involuntary discomfort at the sight of Harry's resemblance to his father, Madame Pomfrey exhibited an almost adversarial concern for her student's injuries. After a thorough examination, she discovered that Maple's injuries extended beyond mere superficial wounds. His internal organs had also sustained considerable damage, causing her frown to deepen, despite Snape's careful control of his strength. The pain was unbearable for the 8-year-old's still developing body. Madame Pomfrey meticulously applied ointment to Maple's swollen wounds and administered several bottles of unpalatable potions. Although spells could expedite his recovery, using magic to heal the body depletes one's vitality and potential. Thus, Madame Pomfrey relied predominantly on various potions, which, though bitter, were less palatable than most traditional remedies. Coughing, Maple awoke, the taste akin to being forced to swallow expired sauce, his mouth and throat churning violently. He felt an overwhelming urge to vomit, yet upon meeting Madame Pomfrey's gaze, he suppressed it, swallowing hard. This only intensified the tumultuous sensation in his throat, accompanied by a sharp, burning pain, as the bitter concoction made him cough repeatedly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she continued, "Child, you cannot possibly be a student yet?" During the treatment, Madame Pomfrey quickly discerned Maple's age. "Why have you arrived at school so early, before reaching the age of enrollment?" "It was Professor Dumbledore who brought me here. I am a silent one, and he came to assist me," Maple replied candidly. "Oh, Merlin, a silent one, poor child," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of concern, evidently worried from Maple's predicament. "Do not fret, madam. Professor Dumbledore has found me the finest magical instructor. He will surely help me conquer my silence." Maple felt warmth from her concern. Suddenly, he realized that everything around him was composed of living beings and entities. And as a member of this world, they were not merely characters confined to the pages of a book. With the subtle barrier dissolved, Maple genuinely wished to integrate into this realm, no longer viewing it as a mere game or dream. "The headmaster arranged for that, Professor?" Madame Pomfrey inquired further. "Professor Snape," Maple responded. "Ah, c'est vrai." Madame Pomfrey was taken aback once more, her expression shifting to one of understanding as she observed Maple's injuries. "This bears the hallmark of Severus's style. No wonder," she remarked. "Is Professor Snape not well?" Maple inquired, already aware that aside from Professor Dumbledore, who held Snape's deepest secrets, no one else seemed to harbor any fondness for him. Immersed in the void and sorrow of Lily's demise, Snape remained indifferent to such sentiments. Were he to be cast into the world of the Hokage, he would undoubtedly resemble Uchiha Bido. "Ah, he is quite an excellent teacher," Madame Pomfrey replied, her words somewhat insincere, as her expression revealed a hint of discomfort. Despite her grievances, she could not voice them in front of the students and children. Nevertheless, she acknowledged Snape's remarkable achievements in potion-making, particularly noting that she could not replicate the Wolfsbane potion that Professor Lupin consumed in the third installment. However, she quickly shifted her tone, stating, "We cannot allow Severus to continue in this manner. Otherwise, before you can even control your own abilities, your body will be ravaged by him. No, I must speak to Severus. If he refuses to listen, I shall go directly to the headmaster." "Thank you, madam." Maple expressed her gratitude promptly, only to then veer off topic. "Professor Snape is still single, right?" "Indeed, without the care and affection of a woman. Deprived of the nurturing warmth of love for so many years, it was no wonder that Professor Snape appeared perpetually brooding, as if everyone around him owed him a substantial debt. I believe, as a colleague, you should encourage him to seek companionship. He ought to find a woman to warm his bed." Maple rambled on, surprisingly concerned about Snape's romantic prospects. Madame Pomfrey was left speechless, gazing at Maple as though she were an extraterrestrial, her lips twitching uncontrollably. "Good night, madam." Maple offered her best wishes before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, all that had transpired moments ago was witnessed by another. "Severus, I believe you should seriously consider that child's suggestion." In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, with his characteristic mischief, could not suppress a playful smile directed at Snape. Snape's expression instantly soured, as if he had swallowed a toad, and he coldly retorted, "You know I will not change my mind, Dumbledore." "That is indeed regrettable," Dumbledore replied, his smile fading as he sighed and murmured softly. The following day, classes resumed in the afternoon, yet Maple had not practiced her spells in the morning. Due to Madame Pomfrey's concern, She had been delayed considerably and had consumed a particularly foul potion, only emerging from the hospital as noon approached. Having learned her lesson, despite not having eaten 2 meals since last night, Maple, still famished, opted for only a light meal before heading to Snape's classroom. Once the lesson commenced, they resumed combat against the armored sentinels, with no changes from before. Shattered to pieces. Today, compared to yesterday, Maple made progress by successfully casting the Shatter spell twice during his first close encounter with the Armored Guardian. However, the spell's damage still seemed to evoke a sense of disbelief in the Guardian, leading Maple to question whether it was indeed magic, as it was less effective than a thrown grenade. This time, instead of directly striking Maple's body, the Guardian forcefully pinned him to the ground. Unfortunately, Maple rejoiced too soon. He drifted into distraction once again. As the Guardian pressed him down, he failed to attempt a spell to push the Guardian away. With one hand holding Maple down, the Guardian raised its other arm and swung heavily towards Maple's face. Surely, it wasn't supposed to strike him. Yet, the force seemed even more ferocious than yesterday. As the Guardian's fist loomed larger before his eyes, Maple was rendered speechless. This must be a trick. Snape would never truly strike him. He would halt. Surely he would stop. The fist was mere centimeters from Maple's face, and the wind from the punch brushed against him, prompting him to scream in fear and shut his eyes. With a thunderous crash, the Guardian's fist struck the ground, leaving a mark on the hard classroom floor. Snape did not allow the Guardian to halt before Maple's eyes. Instead, just as the Guardian's fist was mere fingers away from Maple, he swiftly employed a movement spell, relocating Maple to safety. Moreover, Snape positioned Maple precisely out of reach of the Guardian's attack, the fist narrowly grazing Maple's hair as it struck the ground, allowing him to profoundly grasp the sheer force behind that blow. Had he not possessed the soul of an adult, that strike might have left him traumatized. This was undeniably in keeping with Severus's style, simple and brutal. Mr. Maple, if you retain the absurd hope of your opponent's mercy, it will be best for you to refrain from attending my class. I cannot guarantee that my every action will be measured with care. I can assure you that even if a mishap were to occur, Dumbledore would merely regard it as an accident. All he could do for you would be to find a place to bury your mangled body. You once claimed to entrust your life to my hands. Very well. I shall accept it without hesitation. A sardonic smile graced Snape's face as he continued ominously. Your life is merely of value in my experiments. I will not restrain myself for the sake of your safety. Therefore, if you harbor the ludicrous notion that I will always act in time to preserve your life, it would be better for you to cease your attempts to control the situation and await your demise. To place your safety in the hands of others or rely on the mercy of enemies is the most foolish course of action. Only your own strength can serve as your greatest ally. It appears you have not yet been frightened to the point of despair. However, why is it that I see regret upon your face? Chapter 9. Mind and Reality. If only Severus Snape were not so utterly detestable, his cynical wisdom might indeed be appreciated. The assault commenced anew, and although Maple could be certain that Snape's previous words were mere fabrications, he was resolute in his belief that he would survive each encounter unscathed. Yet, it must be said, Snape, a master of deception, played his role with such alarming realism. The perilous game he engaged in resembled a dance upon the razor's edge, while the heart-pounding thrill of facing challenges belonged solely to Maple. Whether it was a fist mere inches from his eyes or the crushing force of a blow threatening to shatter his skull against the ground, Maple experienced the chilling proximity of death. It was akin to the exhilarating dread of bungee jumping, even when aware of the sturdy cord tethered behind him. The moment of the leap invoked a profound sense of impending danger. If one wished to escape this nightmare, resistance was imperative. Snape commanded the Armored Guardian to restrain Maple with one hand, yet refrained from using his wand against him. Shatter. The best defense is a good offense. Since inflicting harm upon the Guardian was not an option, the shattering curse against the Guardian's fists proved ineffective. Thus, he could only devise a strategy to attack the Guardian's immobile arms, continually pressed down, forcing him to endure repeated assaults and the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Shatter. Shatter. There lay an opportunity. Each time the Guardian's assault neared its conclusion, Snape was compelled to shift his body to avoid annihilation. In that fleeting moment when Snape repositioned, the pressure from the Guardian's arm would diminish, presenting a crucial chance to seize. Shatter. Failure ensued, as the paralyzing fear of death hindered his response. This was indeed more meaningful, Snape mused. Shatter. Damn it, another failure. Once again, he misjudged the timing, casting the spell too late. Overcoming fear entirely was perhaps too daunting for my fragile soul and tender frame. Oh, right, since I cannot vanquish fear, I shall simply disregard it, much like a game, calculating my reflexes and anticipating the necessary response time. Shatter. Regrettably, the confined space of the classroom and Maple's diminutive physique could not match the Guardian's speed. And soon he found himself pinned to the ground, once again facing the thrill of mortality. Having sustained no injuries today, he resolved to continue practicing after dinner. However, as night fell, he abstained from further physical exertion, for his 8-year-old body was still too tender. Excessive running and exertion could easily harm him. Thus, he practiced spells in the evening, invigorated by the prospect of training against the very guardian that had tormented him all afternoon. Though it was an inanimate object, each spell that struck it bestowed upon Maple a gratifying sense of retribution. Snape summoned a sleeping bag for Maple and left behind a magical alarm clock before departing. I apologize, Mr. Filch, but I am not a student, so expulsion holds no significance for me. The commotion in the middle of the night attracted the attention of the caretaker. Filch, you're not a student. How can you remain in the school? Filch retorted, his temper flaring. Professor Dumbledore brought me here. I am a mute. I must frequently expel the excess magic within me. I am practicing spells, and it is also Professor Dumbledore's arrangement for me to practice for a couple of hours after resting. Although Filch was usually irritable, he was aware of the existence of mutes. His disdain for students stemmed from envy, as they could learn magic, whereas mutes, who rarely lived past 10, evoked less animosity in him. I hope you survive, little brat. Though his words were brusque, Filch's blessing was nonetheless received by Maple. Born into a family of wizards, yet rendered mute, he frequently encountered students at Hogwarts, whom he both envied and resented. It was as if he were repeatedly pricked by thorns upon his wounds, rendering him a pitiable yet contemptible figure. He wondered if, upon mastering his powers, he would retain any compassion for those attending school here. Perhaps not. By then, he would inevitably be among those who ventured out at night, for in the Grand Realm, a vibrant nightlife marked the pinnacle of each day. Time passed, and without realizing it, Maple had spent a month at Hogwarts. Considering Maple's physical endurance, Snape could not frequently arrange practical training sessions with the Armor Guardians, so he orchestrated other intriguing methods. He taught Maple a commendable new spell, disintegration. While practicing the disintegration spell, Snape instructed Maple to remain stationary as he tossed a chair at him. Maple had to successfully split the chair with the spell, otherwise, it would crash down upon him. As Maple grew more adept at the disintegration spell, Snape continuously raised the difficulty, increasing the number of chairs. Similarly, as Maple became more proficient with the shattering spell, Snape introduced additional Armor Guardians for him to practice against. At the banquet, Maple beheld Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall from Transfiguration, Professor Flitwick from Charms, Snape, and several other unfamiliar professors. The oldest professor aside from Dumbledore was likely Professor Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures, a position that would soon be passed to Hagrid in 5 years. Professor Trelawney, known for her prophecies, seldom attended the Christmas feast, making her first appearance during Harry Potter's 3rd year. The remaining professors included those from Muggle studies and astronomy. It was unclear who among them taught defense against the dark arts. Poor fellow, by this time next year, you may no longer be seen. I hope you depart Hogwarts unscathed. May Merlin bless you, and may you find peace. After making his appearance at the banquet, Dumbledore introduced Maple to several professors. Upon hearing the name of the Silent One, few, aside from the informed Snape, could maintain their composure. Feeling their sympathy and concern, Maple sensed he could seek their assistance. As for Snape, he had yet to teach Maple the shield charm, perhaps fearing that once Maple mastered it, his rigorous training on death would be rendered ineffective. Now that he was acquainted with Professor Flitwick, Snape could no longer prevent him from learning the shield charm. Maple had fully grasped the shattering curse. However, under the combined aura of the Traveler and the Silent One, its power did not exceed that of his peers, leaving him quite dissatisfied. You must be resolute, Potter. This was a line spoken by Bellatrix to Harry in the original text, after which one of her companions tragically became Harry's first victim of the Cruciatus Curse. To unleash the full potential of this unforgivable curse, one must genuinely wish to inflict pain upon the other. Voldemort's twisted and violent nature enabled him to wield this spell to its maximum effect, as none of his thugs could endure it for even 15 seconds. Contemplating these matters, Maple thought of the chakra in Naruto. Kishimoto summarized it succinctly: the fusion of physical and spiritual energy, with ninjutsu being the process of projecting one's spirit into reality through chakra as a medium. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan exemplifies this scenario perfectly. Itachi once deceived Sasuke, claiming that by killing someone dear to him, he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet in truth, How could one elevate their eyes by taking the life of someone who is not truly precious to them? Only fervent and pure emotions, the tremors and shudders that touch the soul, could serve as the criteria for such an upgrade. Obito mourned Rin's death, Itachi grieved for Shursui, and Sasuke. Had he not known the truth about his brother, how could he have been moved? The mere thrill of revenge surely could not suffice to meet the criteria for an eye's elevation. Thus, with these reflections, Maple unleashed the shattering curse. Striving to channel his destructive impulses, he vividly imagined chairs being shattered into pieces, enabling him to successfully cast the splitting spell on his first attempt. However, despite reaching the pinnacle of his destructive desires, the spell's potency did not correspond with the intensity of his emotions. Was it a limitation of this frail body, or some other reason? Chapter 10. Urgency. The quantity of spells learned does not equate to the level of magical power. Rather, it is the accumulation of magical energy and the ability to control it that matters. Therefore, although Maple had only mastered 2 spells thus far, his magical prowess had already surpassed that of a first-year student. Undoubtedly, such a comparison is inequitable, given Maple's frequent practice of spells over the past month. A typical first-year student, lacking additional extracurricular practice, might require an entire year to match the number of exercises Maple has accomplished. Moreover, absent the intense pressure of Snape's rigorous training, the gains from their practice would pale in comparison to Maple's. Even disregarding these factors, the disparity in learning capacity between Maple, possessing the soul of an adult, and a group of 11-year-old children is markedly unfair. Mastery in one discipline often translates to proficiency in others. Thus, it is evident that Professor McGonagall's assessment of Maple at a beginner's level would pose no challenge for him. Mr. Maple, how long have you been studying under Professor Snape? Professor McGonagall, astonished by Maple's remarkable performance, could not restrain her curiosity. Maple recounted the arduous experiences of the past month, and McGonagall quickly grasped the situation. With his level of proficiency in magic, the elementary transfiguration was no longer a challenge for him. A single successful attempt would suffice for him to master it. Rather than immediately advancing to intermediate transfiguration, Professor McGonagall opted to introduce several new basic spells to Maple. After practicing these and familiarizing himself with the nuances of magic, she then commenced his instruction in intermediate transfiguration. Subsequently, McGonagall refrained from introducing new transfiguration spells, choosing instead to refine the ones previously taught. At this juncture, Maple could merely transform a snuff box into a creature resembling a mouse, though it was more accurate to say it possessed the appearance and texture of a mouse. While transfiguration cannot truly animate inanimate objects into living beings, the ability of magically conjured creatures to impeccably mimic biological traits constitutes true success. Following this, Maple dedicated an entire month to perfecting this imperfect creation. The duration was extended due to his simultaneous commitment to Snape's training and the spells learned from Professor Flitwick. Before completing the last transfiguration assignment, Maple refrained from approaching Professor McGonagall for lessons. Yet throughout this period, she remained in awe of his innate talent. McGonagall had never encountered a young wizard whose transfiguration could endure for such a length of time, especially with over 2 years remaining until his formal schooling commenced. Such prowess was beyond even the capabilities of a young Dumbledore. This talent was not merely astonishing, but truly disconcerting. I have never witnessed such exceptional aptitude in transfiguration. McGonagall could not help but share her revelation with Professor Dumbledore. To wield even a fraction of his wand's potential so swiftly is astonishing. It appears there is no need to worry about his inability to conquer the darkness within. Dumbledore comprehended the implications, but chose not to divulge the specifics to McGonagall, believing that ignorance may serve as protection. The wand imbued with immortal power was far beyond the strength he currently possessed, allowing McGonagall to remain under the impression she held. After mastering the shield charm, Maple promptly employed it in Snape's class, executing the spell at a level far exceeding that of a typical lower-year student, rendering Snape as prior exercises redundant. Unless equipped with a weapon, the armor offers no need for evasion, rendering it ineffective against Maple, who has invoked its protective enchantment. Thus, Maple's training commenced in elevation. Severus Snape began to cast dark curses directly at him, even with the added immortal strength of the ironclad charm. Snape required considerable effort to breach it. However, he refrained from employing higher-level spells or dark magic, such as the formidable killing curse, which would easily dismantle Maple's defenses. Snape relentlessly unleashed minor curses in a continuous barrage, compelling Maple to sustain the ironclad charm. Given Snape's proficiency in spellcasting, Any lapse in concentration from Maple could result in a swift breach of his defenses. As Maple's magical prowess grew, so too did his strength, while the latent energy within him began to recover at an accelerated pace. Nevertheless, his current magical capacity paled in comparison to Snape's. Soon, Maple's magical energy was depleted, and the ironclad charm faltered. Snape shattered Maple's defenses with a single strike, yet he did not cease his incantations. How could one expect to stimulate Maple's growth at a faster pace without delivering a memorable punishment? Of course, this was merely a pretext. In truth, Snape relished the thrill of tormenting Maple. After expending so much magical energy to finally breach his shell, it was only fitting to release his pent-up frustration. Turn to stone. Snape cast the petrification spell upon Maple, rendering him rigid. Subsequently, he presented a plethora of materials for potion class, warty toads, and caterpillars, commanding these repugnant creatures to crawl and leap across Maple's motionless form. The most torturous aspect was that Maple, immobilized by the petrification, could not even close his eyes. The discomfort was unbearable. Maple silently expressed gratitude that the school lacked mosquitoes. Otherwise, being unable to move while swarmed by them would be excruciating. Upon the removal of the petrification spell, Maple immediately retched, clearing the way for a fresh start. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Snape ordered Maple to slay the toads and extract their entrails without the use of magic. Maple had no choice but to comply, for Snape threatened to repeat the previous punishment should he refuse. Thus, Maple created a new precedent, experiencing confinement even before officially enrolling in the school. The strong prey upon the weak. Snape bullied Maple, and Maple retaliated against the toads. I remember you. You leapt into my mouth just moments ago. And you. Twice at least. This is intolerable. Oh, don't run away. Kill, kill, kill. What Snape did not foresee was that under his pressure, Maple was growing at a speed that left him astounded. In less than a month, Maple could sustain the ironclad charm until class concluded, denying Snape any opportunity to exploit weaknesses. Such fortunate days came to an abrupt end, leaving Snape with a sense of regret. Time slipped away unnoticed, and several months passed. Maple's prowess steadily improved through relentless daily practice, during which he gleaned invaluable knowledge from Professor Flitwick. Following his successful completion of an intermediate transfiguration spell, he adeptly mastered the art within a month under Professor McGonagall's guidance. Initially lacking confidence in his own talents, Maple now felt reassured, eagerly anticipating the start of his schooling. With his current abilities, he envisioned impressing his peers and swiftly rising to the status of an academic elite. Owing to Maple's rapid growth and strength, the ominous presence of his internal burden, known as murmur, also began to restore itself at an alarming rate. Under such pressure, Maple was compelled to expend more time casting spells to drain Murmur's magical energy. Despite repeatedly depleting his own magical reserves, he could perceive the dark orb within him, symbolizing Murmur, expanding at a visibly alarming pace. Murmur represented a highly compressed form of corrupted magic, akin to a black hole, voraciously consuming Maple's power. The larger it grew, the quicker it devoured his magic. Though 6 months had passed since his arrival at Hogwarts, and despite his fervent training, Murmur had only returned to half its original size, leaving Maple increasingly burdened by mounting pressure. Furthermore, after a meeting with the headmaster of the orphanage, Dumbledore relayed an unfortunate piece of news. Maple's birthday was in February. This meant he was now 9 years old, with less than a year remaining until his forthcoming challenge at the age of 10. Clearly, he needed to acquire more potent spells. Chapter 11. The Genius's Insights. Today, Professor Snape altered the lesson plan once again, indicating that he was not oblivious to Maple's situation with Murmur. This time, unlike previous occasions, he escorted Maple to a shadowy underground chamber and prepared magical detection devices to ensure their activities remained concealed. Soon enough, Maple understood Snape's caution. Today he would teach him the Patronus charm. Dark wizards were incapable of casting this spell, as a Death Eater in service to the Dark Lord. Snape should not possess the ability to conjure a Patronus. This implied that should Snape's Patronus be revealed, he could no longer act as a spy when Voldemort returned. The Patronus charm is an advanced form of magic, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary wizards, although it may be somewhat beyond your reach. Professor Dumbledore asserted that mastering it would greatly assist you in controlling Murmur. A Patronus is not merely a shield against Dementors. It embodies hope and positive intention, capable of safeguarding your spirit and bolstering your will during critical moments. Was a Dementor, Professor Snape? Maple inquired. The guardians of the magical prison. You need not concern yourself with such trivialities now. Your focus should be on how to manage the Murmur within you. Snape, with a hint of impatience, remarked, and continued. The essence of murmur is a highly compressed, corrupted form of magic that is exceedingly difficult to dispel once it coalesces. It intertwines with your own magical energy, and attempting to forcefully eliminate it would lead to the destruction of your magical foundation. Murmur is also a part of your being. Thus, when it accumulates sufficient power, it will endeavor to transform and seize control of your body, unaware that its successful transformation would result in its own obliteration alongside this vessel. The moment of transformation is the sole instance when it relinquishes its compressed state, dispersing its power throughout your body in a bid to dominate it. This transformation is both its most perilous and weakest state. This is your only opportunity during this moment. You must locate its core and conquer its twisted will with your own determination and magic to truly resolve the issue of murmur. Although the Patronus charm is profoundly intricate, its incantation is rather straightforward. Concentrate your will and envision a joyful memory. Whether or not you can successfully conjure it depends on your own capabilities. Repeat after me. Expecto Patronum. Snape waved his wand, intoning the spell. A silvery mist erupted from the tip of Maple's wand. For a wizard of his age, producing any manifestation of the Patronus charm was already commendable. However, in the face of the pressure from murmur, such an achievement was hardly significant. No, it seems my thoughts are not joyful enough. I must think again. Maple recalled the moments spent online with classmates in his previous life and the times with friends at the night market grilling skewers. These were the most exhilarating moments in an otherwise mundane existence. Repeatedly visualizing those happy scenes in his mind, Maple once more raised his wand and intoned, Expecto Patronum. This time, the silvery mist was somewhat brighter, beginning to take on a vague shape, yet it was still far from forming a true Patronus. Was the memory too distant? Had that feeling of excitement and passion faded away? It seemed so. The pressure of practicing magic diligently for months had left little room for relaxation. Harry Potter had mastered the Patronus charm under the duress of Dementors. Could he perhaps learn it swiftly under the pressure of a Dementor as well? Never mind. Such impractical thoughts are best left behind. Potter's situation was fortunate, having a boggart as a substitute, less dangerous than a real Dementor, making practice considerably easier. I wonder what form a boggart would take upon encountering me. Speaking of boggarts, Maple immediately recalled how Neville's boggart transformed into Snape. How amusing. Professor Snape dressed in Neville's grandmother's clothing. Just the thought is delightful. Wait a moment. To practice the Patronus charm, one must think of something joyful. It does not necessarily have to be one's own memory. This makes things much more intriguing. Privately, students often regarded Snape as a terrifying bat. How entertaining it would be to conjure a corporeal Patronus in the shape of a bat before him. Haha, I can hardly contain my laughter. The thought is simply too amusing. At last, this is the sensation. The Spirit Guardian. Maple's wand trembled violently, as if something were about to emerge. A great mass of mist, even more substantial than before, appeared. Curiously, this time the mist's brightness was dimmer than previously. Maple's eyes widened as he discerned the outline of a bat within the released vapor. It truly works. The Bat Guardian is about to manifest. Maple's joy intensified, as his mood seemed to synchronize with the wand's release of magical energy, causing the mist before him to contract and coalesce around the bat's silhouette. The outline of the bat became increasingly defined, and Maple's laughter grew ever more jubilant. The fluctuations of magical energy further influenced the transformation of the Guardian into a bat. Propelled by his elation. It's done. It has truly materialized in the blink of an eye, achieving the physical form of a Guardian. I am indeed a genius. But wait, what is this? Shouldn't the Guardian be silver? Why is mine black? Is it dark magic? No, that's impossible. I haven't studied a single dark curse. Could it be that my subconscious believes a silver bat lacks the sinister aura of Snape, rendering it less amusing? Perhaps that is precisely the case. Black it is, for there is no rule stating that a Guardian cannot be black. Oh wait, what have I overlooked? As Maple turned around, he caught sight of Snape's ominous expression and immediately understood the source of his foreboding premonition. Thus began Maple's nightmare, though surprisingly, Snape proved to be a decent fellow. Suppressing his displeasure and refraining from interrupting Maple's spell casting until the physical Guardian took form, at which point he finally exacted his retribution. From this singular instance, it became abundantly clear how many had misunderstood him. Snape had initially intended to provide Maple with a note granting access to the library, enabling him to retrieve forbidden texts on Guardian magic while keeping his own mentorship a secret. However, after Maple summoned that peculiar Guardian, such considerations became superfluous. Snape's method of punishment was evidently far more sophisticated than Filch's corporeal reprimands, Maple found himself transformed into a bat and locked in a cage. To compound his misfortune, Snape somehow procured 10 cats, tethering them to the cage, and thus Maple endured a sleepless night. From that moment on, Maple refrained from provoking Snape again. Moreover, he developed a newfound aversion to cats, particularly when they raised their front paws curiously to paw at something, for he had been subjected to the relentless scrutiny of 10 cats throughout that night. Although the events of the previous night cast a shadow over Maple's thoughts, this experience unexpectedly sparked a novel idea within him. After being transformed into an animal, he sensed a quiet stirring within, leading him to contemplate a spell, Animagus. An Animagus is an exceptionally advanced form of transfiguration that enables one to transform into an animal. However, in the original text, aside from gathering intelligence, escaping from dementors, and exhibiting a certain bravado, there are no particularly formidable abilities associated with it. Intriguingly, this magic is exceedingly challenging and demands a significant expenditure of magical power. While the transformed animal possesses no extraordinary capabilities or formidable combat prowess, nor can it cast spells, it is a quintessential example of high investment yielding low returns. Apart from demonstrating one's exceptional skill in transfiguration, there are few other rewards. Yet now, Maple feels compelled to explore a new application of it. The consumption of magical energy is of little concern to Maple, who is already grappling with her own challenges. As for the requirements of transfiguration, Maple has already mastered intermediate transfiguration and can seek assistance from Professor McGonagall, so she believes the issues should be manageable. It is recalled that Peter Pettigrew's own abilities were insufficient to achieve Animagus transformation. He succeeded only with the help of Harry Potter's father and Sirius Black. Therefore, should one feel inadequate in their own abilities, enlisting the aid of a transfiguration expert can certainly fill that gap. Moreover, it is worth noting that Dumbledore is also a master of transfiguration. Although he has not practiced Animagus transformation, he once served as a professor of transfiguration. After an Animagus transformation, one's mindset shifts to that of the animal, rendering them incapable of utilizing magical power, with the only exception being the ability to revert to human form at will. Does this not imply that, after the Animagus transformation, the magical power of Maple would also be suppressed? With this thought in mind, Maple resolved to visit the library. However, the restricted section is off-limits to students without the permission of a teacher. When Maple attempted to enter the restricted section, the irritable Madame Pants, the librarian, brandished her feather duster at him. "Are you a student of the school?" Seeing Maple's age, Madame Pants could not help but inquire. "I long to be a part of the school, but alas, it seems I may never achieve that. I'm only 9 years old, a mere muggle. Only Professor Dumbledore can prevent my muggle nature from causing harm to others, and he brought me here. I have heard that this place houses the most abundant resources in the British magical community. I wonder if there is knowledge within that could assist me, even if it means granting me just one more year of life." Maple shed tears, portraying a pitiful sight. "Very well, my poor child. You may peruse these books as you wish, provided you do not take them out of the library." Chapter 12. Animagus versus Muggle. In the library, Maple discovered books on Animagus transformation and diligently studied the descriptions and methods of mastery contained within. One must admit, Maple had previously underestimated the complexity of this art. However, having delved deeper into the intricacies of Animagus transformation, Maple became increasingly convinced that it held great potential to aid her in overcoming her muggle state, rather than passively waiting for the moment of transformation. With just over 6 months remaining, and given her own abilities, it is clear that she cannot master Animagus transformation in such a short span. She must seek the assistance of Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. The distinction between Animagus transformation and standard transfiguration is quite profound. When a wizard employs the Animagus transformation to assume the form of an animal, the alteration transcends mere appearance. Unlike the typical transfiguration spell, which only modifies the external visage. For instance, if one is transformed into a cat by an external force, though they may scurry about as a feline, their consciousness remains distinctly human. Conversely, when one becomes a cat through the Animagus transformation, their very essence aligns with that of the creature, and they genuinely perceive themselves as a cat. Maple approached Professor McGonagall with these inquiries. "Of course, Maple. The two transformations are not equivalent. The ordinary transfiguration merely alters the wizard's outward form, while the Animagus transformation engenders a profound change within," the professor elucidated. This revelation immediately evoked thoughts of Sirius in Maple's mind. Dementors, devoid of sight, possess the uncanny ability to sense human emotions. The joy and hopes of individuals serve as their guiding light, while human souls are the sustenance they crave. This capacity mirrors the acute sense of smell found in animals. But instead of odors, Dementors detect feelings. After Sirius underwent the animagus transformation into a dog, the Dementors were unable to perceive him, illustrating that the animagus form not only alters physicality, but also transforms one's spirit and soul. Does this imply that, provided a wizard's magical prowess is sufficiently formidable, they could potentially break free from transfiguration spell? Maple inquired. Indeed, Maple. However, such a feat necessitates exceptional magical skill and power. Most wizards rely on their wands to cast spells, and few possess the ability to perform a complete incantation without one, Professor McGonagall responded, admitting her own limitations in wandless magic, noting that only Dumbledore seemed capable of such mastery. Thank you for your insights, Professor, Maple expressed, before revealing her primary objective for the day. Professor, could you teach me the animagus transformation? What? You wish to learn animagus transformation? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, capable of accommodating an egg. What has prompted this sudden desire, Maple? To confront the Dementor with the animagus form is a rather audacious notion. However, after a moment of contemplation, McGonagall acknowledged that Maple's ambition may not be entirely fanciful. You mentioned that the state of magical energy changes during animagus transformation, correct? While the Dementor is uncontrollable, it is still a facet of my magic. I suspect that during the animagus transformation, it would be unable to hinder its own transformation. Maple articulated further. I cannot guarantee that, Maple. I believe we ought to consult Professor Dumbledore. If there are questions, he possesses a wealth of knowledge. This is characteristic of Professor McGonagall's approach. Fizzing Whizbee. Professor McGonagall led Maple to the entrance of the headmaster's office and addressed the grotesque stone gargoyle with the password. Oh, Professor McGonagall, and Maple, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest as they entered the office through the spiral staircase revealed by the gargoyle. Professor McGonagall promptly relayed Maple's aspiration to master animagus transformation as a means to counter the elusive creature. Although no one had ever attempted such a feat, it must be acknowledged as a splendid idea with a considerable chance of success. My dear child, your brilliance continues to astonish me, Dumbledore remarked with approval. A genius concept. It is truly hard to fathom that you are merely 9 years old. You are undoubtedly a natural talent of Ravenclaw. He was a disciple of Snape, deeply rooted in Slytherin. Child, consider Slytherin. There, you could attain everything you desire, interjected Phineas Black. Time was of the essence for Maple, and Professor McGonagall was urged to assist him wholeheartedly in achieving animagus transformation. Ich shall do my utmost, Professor McGonagall assured, leading Maple away as the portraits in Dumbledore's office erupted into a cacophony, each vying to entice Maple to their respective houses. Once they departed, Maple delved into his mindscape, examining the system that had just chimed once. Ding! Your Excellence has left the professors astounded, showcasing the traits of scholar. And you have earned 1 point of scholar merit. How miserly! Even a notion that surprised Dumbledore himself had only garnered a solitary point of scholar merit. It seemed the system was designed to award but a single point at a time, regardless of the astonishment of those around him. Upon returning, Professor McGonagall did not have Maple commence learning animagus transformation immediately. His transfiguration skills were merely at an intermediate level, and he needed to dedicate time to mastering advanced transfiguration first. Advanced transfiguration proved to be more challenging than Maple had anticipated. He breezed through basic transfiguration in a single attempt, spent over a month on intermediate, while advanced transfiguration consumed 4 months, and he could not claim full mastery. Naturally, had Professor McGonagall not been burdened with numerous classes and the preparations for the end-of-year examinations, Maple's progress would have been swifter. Time was pressing, and McGonagall did not insist that Maple achieve complete comprehension or synthesis of the material. With the assistance of a wizard who had successfully completed animagus transformation, Maple could afford to lower his own expectations under the constraints of time. It sufficed for him to successfully perform 1 or 2 advanced transformations to meet the most basic requirements. However, this also implied that Professor McGonagall would need to exert more effort during Maple's animagus transformation. For safety, Maple was required to select a small animal to mitigate risks. Unlike James Potter and Sirius Black, one a stag and the other a large dog, the unfortunate Peter Pettigrew had transformed into a mere rat. Yet, Maple's circumstances were far more favorable than those of Pettigrew, for the assistance McGonagall could provide was exponentially greater than what James and Sirius could offer during their student days, as she had been a completed animagus for decades, while they had only recently accomplished their transformations as youngsters. Furthermore, with Dumbledore's involvement, Maple's chances of success multiplied manifold. Speaking of which, Dumbledore was indeed Professor McGonagall's and even Voldemort's instructor in Transfiguration. However, it is not to say that the presence of such illustrious figures as Dumbledore and McGonagall guarantees Maple's success, while they could assist with physical transformations. The challenges stemming from one's will must be faced by Maple alone. Although the form assumed in Animagus transformation correlates with one's character, perhaps Sirius once embodied the traits of a large dog. There is no doubt that his frequent transformations amplified the more reckless and tumultuous aspects of his personality. Transitioning from a human soul to one akin to that of an animal is no trivial endeavor, especially given the excruciating physical pain accompanying the transformation. Maple must possess an unwavering resolve to endure this process. A nightmare looms ahead. Severus Snape eagerly accepted the task of fortifying Maple's will, casting terrifying mental spells upon her. She must remain steadfast, resisting the onslaught of fear and despair. Thus, with magical training, transfiguration practice, preparatory exercises for Animagus transformation, and mental fortitude development, August finally heralded the commencement of Maple's Animagus metamorphosis. Upon reaching a plateau, her progress diminished significantly. Meanwhile, as she approached the threshold of 10 years, the silence surrounding her became increasingly perilous. Consequently, mindful of the latent dangers, Maple initiated her preparations for the Animagus transformation 6 months prior to her 10th birthday. She chose the moment of a full moon, placing a single leaf of mandrake in her mouth, which she would not remove until the next full moon, under no circumstances swallowing or displacing it in the interim. Upon completion of this first step, she extracted the leaf during the full moon, filling a crystal vial with her saliva to immerse the leaf, allowing it to absorb the pure moonlight. To this illuminated vial, she added a strand of her hair and a silver teaspoon of dew, the dew having been collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full week. Finally, she introduced a cocoon of a death's head hawk moth. This concoction was to remain undisturbed in a quiet, dark place until the impending storm approached, at which point she was to refrain from looking at or disturbing it. Before the storm's arrival, she would direct her wand towards her heart at sunrise and sunset, reciting the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The moment she felt a second heartbeat beneath her wand's touch at her chest, Maple hurried to inform Professor McGonagall. The tempest erupted, thunder and lightning. Maple did not wait for the storm to manifest, for Dumbledore had cast a spell to directly alter the weather. This magic did not fabricate lightning in the truest sense, but rather manipulated the charged clouds and vapor-laden air akin to artificial rainfall, interfering with the forces of nature rather than creating them. At the instant lightning cleaved the sky, she retrieved the previously buried crystal vial. Upon beholding the potion's vivid crimson hue within the vial, Maple felt an immediate sense of reassurance. In truth, this potion is not essential. However, it significantly enhances the likelihood of a successful Animagus transformation. With the assistance of the esteemed potion master Severus Snape, this vial of elixir has attained the pinnacle of potency. Accompanied by Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, Maple pointed his wand at his heart, recited the Animagus incantation once more, and then consumed the potion. Another heartbeat surged violently within him, while his original pulse gradually slowed. A searing, tearing sensation spread throughout his entire being, as his limbs and body contracted inward, shrinking in size. This transformation was wondrous, yet the experience was far from delightful. It felt as though he were being melted down, an intense burning sensation engulfing every inch of his skin. Suddenly, Maple sensed another force invading his body. It was Mermoran, who seemed to sense danger and chose to unleash its power. Under Mermoran's influence, the agony in Maple's body multiplied instantaneously. On one hand, the transformation continued, with parts of his body still morphing, while on the other, Mermoran's magical energy interfered. Mermoran's magic sought to halt this change, causing certain parts of Maple's body to swell once more. In an instant, Maple's form became a chaotic amalgamation, with some areas sunken while others bulged, twisting into a grotesque monster. Professor McGonagall directed her wand at Maple's heart, uttering the Animagus incantation to further the transformation. Empowered by McGonagall's potent spell, some of the swollen areas began to resume their transformation into an Animagus. Mermoran, undeterred, unleashed more magical force to contend with this, turning Maple's body into a battlefield, engaged in a tug-of-war of magic. Expecto Patronum. The relentless agony caused Maple to feel as if his body were being torn apart, and under Mermoran's influence, the precarious transition from human to animal soul became even more unstable. Having learned the Patronus charm, Maple understood that a Patronus is not merely a manifestation of one's joy and hope, but also an extension of one's positive will. The Patronus serves as both an extension of will and a guardian of one's spirit. Maple's gamble paid off upon the appearance of his Patronus. A peculiar black bat emerged, subtly radiating an invisible wave that reached deep into Maple's soul. I will not be defeated. Absolutely not. Though Murmurin's power was formidable, its ability to distort what was a weakness when it came to the soul, under the protective spirit of the Patronus, the magical conflict within his corporeal form could no longer affect Maple's essence. While the condition of his body was dire and chaotic, his soul proceeded methodically towards its animagus transformation. Spirit binding. Dumbledore intervened, casting a binding force upon Mer Moran, whose compressed magic had already diminished by half. Instantly, it seemed as though Mer Moran was burdened by a heavy weight. Its output of magic was halved, and as the animagus transformation drew upon its power, its resistance significantly weakened. Amado, animo, animado, animagus. With Dumbledore joining the fray, Mer Moran rapidly fell into disarray. After the silent power was utterly suppressed, Maple's animagus transformation began to progress smoothly once more. The closer the animagus came to completion, the more the magical energy within Maple diminished. Soon, Maple's guardian spirit vanished due to the depletion of magic. However, with the suppression of the silent power, the physical pain lessened, rendering the protection of the guardian unnecessary, allowing Maple to endure the mental anguish. At last, a fully formed animagus collapsed to the ground, resembling his guardian spirit. A bat, perhaps due to the guardian's crucial role in safeguarding his mind at that pivotal moment. Yet, this bat differed from Maple's guardian. It was no longer shrouded in the ominous colors of the night, but instead radiated a noble and mysterious purple hue. Due to the arduous transformation process and the excruciating torment endured, Maple's spirit was now exceedingly weary, and it would likely take several days for recovery. Immediately following the successful transformation and a deeper understanding of the animagus, Maple began to speculate further about its nature. Let us employ the theory of chakra for clarity. It is more comprehensible. The essence of both should be similar, representing a fusion of physical and mental energy, albeit in varying proportions. Though the magical energy formed by the amalgamation of these two energies is indistinguishable, they are fundamentally distinct in nature. Under the influence of the animagus transformation, the changes in both energies diverge. The spirit transitions from human to animal, altering the mental energy, yet the physical energy cannot instantaneously synchronize with the new mental energy. The silent power embodies only the suppression or fear of the sorcerer, lacking a true soul, hence its profound fear of the animagus. This is because the silent power itself represents a state of imbalance, where physical strength far surpasses mental strength. Once the physical and mental energies separate, the feeble spirit of the silent power struggles to gather sufficient strength to reconstitute itself. Conversely, the immense physical strength, devoid of mental guidance, becomes akin to a missile without a navigation system, adrift within the body. The animagus effectively dismantles and reconfigures the highly compressed and altered silent power, leading to a thorough transformation, after which the silent power naturally dissipates. Chapter 13. Farewell. Grasping his wand once more, Maple distinctly felt a connection akin to a shared bloodline. After successfully navigating this life and death ordeal, the wand finally accepted him completely. From this moment onward, Maple truly possessed the full extent of the wand's power. Armor of protection, spell, halt, shatter to pieces, fragmentation, transformation. Upon unleashing the spells he had mastered, Maple discovered a significant enhancement in the potency of all his incantations. Moreover, he finally realized that when casting destructive spells, the wand's power aligned with that of a typical student, showing no remarkable differences. However, when employing transformation and armor spells, his wand could stabilize the magic or physical forms of existing entities even further. If Maple could unleash the Fiendfire curse, he would discover that the flames he conjured were not particularly high in temperature, nor did they possess great destructive power. However, their duration would be prolonged and exceedingly difficult to extinguish. This is the essence of Maple's wand, the power of immortality. The Patronus charm, a black bat materialized, more solid than before, appearing as if it truly existed. Unless one were to touch it, a mere onlooker would never realize it was a guardian spirit. Animagus. With the assistance of Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, Maple completed his transformation. It had not yet reached the level where he could change form at will without the aid of his wand. To his astonishment, he realized that after his animagus transformation, His Patronus did not vanish immediately. A purple bat and a black bat perched side by side, resembling a pair of brothers. The black bat did not linger for long, fading away a few minutes later. Perhaps my magical prowess is still insufficient. If I possessed even half of Dumbledore's strength, I could stand shoulder to shoulder with my Patronus, allowing the two bats to bask in the sun together for an entire day. What a sight that would be! Truly delightful. Professor Dumbledore, I have come to bid you farewell. A month later, Maple arrived at Professor Dumbledore's office to speak. I had thought you would remain here until you turned 11 and began your studies. Dumbledore smiled, yet did not object. My magical capacity is sufficient. I do not require any more. After resolving this quietly, the vast reservoir of magic that had previously resided within Maple continued to linger, awaiting his assimilation into his own essence. What I need now is a more formidable spirit capable of mastering these powers. Severus Snape's accelerated method, reliant on mental enchantments, is suitable only for emergencies, not for regular application. The most effective way for a young wizard to cultivate their spirit is through broadening their horizons and accumulating diverse experiences, gaining insights into the myriad facets of life. In his previous life, Maple had encountered an abundance of information online, yet much of it was only superficially skimmed. Aside from slightly enhancing his knowledge and providing conversational fodder, this superficial understanding yielded no profound realizations or insights. Moreover, mere written words, even if accompanied by clear images and videos, lack the depth of personal, lived experiences. Thus, Maple yearned to step into the world of Muggles, to re-experience life anew, facilitating the growth of his spirit. I intend to explore the Muggle world. Although they lack magic, their achievements are numerous and undeniable, even by wizards. Indeed, many transformations within a magical realm have subtly been influenced by the Muggle world, despite the reluctance of wizards to acknowledge this truth. Furthermore, the elevation of my spirit cannot be achieved solely through magical practice. I require more experiences, deeper insights into life, society, the world, and humanity itself. The magical community comprises only a few thousand, while Muggles number in the millions. Where can I find more assistance? It is quite apparent. Child, you have once again astonished me. You are remarkable, and I believe you will become an even more exceptional wizard than I. Ding! With a resounding impact on the mind of Hogwarts headmaster, you have once again demonstrated the commendable qualities of a scholarly prodigy, earning a measure of academic merit. Before departing, Maple bid farewell to familiar faces, including Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, as well as Madame Pants from the library, a courteous gesture that may prove advantageous when borrowing restricted tomes in the future. Naturally, Maple did not leave empty-handed. He is not one to willingly embrace the life of an ascetic. Prior to his departure, he had amassed a significant sum of gold, not as gifts from the professors, but through his own endeavors. If one were to identify the most promising affluent individual at Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be Hagrid, guarding the Forbidden Forest, which teems with untold riches. With but a thought, he could easily enhance his living conditions. Beyond the precious unicorn hair and magical materials, even the bark of a tree encountered in the forest might hold immense value. Rather than settling for a mere opportunist role, Maple set his sights on the burgeoning offspring of the Acromantula, Aragog. Spiders rely on the fine hairs on their legs for their sense of smell and taste, which are not particularly acute. They trust their 4 pairs of large eyes for airborne targets, utilizing a seemingly tangible Patronus to entice the giant spider. He need not lure them with food. Merely provoking them would suffice, and these irritable creatures would pursue him relentlessly. With the assistance of this spell, Maple effortlessly dispatched numerous Acromantula, collecting their venom thereafter. He entrusted an owl from the school to carry a note detailing the transaction to other wizards. Given the distance to Diagon Alley, Maple opted to engage in trade with the patrons of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Hogwarts owls are marked, and Maple prudently executed multiple smaller transactions to avoid any issues of default. An owl, with one claw secured to a pouch of gold and the other to a vial of Acromantula venom, clutched a note detailing the trade price in its beak. Under Maple's frequent use, these owls became a remarkable sight in Hogsmeade. Maple was aware that such activities would likely not escape Dumbledore's notice. But as long as Hagrid remained oblivious, all was well. Before leaving, he cast a heartfelt farewell towards the Acromantula's lair in the Forbidden Forest. I shall miss you all, until we meet again in 2 years. By culling a few each year, we can ensure sustainable practices and an endless supply of galleons. Moreover, this will help reduce their population, alleviating their burden of food. No need to thank me. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall, Maple boarded the night bus to Hogsmeade. I will miss you, Professor. He fervently waved goodbye, though it should be noted that this sentiment differed from his feelings towards the acromantula. Let there be no misunderstanding. I eagerly anticipate your return in 2 years. Professor McGonagall, with a tight-lipped smile and a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes, watched the knight bust apart. Upon entering Diagon Alley, Maple acquired an owl and subsequently retrieved several hundred galleons earned from the giant eight-eyed spider, converting 100 galleons into pounds. He retained 150 galleons, depositing the remainder into a vault at Gringotts. Wizards of Muggle descent are permitted to exchange a maximum of 100 galleons for pounds each year during their schooling, with Hogwarts ultimately footing the bill for each transaction. Conversely, exchanging galleons for pounds is entirely unrestricted. One may procure as many as desired. Infuriated by the greedy goblins, Maple opted to exchange only 100 galleons, then indulged in a bit of mischief. "Oh dear, what troubles you?" Hermione Granger inquired of her husband. "We've lost 400 pounds, and now these peculiar coins have appeared." "Good heavens, who could be playing tricks on us?" Chris Granger exclaimed, pointing at the sudden surplus of 100 galleons on the table. "Are these gold pieces counterfeit?" Mrs. Granger asked, her concern palpable. "No, I've examined them. They seem entirely genuine," Chris replied, somewhat incredulous. "That is precisely what makes it odd. The value of these coins far exceeds that of the pounds." As they exchanged bewildered glances at the cryptic note, Chapter 14 unfolded. A Christmas gift for the professors. Dumbledore's magical prowess was formidable, and at Maple's current level, he remained oblivious to any signs. Maple owed Dumbledore 20,000 pounds, with 10,000 earmarked for construction, while the remaining sum was generously donated to an orphanage under the guise of charity. The kind-hearted headmistress, Miss Mary, recognized the staggering sum within the context of the times and, undeterred by greed, allocated it entirely to the orphanage's account to assist the destitute children. In this remote and desolate locale, the orphanage was neighbored by other impoverished families. In the wake of Maple's silent devastation, new buildings began to rise where once stood dilapidated homes. Although these structures appeared somewhat shabby compared to the newly erected orphanage, Dumbledore ensuring Maple perceived the 10,000 pounds as a worthy investment, their actual sturdiness was considerably greater than they seemed. With this newfound wealth, Headmistress Mary opted to increase the children's food portions rather than enhancing their meals. Instead, she prudently saved funds to purchase an abundance of books for their education. In her quest to find an enlightening teacher for the children, Miss Mary traversed countless locales, wearing down her patience, until she finally discovered an instructor willing to teach without demanding exorbitant fees. Children from nearby impoverished families also sought to attend the lessons, and Miss Mary ensured they were accommodated, providing them with textbooks as well. Initially, Maple had intended merely to visit the orphanage and depart. However, upon witnessing this scene, he found his footsteps involuntarily halted. Familiar with the future, Maple understood that they were amidst the transformative period of the Third Technological Revolution, where numerous industries poised to generate explosive wealth in the near future remained untapped, presenting these children with a chance to alter their fates. However, once the information revolution stabilizes and new market resources are monopolized by capitalists, the prospects for these children may diminish. Under the guise of elite education, exorbitant tuition fees are imposed, and insidiously elevated barriers to education ensure that children from ordinary families remain forever estranged from high-paying professions such as law and medicine. They monopolize the pathways to the upper echelons of society and then, as if out of charity, propose a few social welfare policies to placate the lower strata. Yet, what happens when resources and finances are strained? This year, following the spread of the novel coronavirus across Europe, France made an absurd suggestion in response to its medical resource shortages. Citizens were encouraged to use bras as substitutes for masks due to a lack of availability. During the months of confinement caused by the pandemic in the Celestial Empire, many, particularly keyboard warriors, voiced numerous grievances about the situation. However, when compared to the conditions abroad, a stark contrast emerges. Tattered secondhand textbooks, open-air classrooms, and a pitiful number of writing materials for study. Observing the earnest expressions on the children's faces, Maple could not help but feel ashamed of his own classroom performance in a previous life. As he gazed upon the youthful faces of these children, still filled with hopes for the future, he felt compelled to take action. If individuals from the lower strata could, through their own efforts, amass considerable wealth and unite to carve out their place in the realm of capital, allowing voices from the grassroots to permeate society and ultimately influence the government, perhaps they could secure a position within the government in the future, altering its decisions and the laws dictated solely by the upper class. Such a world might indeed become more intriguing. Of course, Maple, in his current identity as a wizard, would not directly intervene in the operations of the Muggle society. Nevertheless, he would leverage his foresight to create opportunities for these individuals. While providing them with the same starting line as the wealthy may be impossible, at the very least, he could afford them the chance to challenge the affluent. He would grant them opportunities, allowing them to forge their own futures. And he would no longer concern himself with their success or the nature of their futures. At Hogwarts, regardless of whether one is pure-blood or Muggle-born, professors treat all students equally. The extent of knowledge acquired and the rewards reaped over 7 years depends solely on one's effort and talent. Maple's goal is to establish a school in a Muggle world akin to Hogwarts, characterized by complete equality and freedom, regardless of class, nationality, or gender. As long as one lacks a history of moral failings, they may acquire knowledge through diligence. Maple is uncertain about the means by which Hogwarts sustains itself, but it is evident that in order to uphold the principle of educational fairness, Hogwarts operates at a financial loss each year. To establish a similar institution in the Muggle realm, considerable funding is essential. As these thoughts emerged in Maple's mind, preparing him to transition from an observer to a participant, the profound insights and spiritual awakenings he gained from this transformation elevated his soul. The significant enhancement of Maple's mental strength immediately led to a remarkable growth in her magical prowess. Double the copies. After casting a few spells, the absence of the Ministry of Magic personnel was either due to Maple not yet being enrolled in school, or perhaps her wand had left no trace. Utilizing the power of magic, Maple effortlessly infiltrated the libraries of various schools, fervently copying an array of their books. Double the copies. Double the copies. As the pages tore and frayed, she mused, not good depreciation, but quite splendid. After duplicating some lower-grade textbooks, Maple presented them to the teacher at the orphanage. With Dumbledore's influence, there were few things he would notice, so gifting a volume of Sherlock Holmes to the lonely elder seemed just the remedy. To Professor McGonagall, she offered texts on cellular biology and molecular theory, as transfiguration often delves into the intrinsic nature of objects or beings. Insights from the Muggle realm regarding cells and atoms might inspire her during her practice of transfiguration. For Professor Snape, she chose materials on Muggle cell research, differing from McGonagall's selection in that it lacked molecular theory but included information on human anatomy, including internal organs and the circulatory system. While Maple could have directly gifted Snape the intriguing topic of cloning, something he would undoubtedly find fascinating, his previous harsh treatment of her incited a sense of vengeance within her. Thus, she resolved to withhold such knowledge for a few more years as a form of retribution. Maple did not fret that Snape would stumble upon cloning technology on his own, as such advancements were still being explored in the Muggle world. After all, the first cloned sheep, Dolly, would not emerge for several more years. Initially, when selecting a gift for Professor Flitwick, Maple found herself in a quandary. However, upon discovering a compass from the Celestial Empire in London's antique market, inspiration struck. Indeed, it was a genuine artifact from the Celestial Empire, not a mere trinket. Yet, despite its authenticity, no wizard here could wield it, resulting in its relegation to the mundane world. The practitioners of the Celestial Empire, having reached their zenith during the era of spiritual power, were hindered by their historical grandeur and an insular attitude that made them the last major nation to embrace wands and magic. Nevertheless, owing to their vast population and millennia of tradition, they swiftly caught up. Were it not for the relentless mischief of a certain nation that frequently jeopardized the ceiling of the 100 Demons Night Parade, other magical communities would likely be as restless as the American Magical Society in relation to the Celestial Empire. Due to this nation's shameless actions, the secular military and armament forces of Japan were strictly constrained, yet the magical community imposed no penalties on Japanese wizards. Of course, the reckless behavior of Japan's wizarding world has brought misfortune upon its secular counterpart, and despite the government's attempts to appease, other nations remain steadfast in their restrictions. The myriad actions of the Celestial Empire's magical community continue to baffle other countries. For instance, they do not possess a genuine ministry of magic. Instead, various associations exist, with the most powerful of them integrated into a department of the secular government of the Celestial Empire. Within this governmental body, numerous individuals devoid of magical abilities are capable of commanding this magical cohort, unlike in Britain, where the Ministry of Magic has a unilateral connection solely with the Prime Minister of the Muggle realm. Of course, they maintain a stringent control over public opinion, suppressing any magical occurrences that inadvertently seep into the secular world, dismissing them as mere superstitions. All of this originates from a tumultuous decade marked by upheaval. The darkness and undercurrents hidden beneath the surface ought not to be known. However, the ministries of magic in other nations are well aware that the magical order of the Celestial Empire diverged significantly from that of other countries during that movement. The chaos within the secular realm and the collateral damage inflicted upon the innocent may provoke debate regarding the worthiness of the aims pursued, yet undeniably, the magical community's cleansing of various malevolent entities and the establishment of a new order were remarkably successful. These ancient artifacts from the Celestial Empire, wielded by sorcerers adept in the use of wands and magic, have become increasingly challenging for many to master. Maple, too, was perplexed, yet he had Uncle Gio, oh no, his esteemed uncle. After utilizing the 5-star proficiency of Uncle Gio, Maple discovered that the true essence of Uncle Gio was indeed extraordinary. Soon, harnessing Uncle Gio's S-level talents, he seamlessly integrated Taoist techniques with magical prowess, uncovering a method to employ magical energy to execute the arts of Maoshan. Although the application of Maoshan techniques using magical energy does not possess the absolute restraint against dark creatures like ghosts and zombies as the light does against the darkness, it is nonetheless a remarkable achievement. The ability to manifest Maoshan arts through magic is already sufficient. Maple sketched several Maoshan talismanic designs as Christmas gifts for Professor Flitwick, believing they would serve as delightful tokens for him. The scholarly brilliance of Uncle Gio was fully exhibited through Maple, as the designs he created were exclusively usable through Taoist practices. However, one was intentionally marred, allowing for its easy transformation into a talisman that could be activated through magic. With this inspiration, Professor Flitwick should be able to discern the underlying principles and modify the other talismans with a bit of time. Chapter 15. The Light of Hope. Professor McGonagall presented Maple with a notebook on intermediate transfiguration, along with a highly useful spell for analyzing the magical properties employed by wizards studying transfiguration. By pointing a wand at an object, this spell can dissect the structure of the object, allowing for a more profound understanding of its composition, which is essential for perfecting transfiguration. However, Professor McGonagall never anticipated that Muggles possess a deeper insight into the fundamental nature of matter than the magical world. It is akin to a folder in a computer. Professor McGonagall could only analyze each individual file within the folder, copying and pasting without omitting any detail. In contrast, the theories of the Muggle realm penetrate directly to the system where the source code representing these files resides. Thus, the items Maple gifted hold considerable value for Professor McGonagall. From Professor Flitwick, Maple obtained the spell of infinite extension mentioned in his correspondence. As the demand for more and more copies of books grew urgent, Maple found himself in desperate need of a sufficiently large pocket. Snape also sent Maple a gift, though Maple was utterly astonished to receive a small vial of golden potion. The luck potion, Felix Felicis. What a remarkable treasure! The earnings Maple made in a month from the 8-eyed giant spider would scarcely suffice to purchase this tiny vial of potion. Naturally, Maple could not bear to sell this potion, for its worth transcended monetary value. Raw materials ultimately pale in comparison to the end market. Maple instantly realized that potion making was indeed a lucrative industry and resolved to master this discipline. It appeared that Snape was the greatest purveyor of treasures hidden within Hogwarts. Snape's potions were highly coveted in the magical realm. One could surmise that if Maple were to urinate, affix Snape's label to it, and as long as the label was authentic, it could fetch a fortune. With this small vial of Felix Felicis, all of Maple's prior grievances against Snape dissipated. He intended to venture into the Muggle world next to inquire about the advancements in cloning. Over a year later, at the age of 11, Maple was finally of the age to enroll in school. The practice of animagus transformation is restricted to non-magical creatures due to the unpredictable dangers posed by transforming magical beings. The disparity in magical potency between wizards and magical creatures is so vast that even a minor error in transformation could lead to catastrophic consequences. It is not an absolute impossibility for an animagus to transform into a magical creature, but the difficulty and danger are significantly heightened. A failed transformation into a non-magical creature could result in the inability to revert to human form, but transforming into a magical being could jeopardize one's very life. By using the transformation of a non-magical creature as an intermediary form, an animagus might be able to subsequently transform by mimicking the spiritual and physical energies of a specific magical creature. What Professor Snape received was a microscope, enabling him to observe human cells with clarity, while magic may also facilitate the examination of cellular structures. The crucial question remains whether the antiquated minds of the magical community could even conceive such an idea. if those in the magical realm were not so bewildered. After witnessing Muggle television and sports broadcasts, surely they would have devised some form of holographic projection, with the spell of infinite extension at his disposal. Maple found his movements significantly more convenient. Aside from the heavily monitored and strictly guarded areas, he traversed numerous locations rich with various books and resources, zealously copying and placing the replicas into his magically extended pocket. Armed with this wealth of easily acquired knowledge, Maple commenced his grand plan. With their gains, there are losses. The most unfortunate casualty of Maple's endeavors would likely be the lawyers. For an aspiring lawyer to rise to prominence, the most crucial element is not merely the legal statutes accessible to all. If we liken the courtroom to a battlefield, then the invaluable treatise for novice attorneys is undoubtedly the classic case studies. While Sun Tzu's art of war has endured through the ages, each generation's military genius has derived insights from real combat rather than from the mere reading of texts. We are not yet in an era where surveillance cameras proliferate like locusts, and as Maple effortlessly infiltrates various law firms, effortlessly bypassing even the most formidable locks. He meticulously compiles the archives of cases fought by esteemed attorneys and departs with this wealth of information. Concurrently, Maple's enterprise, intended to establish the School of Hope, finally commences operations. With the assurance of a peaceful environment for the coming decades, it is predictable that the entertainment industry will flourish in the near future. And Maple has chosen to invest in the most lucrative sector, the gaming industry. However, the one who will suffer due to Maple's temporal displacement is Kazuki Takahashi, the esteemed creator of the classic Japanese anime and trading card game Yu-Gi-Oh! He utilized the narrative of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a backdrop for his game. While the products of the School of Hope will include Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. To express gratitude for the future assistance from Takahashi, Maple resolves to orchestrate a global lottery, ensuring that Takahashi receives accolades, with the reward being a 1% stake in the School of Hope. Although Maple feels a twinge of guilt, he is confident that Takahashi will earn far more in the future than he ever did through his lifetime as a manga artist and licensing rights. While the sales of physical Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards previously ranked highly on global charts, they primarily circulated among devoted fans, failing to realize their true potential value. Of course, the vision of duelists engaging in holographic battles akin to the anime remains a distant dream, perhaps achievable in the magical realm, yet alas, the Muggles remain deprived of such wonders. Maple ensures the future value of the cards by refusing all gaming copyright grants, and, as the digital era dawns, he will incorporate QR code technology into the cards. On the sole official dueling platform, players, upon creating their characters, will acquire cards exclusively by scanning the QR codes of physical cards. Those who possess earlier cards without QR codes can, once the QR cards are released, present their original card for the company to imprint with QR codes, allowing for recognition in the GameS database. In this manner, it is conceivable that one day, a fortunate few, relying solely on the collectible value of the initial batch of physical cards they purchased, will enjoy a lifetime free for financial worries. Chapter 16. The Hogwarts Express. Presently, the card shop boasts a meager collection of merely a few hundred cards, a pitiful sight. However, the shop features the novelization of the first anime series, which Maple has adapted to some extent. As the destined protagonist, it is insufficient to simply engage in card games. There must be a confrontation with the dark forces of antagonism. Merely playing cards to save the world is rather lackluster. Naturally, having assumed this new identity, the narrative backdrop and protagonist have seamlessly transitioned to embody British culture and its people. In light of these initial investments, Maple has poured in several hundred galleons, only to be taken advantage of by the fairies, converting it all into pounds. Currently, the shop possesses merely a machine the size of a printer for producing cards, though it cannot truly be described as printing, for its sole function is to color blank cards. Indeed, the cards are custom ordered from a factory, solely to prevent imitation. As only blank cards are commissioned, the novel based on Yu-Gi-Oh! Has already been sent to the publisher, and the most crucial copyrights concerning both the game and the novel have been promptly resolved. In the future, Maple will continue to send funds periodically. But once the company has established a complete set of machinery for producing cards and retained some funds for preliminary promotions, he will cease to inject further capital, entrusting the future of the company to these promising individuals he holds in high regard. Once the company's performance reaches an ideal standard, Maple intends to return once more, granting Takahashi 1% of the shares, allocating 2/3 of the annual net profit to construct his envisioned Hope Light University, the Hogwarts of the Muggle world. After ensuring all ownership matters are settled, and when Maple's magical prowess has further developed, He plans to provide Hope Light School with the finest educational materials from various professions, deciding then to step back entirely. The future that unfolds will be shaped by these young individuals as they strive and contend for their aspirations. Over the past 2 years, although Maple has not devoted much time to practicing magic, the joy and sense of accomplishment derived from his efforts to transform Muggle society, alongside the mental fortitude gained throughout this journey, have continually elevated his spirit. He has now fully harnessed the residual magical energy within him. Regrettably, not all of this energy belonged to his once dormant power. Approximately 1/3 has dissipated into the ether, merging back with nature over the past 2 years. With his current strength, Maple is now capable of hunting even more formidable 8-eyed giant spiders. Moreover, upon his enrollment at Hogwarts, the mischievous Weasley twins will be in their 3rd year, enabling him to enlist their assistance in selling the venom of these 8-eyed spiders, rather than resorting to furtive methods as before. Upon receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Maple ventured into Diagon Alley. He was left with only a handful of galleons. Opting for second-hand textbooks, instead of purchasing a wizard's robe, he prioritized acquiring several sets of Muggle clothing, which he then enchanted with a transformation spell. He acquired a suitcase the size of a briefcase, upon which he cast a concealment expansion charm, storing his clothing and textbooks within. With the remainder of his funds, after purchasing a cauldron, he spent the rest on various potions, harboring aspirations of amassing wealth through potion making, though uncertain if his aptitude in potion class would meet expectations. What a coincidence! Before the Weasley family made their appearance, Maple encountered a bewildered Harry Potter, accompanied by Hedwig, who seemed lost and disoriented. Unlike Harry, who struggled under the weight of a hefty trunk, Maple carried a simple handbag, with his owl nestled on one shoulder, wings curled as it peacefully slumbered. Originally, he was perfect just as he was. However, regrettably, a black bat perched upon his other shoulder completely disrupted the atmosphere. The reason behind this peculiar choice lay in Maple's onset of a rather whimsical delusion, as he intended to keep the bat there, allowing others to perceive it as a pet. Yet, during their 3rd year, when the Dementors appeared on the train, this little pet flew out and sent a multitude of Dementors fleeing. The scene was exhilarating. I would give it full marks. Upon noticing the owl on Maple's shoulder, Harry Potter's face instantly brightened, and he hurried over to politely inquire for directions. Maple approached the space between platforms 9 and 10, cautiously extending his hand to touch the stone pillar, only to find it pass through effortlessly. Confirming that the pillar was indeed traversable, Maple confidently walked through the wall, with Harry trailing closely behind him. Before them emerged a deep red locomotive, accompanied by a sign proclaiming Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The plume of steam from the locomotive spiraled above the chattering crowd, while variously colored cats scurried at people's feet. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted piercingly in response to one another. Maple, clutching a briefcase-sized suitcase, and Harry, pushing a trolley, navigated through several carriages until they finally located an empty compartment towards the rear. To their dismay, it appeared that not only the Muggle world, but also the magical realm was plagued by the unfortunate habit of seat hogging. Students in their 2nd year and above had filled the front compartments, leaving only the 1st-year students, still relatively innocent and unfamiliar with one another, to avoid such misconduct. Of course, should Maple someday find himself in a romantic relationship, he would undoubtedly partake in the same seat-claiming behavior, reserving a spot for his girlfriend, perhaps even monopolizing an entire compartment for the two of them. This notion reflects how perspectives shape opinions. Different positions lead to different arguments. Observing Harry's struggle time and again to hoist his suitcase onto the train, Maple waved his wand, causing Harry's suitcase to levitate and settle neatly in a corner of the compartment. "Cool," exclaimed the surrounding young witches and wizards, their eyes shining with admiration at Maple's display of skill. Ding! A lesson well imparted to the uninitiated young wizards, revealing the admirable qualities of a top student, earning him a measure of academic prestige. Is this truly a trait of high achievers, or does it merely resemble ostentation? Ding! The host recognized the essence of a high achiever. The ability to impress is indeed a hallmark of scholarly excellence, granting him additional academic merit. Let the underachievers feel the sting of reality, experiencing the malice of a world shaped by the successes of others, perhaps by the hand of fate. Another member of the trio destined to save the world, Ron Weasley, entered the compartment. "Hello, may I sit here?" he inquired. "Feel free. There's no one here," Maple replied. Ron, also on the shorter side, watched as Maple waved his wand once more, causing his suitcase to glide over and land safely. Ding! Another point of academic prestige acquired. You can already perform magic before even starting school. That's so cool. Ron remarked enviously, then followed up with, are you from magical family? Ron represents a pure-blood family. Yet due to their family's disposition, the Weasley household neither takes pride in their pure-blood lineage nor boasts about it. No, I come from the Muggle world. And I am an orphan, Maple remarked, casually adding, I still don't know your names. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Goodness, you are Harry Potter, the one who defeated Voldemort? As Ron spoke, he could not help but glance at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Is he really that famous? Maple asked, feigning surprise. Of course. No one in the magical world is unaware of his name. Ron replied, Hey, am I not a person? Am I just air? Maple joked. Hee. Ron chuckled sheepishly. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, is a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Maple Aliba. I hope you both get sorted into Gryffindor, so we can study in the same house. Maple introduced himself. Aren't you a new student? Ron inquired, observing that Maple was of a similar height to himself. Yes, why? Maple responded. How do you know you'll be placed in that house before even starting school? Professor McGonagall has been incredibly helpful to me. If I did not end up in her house, she might be displeased, Maple replied nonchalantly. Professor McGonagall, you know Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor? Ron asked, astonished. Yes. Why? Wait, I know who you are now. You are the one who successfully controlled the Muggle-born Maple Aliba. No wonder you can perform magic already. Ron exclaimed in amazement, feeling a bit disheartened as he realized he was the only ordinary one among two celebrities. Am I really that famous? I had no idea, Maple initially intended to say, but seeing Ron's glum demeanor, he chose to remain silent. Hey, buddy, cheer up. In that case, let me perform a spell to make you happy, Maple declared. Upon hearing the mention of magic, Ron instantly perked up, while Harry's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he gazed at Maple. By the spirits of the earth and sky, let the silly boy be filled with joy, Maple proclaimed dramatically, unable to suppress a chuckle afterward. I don't feel anything. Did the spell fail? Ron remarked. Upon hearing this, Ron's heart stirred. He remembered the phrase his brother had told him, daisies, whipped cream, and sunshine, realizing that the notion of transforming this foolish, plump rat into a yellow one was merely a ruse. Chapter 17, Arrival at Hogwarts. What is Muggle-born? Harry inquired curiously. The ensuing conversation lifted Ron's spirits significantly. He began to passionately share various tidbits about the magical world, something he had never done under the pressure of his 5 older brothers. Harry and Maple listened intently, particularly Harry, who wished to memorize every word Ron uttered, allowing him to reclaim his sense of identity that had often been overshadowed by his 5 siblings. Harry imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the magical realm, and soon Ron could no longer contain his curiosity about Harry's scar. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their jovial interaction, until the clock struck 12:30. A charming witch with dimples, pushing a cart laden with delectable food, approached their compartment. My dear, would you care for any of the treats on this cart? Harry purchased an abundance of snacks, while Ron, his ears flushed with embarrassment, opened his lunchbox to reveal 4 sandwiches made by his mother. She never remembers that I detest corned beef. Observing this, the kind-hearted Harry immediately offered his own food, causing Ron's face to redden further. Yet, after a moment of inner turmoil, he graciously accepted Harry's generosity, leaving his own sandwiches neglected. In contrast to Maple, the disparity between individuals became evident. As Harry prepared to share his food with his companions, Maple rubbed his hands together and unreservedly seized Harry's offerings, devouring them with abandon. By the time Harry handed a pie to Ron, who finally took it to eat, Maple had already torn open several wrappers. Ron stared in astonishment at this scene, while Harry, recently acquainted with the magnitude of his own wealth, remained unfazed. His past experiences of neglect and bullying had instilled in him a yearning for companionship. Were these? Surely, they cannot be real frogs? Harry inquired, having come across a chocolate frog. His curiosity piqued. After Ron provided an explanation, Harry indeed became fascinated by the cards inside the chocolate. Oh, it's Morgana, he exclaimed upon seeing the name on one of the cards. Wait, ISNT that Dumbledore? Maple, preoccupied with his food, ignored the discarded wrapper of the chocolate frog at his feet, carelessly tossing aside its contents. However, he quickly retrieved the wrapper, discovering a card featuring none other than Dumbledore. An accidental twist in fate had occurred, had it not been for this card. The 3 youngsters might have spent an inordinate amount of time searching for clues about Nicholas Flamel and the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, is widely recognized as one of the greatest wizards of modern times. His renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and achieving notable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore is also fond of chamber music and the game of gobstones. Maple hastily remedied the situation, reading aloud the text on the Dumbledore card, then exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this old man is incredible. I thought the terrifyingly youthful Professor Snape was the most formidable person at Hogwarts." He then handed the card to Harry, saying, "You should learn about our school's headmaster." Upon accepting the card, Harry was astonished to find that Dumbledore's face had vanished the moment he took hold of it. "If we don't eat soon, it will be gone," Maple exclaimed, snatching a chocolate frog, tossing the card to Harry, and devouring half of the chocolate in one bite. With Maple's mischievous example set before him, Ron, previously shy, seemed to forget all notions of politeness. Ahem. Maple poured an entire bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth, resulting in quite the unfortunate outcome. Indeed, the name Every Flavor was aptly chosen. The wizards had truly outdone themselves, offering an array of flavors that encompassed everything from delectable to inedible, raw to fried, boiled to roasted, fruits, desserts, vegetables, and more. While there were exquisite delights, there also existed various culinary horrors. A method of consumption like Maple's could indeed be perilous. Ugh! He averted his gaze from the food, retching onto the packaging that lay on the ground. With a swift motion, he cleared away the remnants. Ding! Another point of academic merit was added to his tally. "Do you wish to learn how I acquired this knowledge?" Harry and Ron shook their heads in response. "Professor Snape cast a petrification spell on me, then brought forth a multitude of toads that leapt all over me, over and over again. On several occasions, no, dozens of times, a toad leaped in my mouth and then bounced back out. Once Professor Snape lifted the spell, I vomited everywhere. But after observing him perform a cleaning charm several times, I mastered it myself. So what do you think? Care to learn?" Harry and Ron shook their heads even more vigorously, and after hearing Maple's tale, they lost their appetite for the remaining food. After consuming the beans, Maple found himself unable to eat anything further, but with two unfortunate companions by his side, his spirits were somewhat lifted. Soon, they encountered Neville, who was searching for his pet toad, only to leave in tears upon discovering it was missing. Shortly thereafter, Neville reappeared, accompanied by a young girl, and the final member of their trio emerged. "The most formidable group at Hogwarts has assembled for the first time. Please advise." Neville inquired, "Has anyone seen a toad? I seem to have lost one." Her tone was rather haughty, as if she were the only one present. With a head of thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, she seemed quite confident. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," Ron replied. "Alas, I wish I had learned the summoning charm. It would have been the perfect opportunity to show off and earn some academic points. Unfortunately, I only master the levitation charm and have yet to grasp the summoning charm." Thanks to Maple's earlier reminder, Ron refrained from foolishly casting the spell his brother had taught him, assuming that this studious Hermione Granger would lead Neville away. "Is this your case? So small, what could it possibly hold?" Hermione remarked. And only then did Harry and Ron notice that Maple's suitcase was merely the size of a briefcase. Had he not procured any of the items from the cauldron? It seems we are of the same ilk. You truly understand me. I thought there was no way to earn academic points. This is indeed a fortuitous assist. Excellent. It's time to show off. Opening the suitcase, Maple reveled in the astonished expressions of those around him. However, where were the academic points? Why had there been no notification? I see. Perhaps they are too shocked to realize that this magic was performed by me. Oh well, I shan't disclose the truth to them. If they were to learn it, would we still be able to enjoy our time together? Were it not for the absence of grade skipping at Hogwarts, Maple could have directly attended third-year classes. The non-detection spell, Maple elucidated. Although Hermione had perused the first-year textbooks, it was evident that this particular incantation could not be found within their pages. What an astonishing form of magic! Hermione marveled, commencing her incessant chatter. After a round of mutual introductions, upon hearing Harry's name, Hermione excitedly exclaimed that she had come across Harry's name in a history of modern magic. The rise and fall of dark magic and significant magical events of the 20th century. Having memorized all the textbooks and even found time to delve into numerous extracurricular readings, it was clear that this was indeed the hallmark of a true scholar. Once Hermione departed, seemingly overwhelmed by Hermione's scholarly aura, the less academically inclined Ron promptly declared, "Regardless of which house I'm assigned to, I hope I won't be placed with her." He then expressed his astonishment at Harry's ignorance, enthusiastically recounting the 4 houses of Hogwarts and the Wizarding World's Quidditch matches. It appeared that Ron and Hermione were not entirely incompatible. At the very least, they shared a common affinity for conversation. Due to Maple's alteration of fate, the Weasley twins did not spread the news of Harry Potter's presence throughout the train. Thus, Draco Malfoy, one of Harry's arch-rivals, had no particular interest in visiting their compartment. Consequently, It would not be until the sorting ceremony that Malfoy would realize what he had missed at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Malfoy did not appear, yet Hermione arrived punctually, reminding them that it was time to change into their robes. "We need to change. Could you step outside for a moment?" Ron suggested, intending to usher Hermione out, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Maple tapped her wand against her attire, and with a flourish, her outer garments transformed into a long black robe. Ding! Upon hearing the system's prompt, she gained additional scholar points. "Could you help me change as well?" Harry and Ron inquired, their eyes gleaming with envy. "Of course." Maple waved her wand, touching Harry and Ron's clothing, transforming their outfits as well. "Wow, you could perform full transfiguration before even starting school. How did you manage that?" Hermione, feeling challenged, suddenly realized that her rival seemed even more formidable than herself, igniting her competitive spirit. "I am a silent one, for the sake of my own survival. I must persevere. It is the will to survive that has allowed me to endure. If you ever find yourselves in a situation like mine, you too can achieve this. Perhaps even surpass me. My transfiguration skills are personally instructed by Professor McGonagall, so if I do not end up in her house, I fear she may be displeased. First-year students, follow me." Hermione had more to say, but at that moment, the train came to a halt, and Hagrid's booming voice echoed, leaving Hermione with no choice but to abandon her thoughts. Chapter 18. The Sorting Ceremony. Beneath the inky night, a throng of first-year students was led by Hagrid to the edge of a dark lake. "Are you certain this isn't the set of a horror film?" As they journeyed onward, the only sounds that echoed were the whispers of the wind and the shuffling of footsteps. The young wizards traversed the path with an unsteady gait, and even Hermione Granger remained silent, her nerves rendering her speechless. Ah, how clever they were, deliberately crafting an atmosphere of suspense and dread, withholding the method of sorting from the first-year students until after the Sorting Hats song, an initiation test for the newcomers. "Each boat must not exceed 4 passengers." Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward the pair of small vessels moored at the shore. Harry, Ron, and Maple boarded one, while Hermione, wishing to converse with Maple, opted instead to assist Neville by guiding him into the next boat. Though socially awkward, Hermione was indeed a kind-hearted witch. At that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Severus Snape. Both believed they were expressing goodwill in their own idiosyncratic ways. Hermione with her lofty, academically superior mindset, and Snape through veiled gestures known only to himself. Hermione endeavored to connect with others by offering help, striving to integrate herself among the children. Yet, in her haughty demeanor, her goodwill often came across as mere patronizing charity, leaving all but Neville reluctant to accept her overtures. Did Neville genuinely accept her kindness? Or was he simply too timid to refuse? Meanwhile, Snape, indifferent to whether others could perceive his benevolence, chose to dwell in the shadows of his own tormented psyche, nursing wounds that would never heal. His mental barriers may not have been more sophisticated than Voldemort's. Yet Harry Potter's own flawed defenses had thwarted Voldemort's invasive thoughts on 2 occasions. Once during Sirius's demise, preventing Voldemort from possessing him, and again through Dobby's sacrifice, teaching Harry to keep Voldemort at bay. Ultimately, the power to shield one's mind stemmed from sorrow, a sorrow born of love. Thus, even with his profound longing for Lily Potter, Voldemort could not breach Snape's mental fortress. As they crossed the dark waters of the lake, the students remained enveloped in silence. Anyone traversing a lake in the dead of night would find little solace. Hagrid entrusted the first years to Professor McGonagall, her stern demeanor amplifying the tension in the air. Yet, why had Dumbledore barred Snape from joining them? The presence of Snape, a figure whose very being seemed to dispel darkness, would have been more effective in instilling fear than McGonagall. Surely, Dumbledore was not afraid that Snape might overdo it and frighten the newcomers into a state of panic. Following Professor McGonagall along the stone-paved corridor, Maple heard the distant hum of conversation emanating from a door on her right, indicating that students from higher years had already arrived. However, McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They crowded in, jostling against one another, their anxiety palpable as they scrutinized their surroundings. The intent to isolate them from the older students was likely to preserve the heavy tension that had been so painstakingly cultivated. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first ascertain the house into which each of you will be sorted. The sorting ceremony is an immensely significant ritual for during your time at Hogwarts. The house you belong to becomes akin to your home. You will attend classes with your fellow students, reside together in the house dormitories, and spend leisure hours in the communal lounges of your house. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a rich history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Throughout your tenure at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in a deduction of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. A prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves and maintain an air of enthusiasm. Her gaze flitted from Neville's cloak fastened awkwardly beneath his left ear to the unsightly smudge on Ron's nose. Harry anxiously endeavored to smooth down his unruly hair. Despite her familiarity with Professor McGonagall, she did not so much as glance at Maple during this crucial moment. Was this a deliberate arrangement by the school to prevent any unforeseen disruptions of the atmosphere? Professor McGonagall refrained from engaging with Maple altogether. Was I truly so untrustworthy, Professor? Furthermore, I find this ambience rather delightful. How could one bear to disrupt it? Maple wore a serious expression, yet secretly reveled in her own amusement. Once everything is ready, I shall come to fetch you, Professor McGonagall announced, instructing everyone to maintain silence while they awaited their turn. In the presence of many, a sense of security often alleviates one's fears. However, under Professor McGonagall's insistence on quietude, the students dared not raise their voices. They merely whispered among acquaintances, thus nullifying the collective strength that could have alleviated their anxieties. After Professor McGonagall's departure, the tension that had been building among the young wizards surged to its peak. Ron and Hermione, without a doubt, contributed significantly to escalating the anxious atmosphere. I suppose it's always through some sort of test, Fred remarked, seemingly jesting. Though Harry inquired of Ron how the sorting took place, Hermione muttered incantations under her breath, rapidly reciting spells she had learned, uncertain of which to employ. In such circumstances, her demeanor only heightened the anxiety of those young wizards who could not even conjure a single spell. Observing the perspiration-soaked faces of her peers, Maple noted one particularly pale child who strikingly resembled Draco Malfoy from the original texts. His bravado appeared far less formidable than he boasted. It seemed Lucius had not chosen to divulge the method of sorting to young Draco in advance. This moment steeped in tension truly tests the mettle of the first-year students. Although Maple would not alter the school as curriculum, it did not hinder her from secretly reveling in amusement at this moment. Fred and George, the mischievous Weasley twins, likely yearned not for the jubilant atmosphere of the Grand Hall, but rather for the opportunity to closely observe the anxious expressions of the new students. However, Professor Dumbledore forbid such antics, leaving the brothers to derive their amusement from advising their brother Ron to engage in a duel with a troll. After thoroughly frightening Ron, they would undoubtedly retreat to a spot where he cannot see them, erupting into fits of laughter. An intriguing experiment conducted by scientists involved placing a monkey in a cage, then delivering a punch the first time it was offered a banana. When a second monkey was introduced, the same treatment was applied. Eventually, when new monkeys were added, the older ones would punch them even without provocation from the scientists. The behavior of these upperclassmen bears a striking resemblance to that of the seasoned monkeys. Once their playful antics have run their course, and before the official sorting ceremony begins, a grand surprise awaits the new students. A horde of ghosts is unleashed. Over 20 specters suddenly emerge, startling the young wizards, with several timid souls letting out high-pitched screams. If it weren't for the chilling presence of the ghosts, one might suspect that even more than 20 would make an appearance. These ancient spirits, having lived, or rather, not lived, for centuries, remain tight-lipped about the sorting process, leaving the new students to prepare for their impending test. Now, as they form a single file, Professor McGonagall instructs the first-year students to follow her. Like Harry, nearly all the young witches and wizards feel as though their legs are weighted with lead, passively proceeding in line. They exit the room, traverse the entrance hall, and pass through a set of grand, double doors into the opulent dining hall. Upon their entry, the other students from various houses are already seated at 4 long tables, illuminated by countless floating candles that hover in midair. Gleaming golden platters and goblets adorn the tables. At the head of the hall, a long table is set for the faculty. Professor McGonagall leads the first-year students to face the assembled upperclassmen, with the teacher's position behind them. The flickering candlelight casts hundreds of gazes upon them, resembling pale lanterns. The ghosts mingle among the students, shimmering with an ethereal silver glow, while a magically enhanced ceiling simulates a starry night sky, with twinkling stars scattered across the inky darkness. Gently, Professor McGonagall places a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which rests the famously tattered and soiled sorting hat. The hat begins to sing a new song, crafted over the past year, and at last, the new students realize that the sorting process simply involves donning the hat. The first name called is that of Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Who would have guessed that this unassuming, somewhat clumsy girl is one of the 28 sacred families, pure-blooded like the Weasleys and the Malfoys? Next is Maple Oliba, with a cheeky wink at each professor she recognizes. Maple struts forward with an air of flamboyance. As Maple locked eyes with Snape, he noticed the latter's lips twitching, seemingly attempting to coax him into Slytherin. However, Maple was destined to disappoint him. The moment he touched the sorting hat, before it even graced his head, it opened its mouth. Gryffindor. The hall fell into stunned silence. This was the first time in Hogwarts history that a student had been sorted before even wearing the hat. Moreover, Maple's subsequent behavior undeniably validated the sorting hat's keen insight. Instead of immediately stepping down, Maple kept the sorting hat atop his head and remarked, "Is it truly fair to select me for Gryffindor without having donned the hat? This may lead others to suspect favoritism. Furthermore, for someone of my caliber, shouldn't you commend my virtues across all houses, struggle with the decision, and ultimately place me in Gryffindor? This predicament leaves me feeling quite unsettled and unaccomplished, you know?" His voice was soft, yet in the hushed atmosphere of the dining hall. Several nearby students caught his words, their expressions contorting in disbelief. The sorting hat certainly did not err with such remarkable qualities. He was undeniably a Gryffindor. His entire family belonged to Gryffindor. One could envision that, in a place where secrets were hard to conceal, Maple's words would swiftly echo throughout the school. Without even wearing the hat, just by your touch, I can sense your profound Gryffindor essence. Were there not only one Gryffindor at Hogwarts, even that house would struggle to deserve you. The sorting hat mused, somewhat at a loss. As this was its first encounter with such an extraordinary student, Maple removed the hat. At the sight of Professor McGonagall's stern warning, Maple reluctantly obliged, setting the hat aside. The professor, who had initially hoped for Maple's inclusion, now felt a waning enthusiasm. She even wished the sorting hat had sent Maple to Snape instead. Regardless of the headmaster's thoughts, the already spirited Gryffindor Lions greeted Maple with overwhelming enthusiasm, their applause far more fervent than that of Hufflepuff. Only Prefect Percy wore a frown, vowing to fulfill his duty to discipline this evidently more vivacious cub than many of his predecessors. Among the Gryffindors, the Weasley twins wore the brightest smiles, a reflection of the joy found in kinship. With mischievous grins, they prepared to engage with their new junior. Aside from the peculiar Maple, the other sorting did not evoke significant commotion. As Professor McGonagall called out each name, the upperclassmen welcomed each new student with applause, and the house ghosts waved in greeting. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Oh, this was the character who had a notable presence in the second installment, although he garnered more screen time. It came at the expense of lying dormant for several months. The first of the trio of saviors to be sorted was Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. The hat took its time, evidently deliberating between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for some duration. After a few more individuals, another significant character, Neville Longbottom, approached the sorting hat, which took an unusually long time before finally declaring him a member of Gryffindor. It seems that the sorting hat ultimately recognized the courage deeply buried within Neville, stemming from the harrowing experience of witnessing his parents' descent into madness during his childhood, which influenced its decision. Following him was Draco Malfoy, who achieved his desire to enter Slytherin. Alongside his companions, who contributed little more than a few grunts and giggles, they stood as the most pitiable characters in the entire narrative. They are likely the greatest victims of the intermarriage within pureblood families. As the number of remaining students dwindled, it wasn't long before it was time for Harry Potter. Potter? Is she calling for Potter? The Harry Potter who vanquished the Dark Lord? As Harry made his way forward, the previously silent dining hall buzzed alive for the first time, with nearly all the students whispering about his presence, save for a few professors. The hall, bustling with eager faces, strained to catch a glimpse of him. Then came the moment of the sorting hat's greatest challenge. Aware that his arch-nemesis, Voldemort, was a Slytherin, Harry steadfastly refused to be sorted into that house. Thus, Gryffindor, Malfoy, upon recognizing Harry, wore a look of disappointment. He would not have to endure the unpleasant encounter on the train, as Malfoy now regarded Harry as a rival. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, with the Weasley brothers whistling in delight. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Ambitious Percy Weasley, already a prefect, rose to shake Harry's hand, perhaps the only perceived failure among the Weasley clan. Following this, the youngest Weasley brother was sorted into Gryffindor, and lastly, the final student, Lisa Turpin, was placed in Slytherin, marking the conclusion of the sorting ceremony. Chapter 19. The Start of Term Feast. Maple was the first chosen for Gryffindor, and after taking a seat, he could keenly observe the performances of each Gryffindor during the sorting, especially those of the key characters. Neville, who had always harbored insecurities, might have felt inadequate, and after being selected for Gryffindor, a dream he scarcely dared to entertain, his excitement likely led him to dash away with the hat still perched upon his head. In truth, Neville is not lacking in merit. He simply struggles to emerge from the shadows of his parents' anguish, which hinders him from showcasing his true talents. Perhaps the sorting hat placed him in Gryffindor not solely because he possessed the qualities of the house, but rather because it recognized his need for the bravery that Gryffindor embodies. In this regard, neither Hufflepuff nor Ravenclaw could offer him the support he required. Hermione Granger, upon her selection, promptly sat beside Maple, perhaps perceiving her fellow students as mere background noise. Like Harry, Hermione likely made her own choice as well. Harry, having heard of Slytherin's notorious reputation, was resolute in his unwillingness to join that house. Upon discovering that Dumbledore was also a member of Gryffindor, Hermione proactively chose to join this esteemed house. In her eyes, Gryffindor represented the pinnacle of excellence. For the most formidable of wizards, Dumbledore hailed from its ranks. The quintessential scholar's mindset. After taking his seat, Harry warmly greeted Hagrid, who had rescued him from the clutches of his aunt and uncle and had guided him through Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies. He then noticed the unmistakable presence of Dumbledore amidst the crowd. The headmaster had an undeniable aura that commanded attention, even when he often engaged in perplexing antics. Was it his unique charisma that captivated all? Following Ron's election, he nearly collapsed into his seat, evidently burdened by the psychological impact of his brothers at home. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students in welcome, before uttering his famous words. Fools, crybabies, dregs, twist, thank you all. Was he perhaps a bit eccentric? Harry was not alone in this sentiment. Many students shared the same concern. Even Hermione, the top student by Maple's side, appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly struggling to accept this side of Dumbledore. Fools, for the students of Ravenclaw, often considered themselves the most intelligent, thus deeming those who did not join their ranks as such. Crybabies, as Gryffindor students, known for their bravery, believed that their counterpart from other houses lacked courage and would succumb to tears. Dregs, for Slytherin students, champions of pure blood lineage, viewed others as impure wizards, mere remnants. Twist, as Hufflepuff students, diligent and steadfast, hoped that others might adjust their ways. Before we are students of our respective houses, we share a common identity as students of Hogwarts. We must learn to unite rather than cast blame upon one another. We cannot remain fixated on the shortcomings of others. We must cultivate tolerance. Maple felt compelled to rectify their misguided worldview, and most importantly, to earn a measure of scholarly merit. It dawned on Hermione that this was indeed Professor Dumbledore's true intent, a realization that left her utterly astonished. Professor Dumbledore is undoubtedly the greatest wizard in existence, she exclaimed, recognizing the depth of his implications. Percy felt a twinge of discomfort, for he had just contemplated Dumbledore's eccentricity, only to have a first-year student uncover what he had overlooked. At the Triwizard Cup, witnessing Harry engaged in jovial conversation with a minister of magic, Percy found himself grappling with intense jealousy, despite Harry's close ties to their family. Maple noticed Dumbledore subtly winking in his direction. Nothing escaped his keen perception. Had it not been for the presence of the system, Maple might have been tempted to infiltrate the library and delve into the restricted section to learn the brain-closing spell immediately. Suddenly, the empty plates in the dining hall were filled to the brim with food, a testament to the diligent efforts of the house elves today. Upon seeing the skewers enhanced with cumin and chili powder, Maple smiled with delight, realizing that the little sprites had indeed improved their culinary skills based on her suggestions. Grabbing the food before her, she indulged in hearty bites. It had been over a year since she had feasted like this. Faced with such a grand banquet, her inner foodie awakened, and she devoured the meal ravenously. Looks quite splendid, floated Nick, nearly headless, as he drifted over with a hint of melancholy. You can partake as well, Maple exclaimed. I am a ghost, unable to savor the taste of such delights. It has been 4 centuries since I last enjoyed a meal, and I dearly miss their exquisite flavors. I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. While Nick and Maple were already acquainted, the other children remained unaware. Thank you, Nicholas, for guiding me during my first visit, Maple expressed gratefully. It is my honor, sir, Nick replied with polite reverence. However, the atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Ron's remark. I know who you are. My brothers have told me about you. You're that nearly headless Nick. I prefer to be called Sir Nicholas de Mimsy, the ghost responded, visibly uneasy, Yet the inquisitive Seamus Finnegan immediately interjected. How did you come to be nearly headless? Nick appeared somewhat irked, yet he proceeded to demonstrate. Just like this, he said impatiently, tugging on his left ear. His head wobbled and slipped from his neck, landing upon his shoulder as if connected by a hinge, revealing that someone had nearly severed it completely. The sight of Nick's headless state evoked expressions of astonishment among the newcomers, to his delight. Now, dear Gryffindor students, I hope you will assist us in winning this year's House Cup. Slytherin's 6 consecutive victories, particularly that of the Bloody Baron, have become intolerable. The Bloody Baron was the ghost of Slytherin. At Nick's prompting, many first years noticed the Baron, only to be frightened by the ghastly apparition with its vacant stare, gaunt appearance, and silver-stained robes. After satisfying their hunger, the remaining food vanished, and the house elves presented desserts, an array of ice creams and puddings. During this time, the newcomers savored their sweet treats while engaging in conversation. Hermione, seizing the moment, initiated a discussion with Maple, prompting the surrounding underperformers to discreetly distance themselves from the interaction of these two scholars. With no one else around, Maple found herself conversing with Hermione. Fortunately, Maple possessed even Professor McGonagall's notes on intermediate transfiguration, and as Hermione was particularly interested in this subject, Maple managed to respond adeptly to her myriad inquiries. While it is vital to study the objectives of transformation, we must not neglect ourselves. For the essence of transfiguration is rooted in our magic. It is our magical prowess that brings about the transformations. In my view, magic serves as a bridge connecting our spirit to reality. Our minds conceive ideas, and then, through the power of magic, objects transform according to our desires. Hermione pondered Maple's words thoughtfully, her pie suspended in midair, frozen in that moment. Ding! Maple was pleased to see her academic prowess once more acknowledged, having impressed another brilliant mind. It would be remiss not to offer some reward for such an achievement. At that moment, Harry noticed a hook-nosed professor gazing at him over Professor Quirrell's scarf, and he felt a sudden sharp pain in his scar. The pain, as swiftly as it had come, vanished in an instant. Yet, instinctively attributing this discomfort to Snape, Harry felt a wave of aversion towards the already unappealing figure. No, Harry, you are mistaken. It is Quirrell, with his back turned to you, who is the true villain, as the face of Voldemort on his head gazes at you. Likely bewildered that the invincible self could be bested by the seemingly inconspicuous Harry Potter. Other wizards, upon first seeing Harry, only noticed his scar, but Snape, at first glance, was drawn to Harry's eyes, seeing in them a striking resemblance to his mother. To Snape, everything else about Harry was merely a wretched facade. Those eyes, long lost yet still haunting his dreams, reappeared before him, and Snape might find himself sleepless this night. As the pudding vanished from sight and the feast concluded, Professor Dumbledore stood once more. Ah, now that everyone is well fed and sated, I wish to impart a few words. At the onset of this term, I must address several important matters. First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should also remember this well. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wishes to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will occur in the second week of this term. Any student aspiring to join the house team should see Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all who wish to avoid unfortunate and grievous fates. Do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Was this intentional? If you do not mention it, who would know of the 4th floor corridor? It is a blatant invitation to these novice players, enticing them to explore the secrets within. Unfortunately, these students disappointed him, and thus he sent Peeves to usher Harry towards the 4th floor corridor, with Ron and Hermione inadvertently tagging along. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore declared, while Maple observed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. Oh dear, Professor McGonagall. After all these years working with Dumbledore, have you not yet grown accustomed to his ways? Dumbledore gently flicked his wand, and a long golden ribbon soared from it, swirling above the grand dining table like a serpent, forming lines of text. Each individual selected their preferred melody. Prepare to sing, Dumbledore proclaimed. And soon the entire faculty and student body erupted into song. Hogwarts, 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 impart to us your wisdom. Before long, Professor McGonagall's lips twitched in exasperation, as not only were the mischievous Weasley twins belting out the school anthem to the tune of Funeral March, but this year they were joined by a new addition, Maple Albus, who had chosen the melody of Calabash Brothers. Calabash Brothers, Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on a vine, unafraid of wind and rain, la 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 la. Although the Weasley twins had never heard this peculiar and whimsical tune before, it was undeniably humorous, eliciting laughter from all. With mischievous grins, The twins found this new brother even more entertaining than they had anticipated. As the song concluded, Gryffindor erupted into a chorus of applause, while the other houses merely offered a token response, with Hufflepuff echoing slightly and Ravenclaw and Slytherin remaining in utter silence. Most attendees, including the professors, likely regarded Dumbledore's antics as the folly of a genius. But those who truly understood him knew that his display in front of the first-year students was a genuine expression of his spirit. Every expression he wore was devoid of pretense. The poltergeist, Peeves, was an embodiment of the mischievous thoughts of countless students over the years at Hogwarts. Rather than a true ghost, among the four houses, Gryffindor was renowned for its penchant for mischief, outdoing the other three houses combined in their shenanigans. It was no wonder that Peeves targeted them. Was it not a case of self-inflicted mischief? Peeves, Percy whispered to the first years, a ghost who delights in pranks. He raised his voice, commanding, "Peeves, reveal yourself." In response, a loud, piercing sound erupted, akin to a deflating balloon. "Are you summoning Bloody Baron?" Suddenly, a diminutive figure with wicked black eyes and a wide grin appeared, floating cross-legged in midair. He cackled, recognizing the annoying first-year scamps. "How delightful. Begone, Peeves, or I shall inform the Bloody Baron." "I am not jesting," Percy shouted vehemently. Should these first years remain here, Dumbledore would certainly summon Peeves for a conversation the following day. Furthermore, Peeves leading Harry down the fourth-floor corridor was likely not his intention, but rather the result of Dumbledore's confounding charm. Although magic may not specifically target zombies and specters like certain forms of sorcery, it is potent enough to affect ghosts at a certain level. And Dumbledore wielded the most powerful Elder Wand, possibly ensnaring Peeves in a spell unbeknownst to him. Following Peeves' interruption, Percy swiftly guided the first years to the Gryffindor Tower. Upon uttering the password, the portrait of the fat lady swung open, allowing the freshmen to enter the common room. Percy then led the boys through a door, ascending the spiral staircase to locate their dormitory, while the girls were escorted by Gryffindor's prefect to find the entrance to their dormitory. It is said that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Ravenclaw, was a witch who personally cast enchantments on all the girls' dormitories in the towers, ensuring that boys could not enter. Of course, boys could not enter in their male form. However, animagi, or those who consumed Polyjuice Potion to transform into girls, could gain access. Yet, even if they successfully entered, should they revert to their original male form, they would be expelled from the girls' dormitory. Upon locating their beds, many were so fatigued that they fell asleep without even removing their clothing. Chapter 20. The first day of classes. "Over there. Look." "Where?" "Next to the tall boy with red hair. The one wearing glasses. Did you see his face? Did you notice that scar?" "Oh, Harry, are you experiencing the troubles of a celebrity?" Maple, who had arrived at the dining hall ahead of the others, cheerfully handed Harry a slice of toast topped with sausage and ham. "Please don't tease me," Harry replied, somewhat embarrassed as he accepted the bread. "Need any help?" Maple inquired, observing Harry's hesitation. Hogwarts boasts a total of 142 staircases. Some are wide and grand, others narrow and rickety. Some lead to different locations every Friday, and occasionally, a step may vanish midway, requiring one to remember where to leap. Furthermore, there are numerous doors. If one does not politely request them to open or poke them in precisely the right spot, they will remain shut. Some doors are not doors at all, but rather sturdy walls disguised as entrances. "All right, I appreciate your assistance, Maple," Harry expressed gratefully. Hermione lifted her gaze from her preparatory textbook, curiously watching Maple to see how he planned to assist Harry in alleviating his troubles. "Let us not speak of it. Or perhaps it's best not to. I can always consult our Gryffindor prefect. He should be well aware of your circumstances. Not focusing on your studies prior to class, and instead indulging in celebrity admiration, must mean you believe today's lessons will be simple, right? Surely you feel confident you can grasp the material without preparation. Professor McGonagall would be pleased to see such exemplary students. She surely wouldn't mind assigning you a bit more homework. If your peers find out that your actions have resulted in additional assignments for the entire year, you might soon experience the burdens of celebrity like Harry does." Under Maple's precise threat, which held their fates in his hands, the students were instantly subdued, returning to their seats to concentrate on their breakfast, no longer daring to glance curiously at Harry. "Brilliant," Ron remarked as he sat beside Harry. A minor incident ensued when Maple attempted to use Harry's textbook to cast a duplication spell, only to discover that the magic did not take effect. It appears that those publishers anticipated this scenario, weaving their magic into the books. Otherwise, each year's freshers could simply purchase a single textbook and replicate it endlessly, leading to the inevitable bankruptcy of those publishers. However, it matters not. This weekend, I shall earn a little extra by selling a few textbooks. Upon entering the library, I greeted Madame Pants, the librarian, who surprisingly offered a faint smile, perhaps because I was the first student willing to acknowledge her presence. Hermione, whose emotional intelligence somewhat lagged behind her intellect, did not grasp this nuance. When Maple cheerfully greeted Madame Pants, Hermione, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, quickly followed suit. After several polite exchanges with Madame Pants, a noticeable change ensued when they approached the restricted section with a teacher's note. She no longer scrutinized the authenticity of the paper with hawkish eyes, but instead kindly warned them of the dangers of the magic contained within the forbidden tomes, urging them to exercise caution. "What is happening?" Maple inquired curiously. They clearly understood the sorting process, yet when they informed me, they spoke as if battling a troll. "I'm their younger brother. How could they frighten me like that?" Ron exclaimed angrily. "Oh, so that was it. I recall you mentioning that Fred and George said the test was quite detrimental to us, correct?" Maple responded with a smile. "Indeed," Ron grumbled. "They were not mistaken," Maple remarked, observing their confusion, and continued, "Their intimidation is part of the examination. Have you not considered why only first-year students must traverse the Black Lake to enter Hogwarts? This is a deliberate arrangement by the school. Moreover, reflect on Professor McGonagall's expression when she first led us into the compartment compared to her demeanor when she presented the sorting hat. Does it not seem different? At last, I have encountered someone who understands. The school indeed conducts an examination. Merely to frighten you? Foolish brother." The Weasley twins chimed in unison. "Be silent," Ron shouted. "Do not be vexed, Ron. The school's intentions are profound. Imagine the sensation of potentially being expelled when you felt you might fail the test. Did you not find yourself repeatedly questioning your own abilities, doubting whether you possess sufficient magical talent? In the throes of anxiety and trepidation, if you had not faced the trials of fear, how could the sorting hat so swiftly determine which house you were best suited for? Therefore, if you have younger siblings, refrain from revealing the truth to them, for their absence from such a psychological trial is their loss. We have not realized until now. That was indeed a test. All this time, we thought it was merely a prank. Well done, mate. You uncovered that. Care to join us for an even more thrilling adventure? The school certainly has its thoughtful intentions, but I am curious. Did you suspect it was a test at the time? I had an inkling, but chose not to disclose it to you, lest I jeopardize your experience and cause you to miss this rare mental trial. Though I'm tempted to laugh. Indeed, it is quite amusing to witness your sweat-laden visages. As one who perceives all, I too bear a burden, for I am on the verge of losing my composure, overwhelmed by the hilarity of it all. You foolish mortals cannot truly believe you might be dismissed. The Weasley brothers, exchanging banter, joyfully sang their newly adapted song, laughter resonating in the air. Maple could not contain her mirth, which only deepened the scowls on the faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. My sincerest apologies. It was not my intention to conceal anything. To express my contrition, allow me to bestow upon each of you a gift. But do keep it a secret. Do not divulge it to others. What gift? The trio inquired with curiosity. Hand over your coin purse or a handbag, and you shall discover tonight. I initially intended this as your Christmas present, but I shall grant it to you now, Maple declared. Do we not deserve gifts as well? We are rather loose-lipped. Do you not think we're the ones who should be silenced? The Weasley brothers chimed in with grins. Shortly after the meal, Harry and his friends presented a bag to Maple. Sensing what Maple intended to give them, Harry and Ron selected their most attractive bags, while the Weasley brothers remained blissfully unaware. Harry and Ron produced pristine coin purses, crafted from snakeskin, which Harry had acquired from other students. Hermione revealed a lovely handbag. And witnessing this, the Weasley brothers, who had merely handed over 2 shabby coin purses, were taken aback. "George, did we miss something?" "Maple, may we exchange our coin purses?" they queried. "No." Harry, Ron, and Hermione replied in unison. With no classes in the afternoon, Maple chose not to accompany Hermione to the library, but instead, armed with the bags and her own notebook, sought out Professor Flitwick. "Professor, these are the remnants. I have sketched them all," Maple informed him, explaining that the antique she had stumbled upon was an artifact inscribed with knowledge by a wizard, which was on the brink of destruction upon her discovery. Thus, upon contact, the artifact imparted its wisdom into Maple's mind. Of course, it is impossible for a mundane, without supernatural powers or magic, to evoke a response from such an artifact, which is why Maple was fortunate enough to receive its gifts. Previously, with the aid of Uncle Nine's 5-star card, Maple had merely gleaned which aspects of the Malchon art could be magically executed post-transformation. Now, however, she could only utilize a few talismans that had been transformed within half an hour using Uncle Nine's cards. meticulously illustrating each symbol from the simplest to those of hellish complexity in her notebook. Consequently, Maple opted to present these talismans, seeking to delve deeper into their intricacies with Professor Flitwick's guidance. Professor Flitwick's understanding of the Muggle art of Malshon may not rival that of Uncle Gio. Yet a mere 2 hours of Uncle Gio's expertise pales in comparison to the immense value possessed by Professor Flitwick. After delving into these arcane matters, Maple sought guidance from Professor Flitwick regarding the progress of her undetectable extension charm. Meanwhile, the coin purses of Harry and his companions served as experimental subjects for Maple. All spells must eventually conclude. Professor Flitwick seemed to have discerned that these bags were intended as gifts for Maple's friends. Thus, upon the completion of their training, he cast the finite incantatem spell on the bags and encouraged Maple to recast the undetectable extension charm. As for Maple's own trunk, she would either await mastery of the finite spell or wait for the prior undetectable extension charm to expire before recasting her enchantment. Infinite extension. Maple expanded the space of Harry's and the others' bags to roughly the size of 2 backpacks. Yet the space remained remarkably stable. After a brief inspection, Professor Flitwick joyfully informed Maple that her enchantment could last for over a year. In Chapter 21, The 8-Eyed Giant Spider, during dinner, Harry and his friends received gifts. "This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Maple," Harry and Ron exclaimed with smiles, while Hermione beamed with joy, realizing she could carry many books without the burden of a heavy backpack, immediately contemplating borrowing more books from the library on their next visit. The Weasley twins, upon receiving their gifts, were filled with regret. Confronted by their drab and worn coin purses, they felt disheartened, pondering how such shabby fabric bags could compare to the prestige of possessing the expansive interiors of 2 backpacks. If Harry and Hermione had remained silent, it would have been tolerable, but the sight of Ron pulling out a new snakeskin purse stirred feelings of imbalance among them. "Hey, mate, are you free this weekend?" Maple inquired of the twin brothers. "Absolutely, mate. What plans do you have in mind?" The Weasley twins replied, their eyes brightening with mischief. "I believe we should venture out to discuss matters." Before Hermione could voice her disapproval, Maple seized the Weasley twins and dashed outside. "How about a hunting expedition in the Forbidden Forest this weekend?" Maple proposed. "What a splendid idea, mate. We were merely scouting the terrain, yet you dive straight into the hunt. We bow to your audacity. A picnic, perhaps? What game do you have in mind?" The prospect of such an exhilarating and beneficial activity ignited smiles on the Weasley twins' faces. "Have you heard of the 8-Eyed Giant Spider?" Maple inquired. The venom of the 8-Eyed Giant Spider is a highly coveted substance, yet it is a perilous carnivore with a penchant for human flesh, rendering it impossible to domesticate, except perhaps by the eccentric Hagrid, who treats dragons like pets. The Ministry of Magic classifies the eggs of the 8-Eyed Giant Spider as contraband, and both importation and sale are met with severe penalties. Consequently, the market for 8-Eyed Giant Spider venom is exceedingly rare and often unattainable. Despite their pure-blood heritage, the Weasley twins' father is a wizard infatuated with the Muggle world, and traditional wizards have always shunned such dark creatures. Furthermore, due to the relentless hunting by wizards and the stringent prohibitions imposed by the Ministry of Magic, the Acromantula has become extinct in England, save for Hogwarts. However, in Nocturne Alley, which serves as a haven for the magical underworld, it is unlikely that any wizard remains unaware of the lethal venom of the Acromantula. Presently, the most abundant source of this venom resides in the depths of Africa. The rainforest environment there is exceptionally conducive to the survival and proliferation of the Acromantula, and the African Ministry of Magic shares a tumultuous relationship with the secular government. Their ministry relies on the assistance of dark wizards to maintain the secrecy of the wizarding families regarding Muggles, which leads to an easily imagined chaos. Yet, regardless of the abundance of venom there, transporting it to England is futile due to layers of scrutiny and stringent blockades. The only entities capable of delivering substantial quantities of high-quality venom are the Ministry of Magic and those pure-blood families wielding significant influence within the wizarding world, excluding, of course, the traitorous Weasley clan. The Weasley brothers' exposure to knowledge about the Acromantula is confined to the library and potions class. Regrettably, the brothers, often penalized by Snape, find it impossible to attentively absorb his lessons. As academic underachievers, they're scarcely aware that such a place as the library exists within their school. In the Forbidden Forest, a whole colony of Acromantulas resides, the largest of which is comparable in size to a young elephant, exhibiting a terrifying appetite that includes human flesh. Even the carefree Weasley brothers feel a shiver at the thought of such dark creatures, yet they are invigorated by Maple's subsequent remarks. They are cautioned to avoid being bitten by the Acromantula, for its venom is exceedingly deadly. This lethal substance is also remarkably valuable, fetching a price of 100 galleons per pint in the market or 80 galleons in the black market, where demand often exceeds supply. The Weasley brothers are unaware that Maple's knowledge of the acromantula is limited to these aspects. The creatures she previously hunted were merely spiders the size of juvenile dogs, captured using techniques learned in games. Although to the untrained eye, spiders nearing the size of a pet dog may seem formidable in comparison to the acromantula, which can grow as large as a young elephant, they are akin to children of 7 or 8 years, perhaps emboldened by their dominance in the region. The acromantulas do not regard the safety of these children during their outings. Moreover, given the reproductive capabilities of the acromantula, the few Maple has eliminated represent but a fraction of their population. Unbeknownst to these spiders, they misconstrue the absence of Maple's presence as a sign of rebellion from the surrounding creatures against their tyranny, subsequently attributing blame to innocent beings. As a result, the acromantula seized upon this pretext to launch a sweeping assault on their surroundings, inadvertently expanding their territory, a development unforeseen by Maple. 2 years ago, Maple's spell, the disarming charm, could breach the defenses of an acromantula slightly smaller than an adult dog. Now, with 2 years having passed, one can only anticipate to what extent Maple has refined her abilities with this spell. Having arranged a weekend hunt with the Weasley brothers, Maple merely informed them of the presence of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, leaving the specifics of the hunt and the necessary spells to their discretion. The extent of their success in the forest would depend on their own capabilities. Aside from the agreement with the Weasley twins, Maple did not cause any further disturbances in her classes. Several times, Hermione attempted to inquire about Maple's discussions with the Weasley brothers, but each time, Maple deftly diverted the conversation. Consequently, after their history of magic class, when Maple wished to review Hermione's notes, she was met with refusal. Professor Bin's monotonous voice evoked memories of Maple's previous life in English language classes, where his hypnotic tone proved overwhelmingly soporific. To avoid squandering the precious time of the lesson, Maple took to perusing Harry's Potions textbook with great interest. The astronomy and herbology classes were rather mundane, lacking excitement yet demanding attention. However, during Charms class, what had once been a learned scholar in Maple's eyes, Professor Flitwick unexpectedly collapsed with excitement upon calling out Harry's name. One might ponder why a professor would be so astonished by Harry's identity. Perhaps it was Flitwick's own connection to the fairy lineage that imbued him with a deeper understanding of the significance of vanquishing the Dark Lord. Transfiguration, she declared, is the most intricate and perilous spell within your Hogwarts curriculum. Any mischief in my class will result in immediate expulsion, and I shall never permit such a student to return. I have warned you all. Yet, why must they first transcribe a plethora of complex notes before practicing magic? The students then commenced their exercises of transforming matches into needles. At last, having completed her notes, it was time for Maple to perform. With a flourish of her wand, the match transformed into a needle, then a rope, and finally a coin, dazzling her classmates and eliciting expressions of envy. Ding! A point of academic prowess was awarded. Observing Maple's effortless execution of transfiguration led her peers to mistakenly believe that the art was not as daunting as they had imagined. However, once they attempted the spell themselves, they genuinely grasped the disparity in skill. Indeed, comparing oneself to a prodigy can be disheartening for those less adept. They poked at the matches with their wands for an eternity, producing no results. Only Hermione succeeded in transforming her match into a needle. Yet, with Maple as a benchmark, Hermione found it difficult to feel a sense of accomplishment. It was clearly unfair to compare her achievements with spells Maple had mastered 2 years prior. Thus, Professor McGonagall bestowed a rare smile upon Hermione and awarded Gryffindor 5 points. Meanwhile, Maple remained completely indifferent to the accolades. Alas, were it not for the fear of dampening the enthusiasm of the younger students, she would have practiced transforming matches into caterpillars in class. After all, it would be remiss not to provide some form of encouragement. After class, the first-year students of Gryffindor were perplexed as to why Professor McGonagall did not award Maple any points, especially since his performance surpassed even Hermione's. Was this a case of favoritism? Consequently, many young wizards were captivated by Maple's magic and became his ardent admirers. Unbeknownst to them, in their newfound admiration for Maple, they swiftly turned into detractors of Hermione, casting her disdainful glances. Hermione, already lacking in friends, found her social standing further deteriorating. Perhaps I should clarify the situation, Maple thought, as he extricated himself from the throng of admirers and caught up with Hermione. There's no need for that, she retorted, ignoring him and heading to the library alone. She was still irked and given her fiercely competitive nature, Maple was hardly surprised by her decision. Yet, he wondered why she would subject herself to such distress. In their classes, the knowledge they gained was negligible. The only difference was that Quirrell was a pretender, while Lockhart was a genuine buffoon. Quirrell's lesson had devolved into a farce, yet Maple remained earnest, for he understood that Quirrell harbored a great darkness within. Chapter 22. Potions Class. Hermione's dissatisfaction with Maple grew as his visits to the library dwindled. What vexed her most was not his absence during her solitary trips to the library, but rather her intuition about his thoughts. Maple was preparing for the weekend, and no matter how she questioned him, he remained silent. "Sir, where might I procure a broomstick?" Maple inquired of nearly headless Nick. "I am a first-year student and not permitted to have a broomstick. I seek a method that won't alert the teachers or students. Do you know of one, sir?" Maple pressed. "Since the school forbids it, why not refrain from pursuing such matters?" Nearly headless Nick advised. "This is no muggle school. What kind of wizard would I be if I never bent the rules?" Maple scoffed. "Indeed," nearly headless Nick exclaimed, his eyes brightening with excitement. "That will suffice, sir." Maple replied. "Good then," Nick whispered. "I know of a secret room where you might find what you need. It's opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle." Having expended considerable effort, Maple's motives extended beyond merely preparing for the weekend's hunt. He was also intrigued by the secret room itself, the room of requirement. He had obtained the information without revealing his prophetic abilities. Maple realized he had forgotten the exact location of the room of requirement. "Thank you, sir. I will take care of your matter promptly." Maple expressed his gratitude to Nick. With knowledge of the room's whereabouts, Maple planned to complete his final classes of the week before embarking on an exploration. "What classes do we have today?" "Professor Snape. It has been quite a while. Have you missed me over these past 2 years?" Upon entering Snape's classroom, Maple greeted him with familiarity. Not only the Gryffindors, but even the Slytherin students regarded him with reverence. "Find a seat and settle in." Unexpectedly, Snape refrained from reprimanding the group of young wizards, which left them with expressions of bewilderment. Maple did not immediately take his seat. Instead, he approached the classroom's storage area to rummage through the old potions textbooks. Snape had intentionally placed the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook in the storage room for students to discover. Unfortunately, he had underestimated his own intimidating presence, as in his class. Every student behaved like a dutiful angel. It was only after the course had changed professors that Harry stumbled upon the advanced potions crafting techniques he had purposefully left behind. However, the greedy Maple was evidently not satisfied with just that book. Upon searching further, he found not only the advanced techniques, but also the beginner's textbook, suggesting that he had left behind all his potions materials from his student days. He hastily stuffed all of them into a magically enhanced bag and proceeded to find a seat while clutching the beginner's textbook. Snape observed Maple's actions, showing a hint of surprise, and even managed a rare smile, if one could call the twist of his lips a smile. Spotting an empty seat next to Hermione, Maple made his way over to sit down. "What have you been up to?" Hermione inquired curiously. "I found a few treasures," Maple replied with a beaming smile. The potions class was held in a rather dim underground classroom, colder than the main castle above. Glass jars lined the walls, housing preserved animal specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. In this atmosphere, Snape's signature aura of dread in the potions classroom remained unchanged by Maple's presence. Like Flitwick, Snape began the class by taking attendance, but when he reached Harry's name, he paused. In stark contrast to Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm, Snape's response was laced with biting sarcasm. "Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our newly renowned figure," he remarked, likely believing that the resemblance of James Potter's loathsome visage in Lily's eyes was an affront to her beautiful gaze. Had Harry inherited only Lily's appearance, Snape might have cherished him as a son. Alas, fate had played a cruel jest, leaving him with only Lily's eyes while the man he despised had bestowed upon her child far more. Thus, in the struggle between love and hatred, he treasured Lily's eyes while unleashing his dissatisfaction and anger upon the rest of Potter's unappealing form. Following Snape's mockery, Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands. What were they laughing at? If they knew their lives would consist of little more than foolish giggles, I wonder if they would still find cause for amusement. Once attendance was completed, Snape raised his gaze to the entire class, his eyes as dark as Hagrid's, yet devoid of any warmth. His cold, hollow stare evoked the image of 2 pitch-black tunnels. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making." He began to speak, his voice slightly above a whisper, yet every word was distinctly heard by all present. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority capable of maintaining order within the classroom. In this space, devoid of foolish wand-waving, many of you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite essence of the simmering cauldron emitting fragrant wisps of steam, nor will you grasp the mystique of the liquid coursing through one's veins, an enchanting force that stirs the heart and clouds the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the sort of imbecile I frequently encounter. After delivering this brief introduction, the class fell into a profound silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. Hermione Granger nearly scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward in eager anticipation, seemingly desperate to prove she was no fool. The performance had commenced, and Maple cast a sympathetic glance at Harry. Suddenly, Snape inquired, "What would happen if I were to add powdered asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was taken aback. Hermione's arm was raised high into the air. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. Snape disdainfully curled his lip. "Tut, tut. It seems fame does not equate to knowledge. In Victorian terminology, asphodel refers to a flower resembling a lily, symbolizing the sentiment 'my regrets follow you to the grave,' while wormwood embodies bitter sorrow. The death of Lily Potter was an irrevocable source of anguish and despair in his life. This subtly conveyed his longing and remorse for Lily, followed by mockery directed at Potter, for Harry was the offspring of Lily and James. Snape took pleasure in tormenting the visage of James, relishing the moment. "Let's try once more. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it?" Hermione, striving to keep her seat, raised her hand high, yet Harry was utterly oblivious to what a bezoar was. He made a concerted effort to avoid looking at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, sir," he managed to say. "I presume you haven't perused a book since the term began, have you, Potter?" Harry forced himself to maintain eye contact with Snape's indifferent gaze. During his time at the Dursleys, he had indeed perused all his books. But could Snape truly expect him to memorize the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's trembling arm. "Potter, then enlighten me on the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane." At this, Hermione stood, her arm reaching toward the ceiling of the underground classroom. "I don't know," Harry murmured, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" A few students chuckled softly. Harry caught Seamus's eye, who winked at him. Snape, of course, was far from pleased. "Sit down," he barked at Hermione. "Allow me to enlighten you, Potter. A concoction of daffodil root powder and mugwort can yield a potent sleeping draught, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. Bovine bile, extracted from the stomach of cattle, possesses formidable detoxifying properties. As for the aconite and wolfsbane, they are one and the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Do you comprehend why you ought to commit these to memory?" While the other members of Gryffindor regarded Harry with sympathetic glances, Maple, however, fixated intently on Snape. He observed that Snape's gaze often fixated on Harry's eyes when he looked in his direction. Perhaps he was too captivated by Lily's eyes. It was only when the initial phase of bullying Harry was drawing to a close that he finally registered that loathsome stare. Thus, Harry once again found himself in the crossfire. Amidst the rustling of quills and parchment, Snape proclaimed, "Potter, due to your insolence towards the teacher, Gryffindor shall lose 10 points." In the original timeline, Harry had lost a mere point, likely out of consideration for Lily, as he reminded Snape of her eyes. However, in this timeline, upon sensing Maple's scrutinizing gaze, Snape felt affronted and promptly deducted 10 points from Harry. The potions class continued, yet the plight of the Gryffindor students did not improve. Snape divided them into pairs and instructed them to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. Maple perused the textbook and noted that the lower year potions syllabus had not been significantly altered, lacking the multitude of spells found in the advanced potion making. Maple's potion was slightly inferior to Hermione's, indicating that the girls tended to be more meticulous than the boys. Yet Snape disregarded Hermione's flawless potion and instead offered praise for Maple's. "Well done. 10 points to Slytherin." "Excuse me, Professor, you must be mistaken. I am a Gryffindor student," Maple retorted. "You have been my pupil since before your enrollment." "Maple," Snape replied curtly, then turned away, his long black cloak trailing behind him, before he lavished praise upon Malfoy's potion, adding yet another 10 points to Slytherin, which infuriated the Gryffindor cubs. However, in the face of Snape's tyranny, they dared not provoke his ire. At that moment, Neville finally encountered a mishap, marking the beginning of his tumultuous journey in potions class. Fortunately, Maple and Hermione were right behind him. "Armor, protect me. Clear it all away." Maple timely cast the shield charm, deflecting the splattering potion. However, the charm could only shield one individual. Neville emerged unscathed, while several classmates nearby were splashed by the potion. Moreover, due to the charm's rebound effect. The potion on the floor was now more abundant than before. Yet, even in the worst-case scenario, it merely scorched their shoes and, at most, burned their feet after ruining their footwear. This was far better than Neville being scalded all over. Ding! Gained a point in academic prowess. You are my treasure, Neville. Restored to its original state. Upon witnessing the chaotic state of Seamus's cauldron, Maple cast the restoration charm. The incantation's power proved insufficient, merely restoring the cauldron to a semblance of its former self, yet failing to return it to its original state. You imbecile! Snape bellowed. Surely, you didn't tea-toss in the porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the fire, did you? Neville began to sob uncontrollably, clearly terrified. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. His tears intensified. Restoration complete. Snape pointed at Neville's cauldron, which miraculously reverted to its pre-damaged condition. Maple chuckled, sensing that Snape seemed to be demonstrating for his own benefit. Otherwise, he would hardly have taken the trouble to mend a Gryffindor student's belongings. Well done, Maple. 20 points to Slytherin. Was this truly wise? To grant Slytherin such a bounty of points? Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise restraint in potions class henceforth. Yet, one's own academic standing was equally paramount. Such inner turmoil was exasperating. Oh, the difficulty of it all. Potter, why didn't you inform him not to add the porcupine quills? Do you believe his error would somehow reflect well on you? Gryffindor lost another 10 points because of this. Snape then circled around Harry and Ron, who were positioned adjacent to Neville, seizing yet another opportunity to penalize Gryffindor. This was utterly unjust. Just as Harry opened his mouth to protest, Ron discreetly kicked him from behind. Don't be foolish, he whispered. I've heard Snape is particularly unreasonable. Moments later, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. At last, it was over. Gryffindor felt as though they had just escaped from the depths of hell. After Snape announced the conclusion of the lesson, Gryffindor hastily gathered their belongings and swiftly departed the potions classroom, as if they were racing towards Rebirth. Chapter 23. The Unbreakable Vow. Once all the students had exited, Maple lingered behind. Why are you still here? Snape appeared eager to usher Maple out, harboring an uneasy premonition about their impending conversation. May I assist you in tidying up? You just referred to me as your apprentice. It is only fitting that a disciple occasionally lends a hand to their master. Would you truly deny my goodwill, Professor? Maple grinned. Not necessary. Begone. Snape barked. Does Harry hold a grudge against you? Maple inquired. Upon hearing this, Snape's foreboding intuition was validated. He indeed perceived something amiss. Get out. Flooding torrent. Snape, akin to a mouse caught by the tail, unleashed a furious roar, brandishing his wand at Maple. One must admit, Snape possessed remarkable composure. Despite his ire, he refrained from casting a curse or dark magic upon Maple, focusing instead on expelling him. Otherwise, should he unleash his signature spell, Maple would likely find himself in grave peril. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for future generations. Do not provoke the formidable bat that is Snape, lest you encounter life-threatening consequences. Cherish life. Keep your distance from bats. Oh yes, shall I perform this once more? Severus Snape found himself exasperated by Maple, a student who was as slippery as a piece of taffy. This renowned, cold-faced figure, esteemed throughout the school, had never encountered a pupil who left him utterly at a loss. Thus, employing the most straightforward and blunt approach, he brandished his wand once more, threateningly declaring, Are you not afraid I might divulge what I have deduced to Harry? Maple, undeterred, retorted with a playful threat. You intend to cast a memory charm on me? But perhaps it would prove futile? He chuckled, secretly readying a 5-star card from Uncle Nine, poised for immediate use. Although this child was merely a first-year newcomer, and despite having subdued his magic, he remained vastly outmatched in power. Snape found himself unexpectedly swayed by Maple's cheerful, yet sincere demeanor. The master of mental barriers felt a peculiar instinct that, though illogical, suggested the boy might indeed be telling the truth. For the first time, Snape's typically impassive visage betrayed signs of severe twitching and struggle, yet he could not bring himself to unleash his full wrath upon the boy. You are aware? In the presence of one who might comprehend the secrets of his heart, Snape lowered his wand, maintaining a stern countenance. The vague suspicions that had lingered were now reinforced by Maple's reactions. Your overreaction only confirms my judgment, Maple stated, inciting a surge of fury within Snape that nearly drove him to the brink of violence. This little scoundrel, Harry, so young and having spent his formative years in the company of Muggles, had endured the cruel torment of his Aunt Petunia. Relegated to living in a cupboard for over a decade, deprived of food and clothing, donning only his cousin's hand-me-downs. At school, he faced relentless bullying from his cousin and peers alike. growing up in the oppressive darkness of that cramped cupboard. Harry's poor vision and frail frame were the results of this relentless abuse. It was difficult to fathom how such a pitiable creature could harbor enmity against anyone. Any animosity must surely stem from his parents. Had his father slain yours, or perhaps stolen your beloved? Maple observed the moment he mentioned Harry's eyes. A fleeting yet intense, murderous intent flickered in Snape's otherwise vacant gaze, startling the boy beside him. How terrifying! Aunt Petunia, congratulations, before Dumbledore's thunderous letters arrive. You are about to receive a most unwelcome gift from Snape. Had it merely been the physical abuse of Harry, Snape might have even commended you, cheering you on. Yes, splendid, do continue. Another round of cola and popcorn, please. Sir, you've already consumed 10 pounds of sunflower seeds and a colossal bucket of popcorn. Are you not yet satisfied? No, I am far from satiated. However, when it came to Harry's eyes, Snape felt his most sensitive nerve being struck. The remnants of Lily's eyes on Harry had already provoked Snape's ire, and the mere thought of them obscured behind a pair of spectacles was intolerable. A wicked grin crept across Maple's face as he anticipated the unfolding events. How did you come to know? Snape inquired coldly. Could it be that you were stealing love? Maple suddenly burst into laughter, but quickly stifled her mirth as Snape raised his wand, his eyes glinting with menace. In truth, I know nothing. It is all mere speculation. I have heard that in the past, your ire towards Gryffindor was indiscriminate, with unfortunate students bearing the brunt of your wrath. Yet today, you fixate solely on Harry, your intentions glaringly obvious. I observed that while you gazed at him, your focus remained on his eyes rather than a scar. I initially thought you harbored a peculiar affection for him. Huh, I was merely teasing you. Yet your composure is alarmingly fragile. One jest, and you revealed your hand. Your reaction was so pronounced, akin to a bristling hedgehog, that it was utterly beyond my expectations. How could I not discern there was a story entwined within? Earlier, I fortuitously acquired an ancient artifact from a Far Eastern nation. Out of curiosity, I delved deeper into the lore of that land and came across a saying, the greatest enmity in the world is that of a father slain or a wife stolen. For some reason, perhaps due to your extreme reaction when I drew my wand, this phrase sprang to my mind. By the way, allow me to share another tidbit. Even after you cast a spell on me, I remained entirely oblivious. Did you not consider that a mere child such as myself would have no inkling of your romantic entanglements? Hence, my earlier comments were merely conjecture, which you inadvertently validated. I mentioned that his father either killed your father or took your girlfriend, rather than asserting with certainty that he stole your beloved. Therefore, had it not been for your fragile psyche or your profound concern for Harry's mother, I would have gleaned nothing. You have ensnared yourself. It is not my cleverness, but your own slip that has revealed the truth. How amusing. Maple had intended to reference Harry's mother, but upon recalling Lily's significance in Snape's heart, she promptly altered her words to mother. Silencio. Snape was utterly enraged and promptly cast a silencing spell on the triumphant Maple. Petri ficus totalis. Armorous. Snape's expression turned malevolent, and the petrification spell evoked memories of dark pasts for Maple. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively raised her wand and conjured a protective charm. Maple could not help but wonder why her own spell, though similar to Snape's, was so vastly inferior, especially against a wall fortified with protective magic. I promise you, I will not divulge your secrets to Harry. I swear it. Now, may I take my leave? Once she regained the ability to speak, Maple immediately expressed her desire to depart. Not only Harry, but everyone, and I do not trust your verbal agreement. Swear a binding oath with me. Snape replied darkly. A binding oath? Although she understood its meaning, Maple feigned ignorance. As the words imply, it is an oath that must not be broken. Snape remained as straightforward as ever. The only occasion he engaged in such excessive chatter with Maple was when he elaborated on the intricacies of the Silent One. Truthfully, that was not his own discourse, but rather a recounting of Dumbledore's words. What do you suppose the consequences of defiance might be? Maple inquired, maintaining his compliance. Death. Snape fixed his gaze upon Maple, his eyes laden with a menacing threat, as if he would indeed treat Maple's refusal in the most literal sense. Splendid. It was no wonder he was a formidable lieutenant to the Dark Lord, second only in power. The pressure emanating from Snape caused beads of cold sweat to form on Maple's brow. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to the first encounter when Orochimaru had unleashed the technique of Naraku on Sasuke. However, seizing the rare opportunity to experience a wizard's formidable presence, Maple delayed his response for 10 minutes before finally acquiescing. Snape extended his right hand, transferring his wand to his left, and clasped Maple's right hand firmly with his right. I swear, without Professor Snape's permission, I shall not disclose the secret concerning him and Harry's mother to anyone. Should I breach this vow, may the heavens strike me down. I consent. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly, yet he directed his wand toward their clasped fists. A fiery tongue erupted from the wand, intertwining their joined hands with a blazing thread of magical energy, akin to the fabled red string of fate. Upon the completion of the oath, the magical thread dissipated, and although their hands were now free of any physical bindings, Maple distinctly sensed the weight of a magical contract, particularly as he contemplated the act of betrayal in his mind. After establishing this unbreakable vow, Snape finally relaxed, using his wand to dry Maple's clothes before casting a transformation spell to convert his muggle attire into a wizard's robe. The robe was not only renewed and more vibrant, but also longer, cascading down to his feet and concealing his shoes. "What ails you?" Snape inquired, noticing the beads of sweat re-emerging on Maple's brow. "I was merely envisioning the act of violating the oath, and thus this happened," Maple replied, exasperated. "Get out." This was followed by Maple being magically hurled away by Snape, who bellowed in frustration. Chapter 24. The Room of Requirement. After departing from Snape's classroom, Maple cautiously evaded the gazes of the crowd and ascended to the 8th floor of the castle, locating the tapestry that Nick had mentioned, depicting the giant beating the foolish Barabbas. In his mind, he silently chanted, "I require a broom," and in response to Maple's summons, a door materialized before him. Upon pushing open the door to the Room of Requirement, he found it transformed into a broomstick storage room. However, within, only outdated and worn brooms resided. The Clean Sweep 7 was the finest among them, and not a single Nimbus or Firebolt broom could be found. It seemed that while the Room of Requirement could adapt its interior to meet a wizard's needs, it could not conjure something from nothing. Should a wizard desire a place for tea, the room would morph into a tea room. If the room originally lacked tables and chairs, then the furniture conjured by the Room of Requirement to accommodate tea sets can only exist within that magical space. The wizard cannot transport them beyond its confines. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, Voldemort believed he had uncovered one of the greatest secrets of the school. However, he failed to consider that such wishes, which can be granted repeatedly, are ultimately subject to the desires of those who come after. For instance, if 3 individuals wish upon Aladdin's lamp to become the greatest masters in the world, it is evident that there can only be one supreme master, namely the one who makes the final wish. When the wishes of later seekers overlap with those of earlier ones, the latter will supersede the former. I hope no one besides myself can discover the treasures I have hidden. Room of Requirement, heed my request and render the previous wish void. Arise. Maple commanded as he summoned a broomstick, which obediently soared into his grasp. Fortunately, this did not impede Maple's plans for the following day. The flying broomstick served merely as an auxiliary tool. As long as it could fly steadily without incident, it sufficed for Maple's needs. Shrink. Maple soon realized that, although the rope appeared to retain its integrity when extended under magical influence, an undeniable fact remained. As the rope expanded several-fold, its resilience diminished. He then procured a wooden stick and an iron rod, transforming them into identical ropes through transfiguration. Clearly, the rope fashioned from the iron rod was sturdier than that made from wood. Regardless of how one alters a stone, as long as its molecular structure remains intact and it does not transform into an organic macromolecule, no matter how refined the transfiguration, the result remains inettable. Food cannot be conjured from thin air through magic. However, in the presence of existing food, it can be multiplied, as seen with duplication spells and expansion spells. Such elementary magic is evidently insufficient to alter the fundamental structure of food. How, then, does the quantity of food increase? This is akin to the 3 states of matter. When a solid melts into a liquid, it appears to increase in volume, yet its essence remains unchanged. Only the distance between molecules has expanded. The increase in food is merely a result of magical augmentation. The microscopic count of atoms and molecules within the food remains constant. So why does one feel satiated after the magically enhanced food? Perhaps the magic has amplified the energy within the food. For the purpose of consuming food is fundamentally to acquire energy. As long as the energy intake is sufficient, one experiences a sense of fullness. When the duplication spell is employed, does it divide the original object's atomic count into several portions, filling the missing parts with magic? Or does the original entity remain unchanged while the duplicated item is merely a magical illusion mimicking the physical structure of the original? Maple, integrating his knowledge of magic with the principles of Muggle physics and chemistry, endeavored to delve deeper into the essence of magic. As for flying, he practiced until he no longer feared falling from the sky. after which he devoted his time to mastering his spells. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were enjoying a visit with Hagrid. He seems to truly despise me. In the presence of Hagrid, the first elder who made Harry feel warmth, Harry could not help but recount the incident in Snape's potions class. Nonsense. Why would he hate you? Hagrid, who was not adept at deceit, spoke with a furtive gaze that was evident to anyone but a blind person. Sensing his own indiscretion, Hagrid hastily redirected the conversation to Ron, clearly unwilling to divulge the underlying reasons to Harry. How is your brother Charlie? I quite admire him. He has a way with animals. Recent reports on the Gringotts break-in continue to unfold regarding the incident that occurred on July 31st. It is widely believed to have been perpetrated by unidentified male and female dark wizards. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that had been searched by the intruders had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what was stored in the vault. It is best not to interfere in this matter." Harry recalled Ron mentioning on the train that there had been an attempt to rob Gringotts, although Ron had not provided the specific date. Hagrid informed Harry that the day of the Gringotts break-in coincidentally was his birthday. It is quite possible that we were there at that very moment. Once again, Hagrid's nervousness betrayed his knowledge of the truth, leading Harry to deduce that the target of the intruders was the Vault 713, from which Hagrid had extracted something on his birthday, something the intruders sought. However, unbeknownst to Harry, this was a scheme from the very beginning. Such a significant object as the Philosopher's Stone could have easily been retrieved by Hagrid before escorting Harry to the Potter family vault for funds. Thus, Harry's journey to Vault 713 alongside Hagrid was entirely orchestrated by Dumbledore, who had meticulously planned to use the Philosopher's Stone as Harry's initial trial. Despite Harry's confusion over what Madame Pomfrey wanted with him, he bid farewell to Ron and proceeded directly to the hospital wing. "Can my eyes be healed?" Harry asked eagerly, for he did not relish the thought of wearing glasses. "I believe so, dear," Madame Pomfrey replied. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Harry expressed his gratitude. "What is it?" Professor Snape inquired. "I will bring it tomorrow," Snape responded, turning abruptly and departing in his dark, brooding robes. A whole jar of Felix Felicis. What a generous bribe. The following day, Snape arrived at 9 o'clock with a completed potion. "How did you manage this?" The ordinary clarity of the potion was now enhanced by an additional glimmer, indicating its potency was several times greater than that of a standard version. Snape placed the potion down without uttering a word and left. One wonders what Madame Pomfrey would think if she knew that this elixir contained the tears of a phoenix. The tear of the phoenix, naturally, refers to the tears of Dumbledore's magnificent red bird, Fawkes, which Snape specifically sought from Dumbledore. If Maple were to learn the truth, she might not resist a quip about the extravagance of using such precious tears, capable of counteracting the venom of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, to remedy mere myopia. Chapter 25, The Hunt. "It's settled then. We shall meet in the Forbidden Forest tomorrow," Maple declared, a peculiar smile gracing her face as she exchanged knowing glances with the Weasley twins. Having said that, she couldn't help but inquire, "What exactly have you prepared? Care to share a hint? It would ease my mind." "Rest assured, our preparations will certainly rival yours, dear Junior," the Weasley twins replied with a confident grin, clearly brimming with a delightful surprise. But it was evident they had no intention of revealing anything to Maple before tomorrow. "Are you truly so certain you'll outdo me in bounty tomorrow?" Maple mused, fully aware of their intentions to establish their seniority before her as the newcomer. "If we lack this confidence, how could we possibly call ourselves your seniors?" They retorted with unabashed self-assurance before bidding Maple farewell. After the Weasley twins vacated the empty classroom, Maple lingered for a moment before exiting as well. "Hermione," she gasped, then swiftly turned to evade Hermione's presence, eager to escape the scene. "Stop right there. I heard everything you said. You're planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest, which is against school rules," Hermione exclaimed loudly, causing Maple to halt in her tracks. "Oh dear, could you keep your voice down? Someone might overhear." Maple approached Hermione, attempting to cover her mouth with her hand, but Hermione dodged her grasp. In a hushed tone, Maple pleaded, "You must promise me not to go into the Forbidden Forest tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep your secret." "I insist. You must promise me," Hermione pressed. "Please, Hermione, I'm begging you. Just don't tell Hagrid. It would ruin my entire plan. I'll even reward you with a gift afterward. Name anything you desire, and I shall see it done." Maple continued to implore softly. "Well, I haven't yet decided what I want for this gift. I'll let you know once I think of something," Hermione replied, pausing momentarily, as if the familiarity of her words struck a chord. After their exchange, Hermione walked away, a sly smile adorning her face, signaling that while she accepted the notion of a gift, she had not acquiesced to Maple's request. Once Hermione departed, the look of frustration vanished from Maple's face, replaced by a gleam of cunning triumph. Hermione, do ensure that you inform Hagrid. She chuckled. Fred, George, as cunning as you may be, you'll still be at my mercy. Just distract Hagrid and leave the rest to me. Ha ha. Emerging from the room of requirement, Maple sent a message with a Gryffindor student to the Weasley twins, arranging to meet in the empty classroom. Then Maple circled around the library, waiting for Hermione to emerge. Positioning himself along her path, he deliberately feigned a shifty demeanor to capture her attention, and indeed, she followed him without hesitation, just as he had anticipated. Manipulating so many individuals at his whim, watching them spin in circles under his influence was an exhilarating sensation. Fred, George, what are you doing here? The next day, the Weasley twins arrived early at the designated spot in the Forbidden Forest, idly awaiting Maple's arrival, only to be startled by the last voice they wished to hear. Having played hide-and-seek with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest more than once, the Weasley brothers were all too familiar with the booming voice of the giant keeper of the hunting grounds. Discovered. Run. The twins immediately grabbed their prepared hunting bows and bags filled with bloodied meat and laxatives, sprinting away. Or catch them. Upon seeing Hagrid accompanied by that troublesome giant dog, they quickened their pace. Meanwhile, as this farcical chase unfolded, Maple had already entered the Forbidden Forest from another direction, equipped with his flying broomstick and a sturdy rope he had meticulously prepared. Once inside, shielded by the dense trees, Maple mounted his broomstick, the Clean Sweep 7, soaring into the sky towards the lair of the Acromantula. Deeper than his previous venture, he encountered a plethora of these creatures, the smallest being the size of a pug. He landed the Clean Sweep atop a sturdy branch, and, with a flick of his wand, secured it tightly to the robust trunk of the tree. Maple then tied one end of the rope he had brought to the tail of the broomstick. Grasping the other end, he let himself descend, the broom barely budging. It was securely bound, capable of supporting his weight. Then extend. With a tap of his wand on the previously shrunken rope, now half a meter long, it began to elongate slowly under his spell, resembling a helicopter in descent. As he neared the ground, just half a meter above, he leaped down. Before plunging into the throng of spiders, he cast the shield charm upon himself. Amidst the swarm, instead of unleashing his most potent spell, the killing curse, he opted to employ other incantations, seeking to test his combat prowess against these arachnids. Shatter. Obstructed. Under Maple's shattering spell, the spiders, no larger than chickens, were sent flying, rendered unconscious. Those the size of adult dogs or larger suffered only minor injuries to their limbs, while his indomitable wand granted him formidable defensive capabilities through the shield charm. It also curtailed the destructive power of his spells. Fainting. Shatter. Despite the onslaught of spiders, each nearly exceeding Maple's stature, none could savor the alluring delicacy that lay before them. Yet, Maple found himself in a precarious situation. Although his iron shield charm rendered him impervious to the spiders' attempts to devour him, the force of their assaults still reverberated through his magical defenses. His body was launched several times by the impact, and his spells, aside from the shatter charm, could only strike one adversary at a time. Maple was aware of a spell more fitting for such a chaotic battle than the disarming charm. It was the thunderous explosion. Regrettably, this was a dark magic, and at Hogwarts, the opportunity to learn it was scarce. However, in Nocturne Alley, a haven for dark wizards, many were well versed in this incantation, and he resolved to venture there and master it at the earliest opportunity. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. His magical energy was depleting with meager results. He recognized that he could not rely solely on spells, but ought to integrate them with other forms of magic and the physical principles he understood. With a fierce determination, Maple cast the Shatter Charm, not aiming at the spiders themselves, but rather at the ground beneath them. The spell erupted, creating a crater and loosening the surrounding soil considerably. Once the earth was detached from the solid ground, he employed the levitation charm to remove the loose soil from the pit, forming a small mound. With a flick of his wand, he transfigured the mound into a hardened iron cone. Although these cones, derived from the shattered earth, lacked the sharpness to pierce the spider's defenses, they were quickly severed by the larger arachnid's onslaught. After conjuring several iron cones through the combination of the shatter charm and transfiguration, he reinforced them with the iron shield charm, rendering each cone as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to further destruction. While the cones did not claim many spider lives, the alteration of the terrain significantly impeded the spider's movement. Soon, a new idea struck him. Using transfiguration to create lengths of rope, he intertwined them between two trees to fashion a net, subsequently casting the iron shield charm over it. Encircled in this manner, he could create a protective haven amidst the swarm of spiders. Alas, today offered no chance to test this strategy, for his magical reserves had been severely diminished. Finally, Maple unleashed his ultimate weapon, the disarming charm. Yet, he did not target the spiders directly. Instead, he used it to cleave a sturdy tree in half. The colossal tree crashed to the ground, obliterating a multitude of spiders and splitting their ranks asunder. Seizing the moment of chaos, Maple dashed towards the rope hanging down from the tree. As he leapt over the fallen trunk, he was appalled to witness the spiders feasting upon their fallen kin. Nevertheless, this realization alleviated any guilt he might have felt for slaying more of them. Upon reaching the dangling rope, he once more invoked the disarming charm, severing the 8 legs of several nearby spiders, and then shattered the fangs of those rendered immobile. Armor of protection. Maple triumphed over 6 spiders, yet only managed to cast the iron armor spell 4 times, leaving the remaining 2 to be devoured by the surrounding arachnids. Soaring through the air, Maple employed the levitation charm to gently transport the 4 spoils, protected by the iron armor, one by one to the trunk of a tree. Prior to this, he had seized a rope and, using the shrinking charm, ascended to a height of 1 meter. With his magic guiding the rope, he strung the 4 spiders together, gripping the rope firmly as he waved his wand once more, uttering the incantation, "Shrink." With that, Maple departed from the sky, clutching the 4 prey suspended from the dangling rope by his flying broomstick. The broom's weight capacity was impressive, effortlessly carrying 4 spiders each larger than a hound, gliding smoothly through the air without a hint of instability. Had he relied solely on the levitation charm, not only would Maple have struggled to control so many, even levitating just 1 spider out of the Forbidden Forest would have drained a considerable amount of magical energy. This was precisely why he had brought the broom. The value of 4 living acromantulas far surpassed that of a dozen deceased ones. Chapter 26. The Transaction. When Maple summoned the Weasley twins to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they belatedly realized they had been outwitted by this younger student. The new generation pushing the old aside left them feeling quite disgruntled. However, when Maple offered them a living acromantula, all their grievances vanished. Initially, Maple intended to divide 2 spiders between them, but they firmly declined, forcing him to relent. The acromantulas were immense and imbued with dark magical properties, rendering Maple's transfiguration spell ineffective in altering their forms. Consequently, he concealed them at the forest's edge and called the Weasley twins back for assistance. These acromantulas had been captured alive, and Maple found it unnecessary to extract venom directly. The entire living creature could fetch several times the price of mere venom. Yet, for living acromantulas were undeniably conspicuous, and even Fred and George could not conduct their transaction in their natural state. The only feasible solution Maple conceived was the polyjuice potion, though its preparation was exceedingly complicated. He contemplated requesting a finished product from Snape, uncertain if the professor would oblige. Should that fail, they would have no choice but to squander the acromantula's value, extracting their venom alive and selling it based on its worth. Upon reaching Professor Snape's office, Maple recounted the tale of his capture of the living acromantulas in hopes of acquiring the polyjuice potion. Snape's lack of surprise at the existence of the acromantulas indicated that he was already aware of the situation. Perhaps, when brewing potions, he had even resorted to preying upon Aragog's offspring for their venom. In encountering this master and apprentice, Aragog had truly suffered misfortune. However, after your demise, your progeny daring to assail Hagrid was a fitting consequence for their ill fate. Regardless, even if we do not slay them during the final confrontation, Voldemort will undoubtedly obliterate your lair. To Maple's surprise, Snape readily acquiesced to his request, albeit demanding an entire 8-eyed giant spider as compensation, under the pretense that Maple had only hunted 2. Such audacity was unexpected. Maple had initially hoped that if Snape were amenable, he might further persuade him to lend assistance. However, it seemed wiser to refrain from pushing his luck. Should Snape discover the 2 8-eyed giant spiders he had concealed, the repercussions could be dire. Hogsmeade, a village exclusively inhabited by wizards, was teeming with a diverse array of individuals. In the bustling throng, it was effortless for the Weasley brothers to gather a few stray hairs, even with the knowledge that Maple might entrust the spiders to them. Snape did not afford Maple much leniency. In order to prolong their transformation, they divided the potion into 2 portions, each sufficient for a single individual to drink twice. The dilemma arose: whom to choose? In an epiphany, Maple smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten he was an animagus. The pressing question was whether to reveal this aspect of himself before the brothers. With a sudden transformation, Maple morphed into a purple bat, signaling his trust in them. Ding! You have gained a point of academic prowess. You are indeed an animagus. In your first year, Merlin S. Beard. How impressive. But why not transform into an owl? That way, you could freely wander into the girls' dormitory. What a naive assumption. If only it were that simple. The truth was, due to the nature of his Patronus and the need to confront the Silent One, he had only managed to transform into this form. Had Maple not been a Silent One, and had he strongly willed himself to become an owl during his transformation, perhaps he could have succeeded. Yet it was too late. The transformation into an animagus was irreversible, and even if he could hypothesize a secondary transformation, becoming an owl was out of the question. Though merely an 11-year-old child, Maple's spirit had once navigated the depths of the internet with seasoned ease. Did he truly wish to be a paragon of virtue? No. He yearned to embrace a more mischievous side, though circumstances rendered such desires unattainable. While the purple hue lent the bat an air of mystery and nobility, it was unlikely any girl would not instinctively shy away upon encountering a bat. Enough of this idle chatter. Action was imperative, Maple urged with impatience. The aroma of the polyjuice potion was far from complimentary, and Fred had procured hair from an unknown source, resulting in one portion turning a grotesque dark brown and the other a repulsive shade of yellow. Huh, you're in for a treat, Maple exclaimed with a mischievous grin. The consequences of their escapades were inevitable. They had brought this upon themselves by choosing the hair, and no fresh polyjuice potion would be provided to remedy their folly. They would have to swallow the bitter consequences of their own making, and soon Fred's eyes filled with tears. Though the shade of feces may not be aesthetically pleasing, in the absence of comparison, one might not discern its unappealing nature. When juxtaposed with the enigmatic dark brown liquid, it is deemed somewhat preferable. Consequently, a spirited contest ensued between the two, culminating in a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Fred emerged victorious. Following the intense discomfort and agonizing pain accompanying their initial consumption of the polyjuice potion, the Weasley brothers experienced an added layer of suffering. As they were on the cusp of adulthood, far more than Ron and Harry, who had transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, George soon exited, revealing the reason behind the potion's dark hue. He had inexplicably morphed into an elderly wizard. Fred let out a horrifying scream, prompting a moment of concern from George and Maple, who quickly donned peculiar smiles. Their laughter erupted as they realized Fred's scream bore the unmistakable tone of a female voice. He had transformed into a witch. Maple and George trembled with mirth, finding the situation utterly hilarious. George, despite his previously furrowed brow, was now doubled over in laughter, relieved he had not seized the potion first. Come out, Fred. Don't dawdle. If the potion's effects fade, we will miss our opportunity, Maple urged, noticing Fred's reluctance to show himself. Indeed, we can wait, George chimed in, although his eager, reddened eyes betrayed his longing to see Fred in his new guise. Maple, exasperated, acknowledged the contradiction of George's words, as his gaze remained fixated on Fred's changing area, unwavering in anticipation. I'll give you a little more. This way, we will each have a monstrous, eight-eyed spider, Maple declared, willing to invest significantly to witness Fred's transformation into a cross-dressing sensation. Amidst the expectant gleam in their eyes, a middle-aged which gradually approached them. Silencio. Noticing George's imminent outburst of laughter, Maple swiftly cast a silencing charm upon him, stifling his mirth. Maple then took it upon herself to laugh freely, though she endeavored to spare Fred any embarrassment. Transformed into an animagus, she exclaimed, soaring into the sky on flapping wings, allowing herself the liberty to laugh as she pleased. However, it was not long before Maple descended, reverting to her original form. If she wished to indulge in laughter, the day's transaction would be jeopardized. While moments of joy were rare, the importance of their financial dealings was not to be underestimated. Neither Fred nor George possessed adult wizard robes, prompting Maple to conjure makeshift robes from bed linens for each of them. By utilizing the polyjuice potion to assume adult appearances and cloaking themselves in long robes and black capes, they dragged 3 wooden chests toward Hogsmeade. The chests had also been enchanted with a non-detection expansion charm. Provided the objects themselves possessed sufficient internal space, the charm would create a larger area, akin to geometric multiplication. Fortunately, the passage leading to Hogsmeade behind the 5th-floor mirror had yet to collapse. In contrast to Harry's secret route emerging from the Honeyduke's basement, this passage afforded them greater secrecy in their endeavors. Upon exiting the secret passage into Hogsmeade, Maple swiftly transformed into a bat, concealing herself within George's cloak. At that moment, provoking Fred would undoubtedly wound his sentiments. Moreover, the object of Fred's transformation was, in itself, a menopausal witch, and with Fred seething with pent-up frustration, he was akin to a volatile powder keg, it was best to refrain from teasing him. After a laborious journey, they finally arrived at the Hogshead Inn, where merely 5 minutes had elapsed since their arrival when the effects of the polyjuice potion began to wane. At Maple's urging, Fred and George hastily consumed the remaining cup of polyjuice as if it were a beverage. This time, the consequence of maintaining their transformations was merely the unpleasant taste of the potion, sparing them from the agony of transformation. With only half the time remaining, the Weasley brothers urgently sought a trading partner with sufficient means to procure a live acromantula. 3 living acromantulas. How on earth did you acquire them? My apologies. It is indeed bad manners to inquire about one's identity in a place like the Hogshead. However, they are rather small. I offer 100 galleons each. It was evident that the individual initially intended to propose 150 galleons, perhaps even more. Were it not for the constraints of the polyjuice potion, Fred and George would have surely engaged in a thorough debate. Alas, to expedite the transaction, they had to endure a rather exorbitant price. Soon they counted the coins, seized their money pouch, and departed. However, it became apparent that they were immediately targeted by those wishing to seize their belongings. To facilitate concealment, Maple and the Weasley brothers had chosen to conduct their dealings close to nightfall. At this hour, Hogsmeade was less populated by students. Yet shadows lurking in the darkness were equally restless, and trouble soon found them. Armor, you leave me no choice. Do not blame me. With a stunning spell, Maple incapacitated a wizard. As the other wizards turned to investigate the source of the attack, Maple transformed into a bat once more, cloaked by the night. However, after incapacitating 3 individuals, the remaining wizards, undeterred by their inability to see their adversary, refused to relent. You must think I am merciful or merely skilled in stunning spells. Since you insist on such a lesson to dissuade your obstinacy, do not blame me for what ensues. Disarming Charm. Infuriated by this group of wizards, Maple unleashed the disarming charm in retaliation. One wizardess' right arm was severed entirely, the blood cascading and the severed limb, still clutching a wand, soaring into the air, creating a significant commotion among the crowd. Dark magic. Run. The effects of 3 stunning spells paled in comparison to a single disarming charm. Indeed, it seems that people are more inclined to fear strength than kindness. Dinging, another point of academic merit was credited to Maple. He quickly transformed into a bat and followed suit, finding the Weasley brothers collapsed in the passage. Yet, apart from their exhaustion, their faces bore no trace of fear. Rather, they radiated a thrill of exhilaration. So cool. Absolutely magnificent. Teach us, please. Indeed, the Gryffindor cubs, whether reckless or impetuous, are never lacking in courage, a trait quintessential to any true Gryffindor. I shall not impart that spell to you at this juncture. First, you must master the fundamentals, such as the shield charm, the stunning spell, and the disarming charm. Had you perfected these incantations earlier, you would not have been so defenseless, requiring me to cast the shield charm on your behalf. It was you who cast the shield charm earlier, protecting us from several spells. Thank you. The Weasley brothers expressed their embarrassment. However, why do we not hear you utter any incantations just now? George queried with a hint of confusion. The silencing charm? Maple replied nonchalantly, delivering yet another blow to the egos of the 2 underachievers. Ding! Another point of academic prowess acquired. Mastering the silencing charm in your first year. Are you even human? Fred exclaimed, his mouth agape. George, it seems that beyond exploring the joys of life, we must dedicate some time to other pursuits. To be so thoroughly outclassed by a mere first-year student is truly a source of shame. If next time we are rendered speechless, we will be utterly humiliated. The crux of the matter is our inability to master the spells. What if we miss out on thrilling activities in the future? Buck up, Fred. Strive on, George. Truly a pair of lively treasures. Suddenly, Maple recalled that having finally made the trip to Hogsmeade, her plans for shopping post-transaction had been thwarted by those wizards. How utterly vexing. Chapter 27. Maple's Instruction. The moment of dividing the earnings is always the most joyous, especially for the Weasley brothers, who had never before handled such wealth. Ron had long felt inferior due to his family's poverty, yet the spare change in the Weasley brothers' possession was scarcely better. Were it not for their mischievous and quirky personalities, which endeared them to many, their situation would mirror Ron's closely. Having tasted the bitter pangs of financial struggle, the brothers were driven to establish a joke shop for profit. The following summer, when Harry visited their home for the first time, the chaos ensued as they locked themselves in a room, creating a ruckus during their experimentation. Receiving such a bounty of their most coveted desires felt akin to a dream realized, akin to Fangine passing the imperial examination. No wonder they lost their composure. Grinning foolishly while clutching the money, However, I have bestowed upon you 5 minutes. Have you not yet had your fill of laughter? The upside-down charm. With a flick of her wand, Maple levitated them by their ankles, and their money bags promptly inverted, spilling gold coins across the floor. Are you awake now? If not, I have another spell, the cleansing charm, that might assist you, Maple declared with a mischievous glint. No need. We are perfectly fine now. No trouble required on your part. The Weasley brothers quickly assented, eager to appease her. The gold coins fall. Upon reciting the counter charm, they tumbled back to the ground. Ding! Another point of academic prowess acquired. What spell was that? Quite impressive. You didn't teach us the previous one, but surely we can learn this one. The Weasley brothers found the Maple spell utterly fascinating, as if they had stumbled upon a new continent, neglecting even the gold scattered on the ground. They eagerly approached, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Maple was immediately reminded of the days of Severus Snape as a student, when this spell had taken the campus by storm. Without a doubt, the most audacious practitioners of this spell were James Potter and Sirius Black. The current Fred and George Weasley were practically replicas of Harry's father and godfather. Maple could easily foresee that once these brothers mastered the spell, they would inevitably repeat the history of its rampant misuse by students. However, what did that have to do with me? The magical world lay as tranquil as the placid waters of a still lake, and Quidditch, in Maple's view, was hardly an enthralling pursuit. How, then, did it captivate the entire wizarding community? It seemed the wizarding realm was perhaps too serene, lacking in entertaining diversions. Enriching the extracurricular lives of Hogwarts students was not such a bad idea after all. Thus, the daunting yet noble task was entrusted to the Weasley brothers. All right, no problem. Same old place, the classroom where I last met you. I shall teach you tomorrow, Maple assured them repeatedly. Instantly, the Weasley brothers beamed with joy, happier than if they had discovered gold. They envisioned the mayhem they would unleash upon mastering the spell, and both broke into wicked grins. While I anticipated this, Maple thought, offering a moment of silence for the Slytherins. Collecting all the coins into a pouch, Fred and George each produced 2 galleons to hand to Maple, declaring, "This is the tuition. For such an entertaining spell, 2 galleons is an absolute bargain, provided that you, our teacher, must teach diligently, ensuring we learn the spell." "Absolutely. I will be very thorough." Maple accepted the Weasley brothers' tuition, inwardly vowing to employ the swiftest and most effective methods to ensure they would soon master the spell. Of that, he had no doubt, having learned this from Professor Snape. Fred, I truly regret not bringing a camera to capture the most dazzling moment of your life for history to remember forever." Hermione, good evening. We are tired and must take our rest." "Good night, Hermione." The Weasley brothers bid Hermione good night, and, rather ungratefully, abandoned Maple to leave. "Stop, if you don't halt. Ich shall inform Professor McGonagall." "All right, Hermione, don't be angry. I'll sit down, shall I?" Observing the little witch's indignant expression, Maple quickly conceded. "I haven't seen you all day, so you went to the Forbidden Forest, did you?" The little witch replied solemnly, her questioning demeanor eerily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Fine, I admit it, you're right," Maple confessed. "The school prohibits us from entering the Forbidden Forest for our safety. Why must you venture into such a perilous place and violate school rules? Do you think that's cool or amusing? Hey, this little witch is quite intriguing," he thought. Turn the tables. The following day, the Weasley brothers arrived promptly at the designated classroom. Upon entering, Maple immediately handed each of them an upside-down bell. Hey, Maple. What are you doing?" Fred and George exclaimed in unison, suspended in midair. "Did you not request that I teach you this spell? I am currently conducting your lesson." Maple replied with utmost seriousness. "This is hardly an appropriate method of teaching. You are clearly just amusing yourself at our expense. Maple, we have paid for our tuition. Therefore, I must ensure you learn properly. I am here to guarantee that your investment brings you satisfaction while I enjoy the process," Maple declared earnestly. "Now, you shall deeply experience the power of the spell, which will facilitate your understanding and mastery of it." Maple continued with admirable conviction, adding, "This is what I call practical training. Professor Snape taught me in a similar manner." Then, Maple began to recount her experiences under Snape's tutelage in great detail, occasionally smacking her lips and summoning a cup, which she filled with water using the Aquamini charm. After taking a sip, she resumed her narrative. "Are you certain you are truly suffering? How can we discern your pain from your expression?" Who recounts their past agonies with such enthusiasm. However, given the current predicament, they dare not voice their true thoughts. Maple, we empathize with your tragic past. Indeed, we share in your sorrow. But could you please let us down for a moment? Being upside down is causing pressure on our nerves, making it difficult to listen to your story." "Very well. The bell descends. Remember, the spell is upside down bell. 1. Upside down, upside down, upside down bell. I warn you. Next time, wait for me to say 1, 2, 3 before we begin. Bell down. 1, 2, 3. Upside down bell. Upside down bell. Upside down bell. This time, I deliberately slowed my pace, allowing you to complete the incantation. However, let me remind you, no spell, no matter how splendid, can succeed without proper aim. You must practice your precision diligently. TCH clearly, you cast a silencing charm on a shield charm, which deflected the spell. Do you think we were blind? All right, now you should grasp the intention behind my practical teaching. Let us continue. Bell down. 1, 2, 3. Upside down, upside down, upside down bell. This time with all her might. Maple lifted them into the air as they only managed to utter the first word of the spell. You have now failed 10 times. It seems you have yet to comprehend my spirit. Perhaps I need to share more of my personal experiences. And so, Maple continued to elaborate on her time, learning from Snape while the Weasley brothers hung above, looking utterly despondent. I wish I could block my ears, Fred. So do I. George. After approximately 10 minutes, Maple finally released the Weasley twins, only to continue with their training. Following another 10 failed attempts, the twins found themselves suspended in midair, enduring Maple's relentless torment. As the morning progressed, the Weasley brothers indeed made remarkable strides. Under Maple's unwavering scrutiny, they managed to articulate the third syllable of the incantation before being hoisted aloft. All right, I believe you shall soon master this spell. Will my afternoon session be dedicated to further training, or shall you practice independently? We can manage on our own. The Weasley twins hastily replied in unison, eager to avoid a repeat of the morning's ordeal. So, would you say my lesson is worth its weight in gold? Maple inquired with a grin. Absolutely indeed. The twins nodded fervently, resembling clockwork dolls, clearly on the verge of mental collapse from Maple's antics. Well then, farewell. Maple turned to leave. Ah, what a relief. Maple mused inwardly. Seizing the opportunity, the Weasley twins launched a surprise attack with the incantation, the Hanging Bell. However, anticipating their move, Maple effortlessly countered with an armor charm. The ease with which their spell was deflected sent a shiver down the twins' spines, realizing their opponent had foreseen their strategy. Surprisingly, Maple did not retaliate but instead remarked, "You ought to practice your armor charm. It's quite practical," before departing. Fred and George exchanged wide-eyed glances before simultaneously declaring, "The Hanging Bell." True to their twin nature, they synchronized their efforts, resorting to their first-time charm on each other in a bid to outsmart Maple. "Huh, I succeeded. Huh, so did I." The twins, caught mid-air by their own spell, erupted into laughter. Chapter 28, The Flying Lesson. Although Maple refrained from venturing into the Forbidden Forest for the time being, Hermione continued to ignore him. Alas, the proud little witch, clearly wanting to converse with Maple, stubbornly refused to break the ice herself. It seemed she needed to face some hardship to learn her lesson. As for Snape, his methods were swift and direct, earning Maple's respect. Despite the absence of the unpleasant incident on the train due to Maple's intervention, the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin soon reignited the feud between Harry and Malfoy. It was during this confrontation that Harry realized he harbored a loathing for this boy that surpassed even his disdain for Dudley. It was a revelation sparked by his encounter with Draco Malfoy. Snape undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Although removing his glasses intensified Snape's fixation on Harry's eyes, the proportion of his eyes on his face remained minimal. Without the barrier of his spectacles, James's visage, which had once been a mere figment in Snape's mind, now vividly loomed before him. This led Snape to frequently target Harry, deducting points from Gryffindor. Snape's disdain undoubtedly intensified Malfoy's loathsome presence in Harry's eyes, making potions class the most excruciating experience for him. Due to the unpleasantness with Slytherin, Harry felt little joy upon seeing that they were to attend flying lessons together with Slytherin students. It is precisely the obsession and longing for soaring through the azure skies that drives individuals to tirelessly explore the mysteries of flight, ultimately resulting in the invention of airplanes. In a magical realm, however, achieving flight through spells is not a simple feat. Thus, the wizarding community shares an extraordinary fascination with flight, as evidenced by the invention of Quidditch. Muggle-born wizards often dread the prospect of embarrassing themselves before their peers, which breeds a subtle aversion rather than a healthy enthusiasm for flying. Conversely, wizards born into the magical world, free from such anxieties, exhibit an unusual zeal for flight. Especially those who have witnessed Quidditch matches and yearn to shine like the athletes on the field, becoming the center of attention. Malfoy incessantly extolled the virtues of flying, vociferously lamenting that first-year students were unworthy of joining the house Quidditch team. Maple wished to record this statement, eagerly anticipating the day when Harry would become the youngest Seeker and serve as a stark reminder. Not just Malfoy, but even the first-year wizards from Gryffindor, like Ron and Seamus, boasted about their flying prowess. Before flying class, Hermione's demeanor revealed yet another flaw of hers, an excessive anxiety over knowledge she could not yet master. If one cannot do something, so be it. Why burden oneself with undue stress? Hence, Hermione's tension regarding flying, a skill that cannot be learned merely through the superficial text of books, seemed at odds with her vast knowledge and academic prowess. In her nervousness, she obsessively perused every book in the library related to flying, later reciting facts from Quidditch through the ages during breakfast to her classmates. Rather than offering guidance, her monologue appeared more as a means to alleviate her own apprehensions. An owl's arrival interrupted her, bringing Neville Longbottom a memory ball from his grandmother. He held it tightly. If it turned red, the holder would have forgotten something significant. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, inexplicably harboring a desire to confront Malfoy. Truly, they were wizards. Why do they constantly fantasize about brawling like brutes? The memory ball soared through the air, and Maple promptly employed the summoning charm he had recently learned from Professor Flitwick. Having mastered the levitation charm, the challenge of this spell was not insurmountable. However, the complexity of casting it varied with the distance between the wizard and the object, as well as the object's weight and dimensions. However, there exists a rather convenient method for this incantation, which involves imbuing one's personal belongings with a unique mark, thereby facilitating a more profound resonance with one's magical essence, thus diminishing the complexity of casting the spell. Do you wish to make a move against me, Malfoy? Maple remarked with a playful smile. Oomph. Before Professor McGonagall could intervene, Malfoy, with a sullen expression, departed. Coming from a family of wizards, with his father having explicitly cautioned him, Malfoy understood that those who command the elusive wizardry are not to be trifled with. Ding! You have gained a point in academic prowess. Take good care of your belongings, Neville, Maple said with a smile as he returned the memory orb to Neville. Thank you, Maple, Neville responded, his face brimming with gratitude. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Maple and the other Gryffindor students hurried down the steps to the field before them, preparing for their inaugural flying class. It was a clear day, accompanied by a gentle breeze, as they briskly descended the sloping grass. Making their way towards a flat expanse of lawn, the blades of grass beneath their feet swayed ever so slightly. Beyond the lawn lay the forest, with distant, darkened trees swaying in the wind. The Slytherin students were already present, with 20 pristine broomsticks neatly lined up on the ground. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived, her short gray hair framing a face adorned with piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of a hawk. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked, prompting everyone to stand beside a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Maple glanced disdainfully at the broomstick beneath him, thinking it belonged in a museum. Surely Hogwarts could afford better. Or perhaps, were these specially designed to withstand the rigors of novice flyers? Extending his right hand over the broomstick's handle, Madame Hooch commanded, up, up. Everyone echoed. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, though this level of obedience was exhibited by only a select few. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained obstinately still. Initially, Maple's broom, too, showed no inclination to move, seemingly offended by Maple's disdain. Ah, so you're sulking, are you? Well, very well. Maple drew his wand, and the broom, appearing startled, promptly soared into his grasp. To onlookers, it seemed as though he had summoned it with a spell. Only a few students beside Maple perceived the truth and instinctively edged away from him. Thereafter, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off. She walked through the ranks, correcting their grip. Harry and Ron felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing her criticize Malfoy for his persistent errors. However, Neville, in his anxiety, fearing he might be left behind, propelled himself upwards before the whistle could touch Madame Hooch's lips. A backflip. Just as Neville was about to plummet to the ground, Maple waved his wand, and Neville was once again suspended in midair. The spell is lifted. As the enchantment waned, Neville descended back to the ground. Ding! A spark of scholarly merit has been awarded. Although Neville landed safely under Maple's enchantment, he curled up on the ground, evidently quite frightened. Madame Hooch, I believe Neville is quite shaken. Shall I escort him to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine him? What do you think? Maple approached, supporting the trembling Neville as she addressed Madame Hooch. Very well, Madame Hooch. Maple lifted the limp Neville and made her way toward the hospital wing. Now, let us resume our lesson, Madame Hooch declared sternly. Follow my instructions. Anyone who deviates from the flight path will no longer be welcome in my class. Fortunately, due to Neville's prior experience, Many of the less confident students did not fly too high, with some fearful ones barely reaching a meter, not even surpassing Madame Hooch's height. Yet she held no resentment. For her, the safety of these children was paramount. Once they acclimatized to the sensation of flying, they would gradually overcome their fears. Harry and Malfoy were among the best flyers, soaring the highest. Malfoy deliberately swooped past Harry, brandishing a glass ball in front of him. "Malfoy, return Neville's memory ball." Harry shouted. "Oops, I dropped it accidentally. Do you think it will shatter?" Malfoy tossed the memory ball aside, bursting into laughter. As Neville's memory ball threatened to plummet to the ground, Harry was uncertain if this magical object would break, but at that moment, he had a singular thought: to protect Neville's memory ball. In an instant, Harry disregarded Madame Hooch's presence. Impulsiveness was in his nature. He leaned forward, directing his broom toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated into a dive, pursuing the glass ball. The wind howled past his ears. Mingling with the gasps of the onlookers below, he reached out and caught the ball just a foot from the ground. He promptly leveled his broom and gently touched down on the grass, securely grasping the memory ball in his palm. "Potter, what are you doing?" Madame Hooch, having belatedly realized his actions, found herself astonished as Harry completed the daring feat with flair. "I apologize, Madame Hooch. I merely wished to save Neville's memory ball." Once the excitement subsided, Harry recalled Madame Hooch, his expression turning slightly anxious. "Good lad, but you mustn't be so impulsive next time. You could easily break your neck," she cautioned, unable to resist inquiring further. "Harry, is this your first time on a broomstick?" "Yes, Madame Hooch," Harry replied. While this flight was only a few feet high and lacked the peril of his previous experience, Harry nonetheless exhibited his flying prowess with great elegance. Professor McGonagall, ever persistent in her quest for a seeker, continued to choose Harry as the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Though Maple's intervention had led to a significant turn of events, the outcome ultimately circled back to its original path. Chapter 29, The Midnight Duel. Now, Maple and Harry have become good friends. After Harry's meeting with Professor McGonagall and Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he confided in Ron and Maple about his secret role as a seeker. However, it was evident that secrets could not be kept among Hogwarts students. Although it was unclear how the news leaked, everyone was aware of the secret before Harry's first match. Since the revelation was inevitable, Maple did not mind the news being made public sooner rather than later. He realized that after altering the course of history, it was uncertain whether the midnight duel between Malfoy and Harry would still take place. Once it was disclosed that Harry had become the first ever first-year seeker at Hogwarts, thanks to Malfoy's jealousy, an irate Malfoy would undoubtedly challenge Harry. 3 days later, Maple inadvertently began to spread Harry's secret. As he anticipated, the much-awaited midnight duel had yet to occur during this time. "Thank you, Malfoy, for granting Harry and Gryffindor such a splendid gift. With Harry's talent in flying, your chances in this year's House Cup may be in jeopardy." After the news of Harry's role as seeker circulated, Maple seized the opportunity to taunt Malfoy. Observing Malfoy's suddenly ghastly expression, Maple exchanged a knowing smile with Ron, who was equally pleased by Malfoy's discontent, before they left the dining hall. "Do you dare to duel me alone, Potter?" Malfoy challenged. "If you have no objections, let it be tonight. A wizard's duel. Only wands, no physical contact, and you are not allowed to summon Maple for assistance." "What is wrong? I guess you've never heard of wizard dueling," he sneered. "Of course," Ron interjected. "He has heard of it." Suddenly turning around, he continued, "I am his second." "Who's yours?" Malfoy scrutinized Crabbe and Goyle, assessing them one by one. "Crabbe," he declared. "At midnight, shall we meet in the trophy room? It's never locked." After Malfoy departed, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. "But you know, people only die in a proper duel with a true wizard. You and Malfoy can at best produce sparks at one another. You both lack sufficient magical knowledge to genuinely hurt each other. However, I bet he thinks you'll refuse. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens?" Harry pondered. "Then throw away your wand and punch him squarely in the nose," Ron suggested. "Excuse me." They both looked up to find Hermione Granger. "Could you possibly refrain from causing a disturbance while I'm trying to eat?" Ron retorted, ignoring him. Hermione spoke to Harry. "I overheard your conversation with Malfoy." "I knew you would do this," Ron muttered. "You absolutely cannot wander the school at night. Think about it. How many points would you lose for Gryffindor if you were caught? And you will definitely get caught. You're being incredibly selfish." "This really doesn't concern you," Harry replied. "Goodbye," Ron said. To conclude the day with a duel is hardly a splendid resolution. Harry had long desired to bring Malfoy down to the ground. Lying in bed, he contemplated that while it might contravene a school rule, did Gryffindor truly care? Furthermore, the mere thought of Malfoy's mocking visage ignited a determination within Harry. This was a golden opportunity to confront Malfoy face to face, one he could not afford to squander. At 11:30, Ron whispered, "We must go." They donned their robes, grasped their wands, and stealthily traversed the castle's chambers, descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace still flickered with a dim glow, and the armchairs morphed into shadowy forms. Just as they approached the portrait passage, a voice emerged from the nearest chair. "I can't believe you would do this, Harry." A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione Granger, clad in a pink nightgown. Her brow furrowed in disapproval. Hermione's ire intensified, yet Harry and Ron paid her no heed, resolutely intent on their duel with Malfoy. Ultimately, she joined them in their venture. Upon reaching the trophy room, they discovered that Malfoy and Crabbe were absent. Soon, Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, arrived, and it dawned on Harry and his friends that they had fallen into a trap. Dumbledore, who could survey much of the castle at any given moment, opportunely orchestrated events to lead Harry and his companions towards the fourth-floor corridor, where the Philosopher's Stone was located. Without Neville, the burden was lifted, and the trio swiftly evaded Filch's gaze. Just as they exhaled in relief, Peeves the poltergeist unexpectedly appeared. Upon sighting them, he gleefully shrieked, "Be quiet, Peeves, I beg you. You'll get us expelled." Peeves chuckled mischievously. "Naughty first years, wandering about at this hour. TSK, 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 you'll be caught. Not if you don't betray us, Peeves." "Please," they implored. "You ought to inform Filch." "You should," Peeves replied solemnly, though a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. "It's for your own good, you know. Get lost." Ron retorted fiercely, delivering a hefty slap to Peeves, which proved to be a grave mistake. "Students should be sleeping." Peeves howled. "Filch is coming. There are 3 students here." They ducked past Peeves and fled in haste. As they glanced back at the floating poltergeist, they frantically changed their course, unaware that Peeves had ceased his loud proclamations to attract Filch's attention. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Harry and his companions sprinted down the corridor of the Charms classroom, racing until they collided heavily with a locked door at the corridor's end. "It's over," Ron whimpered, spotting Peeves hovering around the corner. Desperately, they pushed against the door, knowing it would surely summon Filch, sealing their fate. Alohomora! The first-year wizard effortlessly unlocked the door leading to the location of the Philosopher's Stone, leaving one to ponder how Dumbledore could not have orchestrated this turn of events intentionally. After Hermione cast the spell to open the door, they rushed in and promptly closed it behind them, pressing their ears against the surface to listen intently. At that moment, Peeves had completed his mischief and was ready to depart, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just been relentlessly pursuing 3 first-year students, and he floated away without a care. "I think we're safe now, Ron." "What's wrong?" Harry turned around to see, quite clearly, the formidable 3-headed dog, Fluffy, guarding the entrance. With 3 heads, 3 pairs of menacingly swiveling eyes, 3 noses, and 3 drooling mouths, the saliva dangled like sticky ropes from its yellow teeth. They now understood their location and the reason for the prohibition against entry. "Where have you all been?" the fat lady inquired, eyeing their disheveled robes and flushed faces, glistening with sweat. "Don't ask, Pig Snout," Harry gasped as the portrait swung open. They stumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing into the armchairs. What on earth were they thinking, keeping such a creature at school? Ron remarked, "If any dog needs training, it's that one." While Harry and Ron were consumed by fear, Hermione, amidst her terror, noticed Fluffy standing atop a trapdoor. Her observation reminded Harry, who immediately recalled the object that Hagrid had brought from Gringotts, something a dark wizard would go to great lengths to obtain. Harry remembered Hagrid saying that if one wished to hide something, Gringotts was the safest place in the world, perhaps second only to Hogwarts. Yet, what could it possibly be? Curiosity piqued. Harry could not help but ponder the question. Chapter 30. The Weasley Twins' Ingenious Scheme. The next day, when Malfoy saw that Harry and Ron were still at Hogwarts, he realized that the delightful dreams he had entertained the previous night had not materialized, leaving him utterly dejected. Simultaneously, he could not help but grumble about Filch's incompetence, lamenting that such a golden opportunity had allowed Harry and Ron to escape. After the fright, Harry and Ron, the brave Gryffindor lions, found their encounter with the 3-headed beast to be an exhilarating adventure, eagerly wishing for a repeat. It seemed the Gryffindor lions should unleash Fluffy to give them a good scare, ensuring they behaved. Harry and Ron animatedly speculated about the mysterious object Fluffy guarded, while Neville showed little interest, already aware of the outcome. Having reached a plateau in his mastery of spells, Neville found it increasingly challenging to make progress despite further practice. Therefore, he began to frequent the library in Professor Flitwick's office, searching for new spells to learn and checking on Professor Flitwick's research into the intricacies of charms. Neville had not forgotten his promise to Nick, having acquired a considerable amount of knowledge regarding the charms that had been deciphered. He was now ready to seek materials to attempt crafting some enchantments of his own. After the harrowing night experienced by Harry and Ron, Maple found immense joy in the fact that Hermione had finally shifted her focus away from him. He contemplated that perhaps this weekend he could once again venture into the Forbidden Forest for a hunt. Thanks to Maple, Wood's efforts to maintain confidentiality had yet to take effect, and the news of Harry becoming a seeker spread like wildfire, causing Harry's previously subdued popularity to surge once more. No one had yet witnessed Harry in action, but the spirited atmosphere within Gryffindor was already palpable. While the older students might have deemed Professor McGonagall's decision to assign such a pivotal role to a first-year student somewhat trivial, the younger Gryffindors remained undeterred by such notions. Encouraged by the enthusiasm around them, Fred and George brought an abundance of treats from both the kitchen and Hogsmeade, throwing a lively celebration in honor of Harry. After a few bustling days, as everyone became accustomed to the news, Harry's excitement reignited with the arrival of his new broom, once again dominating the headlines at Hogwarts. During Harry's training sessions, a throng of eager spectators surrounded the practice pitch, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a formal match rather than a mere training exercise. Wood, faced with this overwhelming crowd, had no choice but to summon Professor McGonagall, whose formidable presence finally succeeded in dispersing the masses. Yet, some tenacious young wizards lingered just outside the perimeter, gazing skyward in hopes of spotting Harry among the fleeting silhouettes. However, given the size of those figures, it proved quite challenging to discern Harry's presence, and they reluctantly departed, filled with disappointment. When Maple encountered Fred and George once more, he was taken aback when they tossed a bag to him. It felt heavy in his hands, gold. "Huh," George chuckled before explaining. "Maple, you've misunderstood. This isn't the same as last time. It's our new earnings." With a proud demeanor, George continued, "We've made this from selling the venom of Acromantulas." "New earnings? How did you manage that?" Maple inquired, astonished as he tucked away the pouch. "Of course, we captured the Acromantulas alive, just like you." The pride on the Weasley brothers' faces was unmistakable. "Capture them alive? How did you accomplish that?" Maple was even more astonished. Without the stunning spell, capturing one alive would have been exceedingly difficult, and he was curious about how the Weasley twins had succeeded. "We can achieve such feats thanks to our cleverness, our resourcefulness, our exceptional wit, our undeniable charm, our striking handsomeness. Yet we must also express our gratitude to a remarkable teacher, who imparted to us a brilliant spell, which greatly aided us, and provided us with significant inspiration, although judging by his expression, he appeared quite bewildered. It seems he had not anticipated this approach. Thus, it appears, we are indeed the cleverest ones." As the Weasley brothers bantered back and forth, Maple quickly deduced they were referring to the spell he had taught them, the upside-down jinx. "Alas, how could I have overlooked this?" Maple expressed his frustration, having entirely failed to consider employing this spell against the eight-eyed giant spider. He had initially perceived the incantation as a mere prank, not realizing its formidable power. For a wizard, as long as the wand is in hand, even when suspended upside down, the casting of spells remains unaffected. However, for other creatures lacking a wand, particularly those incapable of flight, the spell's remarkable controlling ability becomes manifest. Fred and George need not take the same risks as Maple by plunging into the throng of spiders. They could simply soar over on their flying brooms and effortlessly cast the incantation of the hanging bell upon the eight-eyed giant spider, capturing one with ease. This spell was conceived by Snape, and although Maple's incantation was evidently more potent than that of the Weasley brothers, it was these two who discovered a more practical application of the bell spell. Had the Weasley brothers not channeled their talents into frivolous pursuits, they would undoubtedly have emerged as exceptional wizards. Learning this technique from the Weasleys initially left Maple disheartened, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. With this spell at their disposal, the prospect of capturing an abundance of spiders seemed effortless, as if endless gold were beckoning to them, causing Maple to beam with delight. However, a pressing concern soon clouded his joy. How would they manage the capture of so many eight-eyed giant spiders? Surely, they could not seek Snape's assistance. He would surely extract a hefty toll from them, only to declare, "This portion is yours, while the rest I shall take. Fear not, we have a way." The Weasley brothers replied, their smiles radiating renewed confidence. "You found a solution?" Maple inquired, astonished. "Indeed, we encountered a fellow in Hogsmeade, a man by the name of Mundungus." "Mundungus?" Maple's expression turned peculiar. In their original timeline, they had entangled themselves with Mundungus, and now, under the influence of his butterfly effect, they had met him even earlier in this timeline. He claimed to be a merchant dealing in magical artifacts, yet we perceived him more as a thief. He mentioned knowing our father, which puzzled Maple, as he never imagined his father would associate with such a character, believing him to be solely interested in Muggle affairs. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his potential as a valuable ally. He had connections across various circles, for he was the very embodiment of such a person. While acquiring the venom of the eight-eyed giant spiders proved challenging for them, he could effortlessly sell the goods through his own channels. Although the entire spider held greater value, they deemed it too perilous and decided it wiser to procure only the venom and the eyes. More importantly, this seemingly inexhaustible resource of eight-eyed giant spiders represented a business venture with no initial investment. That weekend, Maple successfully employed the incantation of the hanging bell to control several eight-eyed giant spiders, each as large as a horse. This is something that Fred and George would never dare to attempt. Not only is their mastery of spells insufficient, but even if they managed to control it with a stunning spell, they would still be unable to approach the spider. Only Maple could brutally sever its 8 legs with the severing charm, then remove its fangs, and finally use a silencing charm to seal its mouth, thus safely dragging it away. With a collective effort, several wizards could simultaneously cast the stunning spell, amplifying its effects. Adult wizards could combine their strengths to bring down a dragon, and the 3 of them could certainly incapacitate this minuscule creature before dragon. Maple, however, held a strong regard for humanitarian principles. For instance, when extracting the spider's eyes and venom, she ensured it experienced no suffering, allowing it to pass away peacefully, dismembered in its slumber by Maple and her companions. They need not worry about Montongus devouring their spoils, as he too must have surmised the presence of a colony of 8-eyed spiders within the Forbidden Forest, predicting that the future gains would far exceed any immediate greed. Moreover, Montongus was unaware of the profound utility of the stunning spell, concocting various theories in his mind. Perhaps a professor was manipulating them from the shadows. Or maybe these young wizards had captured it themselves. Regardless of the scenario, it was clear that they were not individuals to be trifled with. Chapter 31. The Lottery. Naturally, with newfound wealth comes the urge to shop. Although the money had yet to arrive, this did not deter Maple's enthusiasm for shopping. She thoroughly raided Honeydukes, filling her magically expanded pocket to the brim. Subsequently, she purchased several standard items from the Weasley brothers, including dung bombs. Upon seeing the dung bombs, an amusing idea sprang to Maple's mind. What if she transformed the dung bomb into a small bird, cast a flocking charm to make them fly toward target, and then have the birds suddenly explode into dung bombs? How delightful that would be. Wait a moment, this method might indeed be feasible. Transfiguration has a time limit, but if executed precisely to the second, it would require a considerable degree of magical finesse to ensure the birds reach the target just as the transformation was undone. The challenge of dispelling the transformation at the right moment, without losing the element of surprise, was daunting. Moreover, the complexity of countercharms was considerable. There was no such thing as a delayed or timed dispelling charm. Reducing magical output often did not lead to a delayed effect, but merely resulted in a failed dispelling. It seemed that embedding a triggering mechanism into the magic was merely a fanciful notion. Alas, the birds collided, yet the dung bombs did not explode. What a pity. But wait. Could a triggering mechanism be devised to unleash an explosion that would disrupt the transformation? Ah, what a thought. Utilizing explosive force to break the spell seemed extravagant. Not to mention a waste of power. Explosions wait, explosive runes, renowned in the world of Naruto. How could I have overlooked this? It is indeed challenging to precisely imbue time-related functions through magic, yet charms can achieve this. By inscribing a counterspell for transformation on a talisman and controlling the activation timing of the charm, it could be that when the bird approaches the wizard, the counterspell takes effect, causing the bird to explode into a mass of excrement. However, if we were to replace the excrement with something else, such as nitroglycerin or bitter acid, substances of a far more volatile nature, Muggles would need to add stabilizers to ensure these materials could be safely utilized in warfare while protecting themselves. For wizards, however, such precautions may be unnecessary. Perhaps transforming these substances through magic could achieve stability. Of course, Maple is merely conjecturing at this point, uncertain whether this theory can be actualized. The physical vibrations and explosions operate on a different energy level compared to magical forces. Perhaps there is merit in Maple's hypothesis. Yet, experimentation is imperative. Naturally, Maple would not recklessly attempt to transform the most unstable bitter acid directly, but would instead begin with nitroglycerin that has been stabilized, conducting gradual tests with small doses. Moreover, Maple recalled the frequent mishaps involving Navi and Simo. Simo, a graduate of the Explosive Academy, might possess an innate magical propensity for explosions. One should not dismiss their accidents as mere coincidences. Initially, Dancy regarded the explosions occurring during potion making as accidents too, only to later discover that they were inadvertently caused by combining explosive materials in the cauldron. If Simo's accidental experiments could yield some insights, there might be unexpected benefits. Yet, one must not be overly ambitious. Progress should be made step by step. The foremost area of study must remain the art of charms. It seems that the techniques of the Maoshan school cannot be regarded as trivial or auxiliary any longer. Maple needs to invest greater effort into thorough research and analysis. Lacking sufficient wisdom on his own, he must seek the aid of the system's capabilities. With these thoughts, Maple felt the faint opening of a gateway to a new world. His own remarkable intellect, combined with the wisdom of various academic elites within the system, might empower him to integrate different systems of power, forging a novel path in magic. Clearly, he must strive harder to accumulate scholarly points. Upon reviewing the system panel, and considering the gains of the past week, he now possesses 25 scholarly points. Time to draw a prize. The commoner must be decisive, for the impoverished cannot afford to linger. May fortune favor the bold. As the first card slowly revealed itself, he exclaimed, "Ah, system, do not fear. I promise I shall not harm you." To his dismay, he discovered a blank card. What a pitiful trick. Wait, this is an upgrade point. Oh, so even the lowest quality card can yield upgrade points. In that case, cards can be turned over at will. Fortunately, this realization came early. Had he spent scholarly points on card upgrades, Maple would have suffered a great loss. Speaking of upgrade points, could the stacking points for combined cards also be revealed? Fortune blesses me. Away with misfortune. Onward to continue drawing. Ah, Golden Light. Golden Light. An A-grade scholarly character. Let us see who is so fortunate to have been drawn by me. Hinata Niji, oh my, it is indeed Hinata Niji. Absolutely splendid. Maple then meticulously examined the contents of the card. Hinata Niji, card grade, A. Star rating, 3 stars. Qualification S. Ability, Hinata's secret techniques, S. Byakugan S. And then, that was it. Suddenly, Maple was taken aback, realizing that while Hinata Niji was undoubtedly a genius of scholarly prowess, all his capabilities were severely constrained by his Byakugan. Much like Might Guy, who was inherently limited by a hereditary condition that prevented the use of ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu. True, Hinata Niji was a prodigy and had indeed refined his Byakugan to its utmost potential. Yet until he could elevate the Byakugan to the level of the Tensigan or the Rinnegan, his achievements would always be confined by the Byakugan. No matter how proficient he became in 8 trigrams palm, he could never quite measure up to Naruto or Sasuke. This was the tragedy of a genius, who reached a pinnacle in his life that he could never surpass, gradually relegated to the role of a mere supporting character to the protagonists. Without the Byakugan, this card was essentially worthless. Alas, Maple had celebrated prematurely. Nevertheless, this draw was not entirely fruitless. It at least confirmed that cards of scholarly figures from the Naruto universe could indeed be obtained. Orochimaru, decisively, must acquire Orochimaru, the man standing at the zenith of Hokage technology. That Naruto fellow, although he is the protagonist, likely won't catch the system's eye. He is a hot-blooded, reckless lad who, if transported to the world of Harry Potter, might excel as a commendable Gryffindor. However, to ascend to the ranks of the scholarly system, his intellect is a significant shortcoming. By the way, does that Sasuke count as a scholarly type? Were it not for that 6 paths entity granting him assistance. His innate talent was not particularly exceptional, far inferior to that of his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Yet, he certainly adopted the pretentiousness and desire for attention that scholars often exhibit. Whether he could appear on the system's cards remains uncertain, and whether he could be drawn in Maple's lifetime is even more dubious. Well then, may fortune favor the bold. Let us continue. Draw more light, a character truly. Oh, how disappointing is merely silver light. I've been overly optimistic. Nonetheless, let us see what character the B-grade card holds. Ah, Susi, Sudhompo. If only it were Li Bai, the Qinglian recluse, who, if the legends hold true, would undoubtedly possess remarkable abilities. Sushur, card grade, B, card level, 5 stars, qualification, S, ability, literary talent, S, charisma, S, photographic memory, S, culinary skills, S, culinary skills. Shall I cook and prepare dompa pork? What use is maxed out charisma if he was still exiled from the capital by Wang Angshi? With maxed out photographic memory, perhaps I could score full marks in a history of magic exam using this card. Setting aside Su Dompa's card, Maple continued to draw. Astonishingly, he drew a character from the Song dynasty. Maple fervently prayed, beseeching the heavens to spare him from drawing any more figures from the Song dynasty. The cultural flourishing of the Song dynasty indeed reached a pinnacle, marking an era abundant with intellectual luminaries. However, it is lamentable that for these figures, aside from their proficiency in the history of magic, their contributions held little utility. While many among them were undeniably the elite of humanity, the collective impact of the literati on the nation was, in fact, more detrimental than that experienced during the Ming dynasty. Take, for instance, Sima Guang, the scholar who famously smashed a vat in a textbook. Delving deeper into his life has certainly diminished the childhood admiration I once held for him. Wang Engxi's reforms, despite their myriad flaws, significantly enriched the previously depleted national treasury and achieved a notable victory against the Western Xia, reclaiming some border territories. Yet, upon Sima Guang's ascendance, he indiscriminately abolished all of Wang Engxi's policies, irrespective of their merits, thus igniting a prolonged conflict between the old and new laws of the Northern Song that drained the nation's vitality. Beyond his composition of the Ziji Tongjian, Sima Guang offered little else of value, and during a time fraught with internal strife and external threats, he fixated on the long-past case of the Yiyun incident from 16 years prior, ultimately leading to the execution of a pitiable woman whose significance to the state was negligible. His inability to discern priorities, to distinguish right from wrong, and to weigh the gravity of matters was astonishing. Moreover, his Ziji Tongjian was laden with personal biases, lacking the integrity and transparency of Sima Qian's historical accounts. Now, let us return to the whimsical pursuit of card draws. Ah, the dazzling golden light, the golden medal. Yet another A-grade card. Alas, where are the characters? Upon closer inspection, Maple realized it was merely a 10-point accumulation. Nevertheless, a 10-point accumulation is commendable, as it allows the enhancement of a 1-star A-grade card. Currently, the acquisition of Uncle Gio's card is paramount. Obtaining several accumulation points is indeed fortuitous, Maple reassured herself. Simultaneously, she felt relieved that she still possessed an unused 1-star Uncle Gio card. Otherwise, the accumulation points would have fallen short for a 3-star enhancement. Utilizing the accumulation points for a 1-star upgrade, followed by employing enhancement points for further elevation, seemed the most prudent approach. Yet, misfortune breeds further misfortune, as Maple subsequently drew 3 cards of Hinata Niji, which, despite being 5-star cards, were of no use to her. Furthermore, among the remaining 18 cards, none yielded additional characters, and the accumulated enhancement and accumulation points failed to produce further gold medals. However, the points she garnered were not always a mere 1. Values such as 2 or 5 had emerged several times, suggesting that perhaps only a 2-digit score qualifies as a gold medal. Upon reviewing her spoils from today's draws, 4 A-grade cards of Hinata Niji, 1 B-grade card of Su Shi, and a total of 19 accumulation points, she found herself just shy of enough points to enhance 2 1-star A-grade cards. In contrast, she had amassed 35 enhancement points, ample enough to elevate a 3-star A-grade card to 5 stars. Chapter 32, Enlightenment. After concluding her draws, Maple was instantly engulfed by regret, lamenting her enthusiasm that had led to the depletion of her points. Had she retained a portion, perhaps her fortune would have favored her with superior cards in the following day's attempts. The fleeting thrill of impulsive spending bore the weight of remorse in hindsight. Each draw was accompanied by a silent promise of better luck next time, yet her hands remained restless, only to be filled with regret after the fact. I obtained it from Hua. Your brother procured it for me from Hogsmeade, Maple declared. Hogsmeade is a magical village exclusively inhabited by wizards, featuring delightful establishments such as Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, the shops of Dervish and Banges, the Three Broomsticks which serves frothy butterbeer, Zonko's Joke Shop, the terrifying Shrieking Shack, and the eclectic Hog's Head Inn. Conveniently located just beyond the school grounds, entry is permitted only for students in their 3rd year and above. It seemed Harry was yet unaware of Hogsmeade, prompting Maple to explain its wonders. Ah, to escape for a brief weekend exploration of Hogsmeade would be splendid, alas. We must wait 2 more years, Ron lamented. He then inquired, did you manage to have Fred procure some butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks? It warms the soul and is incredibly comforting. Being merely a 1st year, perhaps it's best to abstain from alcohol, Maple advised. Oh, Ron sighed in disappointment, his face reflecting his regret. You've been to Hogsmeade? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Not all. I merely had Fred and George bring some back from Hogsmeade. I simply paid for it, Maple confessed, inadvertently revealing the truth, though fortunately, Hermione seemed not to suspect anything, likely due to her limited familiarity with Fred and George. As Maple brushed against Hermione's handbag, she noted its weight, indicating it was filled with numerous books. Can pumpkins be roasted too? Despite having encountered an array of peculiar foods at the barbecue stand, she remained skeptical about roasted pumpkin, hoping it wouldn't smell delightful yet lack flavor upon tasting. In their charms class, they commenced their studies of the levitation charm, a spell Maple had already mastered prior to the commencement of the term. However, she felt compelled to attend class. After all, showcasing her abilities before her less adept peers would surely enhance her reputation as an academic achiever. After Professor Flitwick had Neville's toad soaring around the classroom, the students quickly developed an interest in the spell. Harry and Ron reminisced about Maple demonstrating the levitation charm on the train, gazing longingly at her, eager to partner with her. Ultimately, Harry successfully paired with Maple, while Ron found himself seated beside Hermione Granger. Upon sitting together, both Hermione and Ron wore displeased expressions, yet the tension had not escalated to an irreparable divide between them. Since their near capture during the nighttime escapade, Hermione had refrained from conversing with them. Annoyed by Hermione's arrogance and aloofness, Ron felt increasingly exasperated. Harry possessed the fame Ron coveted, while Hermione held the talent Ron desired, rendering his position within their trio rather awkward and lamentable. Amidst envy and resentment, coupled with Hermione's cold demeanor towards both Ron and Harry, Ron's disdain for Hermione deepened. Their encounters often resulted in mutual huffs of annoyance, after which they would part ways in silence. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist movement we have been practicing, Professor Flitwick declared sharply from atop his stack of books. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. The precise articulation of spells holds immense significance. One must not overlook the tale of the wizard Baruffio, who mistakenly pronounced the letter F as, only to find himself sprawled on the floor with a wild bull standing upon his chest. Following Professor Flitwick's instructions, Harry waved and flicked his wand, yet he could not elevate the feather on the desk. In contrast, Maple effortlessly waved his wand, causing the feather to soar gracefully through the air. Under Maple's deft control, the feather danced around him. Excellent work, Mr. Maple. You have performed flawlessly, Professor Flitwick declared. But what delighted Maple the most was the system's notification that he had earned another point for academic excellence. Observing Harry's pleading gaze, Maple attentively guided him. To enhance Harry's precision, Maple placed his hand over Harry's, demonstrating the waving and flicking motions several times. Thanks to Maple's earnest efforts, Harry ultimately succeeded in making the feather rise before the class concluded. Then, with joy, Maple noted that he had earned yet another point for academic excellence. Meanwhile, Ron's situation was far more dire. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, flailing his long arms like a windmill, yet the feather remained stubbornly still. You pronounced it incorrectly, Hermione remarked bluntly. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar must be articulated long and clearly. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron retorted angrily. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and commanded, up you go. Their feather lifted from the desk, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded. Gryffindor earns 5 points. By the end of class, Ron was in a foul mood. No wonder everyone found her unbearable. Why couldn't he learn from Maple? Without comparison, there is no pain. With an academic prodigy at his side, Harry had successfully cast the levitation charm before class ended. Yet he received only reproach, and truthfully, compared to Maple, he seemed a veritable nightmare. Someone bumped into Harry and hurried past them. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face and was astonished to see tears streaming down her cheeks. I think she heard you, he said. So what? Ron replied, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. She must have noticed, as she had no friends at all. Hey, you too. Don't speak ill of her in front of her. She's your classmate. At that moment, Maple approached them after a brief conversation with Professor Flitwick. Sigh, find a chance to apologize to Hermione. After all, she's a girl, and you are a young man. Why be so petty with her? Seeing the look of shame on Ron's face, Maple added, all right, I will. Perhaps it was the call to manhood that stirred Ron's spirit, something he had never received before. The positive affirmation he craved diminished his discontent towards Hermione, leading him to recognize that his words had been somewhat excessive. However, upon discovering Hermione's absence, Harry and Ron bravely set out to inform her, a testament to their courage that rendered further words from Maple unnecessary. Maple, what brings you here? Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with surprise as she stifled her sobs. We are friends, are we not? Maple retorted. Indeed, thank you, Maple. Hermione expressed, her gratitude evident. There are myriad ways to make Harry aware of his mistakes, but regrettably, you have chosen the most unfortunate approach. Why is it that, despite being wrong, you, as the aggrieved party, feel the most discomfort? Is this not a rather futile predicament? You are undeniably intelligent, perhaps the brightest in the entire year. No, I'm not as skilled as you. Hermione modestly replied, though Maple's praise undeniably brought her joy. I speak no untruth. Had it not been for my prior knowledge acquired over 2 years ago, learning much of what you are only now beginning to grasp, I would not consider myself significantly superior, yet perhaps I have attained a commendable standard, Maple humbly stated, eliciting another smile from Hermione. The essence of friendship lies in understanding and tolerance. One must endeavor to view matters from a friend's perspective. Although Harry acted somewhat recklessly last time, there was one commendable aspect. Regardless of whether his actions were childish or foolishly duped, he upheld his commitment to the challenge. This fidelity to promises is laudable, yet it is crucial to convey to Harry that the timing of his choice was misguided. A duel can occur at any time. It is the time and place that matter. One could easily find an unoccupied spot during the weekend in the vast expanse of Hogwarts. While courage is admirable, one must prioritize the safety of oneself and one's companions. Let him learn from the previous lesson. Had he considered this, he would not have fallen in a Malfoy's trap. He should ponder the consequences. Should Filch truly apprehend them, they would face expulsion together. Encourage him to reflect on the ramifications of his recklessness. Not only does it jeopardize his own well-being, but also endangers his friends. Ask him if he can bear such consequences. Do you believe that after this conversation, he will continue to err? I had not considered that, Hermione murmured, lowering her gaze. It is not your fault for overlooking this. Every individual possesses strengths and weaknesses. You are extraordinarily gifted, yet you struggle with communication. The most vital lesson is to recognize your shortcomings and strive for improvement. Back in Muggle school, you faced isolation from your peers, while their behavior was wrong. Harboring disdain for some does not justify isolating everyone around you. Everyone requires friends, even if just a couple, for solitude can be quite burdensome. You excel academically, provoking disdain from those who struggle, yet there are other high-achieving classmates, those ranked second and third, among whom you could find camaraderie. Engaging in mutual learning and sharing experiences should be effortless among fellow scholars. Why endure isolation? Now, have you come to a realization? I comprehend. Thank you, Maple. I appreciate your willingness to share this with me, Hermione lamented, burying her tousled brown hair into Maple's shoulder as she wept softly. Let all out. You'll feel much better afterward. Remember, I shall forever be your dear friend, your first companion, though never your only one. With a sigh, Maple gazed at the weeping Hermione in her embrace. It is exhausting, yet thankfully, the large pot of dreadful concoction has finally yielded some effect. Patience just a little longer. When the troll appears and Harry and Ron arrive, she shall have an even more profound experience. How wonderful it is to have friends. Chapter 33, Battling the Troll. Harry was munching on a jacketed potato when Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the dining hall, his oversized scarf askew and his face a mask of terror. All eyes were upon him as he approached Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table as he gasped, "The troll is in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. "Quirrell, is this really how you choose to portray yourself? What a dramatic performance!" exclaimed a student, while chaos erupted in the dining hall. "It's just a troll, a mere byproduct of giant lineage, lacking both the brute strength of a giant and the intellect and magic of a human. Merely a large and somewhat intimidating creature. To the third years and above, yes. I mean you. If you cannot handle a troll, how can you call yourselves wizards? Perhaps you should consider a career in stage magic." Dumbledore, is this truly wise? A mere troll presents a rare opportunity for student practice, yet you allow them to miss it. And Harry, you have orchestrated countless adventures for him to mature. This seems rather biased, does it not? Oh, Professor Dumbledore, how unkind of you. How could a troll have infiltrated? As they followed Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, up the staircase, Harry inquired. Along the way, they encountered hurried throngs of students moving in various directions. As they struggled through a cluster of perplexed Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "I just remembered Hermione. What if she doesn't know about the troll?" Ron bit his lip. "Oh, fine," he decisively replied. "But we must avoid being seen by Percy." It was rare for Ron to exhibit such determination. Perhaps he was not entirely inept. Yet, when compared to ordinary wizards, he was merely competent. It was only in the company of Harry and Hermione that he felt overshadowed. They crouched down, blending into the Hufflepuff crowd, and moved in another direction. Stealthily, they slipped through the empty side corridors, hastily making their way toward the girls' restroom. Just as they turned a corner, they heard rapid footsteps approaching from behind. They quickly concealed themselves behind a large statue of a griffin, only to discover that it was not Percy, but Severus Snape, who passed through the corridor and vanished from sight. What terrible luck to encounter a troll. I hope Hermione is safe. The expressions on their faces turned grim, yet they mustered their courage and cautiously pressed onward. Soon, they noticed a colossal creature advancing towards them at the end of a corridor on the left. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching as it stepped into a patch of moonlight. The sight was utterly horrifying. Standing 12 feet tall, its skin was dull and lifeless, resembling the gray hue of granite. Its immense and clumsy body resembled a mound of massive rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short, stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The foul odor it emitted was nauseating, and it clutched a thick wooden club that dragged along the ground due to its long arms. "Ah, Harry, Ron, you're here too." The sudden voice beside them amidst such a terrifying scene startled them. Turning, they encountered Maple's cheerful gaze, which brought them a sense of relief. "Hermione, I told you they still care about you." Despite the perilous presence of that giant, they summoned their courage to come, Maple remarked, turning to Hermione beside her. "Thank you, Harry and Ron," Hermione said, her eyes reddened and her voice slightly choked with emotion. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I regret what happened earlier," Ron replied. All previous resentment dissipated upon hearing Hermione's gratitude, and he mustered the courage to apologize. The giant seems to be coming this way. Shouldn't we flee immediately?" While Ron and Hermione reconciled, Harry noticed the giant steadily approaching them, drawing ever closer. Before they could begin their retreat, Maple leaped forward. "Haha, let me show off," she exclaimed. "Shatter." Maple's shattering spell merely stripped the giant of its foul garments, raising a cloud of dust from its skin without inflicting any damage. The giant's magical resistance was formidable. Though somewhat expected, Maple felt a tinge of disappointment. Barrier. The giant's high magical resistance meant that spells aimed directly at it were counteracted by its powerful defenses. In contrast, the barrier spell, which created obstacles external to its body, proved to be highly effective. Maple's barrier spell, enhanced by her wand's attributes, was sturdier than usual. The moving giant seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting its advance. Its small eyes spotted Maple, and it immediately sought to swing its club forward. Upon encountering the obstruction in its path, it swung angrily at what it could not see. Disarm. The giant's massive club was wrenched from its grasp and soared through the air towards Maple. With a flick of her wand, she cast a transformation spell, and the club instantly morphed into a limp rope, falling harmlessly to the ground. Ding! Awarded 1 point of scholar value. Ding! Awarded another point of scholar value. Not just 1 point. It seems I must have astonished the 2 scholars and the 2 underachievers behind me in succession to earn 2 points. Harry and his friends gazed in astonishment at Maple, who was effortlessly battling the giant with remarkable skill. Maple consistently downplayed his achievements, attributing them to a mere stroke of silent luck. However, it was only at this moment that Hermione realized the enormity of what he referred to as a trivial difference. What a deceiver. How on earth does he possess such a vast repertoire of spells? Is he truly a first-year student? Is he genuinely our classmate? Harry and Ron were left in a state of existential bewilderment, their eyes wide with shock. The stunning spell. Indeed, this fellow exhibited an alarming resilience to magic, rendering the stunning spell ineffective. Fortunately, the Acromantulas did not share such formidable magical resistance. Otherwise, capturing them for profit would have proven quite challenging. Shattered. The stunning spell had been unleashed. After casting 2 spells, the system offered no notification. Thus, it appeared that only spells with evident practical effects could yield academic prowess points. Contemplating this, Maple could not resist the urge to attempt the killing curse, which should prove effective against highly resistant foes. However, upon realizing that several professors were soon to arrive, he abandoned this notion. Obstacles abound. The troll had laboriously broken through the previous barrier spell using sheer force, and Maple cast another spell. The troll stood foolishly in place, repeatedly colliding with the barrier. A stationary target was most endearing. The troll's weakness lay in its head, and Maple had practiced his spells well with the Acromantulas. Although towering at 12 feet, a fixed target was not overly challenging for him. The stunning spell S Radiance struck the troll's diminutive head, causing it to falter before crashing down, its considerable weight swiftly shattering the barrier. Damn it! Why did it topple forward? Without pausing to relish the unexpected academic prowess points, Maple hurriedly pulled Harry and the others aside to evade the troll's bulk. With a resounding crash, the floor of the girls' restroom fractured. What a foul stench! Maple wrinkled his nose at the nauseating odor emanating from the troll. How long had it been since it last bathed? Or perhaps it had never bathed at all. Shattered. The troll's garments tore apart, and a stream of water gushed forth from Maple's wand, thoroughly washing the troll's body. Freshly cleansed. Then, Maple utilized a cleaning spell to remove the grime and moisture from the troll's form. Observing Maple's meticulous cleaning of the troll, seemingly harboring a cleanliness obsession. Harry and the others exchanged bewildered glances, after which Maple received a few more academic prowess points. The spell was a stunning spell. Come, let's all try it together, Maple exclaimed, demonstrating the stunning spell for Harry and the others before encouraging them to attempt it themselves. Now that I have dealt with the troll, it is your turn, Maple instructed after a single demonstration, not caring whether they had grasped the spell, and flashed a smile that instilled terror in Harry and the others. You want us to tackle a troll? But we are only first years. Harry's voice trembled, and judging by Ron's expression, he was no better off. Initially, the Weasley brothers jokingly remarked that they would have to grapple with trolls upon their enrollment. Little did they anticipate that this would indeed come to pass. However, their current performance hardly surpasses that of their former selves. Harry, observing his friend, seemed inclined to shake his head, prompting Maple to furrow his brow. Harry instantly recalled that Maple had just vanquished a troll, a being far more perilous than the creature itself, and while the threat of the troll was fleeting, Maple would be accompanying them for 7 years. Realizing this, Harry promptly capitulated under Maple's intimidation, nodding vigorously as if to ensure he was seen. Ron? Maple then turned to Ron. With Harry as a cautionary tale, Ron, despite the twitching of his face, quickly nodded in agreement. Hermione? Maple's expression softened considerably in the presence of the young lady, yet Hermione immediately affirmed with a nod. All right, the troll's skin is thick and resilient to magic. Its only vulnerability lies in its head. The creature's colossal body is complemented by a diminutive brain, which implies a lack of intelligence. It possesses brute strength, but is devoid of combat wisdom. Once the troll is revived, I shall maintain my distance. I can only assure you that you will not perish. But should you find yourselves in peril while awaiting my rescue, prepare yourselves for a bed in the infirmary. Now, maintain your distance and keep away from the troll. Revive it swiftly, Maple commanded, pointing at the troll's head while casting the counter curse for the slumbering spell. Chapter 34. The Collaboration of Three. Begin. With Maple's command, he swiftly vanished, retreating to a corner to observe the unfolding spectacle, while the troll gradually regained consciousness and quickly rose to its feet. Maple was not entirely inactive. Before his departure, he had already cast a silent shield charm upon the three. Stupefy, they shouted in unison, but only Hermione's one successfully emitted a spark, while Harry and Ron's efforts resulted in silence. Hermione, lacking practical experience, found it exceedingly challenging to target the 12-foot-high foe. Her stunning spell struck the troll's abdomen, failing to impede it in any way, instead drawing the creature's attention towards her. Realizing this, Hermione recalled Maple's earlier warning regarding the troll's deficient intelligence and promptly instructed Ron and Harry, let us spread out and divert its attention. Harry and Ron swiftly repositioned themselves to flank Hermione, occupying 3 distinct angles relative to the troll. Indeed, the troll disregarded them entirely, its beady eyes fixated solely on Hermione. Stupefy. Hermione attempted once more, yet her spell missed its mark. Stupefy. As the troll bore down on her, both Harry and Ron cast their stunning spells, but regrettably, the inherent limitations of Harry and Ron's abilities, compounded by their anxiety, rendered their attempts unsuccessful. Over here, you big oaf. Come this way. Ron shouted desperately at the troll, his spell casting having failed. Unexpectedly, whether it was drawn by Ron's voice, or perhaps the dim-witted giant fortuitously comprehended the meaning of fool, or simply due to its towering stature that limited its vision, the creature's small eyes could hardly discern much. Compared to Hermione's petite figure, it seemed more attuned to auditory stimuli, prompting the giant to forsake Hermione and clumsily pivot towards Ron. Stupefy. Stupefy. Hey, big buffoon, over here, come this way. With the earlier tension dissipated, Harry, after reciting the incantation twice, finally managed to cast a stunning spell. However, the spell only traveled a few meters ahead of him, falling short of even grazing the giant's form, let alone capturing its attention. As the giant approached Ron, Harry emulated Ron's earlier taunts, hurling insults at the creature. Remarkably, the dim-witted giant turned its attention towards Harry instead. Was this truly a method to confront a giant, or were they merely training monkeys in a zoo? Next was Hermione's turn. Both of her spells struck the giant, but failed to have any significant effect. Was 12 feet still too lofty a challenge for them? The stunning spell inflicted no pain, and its inability to breach the giant's defenses rendered it ineffective. After casting her 2 spells, the giant remained unperturbed. Was it necessary to resort to loud shouts? You big oaf, old dimwit. For the first time, uttering such expletives felt more challenging for Hermione than casting the correct incantations. The trio took turns, the intellectually challenged giant becoming a plaything for their antics. Soon, even Ron mastered the stunning spell. Yet they were still unable to land a blow on the giant's head. Alas, this is rather dull. Do you need my assistance? Maple strolled forth, yawning. No need. If you can do it, so can we. Spurred by Maple's encouragement, Hermione's mind raced. Was relying solely on the stunning spell too ambitious? If only there were other incantations. Other spells. Yes, the levitation charm. Ron, cast the levitation charm on me. I'll strike it from above. Hermione exclaimed, her thoughts crystallizing. But I haven't mastered that spell yet. Ron replied, somewhat sheepishly. In the past, Hermione might have asked Harry to perform the incantation, but now she turned to Ron, saying, I believe in you. You can do it. All right. Ron's cheeks flushed with determination as he pointed his wand at Hermione, causing her to levitate. Still not working? He said, growing somewhat disheartened upon seeing no immediate response. No, I distinctly felt some movement. Why hasn't it taken effect? Hermione frowned. My apologies. It seems to be my fault. Maple sheepishly scratched his nose and then pointed at Hermione, reciting, Immobulus. You cast the shield charm. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, having been completely unaware. Elated, she realized Maple had thoughtfully provided them with protection beforehand. Ding! Earn a point for academic prowess. Levitate. Ron recited the spell once more, and this time, he successfully lifted Hermione into the air. Higher, higher. Stupefy. After ascending several feet, the giant seemed to finally notice the commotion, shifting its focus towards Hermione, who hovered in the air. Without the luxury of allowing Ron to elevate further, Hermione promptly cast the stunning spell upon the giant. Perhaps the proximity of the creature had drawn her closer to her target. Remarkably, her incantation struck the giant's head with success. However, before she could revel in her triumph, the giant began to topple towards her, while she remained suspended in midair. With decisive action, Maple cast the levitation charm, effortlessly seizing control of Hermione's body from Ron, pulling her aside and ensuring a smooth descent to safety. Unfortunately for the hapless giant, it crashed down once more. Why had the professors not yet arrived? It dawned on them. The storyline had shifted, and the giant's lack of a thunderous roar, merely causing some floorboards to splinter, seemed insufficient to draw the attention of the faculty. Professor Dumbledore, blissfully unaware of any imminent danger to their lives, felt pleased that they were gaining such invaluable experience. Yet, the idea of performing good deeds without recognition was not Maple's style. Hence, he launched a firework into the sky in celebration, a gesture befitting a Gryffindor. Congratulations to you all. Together, you have vanquished a giant in your first year, he applauded. The trio exchanged bashful smiles, basking in the immense sense of accomplishment from their victory over the giant, paying little heed to Maple's fireworks display. What should we do with it? Just leave it here? Ron inquired. Perhaps we could dissect it for study or barbecue it, Maple suggested, eliciting a collective shiver from Harry and his friends, who turned their heads away, dismissing him. Let us cast another stunning spell on it that should ensure it remains unconscious for a longer duration. And then we can leave it for the professors to handle, Maple proposed. Agreed. They concurred. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed, accompanied by heavy footsteps, prompting the three to look up. They were oblivious to the considerable ruckus they had created, which surely had caught the attention of those below, alarmed by the violent crashes and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant before bursting into a fit of sobs, collapsing onto a nearby toilet, clutching his chest tightly. This time, the esteemed Professor Quirrell seemed genuinely distressed rather than performing for an audience. He had anticipated that his giant would wreak havoc in the castle, never imagining it would be subdued by 4 first-year students, leaving him somewhat disillusioned. Snape bent down to inspect the giant, while Professor McGonagall regarded the 4 with a stern expression. Harry found her ire frightening. He preferred dealing with the bumbling giant instead. What in the world are you playing at? McGonagall's voice dripped with icy anger. Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why were you not safely tucked away in your dormitory? Oh, Professor McGonagall, must you be so serious? A fully grown troll, even for upperclassmen, poses a formidable challenge. Yet, here we are, mere first years having subdued it. The remarkable feat of overcoming such a creature was accomplished solely by the students of Gryffindor. As the head of our house, do you not take immense pride in the talents and capabilities we have demonstrated? Even Hermione bowed her head under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, while Maple, unabashed, continued to speak, seemingly oblivious to the gathering storm clouds around the professor. Given your excellence, should we not consider submitting an article to the Daily Prophet to duly commend your achievements? Professor Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. Ah, Professor Snape, you truly understand me. I am certain that an article about us would make the front page. First years capable of handling a troll undoubtedly affirms that Hogwarts is an ancient and prestigious institution. Maple eagerly seized upon this, causing Snape's cheeks to twitch, while Professor McGonagall, if given a stick, might well have resorted to violence. It dawned on her why the Sorting Hat had exhibited such curious behavior when it encountered Maple. It had never misjudged a person before. However, with Maple taking the brunt of the professor's ire, Harry and his companions found themselves considerably relieved. By merely bowing their heads and feigning contrition, they evaded further scrutiny from the professors. Due to your actions, Mr. Maple, Gryffindor loses 50 points. The consequence of inciting Professor McGonagall's wrath was immediate. She directly deducted 50 points from Maple, with Maple serving as a poor example. McGonagall was considerably more lenient with Hermione and the others. Well, I must concede that you are fortunate. Few first years can contend with an adult troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave now. They hastily exited the room, silent as they departed. Harry and his friends breathed a sigh of relief for having escaped Professor McGonagall's punishment, while Maple, appearing remarkably unconcerned about his 50-point deduction, seemed unfazed. Yet, under the current circumstances, Hermione found no justification to chastise him. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Ghosts of Halloween. Each person held a plate, and, as they emptied it, new food would arrive until the wizards felt satisfied enough to call for an end to the feast, at which point the plates would be automatically cleared. Is this truly the case? The surrounding Gryffindors paused their meal, their eyes fixed on the trio in disbelief. Indeed, Professor McGonagall had awarded each of them 5 points. However, she was quite displeased with their reckless behavior, and subsequently deducted 50 points from Gryffindor. Maple's tall tales, a blend of truth and falsehood, had allowed him to escape unscathed, leaving the innocent trio to bear the blame. Nonsense. It was your actions that angered Professor McGonagall, resulting in the point deduction. Hermione, evidently concerned about their house's standing, was not about to accept Maple's arbitrary claims and shot him a disapproving glare. Thus, you three truly vanquished a giant beast and were rewarded with points by Professor McGonagall. At this moment, the Weasley twins approached, exclaiming, "Why were we not invited to such an exhilarating event?" The Gryffindor Lions, undeterred by the loss of points, enveloped Harry and his companions in a fervent inquiry about their victory over the giant, their cheers seemingly threatening to raise the very ceiling of Gryffindor Tower. Harry was not particularly fond of such overwhelming attention. Having been the center of curiosity on numerous occasions, he found this atmosphere rather uncomfortable. Hermione, often aloof and reserved, also felt ill at ease, while Ron, typically self-conscious, reveled in the spotlight, eagerly recounting his exploits before the giant to the enthralled crowd. Meanwhile, Maple had discreetly slipped away from the throng, avoiding the attention directed towards Harry and his friends. He turned to the Weasley twins, who had just signaled him with a glance, and said, "Speak up. What is it that you wish to discuss? It is rather inconsiderate of you to embark on such an exhilarating adventure without including us. Therefore, we seek a compensation of sorts, a thrilling escapade." Upon seeing the Weasley twins, Maple's mischievous grin illuminated his face as a brilliant idea sprang to mind. Of course, the twins responded eagerly, their eyes lighting up with excitement. The Weasley twins stealthily exited Gryffindor Tower, and, at the threshold, Maple transformed into his animagus form, ensuring that the portrait of the Fat Lady remained oblivious to their nocturnal escapades. The Fat Lady exhibited no surprise or objection to the twins' late-night departure, as if she had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Upon reaching the kitchen, they exchanged warm greetings with the house elves, packed a generous supply of food, and requested the elves to procure several sheets of white paper. After expressing their gratitude, though the elves were unaccustomed to such acknowledgments, they undoubtedly appreciated the sentiment. Maple prepared for their next endeavor, seeking ghosts. Bidding farewell to the house elves, Maple led the twins to the underground classroom in search of specters. "What? You wish for us to masquerade as ghosts to frighten students? We are not Peeves." The ghosts seemed offended by Maple's suggestion, responding with indignation. Unfazed by their scorn, Maple instructed Fred and George to lay out the food they had procured from the kitchen. The ghost, upon seeing this, scoffed, "Do not waste your efforts. We ghosts cannot partake of human food. Is this not common knowledge?" Ignoring the ghost's derision, Maple retrieved incense from his pocket. He had learned of the methods to create talismans from the low-tier card of Uncle Geo, though crafting a talisman in a short time frame proved challenging. However, incense could be easily acquired from areas populated by the Chinese community in England, while lacking the yellow talisman and vermilion. Maple recalled that Uncle Geo had once painted with a whisk on a curtain, implying that the vermilion talisman served to solidify spiritual energy, akin to the insulating layer of a wire circuit. Thus, applying the talisman as needed did not necessitate these materials. Yet such feats were beyond Maple's current capabilities and would require the assistance of Uncle Gio's card. Currently, Maple possesses only one 5-star Uncle Gio card. However, with the accumulation of points and upgrade opportunities, he can elevate the solitary 3-star Uncle Gio card to 5 stars, subsequently combining it with a 1-star card. Thus, after utilizing one 5-star Uncle Gio card, he retains another 5-star card along with 2 1-star cards. Lighting the incense and placing it atop the food, Maple silently activated the 5-star card of Uncle Gio in his mind, and the previously obscure and enigmatic Meow Mountain talismans instantly became lucid in his consciousness. Albeit for only 2 hours. Yin and Yang communication. Transform the corporeal into ethereal. With his wand, Maple inscribed a symbol representing spiritual energy in the air, and upon completing the yin-yang communication talisman, he directly applied it to the food. Fred and George remained utterly oblivious. Yet the spirits gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the food before them. Each ghost stared longingly at Maple, their expressions pleading. "Go ahead and eat." Maple gestured with his hand, speaking directly. Amidst Fred and George's astonishment, Maple gained a bit of scholarly merit. Unable to resist, the Weasley brothers took a piece of food to taste, only to exclaim in shock, "This food looks perfectly fine, yet it has no flavor at all. It's meant for ghosts." "Naturally, humans cannot perceive its taste," Maple replied. As Fred and George displayed their incredulous expressions, Maple earned another point of scholarly merit. Subsequently, Maple whispered to the Weasley brothers, and their eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Following Maple's instructions, they began to cut the white paper he had brought. After an hour of effort, they finally completed the task. They proceeded to color the creations, using a haunting shade of ghostly green and a terrifying black, and of course, adding a touch of crimson, considering how the children feared the bloodthirsty barrow. Let us add some ghostly flames to the jack-o'-lanterns. This one should have a long tongue. This one with bloodshot eyes. This one should appear as though its head has been smashed, and this should leave half a head. Let us make one resemble Slytherin Captain Flint's head. I wonder how he would react to seeing his own head floating before him. How amusing. After another half hour, they completed these embellishments. Now expand rapidly. Maple cast an enlargement charm, transforming the paper figures to the size of the spirits. Then, invoking yin and yang communication, transform the corporeal into ethereal. Maple executed the yin-yang communication technique and set the paper figures ablaze. As the paper figures turned to ashes, a spirit suddenly floated over, exclaiming in surprise, reaching to grasp the remnants. Fred watched in astonishment as the spirit retrieved a garment resembling the paper figure they had just crafted. The spirit, equally astonished, donned the attire, transforming into a terrifying specter with only half a head before the crowd. "Maple, could you teach us this magic? It's simply incredible." After contributing yet another point of scholarly merit to Maple, the Weasley brothers eagerly seized him, brimming with excitement. Maple, with her wand, inscribed the complete sigil of the yin-yang spirit communication charm onto a blank sheet of paper and handed it to the Weasley brothers, saying, "Practice on your own." The Weasley brothers eagerly seized the paper, as if it were a treasure. Had I forgotten something? "Oh, right, Nick's head. Come, sir, I shall assist you now." Maple located the nearly headless Nick and fulfilled her promise. With a flourish of her wand, she invoked the exorcism charm, slicing through the tenuous connection between Nick's head and body. According to the potency of the charms, there were exorcism, dispelling, and banishing spells, with the latter being more formidable. Fearing potential harm to Nick's ethereal form, Maple opted for the gentlest exorcism spell. After the swift incantation, the nearly headless Nick was finally liberated into the realm of the past, now known as Sir Nick without a head. "Thank you so much, Maple." Nick's head floated in the air, expressing boundless gratitude. At that moment, the ghosts, having grasped the magnitude of Maple's magical prowess, eagerly acquiesced to her requests. Chapter 36. The Legend of the Big-Headed One. As these ghosts donned the new garments Maple had conjured for them, their chilling forms transformed into terrifying apparitions. Among them were a few unique entities, including Flint, who possessed an oversized head, and several pumpkin-headed spirits that shared a similar grotesque design. These dark, blood-stained lanterns floated ominously, their hollow faces aglow with eerie, ghostly flames. The Weasley brothers wore mischievous grins, reveling in the thought of the impending mischief that would befall the entire student body, filling them with a delightful sense of accomplishment. Clutching the precious sigil, they envisioned manipulating these spirits, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Would they frighten the children? One of the ghosts, upon witnessing its own frightful visage, couldn't help but worry for the students. Please, this is a school of magic. The students are wizards, not ordinary children from a muggle school. If they would be frightened by mere specters devoid of other abilities, Professor Dumbledore would surely be disappointed. Oh, and after you succeed in scaring them, promptly remove your ghostly attire and flash a cheeky grin like Peeves. Do you truly think these children would write home to their parents about being frightened by ghosts? It is far more enjoyable to have shared amusement. They would undoubtedly choose to betray their classmates. Thus, you needn't worry. With a chuckle, Maple gained a bit more scholarly prestige. However, there was no cause for concern regarding her safety. She could easily handle a troll, so her well-being was assured. Perhaps her curiosity led her to investigate the large dog on the 4th floor after overhearing them. Although Ron did not guess Maple's intentions accurately, he did not miss the mark entirely. They had no reason to fret over Maple's safety. Instead, they ought to be wary of themselves. As the lights in the 4 towers extinguished one by one and all the students settled into slumber, the ghosts drifted into the students' dormitories. Anyone who awakens to the sight of a sinister specter looming by their bedside would undoubtedly find it difficult to maintain composure. However, after the initial scream, the apparitions reveal their true essence, subsequently uttering a phrase laden with meaning. With sleep abandoned, they fix their large, dark eyes upon the night, patiently awaiting the cacophony of terrified students. As they revel in the echoes of other screams, they unwittingly transition from victims to mere bystanders. Following the tremors that reverberated through the towers of the 4 houses, tranquility soon returned. While a number of students may have experienced bedwetting, none truly descended into madness. For they were wizards, and the shared burden of fear among 5 roommates alleviated the pressure on each individual. As for the ghosts, they had been deprived of amusement for centuries. Once the initial reluctance subsided, they embraced their antics with enthusiasm, finally grasping why nearly headless Nick was considered the merriest of Hogwarts spirits, though he hardly qualifies as a ghost. In a few days, as the winds of tension subsided, Maple and Fred and George convened, only to discover that the ghosts had ranked their spectral appearances. Undoubtedly, the most terrifying was the ghost with a blood-smeared visage, while the Jack-o'-lantern specter secured a commendable 3rd place. Surprisingly, the 2nd position was claimed not by their meticulously crafted terrifying faces, but by Flint's disembodied head. Upon being roused, the sight of Flint's pallid cranium floating before them sent a wave of terror through the Slytherins, who feared they had suffered a dreadful assault. Secrets within Hogwarts are seldom kept, especially not within the same tower, and soon enough, the girls were well aware of the previous night's events. Maple's decision to prevent the ghosts from tormenting the girls proved astute. The female students possess nerves more sensitive than their male counterparts, and should they be frightened, the matter would surely escalate to the professors. Yet, in the absence of ghostly disturbances, they leisurely watched the boys' misfortunes unfold. Consequently, the boys lamented privately, deliberating over which ghost was the most fearsome, and upon the girls' arrival, they immediately sought to display their bravery, claiming encounters with particularly terrifying apparitions that had left them utterly unfazed. Following their exchanges, the boys, in a remarkable display of camaraderie, seamlessly integrated each other's more frightful tales into their own narratives, resulting in a continuously evolving, unified version of events. On that day, the disembodied head of Slytherin's Flint materialized before me. Flint was furious, utterly incensed, and his name reverberated throughout the campus. Everyone, save for the Slytherins, recounted his visage as exceptionally terrifying, only to be vanquished by their own gallant selves. Even the Slytherin girls, upon encountering Flint, could not suppress a peculiar expression, their eyes instinctively drawn to his head, imagining his bodiless form, which struck them as profoundly amusing. Yet, in the end, they could not conceal the truth from Hermione. Being in the company of the clever is indeed vexatious. Undoubtedly, engaging in combat alongside a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber instills a profound sense of security and comfort. However, the experience of being in close proximity to such a wizard in daily life often leaves one feeling as though they are being scrutinized, which is far from a pleasant sensation. I confess, I admit it was indeed my doing. Maple candidly acknowledged this. Yet before Hermione could express her ire, he promptly presented her with the spells to share. Indeed, Hermione was swiftly captivated by this peculiar magic, especially after Maple informed her that Professor Flitwick had adapted many spells to fit the structure of the magical energy system. The young witch was eager to experiment with these incantations. As one acquires knowledge, they simultaneously uncover more mysteries. It is often the case that geniuses, like Hermione, are more readily drawn to curiosity than the average person. During his leisure hours, he devoted himself to practicing charms, utilizing Professor McGonagall's notes on intermediate transfiguration. He also carved out time to hone his symbol drawing skills, recognizing that this would become an indispensable power in the future. Thus, after a week of such endeavors, Maple perceived a weekend excursion to the spider colony not as a trial, but rather as a rare opportunity for relaxation. Following Hermione's reconciliation with Harry and Ron, their burdens were significantly alleviated. With Hermione's assistance, even though they had to complete their assignments first before she would help them revise, their academic load was considerably lightened. As the first Quidditch match approached, Harry found himself compelled to dedicate more time to training under Wood's relentless pressure, which led Hermione to relax her expectations regarding Harry's homework. This undoubtedly elicited envy from Ron and left Maple feeling despondent, as Hermione never assisted him with his assignments, likely due to the dazzling aura of academic brilliance that surrounded her. Fortunately, Maple had also traversed the arduous path of numerous examinations in his previous life, enduring the rigors of mock tests and extensive essay writing. Thus, he managed to cope with these assignments, which were somewhat challenging for a typical 11-year-old, albeit without the ease that Hermione displayed, despite Maple's psychological maturity surpassing hers by an indeterminate margin. One cannot deny that a scholar is indeed a scholar, in certain respects. Maple, a pseudo-scholar boy by supernatural means, was no match for her. Following the encounter with the giant, due to Maple's significant alterations to the narrative, Hermione became acutely aware of her own shortcomings. Consequently, she began to allocate some of her library time to practice spells outside of class. Chapter 37. History repeats itself. Montague appeared to be an underestimated figure. The cumulative value of his transactions in venom and eyeballs had nearly reached 10,000 galleons over several weeks. Remarkably, he possessed the capability to dispose of half that quantity within a month. However, despite having such a capable partner, Maple and his companions would have to temporarily suspend their dealings with Montague, a process that could span several months. On one hand, it was prudent to lay low, as Montague himself lacked the formidable strength to rival that of an Auror and needed to ensure his safety. Additionally, there remained half the quantity to be sold, which would also afford the market some time to absorb the venom. Thus, Maple's weekend excursions to the Forbidden Forest transformed entirely into a venue for practicing spells. However, he had to exercise caution, lest he inadvertently slay an acromantula. After all, once the commotion subsided, that would be a considerable loss. The 4,000 galleons he acquired were not reflective of the final market price. The ultimate selling price and profit margins for the individual traders or merchants who received the venom were of no concern to Maple and his companions. Maple retained a modest sum of 100 galleons, converting the remainder into pounds to support the operations of the Light of Hope. Utilizing the post office in Hogsmeade, which has a dedicated department in the wizarding world for the transit of both wizarding and Muggle correspondence, he transformed Owl Post into Muggle Mail. Through this postal system, Maple contacted the headmistress of the orphanage, requesting her to commission several music boxes for him in the Muggle realm, selecting one of his favorite English songs, Scarborough Fair. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. Tell her to make me a cambric shirt. Some melodies transcend the boundaries of language, and this song is undoubtedly one of them. The trials of his language examinations did not diminish Maple's affection for its melody, highlighting the transcendent allure of this classic tune. Upon receiving the mail, Maple gifted the Scarborough Fair music boxes to the house elves. Given their numbers, he purchased several, though it was impractical to produce hundreds for each house elf. Upon hearing the music, the house elves instantly adored the song, and over 100 of them ceased their tasks to stand neatly before Maple, bowing in gratitude. This was indeed a remarkable honor, as he became the first wizard, apart from the headmaster, to receive such acknowledgement. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in Maple's eyes. The house elves, too, had moist eyes, as he was the first wizard to show such genuine concern for their happiness. When Maple proposed that the house elves could learn to sing this song to present to the headmaster, their spirits soared, as if their lives had suddenly acquired deeper significance. As Maple departed, all the house elves gathered to bid him farewell, offering him an abundance of food and expressing their eagerness to learn the song, hoping to sing it for him in return. From that night onward, Maple noticed that his bed was the most meticulously arranged in the dormitory, a testament to the affection of these endearing yet pitiable little beings. Indeed, I wonder if any readers have discerned the origin of the name Maple. The essence of Maple is embodied in Lin Feng, and the English translation of Feline is Maple's Woods, with Maple being phonetically rendered as Maper. As November unfolds, the weather in England turns exceedingly frigid. The towering mountains surrounding the school are shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed by ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembles hardened steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, the ground is adorned with frost. Consequently, Maple, who frequently engages in outdoor activities, has taken it upon herself to learn a warming spell, aptly named Warm as Spring. In the absence of the thrill from hunting the monstrous eight-eyed spiders, the Weasley twins have finally resorted to employing the Opunyo charm on the students, with the victims invariably being members of Slytherin. Of course, the ghost possesses a tight-lipped demeanor, and even Flint, with all his prowess, could uncover no clues. However, it is unfortunate that the Weasley twins' penchant for mischief is notoriously well known. Even Hagrid has expressed that expelling these two from the Forbidden Forest consumed nearly half his lifetime's effort. Thus, when Flint considers potential troublemakers, the Weasley twins inevitably spring to mind. Although Flint's paranoia may be somewhat exaggerated, he does stumble upon a fragment of the truth. Yet, he underestimates the combat prowess of the Weasley twins. Despite Flint's towering companions, magic remains the primary strength of wizards. The Weasley twins, feeling particularly bored, are elated when Flint presents himself as an opportunity, almost wishing to embrace him in gratitude before unceremoniously casting the Opunyo charm upon Flint and his unfortunate allies, leaving them suspended in the biting wind. Since mastering this spell, the Weasley twins have long awaited this day, and upon finally unleashing it, they erupt into gleeful laughter. However, they swiftly pay the price for their hubris, though not with their own resources. While they have become quite adept at the Opunyo charm, they have yet to master the subtleties of a silent incantation, resulting in the spell's utterance being broadcasted. The Slytherins display an enthusiasm absent from the classroom, fervently practicing this charm with fervor. Fueled by their animosity, the Slytherins exhibit remarkably swift progress, perhaps due to the inherent simplicity of the spell. Many of the spells invented by the Half-Blood Prince are similarly straightforward, yet immensely useful. The Weasley twins are particularly grateful for their mastery of the shield charm, thanks to Maple's reminder. Otherwise, they might have found themselves suspended by the Opunyo charm countless times in the face of such vengeful Slytherins. When the city gates are aflame, the innocent fish suffer. Although the Weasley twins remain unscathed, the students of Gryffindor bear the consequences. Flint, unable to target the Weasley twins effectively, ultimately turns his attention to the other Gryffindor students after several failed ambushes. The Gryffindors, in turn, exhibit a passion that rivals that of the Slytherins. Being a cluster of restless young lions, the Opunyo charm aligns perfectly with their inclinations. Once Gryffindor masters the spell, an imminent clash between the two factions looms on the horizon. As the inaugural Quidditch match approached, what began as a mere exchange of words transformed into a spirited duel of jinxes, injecting a delightful vivacity into the school atmosphere and intensifying the competitive fervor surrounding Quidditch for the first time. However, this time, Harry, who was meant to be the principal protagonist of the match, found himself relegated to a supporting role. While the jinx known as the Bat-Bogey Hex surged in popularity throughout Hogwarts, undeniably dominating the headlines. Had Maple been a gossip columnist, he would have eagerly rushed into Snape's classroom, inquiring about the inventor's perspective on the current state of affairs within the school. Were they all so foolish? The pressing concern was not to master the Bat-Bogey Hex, but rather to first grasp the more crucial shield charm. Mastering the Bat-Bogey Hex merely placed them on an equal starting line. Acquiring the shield charm would ensure their invulnerability, allowing thoughts of revenge to follow. This was the true path to victory. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin escalated, compelling Maple to gather Harry and his companions to instruct them in practicing the shield charm. I recall that someone had seemingly employed the Bat-Bogey Hex during flying lessons. Could it be that Ron's spell originated from that individual? Hermione's words sent a shiver down Maple's spine. Was her intuition truly that sharp? It would be a pity if she did not pursue a career in detective work. Perhaps she could team up with Conan to determine who was more adept, ultimately rescuing Conan from the clutches of Lan's demon. Ah, I believe you must be mistaken, Maple replied dryly. After several attempts, Hermione successfully cast the spell and then continued her practice independently, leaving Maple to train the less proficient Harry and Ron. Yet, before Harry and Ron could master the shield charm, its utility diminished as the conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin drew the intervention of professors, resulting in a prohibition against the use of such spells on fellow students. Both houses suffered a deduction of 100 points, with Professor McGonagall further penalizing the Weasley twins, the instigators by an additional 50 points. Prior to flying lessons, Hermione's Quidditch history may have seemed tedious. However, after joining the Quidditch team, the book proved immensely beneficial for Harry, who had previously known little of the sport and had never witnessed a match, making it both enlightening and enjoyable. Maple, however, felt indifferent to it, believing Quidditch overly reliant on seekers, where the seeker's capture of the golden snitch yielded 150 points, while a chaser expending great effort to score merely earned 10. It was rare for the team that caught the snitch to lose, barring the unique case of Victor Crumb's unfortunate teammate, which was an anomaly in itself, much to Crumb's dismay. Thus, the outcome of a match seemed predominantly dictated by the seeker. Although two bludgers roamed the field, their impact on the seekers was minimal. The greater threats they faced stemmed from the malice of opposing players. Seekers bore the greatest risk, primarily due to their pivotal role in the game. Perhaps a revision of the rules could render Quidditch more engaging. For instance, the golden snitch is invincible for a half hour, impervious to capture. After this period, it transforms into a pale gold hue, becoming susceptible to capture, albeit with a mere reward of 100 points. As the match progresses to the 1-hour mark, the snitch reverts to its golden form, and seizing it yields a score of 150 points. When the match extends to 2 hours, an additional feature may be introduced, granting a genius like Crumb a chance for a miraculous comeback. At this juncture, the snitch will randomly oscillate between gold and a purplish-gold hue. The golden snitch will persist for 15 minutes before transitioning, while the purplish-gold snitch will exist for only 1 minute before changing. With each transformation, the probability of the golden snitch appearing stands at 3/4, whereas the emergence of the purplish-gold snitch is a mere quarter. The golden snitch is valued at 150 points, while the purplish-gold snitch not only grants an additional 100 points, but also doubles the score thereafter. One can envision the exhilarating and fierce competition for the purplish-gold snitch during that fleeting minute. Even seekers might calculate their timing before the next transformation of the golden snitch, testing their luck to see if they can capture it just as it transitions into its purplish-gold form. Chapter 38, The Quidditch Match. Without hesitation, Maple intended to seek out Madame Hooch, but was informed of her absence from the school. Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that she was not only the flying instructor at Hogwarts, but also the Quidditch referee, frequently invited to officiate matches beyond the school grounds. And she even possessed qualifications to officiate at the Quidditch World Cup. It seems the school was but a secondary venture for her. No wonder the flying lessons were so infrequent, available only to first-year students. Soon, Maple learned from the Gryffindor team that the upcoming first match of Hogwarts Quidditch would implement new rules. The adoption of these new regulations would undoubtedly necessitate some modifications to the Golden Snitch, and coincidentally, Dumbledore happened to know the finest alchemist in all of Europe, Nicholas Flamel. Maple's request posed little challenge for Flamel. In fact, it could be deemed rather unremarkable. However, the creativity behind Maple's proposal left Flamel in awe. Over the years, many had suggested alterations to Quidditch, yet few wizards achieved the depth of insight that Maple displayed. Throughout Flamel's extensive career, he likely never anticipated that such a brilliant suggestion for Quidditch would come from an 11-year-old child. On the eve of the Quidditch match, yet another unpleasant encounter unfolded between Harry and Snape. During a break, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Maple ventured into the chilly courtyard, where Hermione magically conjured a handful of bright blue flames, which they could carry in a jam jar. Although Maple was capable of casting a warming charm, he graciously accepted Hermione's gift. They stood together, warming themselves against the flames. At that moment, Snape crossed the courtyard, and Harry quickly noticed that Snape was limping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled closer together, attempting to shield the flames from prying eyes, fully aware that such actions were undoubtedly forbidden. It was rather peculiar and astonishing that a creature so formidable could be subdued by something as simple as music to lull it into slumber. The guilty expressions etched on their faces caught Snape's attention as he limped over, never missing an opportunity to derive amusement from Harry's misfortunes. "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. Harry revealed the book, Quidditch Through the Ages. Snape informed him that library books were not permitted to be taken out of the school and demanded it back, deducting 5 points from Gryffindor on the spot, fabricating a rule in the process. Watching Snape's limping figure recede, Harry muttered indignantly, "I wonder what happened to his leg." "I don't know, but I hope it hurts like hell," Ron replied, relishing the misfortune of their professor. Coincidentally, Harry had witnessed Snape's unfortunate plight. A gruesome injury marred his leg, evidently a result of Quirrell's malicious machinations, leaving Snape to face the creature alone while Quirrell fled. The stunning spell proved ineffective against the three-headed dog, Fluffy, who possessed considerable magical resistance and was, after all, a guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. Snape, wary of employing powerful dark magic, found himself injured as a consequence. "How could you possibly keep your eyes on 3 heads at once?" Snape lamented. Unfortunately for him, Harry interpreted this as an admission of guilt regarding his earlier intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. No, he wouldn't, she asserted. I know he isn't the best, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore so carefully safeguards. Honestly, Hermione, you seem to think all teachers are saints, Ron retorted bluntly. I concur with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. I do not consider Professor Snape a thief. We cannot ascertain the truth based solely on fragments of evidence, replied Maple earnestly. Harry, you must understand that both Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, like Professor Dumbledore, have saved my life, so unless you can present more concrete evidence, do not expect my agreement with your view of Professor Snape. The following day marked Harry's first Quidditch match. Maple, unusually, decided to take a break to unwind. Despite his excellent training, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness on his inaugural appearance on the pitch, rendering him unable to eat breakfast. Eventually, after persistent encouragement from others, particularly from Simon, he managed to eat a little. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as though the entire school had gathered around the Quidditch pitch, with many students bringing along binoculars. The seats appeared to be elevated into the sky, yet visibility of the match remained a challenge. Now, possessing a modest fortune, Maple purchased binoculars for Ron and Hermione to enhance their viewing experience. Ron and Hermione ascended to the highest row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a supporter of the Hufflepuff team. In a bid to surprise Harry, they crafted a grand banner from a sheet stained by the little rat, Scabbers, emblazoned with the words Potter for victory. The artistically inclined Dean adorned it with a magnificent depiction of the Gryffindor lion. Subsequently, Maple and Hermione collaborated to conjure a spell, resulting in a lifelike apparition of a majestic lion leaping from the canvas, exhaling a plume of fire, causing a charred snake's carcass to tumble before it. The Gryffindors erupted into jubilant cheers, while the Slytherin serpents glared in fury, yet none among them possessed the skill to perform such intricate magic. It is noteworthy that the creation of this magical illusion required considerable time and effort from the duo, including the purchase of various magical fireworks for experimentation, employing an assortment of pyrotechnic materials combined with spell work to finally manifest this fleeting apparition. At her command, all players mounted their enchanted broomsticks. Then, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and the broomsticks soared into the sky, marking the commencement of the match. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptionally talented chaser with both skill and charm. The Weasley brothers' good friend Lee Jordan was also quite the character. Maple mused that Professor McGonagall's absence, in curbing his commentary, might render the match even more entertaining. However, if we were to learn that the stunning lady he praised ultimately fell into the hands of his dear friend George Weasley, one might wonder if he would seek a duel. Given Gryffindor's physical disadvantages, there was heightened concern for the safety of their female players, prompting a more conservative defensive stance. Fortunately, with the exceptional Wood as their keeper, Slytherin's repeated offensives bore no fruit, and it wasn't until 20 minutes into the match that Gryffindor finally scored their first goal. With the escalating intensity of the clashes, Hermione and her companions grew increasingly anxious for Harry's safety, often diverting their binoculars from the match to keep him in sight. Harry glided gracefully high above the pitch, maneuvering effortlessly, and although he had little to do for the first 30 minutes, this did not imply idleness. By anticipating the Golden Snitch's movements, he positioned himself to seize it more swiftly when the time came. Under the new rules, even if the snitch were spotted within those 30 minutes, he could not pursue it. Thus, there was no incident of Harry's broom being caught. Instead, upon noticing the snitch, he feigned discovery in another direction, misguiding Slytherin's seeker to fly that way. In a surprising maneuver, Harry executed a sharp turn, accelerating towards the opposite direction where the Golden Snitch awaited, leaving the Slytherin seeker bewildered. With his premeditated strategy and the advantage of the Nimbus 2000's unparalleled speed, Slytherin found themselves unable to keep pace. As the seeker from Slytherin found himself regretting his previous actions, an unexpected event unfolded. No, rather, it was a miracle, a delightful surprise. Harry's broomstick suddenly spiraled out of control, terrifyingly convulsing as it attempted to unseat its master. The broom twisted and turned in the air, violently shaking as Harry had evidently spotted the Golden Snitch, suggesting that the match might soon conclude. Consequently, all eyes were drawn to Harry, who was now the focal point of attention due to the broom's peculiar behavior. The broom continued its wild thrashing, soaring higher and further away from the pitch. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, the Golden Snitch had vanished from sight. Had the Slytherin seeker captured it at that moment, Gryffindor would have faced a most unfortunate defeat. The spectators fixated on Harry as his broom began to tumble and roll uncontrollably, leaving him to struggle to maintain his grip. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently once more, flinging Harry off. Now, he dangled precariously in mid-air, clutching the broomstick with just one hand. "Harry!" Hermione screamed, her alarm echoed by many Gryffindor students who shared her concern, while Slytherin students reveled in the misfortune. When Flint collided with him earlier, could the broom have malfunctioned? Seamus whispered. "Impossible," Hagrid replied, his voice quivering slightly. "Nothing but powerful dark magic can interfere with a broomstick. No child could cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione's mind raced, and she seized Hagrid's binoculars, redirecting her gaze not at Harry, but towards the crowd, particularly focusing on Snape. It had to be him. Hermione gasped. Ron snatched the binoculars from her. Snape stood at the center of the opposing stands, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently uttering incantations. "He is casting a hex on the broom," Hermione exclaimed. "Surely not." As they observed Snape through the binoculars, Maple appeared struck by a profound revelation. His eyes locked onto Snape's direction, wearing a face of disbelief, unwilling to accept the grim reality. One had to admit, his acting was commendable, deserving of applause. Seeing Maple's expression, Hermione felt a pang of sympathy, then resolutely made her way through the crowd, struggling to reach Snape's side. True to form, Hermione collided with Professor Quirrell, sending him tumbling into the front row before igniting a flame beside Snape, a fire she had conjured earlier to warm Harry and his friends. Of course, this was merely Hermione's intention. Did Snape truly remain unaware? Maple, observing from a distance, could see it clearly. However, from such a range, he could not discern Snape's expression, perhaps a mixture of relief followed by anger. Anger at Hermione for daring to confront him, and resentment for being perceived as a villain. Suddenly, Harry dove swiftly towards the ground. Maple's eyes lit up at the expression on Harry's face, as he too must have anticipated that he would seize the snitch in this manner. Certainly, it is primarily due to Quirrell's dark magic that he has been unable to act, which is why he fortuitously seized the snitch with his mouth. As always, Quirrell cast his dark spells upon his broom, and Harry happened to capture the golden snitch once more using his mouth. After catching the snitch, Harry fell to the ground and extracted it from his mouth, exclaiming triumphantly as he held the pale golden snitch high above his head, bringing the match to a chaotic conclusion. 110 points to 60, Gryffindor emerges victorious. Chapter 39, I Believe in You. Where's Maple? After the match, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Harry noticed the absence of Maple and could not help but inquire. Why was he upset? Not yet aware of the truth, Harry felt somewhat perplexed. It was Snape. He uncovered the truth and successfully rescued Harry, but due to Maple's predicament, Hermione could not rejoice. "I noticed when your broom malfunctioned, he was muttering incantations for your nimbus, his eyes fixated on you. I have read that certain potent dark spells can be cast without revealing a wand, provided the caster maintains eye contact with the target." Snape did not blink. "I witnessed it. Fortunately, it was during the match, and Snape dared not draw his wand. Otherwise, he could have eliminated you at once." "So, does this imply that Snape is a dark wizard? Why then does Dumbledore still invite him to teach here?" Harry was equally astonished, having assumed that Snape merely harbored a disdain for him, not realizing he might wish him harm. "Is it because I uncovered the secret of his injury from the three-headed dog? I believe Professor Dumbledore must have been deceived by him. Although Dumbledore is a great white wizard, perhaps he's inclined to see the good in people, believing that Snape could be redeemed, and thus accepted him swiftly. Professor Dumbledore likely thought that his compassion could reform him. Regrettably, Snape has not risen to that expectation," Ron analyzed. "Then why does he act now? I mean, since he has concealed himself so well for so many years." It must be noted that Snape's magical prowess cannot possibly rival that of Professor Dumbledore. Operating under Dumbledore's very nose must be exceedingly perilous for Snape. What could compel him to take such a risk? Is he not afraid of incurring Dumbledore's wrath, rendering him an outcast in the magical community? Hermione pondered. This suggests that what he seeks is of paramount importance, significant enough for him to disregard Dumbledore's threats and still act. What could be so powerful that it drives Snape to such lengths? Engaged in conversation, the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was delighted to see them as guests. He brewed them a pot of tea, and each poured a generous cup. It must be said that Harry and his friends' imaginations were indeed remarkable. Although they initially veered off course, their conclusions were riddled with inaccuracies. However, aside from the misjudgment regarding Snape, many of their speculations were surprisingly close to the truth. This imaginative exploration undoubtedly brings them closer to the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. At Hagrid's hut, Ron relayed to Hagrid the incident concerning Snape's attempt to harm Harry. Naturally, Hagrid, having not witnessed Snape casting a spell during the match, was skeptical of the three young wizards' accounts. Consequently, Harry recounted how he had seen Snape being bitten by the three-headed dog, leading him to believe that Snape intended to steal whatever the creature was guarding, and that he sought to eliminate Harry after his secret was uncovered. "How could you possibly know about the three-headed dog?" Hagrid exclaimed, setting down the teapot in astonishment. "The three-headed dog? Yes, it belongs to me. I acquired it from a Greek fellow I met at a pub last year. I lent it to Dumbledore for safekeeping." "What?" Harry inquired eagerly. "Enough questions." Hagrid replied gruffly, "That is classified information, understand? But Snape is attempting to steal it." "Nonsense," Hagrid retorted. "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing." "Wake up, Hagrid. He has already tried to kill Harry. How can you still trust him?" "I witnessed him casting a spell on Harry's broomstick, staring at him intently, muttering incantations." "I tell you, you are mistaken," Hagrid insisted angrily. "I do not know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but Snape would never wish to harm a student. Now, you three must heed my warning. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that dog and what it guards. This matter lies between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Ah, so there is a connection to someone named Nicholas Flamel, is there?" Harry remarked. Hagrid was furious, seething with anger. Meanwhile, the trio had no inkling that Maple had directly approached Snape for confirmation. Indeed, even without foresight of future events, Maple could ascertain Snape's innocence based solely on their unbreakable vow. Not one to squander a rare opportunity to enhance her favor with Snape, Maple was determined to seize it. Furthermore, in the future Maple envisioned, cloning technology could not only replicate Lily's cells, granting Snape his desires, but also clone Snape and even Dumbledore's cells, allowing the clones to take their place, thus preserving their lives. "What do you want?" Snape said, not even glancing up as Maple entered. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" "Hermione witnessed you casting a spell on Harry's broom," Maple demanded sharply. "I do not believe you did it." "But why did the dark magic on Harry's broom cease after Hermione interrupted your incantation? Can you enlighten me?" Maple pressed on. "Unknown, perhaps you should. Like your know-it-all friend, assume I'm the culprit," Snape replied coldly. "I know you're not responsible. Otherwise, you would not have gone to the lengths of making me swear an unbreakable vow. Now, can you tell me what spell you cast on Harry?" "I cast a counter curse." Snape assessed Maple with a piercing gaze before finally divulging. "I knew it," Maple exclaimed with delight, unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired, "Who cast the curse?" "I cannot say. You must discern it for yourself." Snape refrained from uttering Quirrell's name, instead encouraging Maple to seek the truth on his own. However, before dismissing him, Snape added, "Do not divulge my words to Harry, nor to those self-important little brats." With a cheerful acknowledgement, Maple exited with a buoyant gait, appearing quite at ease. Snape watched him depart with an expressionless demeanor. Yet, Maple was the second person, after Dumbledore, to place such trust in him, which certainly stirred something within Snape. His mastery of mental occlusion was so adept that no change was evident on his face. Were everyone endowed with such a skill, even a fraction of it, psychologists might find themselves out of work. After frolicking on the lake for a while, he indulged in a childhood dream long unfulfilled. Yet, this fellow possessed a mischievous cunning. After satisfying his own whims, he proceeded to cast spells upon the lake's surface to test the thickness of the ice. Fortunately, he wielded only an indestructible wand, rather than a powerful instrument of destruction. Had Dumbledore entrusted him with the Elder Wand, given his current proficiency in spells, he could have likely blasted a hole through the ice. As the lake froze, the castle became blanketed in several feet of snow. This magical school was unlike the mundane world, which sought to clear away such wonders, thereby undermining the beauty of nature. Here, the words of Lu Sun ring true: "The road is made by walking." Observing the crooked paths etched into the snow, one could only wonder how many lively students contributed to such artistry, with the Weasley brothers likely taking the lead. On this day, with the snow having ceased, Maple invited Hermione, Harry, and Ron to join him outdoors to build snowmen, eschewing the use of magic. Aside from Ron's lackluster enthusiasm, the trio enjoyed themselves immensely. Once the snowmen were completed, Maple and Hermione cast spells to add vibrant colors to their creations. During this time, Maple witnessed the Weasley brothers enchant a few snowballs, sending them chasing after Quirrell, striking his turban-clad head. Little did they know, dear Weasley brothers, whose face you were pummeling. Such indignities surely angered Lord Voldemort, who, constrained by the need for secrecy, could not reveal himself. It is worth noting that Voldemort had placed a curse that caused the defense against the dark arts teacher to change every year. following Dumbledore's refusal to allow him to teach the subject. In the face of such pettiness from Voldemort, how daring it was for you to throw snowballs in his direction. I am thoroughly impressed and humbled by your audacity. One wonders if Fred's eventual demise was in any way linked to the resentment Voldemort harbored from that incident. The reason the defense against the dark arts teacher changes annually is not solely due to the curse's maleficence. Many teachers depart because of unexpected personal tragedies, such as pregnancy or the death of a loved one. However, perhaps more often, they flee at the semester's end, citing any excuse they can muster upon hearing of the curse. Who wouldn't be fearful of a curse that even Dumbledore cannot directly lift? I fear that only Dumbledore himself could possibly teach in a manner sufficient to break the constraints of this curse. One can hardly fathom the depth of Voldemort's resentment that could have conjured such a formidable curse. Chapter 40. The Christmas Holiday. However, during the time that Harry and his companions scoured the library in search of clues regarding Nicholas Flamel, Maple found himself compelled to set aside some time to accompany them in their endeavors. Thus, as the Christmas holiday approached, Maple felt a sense of joy, relieved to finally escape the tedium of those dreary tomes. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley, Maple exchanged 1,000 galleons for pounds at Gringotts. Yet, when he brought this money to the company, he discovered that they were not in immediate need of these funds. Following the substantial sum he had previously delivered, Emily and her colleagues had procured additional machinery, alleviating the company's previous predicament of lacking even a single printing press. Although the sales of the novel had slightly boosted the sales of cards, the impact was minimal and did not generate any significant response. Then, Carl from the company proposed a bold and audacious idea. Many of the employees had been recruited by Maple from various universities, and Carl suggested utilizing their connections to organize a university-wide Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, enticing participants with a substantial prize. He set the champion's reward at £2,000, leading others to believe he had lost his senses. Yet, those who caught wind of the competition became equally enthralled, and the number of registrants swelled. While registration was free, participants were required to spend money to construct their decks. It is worth noting that the acquisition of cards involved an element of chance. Some fortunate players managed to assemble impressive decks with a mere handful of pounds, while others, less fortunate, spent dozens without obtaining a single rare card. The strategic combination of monster, spell, and trap cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Indeed tests one's intellect, unless one is exceptionally lucky. Akin to the protagonists of anime, who can print cards on the spot, victory in the tournament ultimately demands skill from the contenders. At this age, university students brim with youthful vigor, and they often believe their intellect is on par with any opponent. In this environment, trends spread rapidly. One person learns, and soon it proliferates to 10, then 100. Prior to Maple's arrival in this world, Yu-Gi-Oh! Lacked a unified platform, with numerous unofficial games siphoning off traffic. Japanese companies focused solely on card sales, neglecting to provide an outstanding gaming platform for players who purchased physical cards, leaving the game in an awkward position, failing to become one of the best-selling games. Nonetheless, in this era of scant entertainment, before the dawn of the arcade age, Yu-Gi-Oh! Stands as a groundbreaking creation, replete with novelty and playability. Many students, initially uninterested in participating, found themselves irresistibly drawn to purchase cards after encountering the game. It can be said that in this age, the fear was not of market rejection for Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, but rather the concern that potential users remained unaware due to insufficient promotion. Carl's gamble paid off. The cards they had previously amassed sold out, compelling them to procure additional machinery and work overtime to print new cards. They had to raise the prices and customize a large quantity of blank cards. Now, the profits from card sales, after deducting the competition prizes and venue expenses, were more than sufficient for purchasing machinery. However, by the time the machines were installed and operational, the competition would have already concluded. Ultimately, the number of registrants reached over 1,000 at the onset of the event. Fortunately, Carl and his team had prepared in advance, organizing several venues for elimination rounds based on campus units. During the competition, Carl even engaged a few newspapers to cover the event. Undoubtedly, following the resounding success of the competition, these newspapers experienced a significant surge in sales, and the Hope Light Company flourished immensely. However, the lucrative nature of their enterprise attracted trouble. A wealthy capitalist named John Anderson attempted to acquire the company, but was rebuffed, leading to his furious retaliation through his connections and influence against the Hope Light Company. Local patrol officers frequently harassed the establishment, frightening away many customers seeking to purchase cards. Furthermore, the market began to flood with cheap counterfeit cards, and several key personnel from Hope Light faced personal threats. Although there had yet to be any accidents or incidents, some employees were already contemplating withdrawal out of fear. In dealing with law enforcement, if the officers were diligent civil servants, they ought to repair roads and engage in charitable acts to win public favor. If they were merely idle, they could be bribed with money. But if they were thugs, one must take decisive action against them. The company was not short on funds. Thus, safety should not be a concern. It was time to establish a security firm. In a stable society, a security company serves as a guardian. In an unstable one, it could easily morph into a syndicate. As for the personnel of the company, they would consist of veterans, and it was crucial not to exclusively recruit British veterans, as that could lead to them banding together and becoming adversaries. The aim was to ensure they were dependent on the company, rather than the other way around. Personnel could be sourced from France and Germany, and, considering the timeline, it was also feasible to recruit a substantial number of excellent security personnel from the former Soviet Union, given proper arrangement for transportation, meals, and accommodation. Upon understanding the company's challenges, Maple decided that the recruitment and arrangement of security personnel would be managed by the worldly individuals, while he would handle other matters personally. Concerning John Anderson, digging up dirt on such a capitalist would be of little use, and Maple had no intention of directly pilfering from his bank accounts. Instead, he would assume the guise of a shadowy figure to investigate Anderson's company and family secrets, subsequently delivering a week's worth of gathered information to a few of his competitors, patiently awaiting their collaboration to eliminate him and divide his assets. As for the patrol officers, being part of the system, they were most vulnerable to such exposure. The first step was to ascertain if any contacts they had with Anderson possessed backing. If so, they would be dealt with collectively. Given their willingness to engage in such self-serving misconduct, few would remain untainted. As for the underworld, once the security company was established, such concerns would diminish, as they would become a more formidable organization. Indeed, as a person of future generations, although the remuneration offered by companies may not completely match that of the present day, and resources are somewhat limited, is still significantly superior to the plight of workers in this time. In this world, the lower and middle classes are the most populous. Engaging with them will fortify the foundation of hope that is destined to remain distant from the grand capitalists and the elite. The issue with John has been resolved, yet there will inevitably be more challenges to face. Therefore, Maple devised a multi-step plan for the company. First, to cultivate relations with certain officials to serve as shields, navigating through the immediate crisis before anything else, while simultaneously focusing on establishing his own security firm and legal team. As for those selling pirated cards, the strategy is to initially feign weakness and ignore them, biding time until sufficient strength is amassed to confront them in court. In the future, the legal departments of gaming companies will also become a lucrative enterprise, suing for plagiarism and demanding they relinquish their profits. The second step involves further company development and increased financial stability, leading to the acquisition of a newspaper to serve as the company's voice, alongside investing in a significant social welfare charity project and promoting it vigorously, ideally ensuring that all of England is aware of this charitable endeavor. With robust public support, the hope of light can rally public opinion to counteract the pressures exerted by unscrupulous politicians. Furthermore, with a security company in place, there will be no fear of organized crime. Once the company has established itself in both legitimate and illicit spheres and stands unafraid, it will be time to establish the Welfare University of Hope. Speaking of the University of Hope, Maple harbors a certain mischievous inclination. He contemplates recruiting foreign students, particularly a number of Japanese female students. After the Meiji Restoration, Japan found itself devoid of wealth and resources. How did they develop before the First Sino-Japanese War? Through loans and the sale of women. The business of Japanese prostitutes extended globally. Even the unfortunate African Americans indulged in their services. During the Second Sino-Japanese War, not only were women from the Celestial Empire and Korea conscripted, but their own women were also assigned to serve soldiers. Even in the present age, Japanese women remain dependent on men. After marriage, they're often barred from working, relegated to the role of homemakers. It is said that a website cursing husbands to death has inexplicably gained immense popularity, with hundreds of thousands of active users frequently posting their curses. Truly a real-life death note. Regrettably, at that time, Japanese women could only vent their frustrations without any means to instigate real change. To alter societal structures, the so-called democratic protests have historically yielded little effect. Only with sufficient power can one instigate transformation. In this era, there lies an opportunity to leverage the benefits of the three technological revolutions to amass substantial profits and establish a consortium of Japanese women. Only by possessing at least one consortium can they exert the full force of public opinion to obliterate the oppressive societal norms that confine them. If possible, it would be quite amusing to see them stir up some upheaval in their island nation. Yet, should they succeed and begin to disdain the indigenous populace, one cannot help but wonder how many Japanese men would find themselves left without partners. Ron's Christmas gift was a note from Ollivander, confirming that he had already paid, allowing him to choose a new wand at Ollivander's shop. Harry received a sculpture. Maple had obtained photographs of Harry's parents from Dumbledore and, alongside a picture of Harry, crafted a porcelain family portrait. She then cast a spell to make Harry's parents smile, which Harry was sure to cherish. Maple presented Dumbledore with a novel and gifted Professor McGonagall a wizard hat, adorned with a charming little cat on the top, showcasing her progress in intermediate transfiguration. To Professor Flitwick, she submitted a report on her hypotheses regarding the combination of charms and magic. With Dumbledore's impending demise in 5 years, Maple chose to set aside her previous grievances with Snape, sharing her knowledge of cloning technology with him, hoping he could refine it within 5 years to create a clone to take Dumbledore's place at the end. Later, Maple felt particularly grateful for her decision at that moment, as Dumbledore had not yet passed, giving her technology an opportunity to be utilized before it was too late. During the Christmas holiday, Harry and Ron were so immersed in merriment that they completely forgot about the Nicoleem incident, alleviating any guilt Maple might have felt for delaying that revelation. Harry and Ron gathered by the fireplace, treating the common room as a barbecue spot, roasting bread, pancakes, and mushrooms. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the need for oil, cumin, and chili powder. They then engaged in a game of wizard chess, although it was more accurate to say Ron was mercilessly dominating Harry. The animated, talking chess pieces incessantly berated Harry, leaving him overwhelmed and causing his interest in wizard chess to plummet. After playing with Ron the previous day, Harry refused to touch the pieces again. Merry Christmas! The following day, both Harry and Ron eagerly tore into their Christmas gifts. Harry received a flute from Hagrid, 50 pence from his aunt and uncle, and a sweater from Ron's mother. Ron received a sweater as well, albeit in a dark maroon hue that he was not particularly fond of, while Harry's was a vibrant green, provoking a mix of envy and admiration in Ron. Next was Maple's gift. Upon unwrapping it, Harry froze in place. Despite having lost his parents at a young age, he immediately recognized their likenesses. The family portrait displayed his parents alongside his grown self, filling Harry with warmth. "Ah, Maple has also sent me a gift," exclaimed Ron, who was equally moved upon discovering the note from Ollivander. "By the way, Harry," Ron suddenly turned to him and asked, "Did you prepare a gift for Maple?" "No. Did you?" Harry replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that while Maple had thoughtfully prepared a gift for him, he had nothing to offer in return, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. "I too have forgotten to ask my mother to knit him a sweater. He appears to be an orphan as well." For a moment, both remained silent. Only one gift remained for Harry, which he picked up and felt was quite light. Upon unwrapping it, a silvery substance, akin to a liquid, cascaded onto the floor, forming a shimmering pile. "I had heard of this item," Ron gasped and whispered, casting aside the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans Hermione had given him. "If I am not mistaken, this item is exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. An invisibility cloak. Try it on." As Harry donned the cloak, only his head remained visible. His entire body vanished, and even his reflection in the mirror ceased to exist. "A note!" Ron exclaimed suddenly, as a piece of paper fell out from within. Harry removed the cloak and read the unsigned note. "Your father left this for me before he died. It should now be returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Harry stared at the note in a daze, while Ron marveled at the cloak. "If I could possess such an item, I would forsake everything else. Indeed, even if one combined all the riches of the Malfoy family, it would not equal the worth of Harry's treasure." This was the invisibility cloak passed down from Ignotus Peverell, the youngest of the fabled Deathly Hallows. One could not buy such a thing with a lifetime of labor. Meanwhile, Snape was utterly astonished upon receiving Maple's gift. The emptiness in his gaze, seemingly devoid of emotion, suddenly stirred with intense turbulence, tears welling up as he perused the documents on cloning technology provided by Maple again and again. Thus, he isolated himself in his office for an entire day, missing the Christmas feast. Hogwarts never seemed to lack provisions, even in a sparsely attended Christmas banquet. There were 100 plump roast turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, large platters of delicious sausages, bowls of peas slathered in butter, and dishes of thick gravy accompanied by cranberry sauce. Then Harry engaged in wizarding crackers, which, enhanced by magical power, produced explosive sounds akin to bombs, yet only emitted colorful smoke without causing harm. Remarkably, They even released live creatures. Harry ended up with several little white mice, though it was uncertain whether they were the result of transfiguration or simply ordinary mice. After the Christmas feast, he and the Weasley brothers frolicked for an entire afternoon. Upside down. Armor protection. Seizing the holiday, the Weasley brothers sought to flout some restrictions for a thrill. Unfortunately, Harry was prepared, having learned Maple's shield charm, which left the Weasley brothers thoroughly disappointed. They were left with no choice but to engage in a snowball fight. The invisibility cloak was undoubtedly an immense temptation for a novice wizard. That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until he could no longer resist putting it on and wandered through the campus from Gryffindor. No one could see him. He could traverse anywhere on the grounds, including forbidden areas and the restricted section of the library. After several days of revelry, it was only then that Harry recollected Nicodemus, and in a fit of impulse, or perhaps more accurately, in a moment of bravado, he donned the invisibility cloak and ventured into the restricted section of the library in search of Nicodemus. Unfortunately, the first book he stumbled upon was a talking tome. Upon his grasp, the book emitted a chilling scream that echoed hauntingly through the dark night. Suddenly halting before a towering suit of armor, Harry found himself pursued by Filch, who, despite being unable to see him, was relentlessly drawn by the sound. "Professor, you mentioned that if anyone roamed about at night, I should report it immediately." Someone was in the library, in the restricted section, being caught by her personally versus being apprehended by Snape. Harry could not determine which would be more dreadful. The restricted section ensured that the trespasser could not have gone far. They were bound to catch him. From Professor McGonagall's tone, it seemed she fancied herself something of an intruder. The invisibility cloak could render Harry unseen, yet could not erase his physical presence. Of course, even if the cloak of death possessed such formidable power, Harry would be unable to wield it. He carefully retreated, striving to make no sound, and cautiously squeezed through the door behind him. Thank heavens, he had escaped detection. Once the footsteps of McGonagall and Filch faded into the shadows, Harry began to survey the room where he had taken refuge. There, he discovered the Mirror of Ariste, a magnificent mirror that reached the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame and supported by claw-like feet. An inscription at the top read, Aristra eru oit ube cafru oit onwosi. When reversed, it translated to "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." This meant that it revealed not one's visage, but rather one's innermost yearning. Thanks to the gift from Maple, Harry quickly recognized his parents, and behind them, presumably his grandfather and other family members. They all gazed at him, smiling warmly. Harry gradually examined the faces of the others in the mirror, noting they all possessed the same green eyes and identical nose as his own. One elderly figure even shared Harry's uneven knees. As he beheld his family, it marked the first time in his life. The Potter family waved cheerfully at Harry. He gazed at them with fervent longing, pressing his hands against the glass as if wishing to leap into the mirror and remain with them. A profound ache surged within him, a blend of joy and deep sorrow. The following day, Harry returned to the mirror accompanied by Ron, once more entranced by the sight of his family, finding the reflection far more vivid and captivating than Maple's porcelain likeness. On the third day, Harry approached the mirror again, prompting Dumbledore to sigh resignedly before appearing before Harry. Professor Dumbledore, who harbors a similarly sorrowful past and an equal obsession with the Mirror of Ariste, undoubtedly comprehends Harry's emotions. However, Harry cannot remain so entranced. Dumbledore kindly engages in a heartfelt conversation with Harry, as if he had long desired to do so. After sharing his reflections on the Mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore reveals its profound truth to Harry. The mirror reflects only our deepest and most fervent desires. Since you have never seen your family, you behold them standing around you. Ron Weasley, consistently overshadowed by his brothers, perceives himself standing alone, distinguished among them. Yet, this mirror neither imparts wisdom nor reveals reality. Individuals squander their days before it, captivated by what they see, even driven to madness. For they remain oblivious to whether the visions within the mirror are genuine or attainable. Chapter 42, Neville. After the holidays, Maple directly handed a chocolate frog card to Hermione, exclaiming, "I found Nicholas Flamel. Look here." One of Professor Dumbledore's contributions was his fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in the field of alchemy. Hermione leaped up, her excitement propelling her into the air, as if a long-anticipated riddle was finally about to be unraveled. The thrill and satisfaction engulfed her entirely. With this revelation, the search for Nicholas Flamel became markedly more manageable. Soon, Hermione unearthed a vast old tome from the library, discovering clues regarding Flamel. Ecstatic, she borrowed the book to share her findings with Harry and the others. "Look here, Nicholas Flamel is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione declared. What stone? Harry and Ron responded, perplexed. The Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous magical artifact crafted in ancient alchemy, represents the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. It has the power to transform any metal into pure gold and to fabricate the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Maple explained. Could the Philosopher's Stone transcend the realm of transfiguration, truly possessing the ability to alter atomic structures of metals? That large dog must be guarding Flamel's stone, a stone that can produce gold and bestow eternal life. Harry exclaimed. No wonder Snape is also interested in it. Who wouldn't want it? Upon hearing Harry's speculation, Maple merely chuckled silently. If you knew what I would receive from Professor Snape, you might not wear such an expression. Upon encountering Snape once more, he appeared markedly transformed. His gaze, once hollow and indifferent, now bore a hint of gratitude. The solitary heart that had perished with Lily seemed to have been rekindled. This is for you. Perhaps having lived in a world of solitude for too long, estranged from reality, Snape struggled to articulate his gratitude and simply presented Maple with a gift. What is this? Upon seeing the golden potion within the vial, Maple's heart fluttered, unable to conceal her surprise. Felix Felicis. Severus Snape once gifted Maple with this item. Yet such a treasure is never excessive. Is this all? It hardly surpasses the last offering, does it? The previous supply barely sufficed for 2 sips. This one might stretch to 3. Why not pour out and see for yourself? Snape regarded Maple with a disdainful expression, as if to say he lacked discernment. Could it be the undetectable extension charm? Maple quickly grasped the implication. You need not use your previous bottle. This one is an enhancement infused with phoenix tears, allowing for usage once every 5 years, with effects lasting a full day. My word, how remarkable! Maple was utterly astonished. Snape, even during his student years, was a prodigy capable of refining potions, and in the years since graduation, he has not been idly passing time. His expertise in potion making must now surpass that of Slughorn. However, Snape has likely never showcased his finest creations to the world, with perhaps only Dumbledore having the rare opportunity to sample the true extent of Snape's skill. Snape successfully contained Voldemort's dark magic for nearly a year with his potions and spells. It is recalled that Slughorn, over the span of 3 decades, consumed Felix Felicis twice. In truth, if taken casually, the potion does not pose a lethal threat, yet the overwhelming sense of invincibility it brings can lead to reckless and perilous hubris. Much like the eldest of the Deathly Hallows wielders or the Uchiha clan mastering Izanagi, Snape regarded Maple with an expression of utter incredulity, as if to imply, does this require explanation? Indeed, given Snape's regard for Lily, he would surely ensure the rebirth of her essence in an impeccable form. Before departing from Snape's office, Maple was bestowed with a voluminous tome of potion notes. Observing Snape's solemn demeanor, it was evident that this knowledge surpassed the techniques within the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. With this book in hand, the need to hunt for acromantulas becomes obsolete. Mastering the potion knowledge contained within would effortlessly yield substantial galleons, devoid of peril. Following the revelation of Nicodemus, Hermione and Maple continued to meticulously fill their schedules, while Ron found himself with ample leisure. Harry could have enjoyed a similar respite as Ron. Alas, he encountered the zealous Wood, who was fervently determined to secure the Quidditch trophy for the school. Wood saw in Harry a glimmer of hope, believing that 1 or 2 years was too long to wait, and thus he sought to claim the trophy this very year. Consequently, regardless of frost and snow or relentless rain, Wood relentlessly drove the entire team to train with fervor, much to the chagrin of the Weasley brothers. Their pent-up exuberance found expression during Quidditch practice as they engaged in playful antics, diving and pretending to plummet from their broomsticks. When Wood announced that the next match would see Snape as the referee, the Weasley twins truly fell from their brooms, landing quite unceremoniously. Even the typically diligent Hermione surprisingly advised Harry against participating in a match, highlighting the depth of their misunderstanding of Snape. During these moments, Maple resolutely adhered to her agreement with Snape, silently observing their antics. The students around erupted into laughter, and Maple pursed her lips. Was this truly a moment for amusement? Disarm, Hermione chanted, and with that incantation, Neville's legs were freed. Malfoy, Neville stammered, I encountered him outside the library. He mentioned he had been searching for someone to practice that spell. Go inform Professor McGonagall. Hermione urged Neville, report him. Neville shook his head. I don't want to stir up trouble again, he mumbled. You must confront him with courage, Neville. Ron asserted. He has always been overbearing. We have no reason to yield to him and allow him to triumph easily. You need not tell me I lack the courage to belong in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me, Neville choked out. Very well then. I shall assist you in drafting a withdrawal application, Maple declared. Neville stuttered, at a loss for words. Come now, write it down. Once you hand it to Professor McGonagall, you shall be free, and you need not worry about Malfoy any longer. Come on, right? Maple summoned paper and a quill with a spell, placing them before Neville. No, I want to write. Neville vehemently shook his head, adamantly refusing. You've claimed you do not deserve to be in Gryffindor, so do not hold us back. Students from Slytherin at your age, and you are afraid of a first year? You should be embarrassed. I feel ashamed for you. For the honor of Gryffindor, please withdraw. Maple insisted, forcefully placing the quill in Neville's hand, attempting to make him write the application. Ron stifled a laugh, but Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. Do not disrupt Maple's efforts. I will not withdraw. Neville struggled to free his hand, fighting against the pressure. Why not? What gives you the right to refuse? Give me a reason, Neville. Maple ceased her insistence on writing and instead shouted at him, causing the entire common room to fall silent. Do not force me, please. Neville was on the verge of tears, his voice trembling. No. Maple clutched Neville's hand tightly and scrawled the words withdrawal application in an unsteady hand. The act seemed to ignite a spark of courage within Neville, and he somehow broke free from her grip. A faint smile appeared on Hermione's face as she noticed Maple's sudden release of control over Neville. Neville, now tell me, are you a wizard? Yes. I cannot hear you. Perhaps I should finish writing your withdrawal application. Withdrawal application. Yes, I am a wizard. I do not wish to withdraw. Louder. I am a wizard. I do not wish to withdraw. Neville, now loudly declare, what is more fearsome, Malfoy or being unable to become a wizard? A hopeless coward? Being unable to become a wizard is far worse. Then shouted out, what is there to fear about that big, foolish donkey Malfoy? Malfoy, that big, foolish donkey what? Neville, do you wish to withdraw? Maple brandished the application form, shouting, what is there to fear about that big, foolish donkey Malfoy? Neville summoned his courage and spoke out in one breath. After uttering the words, he felt a faint sigh of relief, as if he had cast off a heavy burden weighing upon his heart. Everyone, chant with me. What is there to fear about that great oaf Malfoy? What is there to fear about that great oaf Malfoy? The students in Gryffindor's common room echoed in unison, then burst into hearty laughter, and Neville, caught up in the exuberant atmosphere, couldn't help but join in the mirth. Neville, tear it up yourself. Finally, Maple solemnly handed the expulsion form to Neville and said, taking the form into his hands, Neville ripped it into shreds and tossed the fragments into the air. With Maple leading the way, everyone applauded Neville in unison. Thank you, Maple, and thank you all. Chapter 43. The Match Against Hufflepuff. The name Hufflepuff is rather peculiar. I nearly mistyped it as something quite ridiculous, haha. Ever since their last victory over Slytherin, the Gryffindors were brimming with confidence, believing that the second Quidditch match would be effortlessly won. However, upon learning that Snape would serve as the referee for this match, their inexplicable confidence in victory vanished without a trace, and the outcome of the match became uncertain once more. If Snape were to officiate, he would undoubtedly favor Hufflepuff, seeking every means to ensure Gryffindor's defeat. This was a consensus among all Gryffindors who had experienced the nightmares of Snape's potions class. But where was Maple? After changing into his Quidditch robes, Maple's absence was still noted, prompting Harry to inquire. Oh dear, has he truly approached Snape? Is he courting danger? Ron suddenly burst into laughter. Ron, what's the matter with you? Hermione immediately sensed that Ron had lost his senses, laughing so unexpectedly. Look, Professor Dumbledore has arrived, with him present. Snape would surely refrain from targeting Harry again. Harry is safe. Ron pointed towards the crowd where the unmistakable silver beard of Dumbledore stood out, and upon seeing it, Harry felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Observing Snape's particularly sullen demeanor, Harry nearly succumbed to laughter. Believing that Snape was enraged because he had to abandon his sinister plans against Harry out of fear of Dumbledore. Good luck, Harry. This time, Hermione and Ron's well wishes were imbued with genuine sincerity. Sigh, you really need not insist on being the referee. If an assassination attempt fails, the chances of a second one are slim, as the target will be on guard. The true assassins spoken of in rumors often prepare for months or even years to ensure a successful strike. Therefore, even if you do not step forward, he would not attempt to harm Harry again. Or perhaps, Maple said, narrowing his eyes with a playful smile, you are actually sending a warning to that hidden puppet master. Oof. Snape's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Hey, why not smile a bit? Look, Professor Dumbledore has come. Your expression might lead Harry to believe that Dumbledore has thwarted your plans, making you appear fearful, which is why your face looks so grim. Maple teased. You should now feel fortunate that Dumbledore has appeared, Otherwise, I might have been unable to restrain myself from tearing your mouth apart." Snape's cheeks twitched, and his gloom deepened further. "Ha ha!" Maple laughed heartily. Observing this scene, Hermione cast a gaze of admiration to her. Maple's courageous decision to remain by Snape's side was a daring attempt to prevent Snape from covertly harming Harry. With Dumbledore's arrival, Snape dared not take action, allowing Maple to seize the opportunity to mock Snape, thus avenging Harry. Maple has now reached an advanced threshold in Transfiguration. His proficiency in charms exceeds the intermediate level, and with the aid of Snape's personal notes, he has also surpassed the initial stages in potions. However, Maple is particularly intrigued by Snape's revised potion notes. Preparing to practice each potion modified by Snape, committing the revised steps to memory. As a result, he has yet to fully practice all the basic potions. Nevertheless, he has not neglected advanced potions entirely. For instance, he has ordered materials for the crucial Polyjuice potion from Diagon Alley, intending to brew some himself. The fusion and modification principles of various potion components require knowledge of herbology and even the theories of alchemy, and to reach this level, Maple still has a considerable journey ahead. Unlike Transfiguration and Charms, which effortlessly draw upon his abundant magical power, his mature soul and experiences over the years have endowed him with ample spiritual insight. Essentially, the key factors that typically hinder the rapid growth of young wizards do not apply to Maple, allowing his development to remain unencumbered by any bottlenecks. The combination of a time traveler-esque soul and a magical prowess that neither Dumbledore nor the others possess is indeed a perfect match. By the end of his second year, Maple might well achieve a level equivalent to that of a seventh-year student, of course, measured against the standards of ordinary students, not including extraordinary individuals like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, although possessing the essence of Snape's insights into potions. Merely adhering to the text would render him incapable of even catching a glimpse of Snape's shadow. Therefore, when it comes to the critical factors affecting potion outcomes, such as stirring, slicing ingredients, and temperature control, Maple combines these with the challenges and inquiries he encounters during potion brewing, bringing them forth to seek Snape's guidance. It seems that Maple's thoughts were seen through. He never expected Snape, the old bat, could simultaneously explain things to him while also pondering penalties for Gryffindor. Maple was also surprised to see George boldly aiming the quaffle directly at Snape. Seizing the moment while Snape was distracted, Maple discreetly gave George a thumbs up from behind, and they exchanged smiles. Dividing his focus, he wondered if he could truly manage it. After Snape found yet another baseless excuse to penalize Hufflepuff, Maple remarked enviously. "You could give it a try," Snape retorted with sarcasm, questioning whether he had grown accustomed to such expressions, suggesting that his attitude towards Maple remained unchanged, save for the gratitude he felt. At that moment, Malfoy, who had deeply absorbed Snape's teachings, mockingly inquired, "Do you know how Gryffindor selects its players? They choose those they deem pitiful, like Potter, who is orphaned, and the Weasley brothers, who are impoverished. You should join the team too, Longbottom, for you lack intellect." Malfoy had long wished to vent his frustrations on Neville. The tales of Maple's exploits in Gryffindor had spread throughout the school, for secrets cannot be kept in such an environment, and the Gryffindors had no intention of concealing them, thereby allowing Malfoy to be informed. However, now that he was aware of his own disgrace, he dared not confront Maple. Slytherins are typically astute in preserving their own well-being, and Malfoy, in his youth, had yet to grasp the concepts of power and menace. Nonetheless, whenever Maple passed by, an aura emanating from him instilled in Malfoy an immediate sense of trepidation. Coupled with his natural reticence, Malfoy lacked the courage to confront Maple. After mocking Neville, Crabbe and Goyle erupted into their peculiar, high-pitched laughter. "Is that all you can do is laugh? We desire more lines too, but alas, Director Rowling does not permit it. Woe is us. Crabbe and Goyle are weeping in the restroom. Moreover, our acting is quite challenging. Do you think playing the fool is easy? It's exhausting, I assure you. Alas, I digress. It is a tale filled with sorrow and tears." Crabbe and Goyle lamented, having caused a deluge in the restroom. Malfoy, the great fool, posed no threat. Neville declared boldly, "I'm not afraid of you." His face flushed crimson. He felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of Malfoy. Yet he found the courage to hurl insults at him. "My legs are frozen." Upon Malfoy's anger, his complexion turned pale. He swiftly drew his wand, preparing to cast a leglocker curse on Neville once more. Yet, did he truly believe the same tactic would succeed again? "Armor protection," Ron bellowed. Although he had not employed the spell during the incident with the Hanging Man, he managed to invoke it this time. Ron's shield charm deflected Malfoy's spell. And seizing the moment of Malfoy's astonishment, Ron countered with the leglocker curse, ensnaring Malfoy. Naturally, Crabbe and Goyle, his loyal henchmen, were not spared. Sharing in the misfortune seemed only fitting. "Show them some strength, Neville," Ron exclaimed as he charged forward, raising his fist. His knowledge of dark curses was scant, and with the hanging man now prohibited, his fists proved more effective than his wand. Although Malfoy had learned the leglocker curse, he had neglected to study its counterspell. Thus finding himself in this predicament was entirely deserved. The trio of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle fell victim to the curse, and despite their imposing stature, Ron and Neville could easily dismantle them one by one. "Perhaps you ought to train those fellows in your house. Relying on you to confront Gryffindor is quite pathetic. They are like sheltered flowers, and once separated from you, they would surely suffer greatly at the hands of Gryffindor." Maple laughed heartily at Malfoy's dismal state, while Snape's expression darkened, yet he refrained from intervening upon hearing Maple's remarks. "Your suggestion is noted. I shall contemplate it. May I borrow your wand?" Maple spoke, extending his hand without hesitation to take what he desired. Snape did not acquiesce, and it seemed that Maple had an epiphany. Of course, Voldemort was watching. If Snape were to exhibit any sign of aberration, it could jeopardize his future as an undercover agent. At this moment, Voldemort remained uncertain of Snape's allegiance. Thus, he dared not reveal his true identity. Snape's dark mark should have shown no anomalies, otherwise he would have sensed it. However, during the Triwizard Tournament, with Snape absent, Voldemort acted without restraint. Perhaps it was intentional, deliberately conveying his burgeoning power to those who desperately sought to distance themselves from him, those who had faltered and betrayed him. He allowed them to await their punishment, their retribution. The inner torment they experienced was Voldemort's first gift to them. Contemplating this, Maple sought assistance from Dumbledore amidst the crowd. Though his voice was inaudible, Dumbledore seemed to comprehend swiftly, nodding in agreement. Snape's expression darkened further, and with apparent reluctance, he surrendered his wand to Maple. With a red glow in his left hand and a blue glow in his right, he launched both spells. Maple attempted to multitask, aiming the two wands at the ground to produce sparks of different colors. This appeared deceptively simple, yet Maple succeeded on the first try, drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. Astonishingly, he achieved it. It seemed that the essence of magic allowed wizards to materialize their thoughts more readily than ordinary individuals. With unwavering focus, after 3 attempts, Maple successfully completed the task of drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. This was reminiscent of the capabilities of the Mirror of Arist. Intelligent minds tend to overthink, becoming distracted by myriad thoughts while attempting such an exercise. The Dragon Balls can grant a wish, but if they were to sense the desires within one's heart rather than vocalize them, many might remain oblivious to what their ultimate wish truly is. By casting aside all distractions and fixating on one's most fervent and urgent thoughts, one could transform those thoughts into reality. With further practice of this intriguing exercise, one could hone the ability to multitask, perhaps even to engage in multiple tasks simultaneously. The chimes seemed to astonish Snape, who was taken aback by Maple's novel method of training one's capacity for dual focus. Maple never anticipated earning academic merit from him. Not only Snape, but Dumbledore too exhibited a glimmer of surprise, which soon transformed into satisfaction. Dumbledore felt increasingly gratified by his student's excellence, especially in the absence of signs of corruption akin to Voldemort's. Due to Maple's modified Quidditch rules, this match extended by over 20 minutes compared to the original timeline. Yet the outcome was evident. Harry's remarkable Quidditch talent led Gryffindor to an effortless victory. Chapter 44. The Leak at the Hogshead. With the match concluded, Maple bid farewell to Snape, refraining from disturbing him as he prepared to issue another warning to Quirrell. Nevertheless, Snape displayed remarkable cunning. He did not disclose that he was acting on Dumbledore's orders, but instead masqueraded as someone who, like Quirrell, coveted the Philosopher's Stone. Let Quirrell understand that even if he were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, it would inevitably be wrested from his grasp. Snape presumably believed that such a declaration would intimidate Quirrell, yet he underestimated the audacity of his adversary. The visage of Voldemort clung ominously to Quirrell's head, a revelation that caught Snape completely off guard. Nevertheless, this unexpected turn of events proved fortuitous. Had Snape exhibited any inclination towards the virtues of a noble wizard in Quirrell's presence, Voldemort's resurrection would undoubtedly have spelled his doom. Consequently, the ever-watchful Harry, who had been stealthily trailing Snape, immediately branded him as a villain upon overhearing this exchange, while Quirrell, his true nemesis, was erroneously awarded the title of a hero. It is noteworthy that prior to Harry shadowing Snape, Dumbledore had seized the opportunity to commend Harry's performance in a quiet whisper after the match, acknowledging his successful confrontation with the Mirror of Arist. "We won. Ron's elation stemmed not only from Harry's victory in the Quidditch match, but also from the triumph he and Neville had enjoyed in decisively besting Malfoy. In contrast to Neville's entanglement with Malfoy, the discord between the Weasley family and the Malfoys ran far deeper. Ron's father had repeatedly disparaged Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, in Ron's presence, instilling in him a preconception of Malfoy as a villain long before their enrollment. Upon Lucius's initial appearance, he did exhibit potential as a formidable antagonist. However, his subsequent actions were nothing short of disappointing. As the saying goes, one might have expected a king, only to encounter a mere bronze. Due to the leg-locking curse cast upon Malfoy and his companions, Ron and Neville managed to remain unscathed while sending Malfoy and his cohorts to the hospital wing. Naturally, Professor McGonagall deducted 20 points from them, as the nature of their actions differed starkly from a mutual brawl. Yet this was merely a trivial aside. Harry, what's the matter? Hermione, ever observant, noticed Harry's countenance was marked by a troubling expression and promptly inquired in hushed tones. We need to find an empty room. I shall explain everything. Harry gasped, breathless. Seeing an ominous portent on Harry's face, Ron's smile faded, and he cautiously steered clear of their jubilant Gryffindor classmates. They sought out an unoccupied chamber, ensuring Peeves was absent, and Harry divulged the conversation he had eavesdropped upon between Quirrell and Snape to Hermione and the others. Upon hearing Snape's own admission, they became increasingly convinced that the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone was indeed the three-headed dog, Fluffy, and that Snape was attempting to coerce Quirrell into aiding him in the theft of the stone. He inquired whether Quirrell knew how to subdue Fluffy and mentioned Quirrell's secretive little tricks. I suspect that aside from Fluffy, there may be other defenses safeguarding the stone, possibly a multitude of magical enchantments. It is conceivable that Quirrell has employed some counter-curses, which Snape needs to unravel. Are you suggesting that the stone is only safe when Quirrell can withstand Snape's influence? Hermione asked in alarm. Maple could not suppress a chuckle. It was the first time he had heard of a thief being relied upon to shoulder the burden of protecting a treasure. Indeed, it is nearly time for Quirrell to venture into the Forbidden Forest to slay the unicorn for its blood. Having discovered the method to breach the defenses of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort requires an abundance of power to dismantle all the enchantments guarding it. Furthermore, after a prolonged possession, Quirrell's body is gradually decaying, though the fool remains blissfully unaware. Voldemort needs Quirrell to endure a little longer, at least until he has acquired the Philosopher's Stone. In his incorporeal state, he is incapable of wielding most of his power. As for the resurrection through the stone's magic, Voldemort is unlikely to concern himself with Quirrell's fate. It is questionable whether Quirrell could even salvage the vitality he lost while being consumed by Voldemort himself. Oh, perhaps I should venture into the Forbidden Forest to safeguard those unfortunate unicorns. After reaching maturity, unicorns are averse to approaching young men, save for those who have spared their lives. The blood of the unicorn is not to be consumed lightly, for it carries a curse. Love and malice often coexist. Unicorns symbolize love and light, embodying extraordinary magical power, yet lacking aggression, preserving only the ability to protect themselves. To slay such a magnificent creature births sin, and those who seek to nourish themselves with the unicorn's blood shall forever bear the curse of darkness and evil. Under this curse, the wizard will be estranged from the light, descending into the depths of dark sorcery. Not only will protective charms fail to manifest, but even healing light magic will have no effect upon his being. However, should the unicorn willingly offer its blood, a wizard may obtain it without the accompanying curse. The blood of a curse-free unicorn is far more rare and precious than phoenix tears. While phoenix tears can alleviate various ailments and heal all wounds, even poisons, unicorn blood possesses a vitality unmatched, capable of rejuvenating the elderly and restoring the fully depleted life force of the dying. Given Dumbledore's connection with Fawkes, he can procure phoenix tears at will. Indeed, the phoenix once absorbed the killing curse to save Dumbledore's life. Yet, unicorns are exceedingly reluctant to part with their curse-free blood. No matter how good the relationship, if the unicorn does not willingly consent, this precious blood remains unattainable. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered, even in the face of Voldemort. However, the mere thought of confronting Voldemort ignites a sense of eager anticipation within Maple. Perhaps the thrill of overpowering Voldemort through sheer magical might, rather than relying on luck and fate as Harry does, is what truly stirs the blood. With Voldemort in a weakened state, Maple feels confident enough to topple Quirrell. Should Voldemort regain his strength, Maple would not hesitate to flee. Yet, if Voldemort were to possess Quirrell's frail form, Maple might still find herself at a disadvantage. but she would not be entirely without the means to retaliate. Yet, amidst the depths of despair, a flicker of hope lingered. However, Maple remained uncertain about the extent to which he could confront Voldemort. In truth, were it not for the Felix Felicis, he could not guarantee that he would muster the courage to challenge the Dark Lord. After concluding a clandestine conversation with Harry and his companions, he was unexpectedly greeted with a surprise from the Weasley brothers just a few days later. Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg. How thrilling! The thought processes of these two brothers were indeed unique upon encountering the dragon egg. Their first reaction was not to consider the legality of the matter, but rather to marvel at its coolness. Maple's astonishment was unmasked, not by Hagrid's acquisition of the egg, but by the sheer coincidence that the Weasley brothers had stumbled upon it. We witnessed it firsthand. That day we were conducting business with a major client at the Hogshead Inn. Fred exclaimed animatedly. Coincidentally, Hagrid was there as well, indulging in drinks and gambling. Thankfully, we had used the polyjuice potion. Otherwise, if Hagrid had discovered us, we would have been finished, George chimed in. Indeed, while Hagrid might not have skinned you alive, his wrath would have been inevitable. After all, that dragon belonged to Aragog, his companion of 50 years. I fear that should you venture into the Forbidden Forest again, Hagrid would no longer politely escort you out, but would seek to capture you, and even if he refrained from physically reprimanding you, he would certainly hand you over to Professor McGonagall. That fellow with the dragon egg was on a losing streak, desperate and inebriated, and he foolishly used his dragon egg as collateral. How I envy Hagrid. Why were we the ones gambling at that moment? George lamented, and Fred nodded in agreement. Did you overhear anything they said? Maple inquired, unsure if they had noticed Hagrid's inadvertent revelation regarding the secret of Voldemort. Haha, we don't remember a thing. The Weasley twins replied sheepishly. You didn't also indulge too much, did you? Maple retorted, somewhat exasperated by their condition. Nevertheless, he was relieved that he no longer had to grapple with the dilemma of how to handle the information regarding Hagrid's disclosure. Haha, the Weasley brothers shared an embarrassed chuckle, clearly struck by Maple's insight. How did you ascertain that Hagrid had a dragon egg? Maple could not resist asking, pondering whether the egg's appearance alone sufficed for identification. Given their inebriation, how could they discern that it was a dragon egg? Our second brother, Charlie, is in Romania training dragons. He has imparted a wealth of knowledge about them, Fred Weasley explained. How can one distinguish a dragon egg from those of other creatures? What sets it apart? Maple asked, genuinely curious, as he had yet to delve into any literature about dragons and was unaware of their eggs' characteristics. Well, in truth, we discovered nothing ourselves. It was the individual we were transacting with who pointed it out to us. Oh, what does that person look like? Maple inquired with curiosity. Huh, what a foolish question. As Maple spoke, she recalled the nature of the Hogshead Inn, a place where only Hagrid could be oblivious to the need for disguise. Perhaps it was the rejection of the polyjuice potion due to his giant lineage that prevented Hagrid from even attempting to conceal himself. Unlike Hagrid, others who frequented this establishment were enveloped in thick hoods, concealing themselves completely, even those who had already consumed the potion for their initial transformation. How did you manage to contact him? Was there some mistake at Mundungus's end? Maple asked. No, he sought us out, Fred replied. Do you remember the transaction we completed long ago in Hogsmeade? He must have heard about it from someone in the know and specifically came to the Hog's Head to inquire. We perceived him as a generous client and directly initiated contact for this deal. As he spoke, Fred handed a substantial sum of galleons to Maple, exclaiming joyfully. After the deal, he left us a signal, establishing the manner for future transactions. Surely, he will return soon. Without Mundungus as an intermediary, our gold increased significantly. Chapter 45, Preparation. After that, whenever Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed by the third-floor corridor, they would press their ears against the door to listen for any low growls from Quirrell inside. The new defense against the dark arts professor strode through the school with his usual irritable demeanor, a clear indication that the Philosopher's Stone remained secure. During this time, whenever Harry encountered Quirrell, he would offer him a smile filled with encouragement, and Ron began to persuade others to cease mocking Quirrell's stutter. Each time Maple witnessed this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Yet Harry, not only extending kindness to his adversary, also sought to involve Maple in bestowing support and well wishes upon his foe. Following such moments, Maple would retreat to a secluded spot and burst into laughter. Surely, Voldemort, upon discerning Harry's thoughts, wore a smug and derisive grin. However, he might later ponder how the invincible him could be bested by such a foolish creature. As for Hermione, in addition to her worries about the Philosopher's Stone, she began to devise a study plan. Despite the exams being 10 weeks away, not only did she draft an extensive review schedule for herself, but she also enlisted Harry, Ron, and Maple to do the same. Like Harry and Ron, Maple feigned compliance with Hermione's intentions. It was not that he meant to disregard her kindness, but rather that he was preoccupied with preparing for the greater challenge posed by the Dark Lord. Maple's shield charm had reached a plateau, prompting him to seek Professor Flitwick's guidance on a more powerful protective spell. Although his super shield charm had reached its limit, Maple felt it was insufficient. He believed there was still room for improvement, even devising a name for his envisioned spell, Diamond Guardian. However, he had yet to determine how to harness the spell's magical potential. Within the realm of Maoshan talismans, there exists a plethora of potent incantations. However, despite several attempts, Maple found himself unable to inscribe these talismans in mid-air without the aid of a card's possession. His efforts only culminated in a half-finished drawing, which inevitably disintegrated. Energy, spiritual essence, and electrical currents share certain similarities. The vermilion patterns on a talisman can be likened to an integrated circuit board. An integrated circuit board is a collection of one or more circuits functioning together to achieve a specific purpose. Similarly, a talisman can be perceived as a conglomeration of one or more spiritual circuits, designed to perform various spells for exorcism or blessings. It can be asserted that the designs of these talismans elucidate the principles of certain spells, imprinting them onto the talismans in the form of spiritual circuits. Thus, each stroke of vermilion in the inscription must maintain a specific range of spiritual energy, and the thickness of the vermilion lines is also of great significance. The system's esteemed Master Gio must have practiced countless times before attaining the ability to inscribe talismans in mid-air. For a novice like Maple to aspire to such heights in one leap is nothing short of folly. In truth, should he fortuitously complete an entire talisman in the air, the specific function of that talisman would remain utterly unknown. In the short term, it is unrealistic to expect any power from a talisman. Thus, he ought to dedicate himself to honing his magical prowess. As for Hermione's revision plan, Maple paid little heed, confident in his abilities, as long as he passes the exams. The scores would not impede his progress. The eight-eyed giant spider became an ideal subject for Maple's practice of spells and transfiguration. He conceived a novel method for practicing transfiguration, transforming into the basilisk to intimidate the spider. Magic is deeply intertwined with the wizard's spirit, and enthusiasm serves as the finest teacher. In an atmosphere of stimulation and joy, Maple's spirits significantly accelerated his progress in transfiguration. The basilisk he conjured grew increasingly lifelike and larger in size. However, while he reveled in his advancements in transfiguration, the eight-eyed giant spider found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. After transforming into a bat to scout the forbidden forest, Maple found no anomalies. It suddenly occurred to him that Quirrell had only targeted the unicorn in the weeks leading up to the end of the term. Indeed, as the semester drew to a close, Voldemort had the opportunity to lure Dumbledore away from the school. An early attack on the unicorn would not only alarm the unsuspecting, but would also deplete his meager strength before he could act. Moreover, the curse on the unicorn was not a matter to be taken lightly. Only by determining a precise time for action did Voldemort instruct Quirrell to repeatedly assail the unicorn, enabling him to regain strength in a short span. Maple managed to handle the situation relatively well. However, he had to occasionally evade Hermione, for encountering her would lead to being unwittingly dragged to the library, thus wasting precious time that could be devoted to practicing spells. With the end of the term approaching, the year's curriculum had long been completed, leaving only time for revision and assignments, which diminished Maple's opportunities to accrue academic prestige. On that day, while Harry and his friends were reviewing their studies, they encountered Hagrid, who had come to the library to borrow books. The dragon egg was nearing hatching, and he sought to acquire more knowledge to better care for the young dragon. "Do not shout," Hagrid warned, as he was quite troubled by the knowledge that these young wizards had discovered the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. After several admonitions, he invited them to his hut. Dragon. Before they reached Hagrid's abode, Ron had already sensed something amiss, for Hagrid had consulted several books on dragons in the library and had borrowed one. "Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He told me, so when I first met him," Harry remarked. "But that's illegal," Ron responded, reminding them that during the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a law was enacted prohibiting the keeping of dragons, something well known to all. It would be quite difficult to raise a dragon in the backyard without attracting the attention of muggles. Moreover, taming them is perilous. You should see the burn marks on Charlie. They're from wild dragons in Romania. The hut was stiflingly warm, despite the sunny weather outside. A roaring fire blazed in the hearth. Under Hermione's astute questioning, Hagrid did not divulge the specific traps guarding the Philosopher's Stone, but did mention that Professor Sprout, Flitwick McGonagall, Quirrell, Snape, and even Professor Dumbledore himself had cast spells there. The three of them brainstormed and concluded that Snape was the culprit, while they considered Quirrell and the Troll as the guardians of the Philosopher's Stone. If Professor McGonagall were aware that her magic was so easily dismissed by her students, she might well teach them a memorable lesson. As for Dumbledore, he would likely lament, "Not just you. Even the magic I have cast has been disregarded." What more can be done? Professor Sprout and Flitwick were left speechless. "You're the only one who knows how to get past the troll, right, Hagrid?" Harry asked eagerly. "You won't tell anyone, will you? Not even the teachers? Apart from me and Dumbledore, no one else shall know," Hagrid declared proudly. "Indeed. One forgets everything after a drink. Thus, when harboring a significant secret, one must abstain from alcohol. Drink is a poison that courses through one's veins, and wealth is a ferocious beast. Anger is the root of mischief. Once entangled with any of these, do not expect them to keep your secrets. This is not merely a matter of trust, it is a flaw inherent to human nature. In the past, while watching the anime Inuyasha, I found it astonishing how the protagonist Inuyasha and the first woman Kikyo, despite their profound love for one another, could not trust each other. Is trust between individuals so elusive? However, through experience, I have come to realize that trust is indeed a challenging endeavor. After all, each person is an independent entity, and there exists a veil between individuals. Much like Kagome, the second beloved of Inuyasha, had she not had the cautionary tale of Kikyo. Would she have been able to discern Neriku's sinister schemes had she been transported into Kikyo's body before her demise? Furthermore, this is merely a fictional narrative. How many cruel tragedies unfold in the reality of unsuspecting couples who may know each other as faces but remain oblivious to each other as hearts? There exists a profound adage. A capable minister must be even more cunning than a treacherous one to serve the state effectively. Similarly, in this increasingly intricate world, the pursuit of enduring happiness and love requires not just sincere affection, but also a wise intellect. Protecting love necessitates not only trust, but also a hint of necessary selfishness. Love can transcend all: money, status, familial ties, ethnicity, nationality, and freedom, compelling one to disregard everything. Therein lies the greatest, most absurd jest and deception. If someone utters such sentiments to you, exercise caution. If you encounter not a fool lost in the fantasies of love, you are likely face to face with a seasoned deceiver in the realm of romance. Chapter 46, The Dragon. Hagrid, is this a dragon egg? Where did you procure it? Although Harry and Ron had already learned of Hagrid's acquisition from the Weasley brothers, they decided to keep it a secret for the sake of their friends. Given that the brothers had consumed the polyjuice potion, "I won it from a stranger while playing cards in the village not long ago," Hagrid replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice, pleased with his fortuitous luck. "Hagrid, raising a dragon without permission is illegal. If discovered, you could be arrested." Harry and Ron observed with a mix of curiosity and concern, while Hermione was the first to recognize the illegality of Hagrid's endeavor. "Don't worry, no one will find out." Hagrid dismissed Hermione's concerns, contentedly tending to the fire beneath the dragon egg, humming a cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the fact that within a few weeks of hatching, the dragon would likely outgrow his small wooden abode. "I have been reading," Hagrid declared, gesturing to a hefty tome titled Raising Dragons for Pleasure and Profit, continuing, "Though the book may be somewhat outdated, it is comprehensive. It covers everything from hatching to feeding and identifying the types of eggs. Look here. This is how to differentiate between various eggs. I have a Norwegian Ridgeback, which is quite rare." Hagrid, in his enthusiasm, neglected to consider the risks associated with dragon keeping, only reveling in his moment of bravado, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione fretted over his reckless decision. "I truly wish to know what peaceful and serene days are like." Ron sighed. Night after night, they toiled to complete the mountain of homework assigned by their teacher, now burdened with the added concern of Hagrid's illegal dragon raising. Within a few days, they receive a note from Hagrid. It's about to hatch. Despite their exasperation over Hagrid's recklessness, the prospect of a baby dragon hatching was far too enticing for an 11-year-old wizard, with Ron even contemplating skipping herbology class. The herbology class, rather than being a venue for acquiring new knowledge, felt more akin to servitude under Professor Sprout. Much of the pharmacological information presented during the lesson had already been grasped by Hermione beforehand, which perhaps elucidates Ron's impulse to skip class. "Hermione, how often do we get to witness a dragon hatching? We must attend, otherwise we risk attracting trouble. If anyone discovers Hagrid's activities, he will be in far graver peril than we," Harry urged in a hushed tone, having noticed Draco Malfoy stealthily approaching during Hermione and Ron's quarrel. Uncertain if he had overheard their exchange, Maple had long been aware of Malfoy's presence, but refrained from using the silencing charm. believing it might serve to hasten Hagrid in resolving the impending complication. Though Hermione consistently harped on the severity of the law, her actions betrayed her. After class, she dashed toward Hagrid's hut with a speed rivaling that of Harry and the other boys. It's about to hatch. Hagrid welcomed Maple and the others into his abode, where the dragon egg had been removed from the hearth and placed upon the table. A deep fissure had formed upon its shell, with the tiny creature inside wriggling and emitting a series of clicking sounds. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping noise, the egg cracked open, revealing the dragon within. At last liberated from its dark shell, the dragon joyfully flapped its diminutive wings and body, opening its eyes to curiously survey the world beyond. The dragon snorted, greedily inhaling the fresh air, a stark contrast to the stale atmosphere it had endured within the confines of its shell. Its sleek ebony body bore horn protrusions atop its head, and its orange-red eyes bulged outward, while its wings were adorned with numerous spines. Compared to the elegant dragons of the East, this creature resembled more of a demon. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, extending a hand to stroke the dragon's head. His aesthetic sensibilities were difficult to commend. After all, he had embraced the grotesque Aragog, a monstrous spider, as family. The dragon nipped at Hagrid's finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother," Hagrid exclaimed with delight. Maple scoffed. "If it weren't for your giant bloodline, it likely would have severed your finger." The dragon, seemingly finding Hagrid's finger unpalatable, abandoned its nibbling and instead wandered to the side, crunching on its own shell with fervor. "How rapidly does a Norwegian ridgeback grow?" Hermione inquired, both concerned and cautionary. Upon witnessing Hagrid's approach, Malfoy immediately bolted, yet Harry and the others easily recognized him by his familiar silhouette. With Malfoy privy to the dragon's existence, given their past grievances, he was poised to expose the matter at any moment. Malfoy, still somewhat juvenile, understood that revealing the situation would undoubtedly land Hagrid in trouble. Should Hagrid face difficulties, Harry and his friends would naturally be distraught. Yet, Malfoy lingered, persistently threatening and pressuring Harry and his companions, eagerly awaiting the moment they might err further, thereby facilitating their downfall and potentially leading to Harry's expulsion from the school. Evidently, it seemed that merely Hagrid's misfortune was insufficient to satisfy Malfoy. Over the following week, as Malfoy frequently appeared nearby with a malevolent grin, Harry and his companions grew increasingly uneasy. Malfoy's scheme had succeeded, and apart from their studies, Harry and his friends spent the remainder of their time in Hagrid's hut, urging him to deal with the baby dragon promptly. "You must let it go," Harry advised. "Free it." "I cannot," Hagrid replied. "It is too young. It would perish." They observed the dragon, which had tripled in size in just a week, with clouds of smoke billowing from its nostrils. Hagrid had neglected his duties in the hunting grounds, as the dragon had rendered him quite flustered. "I've decided to name it Norbert," Hagrid said, gazing at the dragon with tear-filled eyes. "It truly recognizes me now. Just watch. Norbert, where's your mother?" Alas, the dragon seemed ungrateful. It would not remember him next time. Defeated by Hagrid's demeanor, Maple felt compelled to assist him in some manner. "Splendid," Ron exclaimed, and Hagrid reluctantly conceded that this was indeed the best course of action, agreeing to let Ron send an owl to inquire with Charlie. Unfortunately, while feeding the dragon, Ron was bitten by the mischievous creature. Merely a day later, Ron's injured hand had swollen to twice its original size. Maple attempted a rapid healing spell, but regrettably, the charm proved ineffective against the magical wounds inflicted by the dragon. Unless Maple's powers rivaled Dumbledore's, capable of overcoming the dragon's venomous magic. After the spell failed, Maple urged Ron to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance promptly, for dragon venom was not to be trifled with. After class, they visited Ron in the hospital. The condition of his hand had stabilized, yet he was too apprehensive to admit it was a dragon bite, claiming it was from a dog instead. Ron remained anxious that Madame Pomfrey might discover the truth. "How could you not find out? Otherwise, how could she treat you?" Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey was a reasonable person. She had treated mischievous students with various injuries before, and she never pried into their personal matters. Then Ron shared another piece of unfortunate news. Malfoy had taken the book containing Charlie's letter. Alas, what a foolish ally. But thankfully, Harry had an advantage, his invisibility cloak. Upon seeing Hagrid, Maple was left speechless. His pet, Fong, was sulking, irritated with Hagrid for his favoritism. Its poor tail had been injured and was wrapped in bandages. Hagrid opened the window to converse with them. "I cannot let you in," he panted. "Norbert is quite difficult to manage, and I am at my wit's end." Alas, Aragog was the same, and so is Norbert. "Oh, it's all right. It only bit my boot. It was merely playing. After all, it is still just a little creature," Hagrid said, tears brimming in his eyes, despite the dragon having bitten his leg. Moreover, Hagrid's sorrow may not solely stem from physical pain. After all, the giant's body is quite resilient. It is likely that his sadness arises from the revelation brought forth by Maple and the others regarding Charlie's letter. He is acutely aware that his time with Norbert is dwindling. Meanwhile, the small creature mentioned by Hagrid taps its tail against the wall, causing the windows to rattle. Observing Norbert's oblivious demeanor, Maple initially hesitated, contemplating the fairness of his plan toward Norbert. However, witnessing the little rascal's antics, Maple became indifferent to his feelings, believing that this mischievous child ought to face some consequences and learn a valuable lesson. Chapter 47. The Beast's Heart and Spirit. Just as Harry eagerly awaited the arrival of Saturday, Maple brought Hermione to the room of requirement. "Maple, where are we going?" Hermione inquired, puzzled, as Maple carefully guided her through the throngs of people while instructing her to carry a thick notebook, leaving her uncertain of their destination. "We've arrived." Upon reaching the 8th floor at a tapestry-clad spot, Maple finally paused, releasing Hermione's hand. "There's nothing here?" Hermione remarked, surveying the surroundings and expressing her confusion. "I need a space to conduct an experiment without interruption. I will not allow anyone else to enter." Maple silently resolved. And soon Hermione was astonished to discover a door emerging from the previously solid wall. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the vast emptiness of the room within. Maple ushered Hermione inside, and as soon as they entered, the door in the wall vanished. Now, as long as Maple remained in the room, even Dumbledore would be unable to enter from outside. Once inside, Maple began to rummage through his pockets. He produced a hefty notebook, a bottle of ink, a collection of black and white buttons, and numerous neatly cut rectangular sheets of parchment made from animal hide. Many of these were sheepskin, while others were dragon hide. "Why have you purchased so much dragon hide? It's exceedingly expensive," Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "You'll find out soon enough," Maple replied. He then pulled out a half-compass-like object from his pocket, stating, "This is the last item. I acquired it from an antique market. It is a magical artifact from an ancient Eastern nation. Remarkably, it still retains a trace of the consciousness of its former owner. Upon obtaining it, the artifact sensed my magical aura and initiated communication, bestowing upon me the legacy of its original master. This explains the peculiar spells I previously mentioned. To conceal the existence of the system, Maple concocted a fabrication." "So what is your purpose here?" Hermione inquired curiously. "You witnessed how Hagrid cares for the baby dragon. He genuinely regards it as his own child. Yet, the dragon shows no appreciation. Perhaps when it departs, it will forget Hagrid in a few months. Hagrid has invested his heart and soul into it, treating it as family, but it remains indifferent. I feel that Hagrid's devotion is unreciprocated. Hence, I have decided to assist him," Maple declared. "How do you intend to help him?" Hermione, both moved and intrigued, inquired. "I have heard that ancient spirit masters possessed a specialized technique for taming beasts, enabling them to imprint their consciousness into the minds of magical creatures, akin to what we now regard as fantastical beasts during their formative years. Although such an act was not willingly embraced by the creatures, once the mental imprint was successfully inscribed within their minds, they would inevitably develop a sense of closeness to their imprinter. Regrettably, this technique has been lost to time, and no information regarding it exists within the legacy of this artifact. Of course," Hermione added, "even if I were aware of this technique, I would refrain from employing it. It resembles the concept of the Kodo Emetsukumi in Naruto, powerful, yet ultimately a mere illusion." Observing Hermione's evident discontent, Maple interjected, "If that is the case, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing Maple's query, Hermione's mood visibly brightened, and she expressed keen interest. "I have discovered 2 spells within this legacy that may be utilized in tandem to facilitate communication with the beast's heart. These spells are the Spirit Invocation and the Soul Capture Curse. The Spirit Invocation is a technique left by an ancestral mage, wherein a fragment of their consciousness remains, allowing descendants to summon the spirit of their esteemed predecessor during times of peril, while possessing this spirit and until their spiritual energy is depleted. The descendant may temporarily wield a significant portion of their ancestors' magical prowess. The Soul Capture Curse, on the other hand, is a method for subjugating spirits, wherein the practitioner invades the spirit's consciousness and forcibly suppresses it with their own will, rendering the spirit entirely subservient to the practitioner's commands. This curse carries considerable risk. Should the practitioner's will falter against the spirit, their own psyche may suffer dire repercussions. Furthermore, even if the malevolent spirit is subdued, should the practitioner become fatigued during a confrontation, they would be vulnerable to the spirit's dark influence. Such perilous spells are best left unlearned, Maple cautioned, Yet Hermione quickly responded. Where do you think my intentions lie? I would never provoke such malevolent entities. Given the absence of the beast taming technique, I plan to extract and combine elements of the two spells. From the spirit invocation, I need only the method for facilitating mental communication. However, it is evident that the dragon will not willingly cooperate. Thus, I require the initial aspect of the soul capture curse to forcibly create a conduit to the dragon's consciousness. Subsequently, I would employ the spirit invocation's bilateral communication method, allowing Hagrid to convey his sentiments to the dragon's mind. If Norbert perceives Hagrid's sincerity and is willing to embrace his feelings, we could successfully leave an impression of Hagrid in Norbert's heart. Even years later, upon their reunion, Norbert would remember Hagrid. Maple expounded upon her vision and objectives in one breath, leaving Hermione utterly astonished. Yet, it was evident that this revelation ignited Hermione's curiosity, particularly upon learning that she could partake in this endeavor, as excitement for the challenge radiated from her expression. Bring me your notebook, Maple spoke to Hermione, as he flicked his wand at a fragment of the compass, which emitted a silvery glow, seemingly communicating with the soul within. However, this was merely a simple luminescent charm. While Maple discreetly activated the 5-star card of Uncle Geo in his mind, with a wave of his wand, the ink responded to Maple's summons, leaving behind modified sigils on the blank pages of Hermione's and his own notebook. Shadow Imprint. This was a spell Maple devised to address the flaws of the previous copying charm, allowing him to imprint the impressions in his mind onto paper with the control of the ink. This magic tested a wizard's finesse in wielding delicate magical energy. Initially, the script Maple printed on a single page occupied nearly half of it, but after numerous practices, he could now control the size to about 2 or 3 times that of handwritten text. Perhaps it was the invaluable experience of countless attempts at drawing sigils that enabled Uncle Geo's card to adjust the thickness of lines to a normal size after casting a spell just once. Maple felt a mix of frustration and envy, for if he were to cast this spell, he could only manage half a sigil on a page, while Uncle Geo's card could imprint 2. An hour passed, yet Uncle Geo had not finished, as he had not completed the transformation of all the sigils during the previous use of the card. Now, he had to utilize Uncle Geo's knowledge and thought process to finalize the transformations before imprinting them in the notebook. With half the card's time elapsed, Maple faced a dilemma. Should he utilize the remaining precious time to experiment with Nober's sigils, or seize the opportunity to thoroughly analyze all the sigils in Uncle Geo's repository of knowledge? Continue the analysis, Maple mused, considering that, with his own abilities, it would take an indeterminate amount of time to modify these sigils. Since he would eventually need to expend the card's energy, it was wiser to invest it now. His progress with Professor Flitwick was far from satisfactory. On one hand, he was indeed not as exceptional as Uncle Geo, not due to any difference in innate talent, but because Uncle Geo had devoted his entire life to the art of Malchon. On the other hand, he had teaching responsibilities and his own affairs to attend to, making it impossible to dedicate all his time to assisting Maple in deciphering the sigils. While allowing Uncle Geo's consciousness to analyze, Maple checked his academic prowess score. After months of accumulation, despite a few weeks of minimal gain due to exam preparations, he had managed to reach 52 points of academic prowess. Excellent. I will withdraw 22 points of academic prowess, hoping to gain more stacking and upgrade points. Yet, as soon as he voiced his intent, Maple regretted it, for the system indeed granted his wish. All 22 cards were stacking and upgrade points. Although there were several gold medals, Maple could not shake off a sense of disappointment. Now, Maple was left with a single 1-star Uncle Geo card, which he had previously enhanced with stacking points, and the 3-star card had just been upgraded to 5 stars. The other 1-star card was utilized as a repository, wherein, during those 2 hours, he had discovered the soul capture charm and a method of invoking spirits, leading him to the means of achieving communion with the heart of the Nober beast. After earning several gold medals, along with the remaining points from before, Maple now possesses 63 stacking points and 98 upgrade points. While the upgrade points seem abundant, they are merely sufficient to elevate 2 1-star cards to 5 stars. Moreover, by stacking 2 1-star cards, one can further combine them with a 4-star card, resulting in 3 5-star cards, while retaining 1 1-star card to serve as a foundation for stacking. After spending more than 5 hours, I finally transformed Uncle Geo's knowledge base into 2 identical notebooks. Fortunately, the cards possess an inheritance feature. Upon accessing a card, it automatically displays the state from the last session. For instance, during the first use of the card, Uncle Geo modified the spell, and the insights accumulated in the process are inherited during the second use, eliminating the need to start the research anew. Otherwise, if I had to modify each spell individually, I truly cannot fathom how much scholarly value it would consume. Once all the information was recorded, I hastily selected the summoning and soul-capturing spells, utilizing Uncle Joe's remaining precious time to devise a plan for achieving beast communication. With the addition of the last card, we had less than 3 hours left. Chapter 48, Reluctance. Extracting useful components from the summoning and soul-capturing spells, Hermione was of little assistance, merely allowing Uncle Gio's cards to take the lead. While sketching in her notebook, Hermione observed intently, her eyes unwavering, seemingly intent on memorizing every step meticulously. Soon, after 10 minutes, Uncle Gio's card produced the first plan. I then tapped a black button with my wand, which transformed into a giant 8-eyed spider the size of an apple. It became clear why the button had a whitish hue. Those were the spider's eyes. The transformation of magical creatures is indeed more complex than that of non-magical ones. Otherwise, I could have opted for a larger creature. But my transformation spell failed to convert them into buttons. Startled by the sudden appearance of the grotesque spider, Hermione shot me an incredulous glare, having been caught off guard. I sheepishly smiled, having forgotten to warn her prior to the transformation. Subsequently, I cast the mind-breaking spell to breach the spider's defenses, while Hermione employed the spirit communication spell to converse with it. However, the mind-breaking spell seemed excessively potent, shattering the spider's mental faculties and rendering it a simpleton. Thankfully, we conducted a trial run first. Otherwise, if we had harmed Norbert, Hagrid would have been furious. After dispatching 5 spiders, even Hermione felt a tinge of sympathy for them. Finally, I adjusted the intensity of the mind-breaking spell, successfully penetrating the spider's defenses without damaging its psyche. Hermione, she then affixed the spirit communication spell to the spider's forehead, attempting to connect with its consciousness through magic. No, still not working? Where's the issue? I modified the spell 3 times. Yet Hermione could not sense the spider spirit. Perhaps it was not the spell's fault, but rather Hermione's. Then, Maple suddenly conceived an idea. Petrify them all. To be on the safe side, she decided to turn the spider into stone first. Subsequently, Maple instructed Hermione to place the divination rune on her forehead and connect with her mind. With just over an hour remaining, she regretted not having Hermione practice repeatedly between the last card and this moment. However, now that the final card had been revealed, there was no turning back. Hermione, do not resist this sensation. You are reaching out to the other party. If they are unwilling, they will naturally close the window to their mind. This is not akin to the Imperius curse, which intrudes upon another's psyche without consent. Do you understand? I understand, Hermione replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Relax, do not burden yourself with pressure. Come, I invite you into my mental realm, Maple declared, though inwardly, she silently reiterated that aside from her past memories and the secrets of the system, Hermione could peruse at will. Oh, and Snape's secrets. Viewing those could be fatal. I have sworn an unbreakable oath. Very well, aside from those few, feel free to explore. As Maple extended her invitation, Hermione appeared quite delighted and smoothly approached Maple's consciousness. At that moment, Maple sensed another awareness drawing near. Without words, her spirit seemed to inquire whether she wished to prevent the other's approach. After a silent negative affirmation, it felt as though a door opened, allowing the other consciousness to enter. Once Hermione's awareness silently consented, their 2 minds seemed to automatically forge a connection. Like the ends of an antenna, Maple's emotions were directly transmitted through this bond to Hermione, who in turn radiated excitement and joy as if she were discovering a new continent. Although Maple often remarked that if Hermione could master the art of stillness, she would undoubtedly surpass her. Upon experiencing the perilous encounter Maple had faced while battling the Silent One, Hermione realized she might lack the courage and tenacity to conquer it as Maple had. Time had passed, yet the mental connection felt akin to first-hand experience, leaving Hermione deeply troubled upon withdrawing from Maple's psyche. Moreover, this spell was reciprocal. As Hermione examined Maple's memories, Maple could effortlessly penetrate Hermione's mental defenses. However, upon witnessing Hermione, shunned at school, feigning strength while often retreating alone to weep in solitude, Maple felt a pang in her heart, and gentlemanly withdrew from Hermione's memories. To think you devised a plan to use an animagus against the Silent One. What brilliance! Wait, you are already an animagus? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. As she invited Hermione to re-enter his mind, Maple remained at the threshold of Hermione's consciousness, allowing her to sift through his memories while he ensured the effectiveness of the spell for this mental connection with Uncle Nine's card. Uncle Nine's card had undergone several improvements to the divination rune, yielding precise experimental data, making this modification considerably more successful than the previous blind revisions. Then came the moment of entering the spider's consciousness. This time, Hermione successfully delved into the depths of the spider's mind, where she encountered a trembling awareness that rendered her speechless regarding Norbert. Hermione attempted to establish a mental connection, and the spider, filled with fear, promptly yielded. The ease with which this was accomplished left Hermione devoid of any sense of achievement, yet Maple insisted that she practice with the remaining spiders one by one, allowing her to become adept at this mental linkage. For when the time came to confront Norbert, Hermione would need to employ this magic to connect with his mind and subsequently integrate Hagrid's consciousness. With precious little time remaining, only 10 minutes left, they ceased their practice, and Maple seized the opportunity to imprint 2 different sigils onto the blank dragon hide using Uncle Gio's card. As the compass's light gradually dimmed, seemingly losing its efficacy, Maple solemnly tucked it away, executing the ruse to perfection, and even the astute Hermione failed to detect the intricacies involved. Let us take a moment to rest and restore our magical energy before we proceed to Hagrid's hut, Maple suggested. Are we going to cast the spell on Norbert now? Hermione inquired. Indeed, Maple replied, though he did not wish to rush. He simply had not found the materials to stabilize his magical energy as he had with the cinnabar. Instead, he directly infused the sigils with his magic onto the dragon hide, knowing that the potency of the sigils would dissipate over time. At that moment, Maple found himself without a 5-star Uncle Gio's card. Although his wand possessed the essence of immortality, he had yet to unlock its full potential. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut and sharing his intentions, Hagrid's face lit up with surprise, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. However, when Hagrid furrowed his brow, unsure of how to persuade Norbert to allow Maple to enter, Maple swiftly drew his wand. Whispering a stunning spell in Hermione's ear, they both stepped inside together. Stupefied, they exclaimed in unison, and just as Norbert prepared to flap his wings and attack, he was rendered unconscious by the powerful incantation from the 2 prodigies. Do not treat him so harshly. He is still just a baby, Hagrid exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice as he positioned himself protectively in front of the unconscious Norbert. Have you ever seen a baby dragon larger than its own home? You continue to indulge him, Maple thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Hagrid's reaction. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have exerted so much effort. Yet, after investing so much of his academic prowess, he was unwilling to forego experimenting with his ideas on Norbert. Hagrid, if you wish to greet Norbert as a mere stranger years from now, then consider my words unspoken. Hermione, let us depart and allow Hagrid and Norbert to enjoy their time together, Maple declared as he prepared to lead Hermione away. Hagrid, unable to hold back, cautioned, be gentle. He is still a child. Stupefy, Maple called out again, casting the stunning spell on Norbert twice more, further sapping his spirit and causing Hagrid's cheeks to twitch in distress. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Maple altered his strategy. Dragons, after all, are creatures that do not easily learn from their mistakes. In simpler terms, they require discipline. Then Maple conceived a method reminiscent of training a hawk, deciding that he and Hermione would play the villains, infiltrating Nabber's psyche to assume the role of a Dark Lord. As fear reached its zenith within Nabber, Hagrid would then chase away the Dark Lord, emerging as the hero who rescues the little one. Without delay, Hermione and Hagrid established a mental connection through a divination symbol, facilitating the subsequent integration of Hagrid's spirit. Maple's face bore a triumphant smile, relishing the prospect of tormenting Nabber. Indeed, although Nabber was a dragon, his mental essence resembled that of a mere infant. After being struck by multiple stunning spells, Maple effortlessly invaded his mental realm. Aside from a considerable expenditure of magical energy to overcome the dragon's magical resistance, Nabber's own mental fortitude posed no significant challenge to Maple. As a dark bat materialized, the diminutive figure within Nabber's psyche, the little dragon, immediately scurried in terror. Yet, it could not escape the ominous shadow looming above, which seemed to grow larger and more fearsome as Nabber's fright intensified. Hermione, she exclaimed, connecting their minds to the little dragon's psyche. Now let Hagrid in. As Hagrid's shadow traversed the mental passageway Maple had opened, he grasped the torment Nabber had endured, directing a furious glare at the dark shadow above. In his fury, Hagrid appeared to transform into a colossal figure, as in the realm of the mind, one's image morphs with their spirit. Upon witnessing the giant, the bat seemed startled, shrinking considerably in size. Hagrid's giant shadow then surged forward, shattering the bat into fragments, before he quickly diminished in size to comfort the little dragon. In Hagrid's presence, the little dragon found a maternal sense of reliance. Through their mental connection, Hagrid's emotions for Nobber were conveyed to the dragon. Although Nobber did not fully understand this feeling, he nestled closer to Hagrid's shadow, finding comfort and security akin to a mother-s embrace, a sensation he had never before experienced. Eventually, the ordeal concluded, successfully imprinting Hagrid's essence within Nobber's heart. The process was far simpler than anticipated. Many expected challenges never materialized, and numerous planned strategies went unused, achieving the goal with a straightforward and forceful approach. However, maintaining the magical output left Maple feeling drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Thankfully, the use of dragon hide as the medium seemed to alleviate some of the difficulties. Yet, upon achieving success, Hagrid appeared not joyous, but rather more sorrowful. On Saturday evening, Hagrid's face bore the marks of deeper grief, as though he had just emerged from water, a sight Maple did not witness. Observing Hagrid's exhaustion, Hermione suggested he rest while she and Harry prepared to send Nobber on his way. They arranged a feast of numerous mice and a bottle of brandy for the journey. Hagrid, in a somber tone, added, "I also included his teddy bear to spare him the pangs of loneliness." "Goodbye, Nobber." Hagrid sobbed. "Mama will never forget you." Harry and Hermione, shrouded in the invisibility cloak, swiftly concealed themselves beneath its fabric. Had they forgotten something? Maple pondered in bed. Oh yes. It seemed Harry and Hermione had carelessly left the cloak atop the tower, leading to their capture. Since that was the case, it would be best not to alter the narrative. Allowing Harry to interact more with his rival could prove beneficial. As for the subsequent trials Harry and Hermione faced, akin to the assessments arranged at the beginning of the school year, experiencing more challenges could be advantageous rather than detrimental. Altering the storyline would yield little reward, save for perhaps a Quidditch Cup and a more assured House Cup, which hardly seemed worth the effort. It was better to let events unfold naturally. Moreover, this was their own oversight, not my concern. By the way, which week were we in? I recall it was 2 weeks before the final exams when Quirrell began his nefarious dealings with the unicorns. So there's no need for haste, no need at all. How foolish of me to trouble myself with this. I'm weary. A good night's rest is in order, as I must prepare to confront Quirrell soon. Chapter 49. Isolation and Encouragement. As usual, Malfoy had orchestrated his plans well, but did not anticipate the existence of Harry's invisibility cloak. In attempting to catch a thief, he had failed to seize Harry at the scene, inadvertently ensnaring himself instead. Malfoy was to be confined. Oh, how I longed to sing. Beneath the cloak. Witnessing Professor McGonagall seize Malfoy by the ear and reprimand him was enough to make even Hermione, typically the model student, erupt in joyous celebration. The journey back to the tower, still cloaked, was uneventful. Malfoy was confined, and Norbert was successfully dispatched. One trouble had departed. Another had fallen into misfortune. What could be more delightful than this? Yet perhaps due to their overexcitement, their joy soon turned to sorrow. Enveloped beneath the cloak, perhaps due to the stifling atmosphere, they removed it upon reaching the tower. After bidding farewell to the little dragon, in their elation, they completely forgot to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Thus, Malfoy, who had initially felt unfortunate, suddenly perceived a twist of fate. The gloom of impending confinement lifted as he realized it was not his ineptitude, but rather the cunning of his adversaries that had thwarted him. Surely, they must have anticipated their return to the tower. He mused that he should have brought Professor McGonagall along to unveil the truth. However, though they had successfully sent Norbert away, they, along with Neville, who had been tailing Malfoy, found themselves confined. Professor McGonagall, in her ire, deducted 100 points from each of them. Though this was less severe than expulsion, it offered Malfoy some solace. Unlike Maple, who was indifferent, the other Gryffindor students cared deeply for their house's honor. To glimpse hope only to plummet into despair is more disheartening than to see no hope at all. Harry's stellar performance in Quidditch had given Gryffindor a chance to triumph over Slytherin this year, yet now Harry had shattered that dream with his own hands. Upon learning that Harry and 2 foolish first-year students had caused Gryffindor to lose 150 points, their ire was palpable. In a collective response, they chose to ostracize an 11-year-old child, and wherever Harry wandered, he became the subject of pointed fingers and derisive remarks, uttered without discretion. Instantly, Harry transformed into a pariah. Once celebrated, now the target of scorn. The adage rings true: the higher one ascends, the harsher the fall. Yet, this is merely the dark side of human nature at play. While basking in the limelight, one is also burdened by the envy of many, questioning why they themselves are not in that exalted position. Moreover, Harry's fame was not solely a product of merit, but also of fortune. Thus, it may be more accurately stated that the higher one stands, the more vicious the descent. Simultaneously, the serpents of Slytherin reveled in their mischief, as he passed by. They would clap, whistle, and cheer, taunting him with phrases like, "Thank you, Potter, you have done us a great service." Even Harry's beloved Quidditch had lost its charm. During practice, apart from Wood, the team captain, and the Weasley twins, the other players refrained from conversing with him. If they were compelled to mention him, they simply referred to him as the Seeker. Fortunately, Ron and Maple remained steadfast by his side. Hermione and Neville also suffered, though their experience was less harrowing than Harry's, for they were not as renowned. Nonetheless, no one wished to converse with them either. The indifference and unmasked disdain of the crowd did not cease after delivering ample lessons to the trio, prompting Maple to feel it was excessive. Hermione, ever prideful, must have been deeply wounded, yet believing it to be her fault, she stifled her anguish, convinced they deserved their fate. She diligently reviewed her studies, avoiding the spotlight to spare others any discomfort, while the bitterness and sorrow within her remained unexpressed. One day, Hermione was studying alone in the dormitory, her roommates carefully avoiding her presence. Suddenly, she heard a tapping at the window. Upon glancing up, she discovered not an owl delivering messages, but a familiar purple bat. A week had passed, and Maple felt their punishment had sufficed, prompting her to comfort Hermione. "Ah, Mapud," Hermione exclaimed, swiftly allowing her entrance, then casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching before feeling a sense of relief. Maple held a talisman in her mouth, the same one used for divination previously. "Thank you for visiting me, Maple. I'm already delighted by your presence," Hermione expressed joyfully. "Do you believe that all of this is your fault, that you deserve the disdain of others?" "Me?" Hermione was at a loss for words. I think I might." It appeared that Hermione began to grasp Maple's intentions. "Indeed, even knowing the potential consequences, even without an invisibility cloak, I believe you would still make that choice. This is not recklessness or folly. It is a matter of responsibility and obligation. Due to your confinement, you are more averse to Hagrid being captured and imprisoned in Azkaban, as Hagrid is our friend, in comparison to a mere 150 points. Hagrid's safety is of paramount importance to us, is it not? Indeed, however, yes, without those 150 points, you were not in error from the beginning. The reason for the deduction of points was not your misjudgment regarding the violation of school rules, but rather your negligence. In a moment of triumph, you forgot to don the invisibility cloak. Thank you, Maple, I believe I comprehend now." Hermione's spirits lifted considerably, as if a heavy burden had suddenly been alleviated. "Oh, by the way, did you fetch Harry's invisibility cloak for him?" Hermione suddenly recalled and inquired. "No, when I went, Harry's cloak had already been taken by someone." Observing the look of shame on Hermione's face, Maple added, "Rest assured, I believe he will return the cloak to Harry. After all, it was he who originally gifted it to Harry." "Ah, do you know who gave it to Harry?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Guess who? Only you, Ron. Harry, Hagrid, and Malfoy were aware of your visit to the tower that night, but Malfoy was oblivious to Harry's cloak, and Hagrid was not observant enough to notice that detail. In this school, who else could possibly know that you ventured to the tower that night, while simultaneously being aware of Harry's cloak? Ah, Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, he alone had the ability to acquire it from Harry's parents and subsequently return it to Harry. If it were given to me, I might have first inquired if anyone knew that this cloak belonged to Harry's father. If not, I would have claimed it for myself. No, you would not." Hermione laughed. "Sigh, why be so straightforward? You still lack the wit of the Weasley twins." Maple sighed. "Apologies, but I do not quite connect with them as you do." "Well then, I shall not disturb your studies. If you do not achieve the top score, I shall be disappointed. I promise to secure the top score for you. Farewell, Hermione. Goodbye." "Maple, thank you. Now, it is your turn, Neville. Neville, come with me." Upon finding Neville, regardless of his consent, she pulled him along. She dragged Neville to the room of requirement, transforming it into a practice area for flying. "Neville, have you recognized your mistake? I should not have ventured out at midnight, causing Gryffindor to lose points." Neville lowered his head and spoke softly. Upon hearing Maple's words, Neville could not help but lift his head, revealing a look of surprise. "You overheard Malfoy's intention to capture Harry. Wanting to warn your friend is not a fault. If you had done nothing, I would have been disappointed. Do you remember what is the most essential quality of Gryffindor? Courage." Neville's tension eased, and his speech became much more fluid. "Precisely, courage. Undoubtedly, your actions have demonstrated this. You are a brave individual, and the Sorting Hat did not err in its choice. You belong to Gryffindor. However, you have also erred, gravely so. Your mistake lies in your ineptitude. You were captured before delivering the message to Harry. You are a wizard, yet you fail to exhibit the talents befitting one. Were you a capable sorcerer, you could effortlessly vanquish Malfoy with your wand. rendering him unconscious and thwarting his attempts to capture Harry. Neville lowered his head in shame. Therefore, instead of wallowing in self-reproach, you must strive to enhance your magical abilities. Only by surpassing Malfoy's prowess can you truly aid your friends. Maple asserted. I fear I may not be able to, Neville replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. No, you can achieve it. Consider this. Is it that you cannot? Or do you merely believe you cannot? Is there a distinction? Neville inquired. Certainly there is. The former pertains to natural talent, while the latter is a matter of your own mindset. I know not what transpired in your childhood, but it is evident that a significant upheaval has cast a long shadow over your heart, instilling fear and self-doubt, an obstacle that you have yet to overcome. Neville, we share a certain kinship. I stifled my own magical prowess, becoming a silent observer, while you have yet to sense your magic, nearly rendered powerless. Maple produced a divination talisman, connecting their spirits. Embrace my essence, Neville. I conquered my fear of magic and triumphed over silence. Now, it is your turn. Summon your courage, and do not let the shadows of your heart defeat you. Chapter 50, The Duel. Now, rise from where you have fallen, Maple declared, gesturing towards the brooms scattered about the room. Even if you were to ruin every broom here, you must master your flying. Neville grasped a broom, initially puzzled at how one could ruin a broom in such a short time. Yet, upon ascending into the air, the truth dawned upon him. For that accursed individual had cast a spell upon him. Poor Neville darted this way and that, but ultimately succumbed to Maple's interference, plummeting from the sky. This time, Maple refrained from using the levitation charm or the hanging charm. She merely summoned a pillow to cushion Neville's fall and allowed him to crash to the ground. A fall from this height won't be fatal, so do not expect me to chant a spell to save you. However, you can cast spells upon yourself, can't you? Are you a fool? Maple could not help but feel exasperated by Neville's lack of wit. Neville, with a woeful expression, surveyed the 12 brooms in the room, pondering what he would become after ruining them all. I find it so difficult. Neville, do not be lazy. Get up and continue. Or do not blame me for casting a curse upon you. Maple threatened. Immediately, Neville sprang to his feet, seizing a broom to take flight once more. After numerous falls, he finally adapted to Maple's rhythm of attacks. However, she soon escalated her speed, relentlessly pushing Neville to his limits. For the ensuing week, all of Neville's free time was forcibly commandeered by Maple. Apart from flying practice, she instructed him in the shield charm, disarming charm, and stunning spell. After a half day of practice, regardless of Neville's proficiency, she whisked him away to the forbidden forest, unceremoniously tossing him into the midst of a swarm of acromantulas. Though his body was fortified by Maple's powerful iron armor spell, Navi was on the brink of despair, unable to suppress the thought that perhaps Maple was merely using him as a practice subject. Shame washed over him, prompting him to bury this notion deep within his heart. Little did Navi know that he had indeed hit the mark. Maple was not casting a mere iron armor spell, but rather the newly learned super iron armor spell, using poor Navi to gauge the potency of his magic amidst a swarm of spiders. Yet, Navi still felt gratitude towards him. This was merely a side endeavor. Maple felt no shame whatsoever, assuring himself within. The more one tumbles, the less one fears the fall, and the more one fears, the less fear one feels over time. Unbeknownst to him, Maple was sincerely dedicated to training Navi, or perhaps he was simply seeking amusement for himself. Much like the shameless Lu Ziqiao from the sitcom iPartment, the act of helping others and finding joy in it is not inherently contradictory. This sentiment was acknowledged by Navi's grandmother, who, upon learning of Maple's deeds, sent several letters of gratitude during the summer vacation. Finally, on a dark and stormy night, with only 2 weeks remaining until the examination, this particular Wednesday marked the fateful day of the first unicorn's demise. The Dark Lord was about to unleash his malevolence upon the innocent unicorn. With all his preparations in tow, Maple meticulously pondered whether he had overlooked anything, confirming his supplies once more, especially the fulling potion, before transforming into a bat and soaring into the inky night sky. Maple had already gathered intelligence on the unicorn's territory and perched upon the treetops nearby. Arriving early, he found that the formidable Kilo had yet to appear. After waiting in silence for a while, he folded his wings and rested against the tree trunk. After an indeterminate period, the serene realm of the unicorns was visited by an unwelcome guest. The ominous aura emanating from Kilo immediately alerted the unicorns, the guardians of light, causing 2 to rush off to warn their companions. However, the younger one clearly lacked the swiftness of its elder counterpart. The shadow beneath the hood grinned menacingly, unleashing a powerful spell towards the lagging unicorn. In a panic, the young unicorn leapt forward, narrowly evading the spell. only to discover that the dark figure had already targeted it with a second incantation. After that initial leap, it was now too late to dodge this new spell. As the incantation loomed, the unicorn let out a cry of alarm. Yet, to its astonishment, the young unicorn suddenly found itself repositioned to the side, where the anticipated pain had not materialized. Turning to see where it had been, it realized that the elder unicorn had collided with it, steering it away from danger. However, in its valiant effort to save the young one, the elder had taken the brunt of the spell. What a terrifying dark magic it was, as it severely injured the elder unicorn, causing it to collapse to the ground. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Maple's heart twisted in anguish. He contemplated the sheer terror of the Dark Lord, realizing he had underestimated him. The depth of his knowledge in dark magic was indeed beyond Maple's comprehension. In an instant, Maple found herself gripped by a sense of trepidation, contemplating retreat. The young unicorn emitted a mournful cry, hauntingly beautiful, while the fallen unicorn let out a more frantic scream, urging her to alert their kin. She wished to flee. Voldemort sneered, manipulating Quirrell's body to cast a formidable dark curse. However, just as the curse was about to strike the unicorn, it was unexpectedly intercepted by a bizarre black object. The pitiful eight-eyed giant spider let out a wail before succumbing in a fit of anguish. Yet its greatest loathing was not for the Dark Lord who had slain it, but for a bat perched atop the treetops. Maple commanded the petrified eight-eyed spider to shield the unicorn from the curse, then swiftly transformed into a bat and flitted to another tree, cloaked in the shadows of the night, which served as the perfect cover for her animagus form. One prey had escaped, inciting Voldemort's ire. Aside from Dumbledore, how dared anyone plot against him? Whoever it was would pay dearly. The oppressive atmosphere lingered for some time, until Voldemort suddenly controlled Quirrell to extend his wand toward the nearly lifeless unicorn, sneering, "Avada, you wished to protect the unicorn. So act." Voldemort deliberately compelled Quirrell to vocalize the incantation for the killing curse, aiming to draw Maple out. Stupefy. Maple was reluctantly compelled to reveal herself, casting the stunning spell at Quirrell. The Dark Lord had no intention of allowing Quirrell to unleash the killing curse, for the immense magical energy it required was precisely what he lacked at that moment. Under Voldemort's control, Quirrell effortlessly deflected Maple's stunning spell and retaliated with a dark curse of his own. Anticipating Quirrell's move, Maple had prepared another spider, hurling it forward to absorb the spell. With an ample supply of spider shields, she was well equipped to counter these powerful yet singular curses. Indeed, even the killing curse bore this flaw. It was formidable and lacking a counter curse, yet was a single target spell devoid of penetrative capability. Having deflected that curse, and recognizing she was no match for the Dark Lord, Maple quickly raised her wand to the sky, releasing a red firework. Seeking death, Quirrell immediately unleashed a potent spell, and Maple felt an overwhelming force enveloping everything around her. This was bad. It was an area spell, rendering her spider shield ineffective. Protego tot alum. She cast an enhanced protective charm in front of herself. Then, inspired, she silently intoned to herself, "Invert the bell," using the inverted bell to lift herself skyward. Maple executed another animagus transformation, becoming a flying bat and dispelling the bell charm. This combination of spells was indeed an ideal strategy for evading curses. However, just as Maple reveled in her cleverness, she realized that Quirrell had seized the opportunity to ravenously drain the blood from the wounded unicorn, which lay on the brink of death. Sectum Sempra. Voldemort was utterly unprepared for Maple's unscathed return, and even more so for the fact that she had mastered Snape's infamous spell. Regrettably, Maple has yet to master the silent incantation of this spell, and his magical prowess pales in comparison to that of Snape. Thus, although he managed to inflict a wound upon Quirrell's leg, he lacked the capability to sever it entirely. "Snape, how do you wield his spells? Has he sent you to thwart my efforts?" Maple feigned astonishment. Quirrell was about to respond when the rustling of leaves caught his attention, signaling the approach of someone nearby. Though I haven't drained the blood completely, it shan't escape unscathed." Quirrell, as he departed, cast a spell at the unicorn in a bid for retribution against Maple. Protego Maxima. Maple promptly invoked a protective charm, unaware that Quirrell's sinister grin signified a mere spark, as his true target was Maple himself. Dark Serpent's Devour. A serpentine wisp of inky smoke spewed forth from Quirrell's wand, and Maple hastily conjured a spider as a defensive measure. However, the serpent glided effortlessly through the spider's form, resulting in the creature's instantaneous demise. In a flash, Maple transformed into a bat to evade the attack, but the serpent seemed to lose its target, yet did not dissipate. A faint hissing echoed in the air, and the serpent lunged skyward, assaulting Maple's animagus form. Taken by surprise, Maple felt the dark serpent pierce one of his wings, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment, he recalled the cursed arm of Dumbledore, tainted by the Horcrux's dark magic. Although Voldemort's current power was far diminished, it was still beyond Maple's capacity to withstand. The resounding impacts revealed to Maple's astonishment that the serpent was striking his protective charm, leaving indentations even after expending considerable energy. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to both Quirrell and Maple, the beleaguered unicorn opened its eyes slightly, its silvery gaze fixed intently on Maple, the human who had jeopardized himself for its sake. No! A glimmering stream of silver blood erupted from the unicorn, soaring towards Maple's body. In the process, Voldemort sought to compel Quirrell to seize it, but the magic bestowed upon Maple by the unicorn, at the cost of its own life, rendered Quirrell's efforts utterly ineffective. The coveted unicorn blood, which Voldemort so desperately desired, enveloped Maple, entering through his left arm. This gift, a final crystallization of a unicorn's life essence, was far rarer and more precious than ordinary untainted blood. No, the longed-for prize had finally arrived, yet Maple felt no joy, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and an unquenchable hatred for Voldemort. Expecto Patronum, the unicorn's blood, in addition to its healing properties, endowed Maple with a formidable light. What spell could better serve as a vessel for this remarkable gift than the Patronus? As Maple's dark bat form emerged, it seemed to be enveloped in a veil of silvery mist, and within this ethereal light, he glimpsed the gentle and benevolent silhouette of a unicorn. Under the wrath of Maple, his guardian charged directly at the black serpent, scattering its form and shattering it completely. Depart. The attempt to pilfer a chicken resulted in a loss of rice. The meager blood consumed earlier was insufficient to offset the expenditure of dark magic just unleashed. Voldemort found himself at a disadvantage. Yet Quirrell's body could no longer sustain the casting of powerful dark spells, and the footsteps from the jungle were fast approaching. Despite his reluctance and fury, he had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 51. The Living Map. That individual will inevitably face his due reckoning one day. As for your kin, I shall do all in my power to safeguard them, Maple said, reflecting on Voldemort's ultimate fate while addressing the lifeless unicorn. Who are you? Did you slay the unicorn? A voice questioned from behind him, devoid of Hagrid's presence, while the sound of hooves came to a halt, indicating that the centaurs had arrived. The centaurs regarded the Forbidden Forest as their home and domain. Compared to Hagrid, they were far more concerned with any sudden developments within the woods. However, upon discerning the ominous trajectory through celestial observations, they recognized the unavoidable danger, yet chose to remain detached, quietly adopting the role of seers. In the original timeline, the centaurs swiftly identified the perpetrator after the initial attack, but refrained from informing Hagrid. Even the secret of the Philosopher's Stone eluded him. Despite never having ventured beyond the Forbidden Forest or the castle, they opted to stand idly by, with only Firenze stepping forth to assist Harry in revealing the true mastermind behind the events. Disregarding the centaur's inquiries, Maple offered a final bow of gratitude to the unicorn's remains before swiftly retreating into the shadows, transforming into his animagus form to depart the scene. Maple remained poised to cast the shield charm, yet no arrows from the centaurs came flying forth. Like Quirrell, he was cloaked in a black hood that concealed his visage from the centaurs. In a fit of rage, Bane had indeed raised his bow, but his companions restrained him. Surely you sensed his aura, a gift from the unicorn. He could not have slain it, and he is but a foal. We cannot harm a foal. How could a foal appear here, engaged in battle with that mastermind? Confusion spread among the centaurs as they lifted their gazes toward the heavens, seeking answers from the shifting stars. Is he the harbinger of calamity foretold by the stars? It appears his target was the unicorn. Perhaps we should refrain from intervening in this matter, Bane declared, to which Ronan and the other centaurs nodded in agreement. Is it truly acceptable to disregard the fate of the unicorn? How can one still claim to be the rightful ruler of the Forbidden Forest, bearing such shamelessness? After Maple's departure, he could hardly fathom that Voldemort lurked within some shadowy corner of the Forbidden Forest, waiting. Following midnight and several hours of silence within the forest, Voldemort once again infiltrated the territory of the unicorns, mercilessly slaying 2 of them and consuming their blood entirely. Neither Maple nor the bystander centaur anticipated that Voldemort would launch a second assault on the unicorns that very night. The unfolding of such events was intricately tied to Maple's prior interference. His intervention had prevented Voldemort from extracting sufficient blood from the first unicorn, and the ensuing fierce battle had drained the Dark Lord of even more vitality through the powerful dark magic unleashed. Consequently, He found himself in dire need of unicorn blood to replenish his strength. The following day, as Maple ventured into the forbidden forest, he was met with the grim news. He had intended to visit the grave of the first deceased unicorn to pay his respects regularly, only to discover, to his horror, 2 additional lifeless bodies of unicorns that had appeared overnight. It dawned on Maple that the butterfly effect of his earlier actions had irrevocably altered the narrative. Initially, his desire to save the unicorns had been driven by a purposeful ambition, perhaps more so by the adventurous spirit inherent in his Gryffindor blood than by sympathy for the unicorns as a whole. Yet in this moment, he was engulfed by profound guilt, self-reproach, and simmering rage, wishing fervently to storm into Quirrell's office and enact vengeance. However, reason prevailed, reminding Maple that assassinating Quirrell would not inflict any harm upon Voldemort. The true solution lay in obliterating his Horcruxes, thus subduing his ire. He could no longer allow such wanton slaughter of unicorns to continue. Recalling the incident during the Triwizard Tournament when Voldemort had utilized unicorn blood and Nagini's venom to forge a new body, it was evident that he had once again targeted the innocent creatures. Though unicorn blood bore a curse, what if those malevolent wizards were unperturbed by such hexes? After all, they already bore countless sins and would not mind accumulating a few more curses. In the dark market of the wizarding world, cursed unicorn blood was frequently traded. Thus, action was imperative to alter the plight of the unicorns. For an entire day, Maple remained lost in contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. But perhaps Voldemort would adhere to the script, conducting his final massacre of unicorns only once this year. Surely, he could not be lurking in the Forbidden Forest every night. Oh, the Marauders map. It had been pilfered from Filch by the Weasley twins during their second year, just last year. It should now be in their possession. Given his rapport with them, he could surely borrow it for his own use. While the map was indeed remarkable, its powers of revelation and concealment were impressive. Yet it did not provide any counterspells against charms like the summoning charm. Thus, Maple quickly devised a plan to procure the map without revealing his foresight. He soon located the Weasley twins and engaged them in casual conversation, eventually steering the discussion towards the incident of Harry and his friends being captured one night. If only they had a map of Hogwarts, which detailed all the routes and secret passages of the school. They could easily find a hiding place and avoid detection by patrolling professors. Then, feigning inspiration, Maple waved his wand and proclaimed, "Marauder's map, reveal yourself." Then a piece of parchment fluttered from the pockets of the Weasley brothers, prompting Maple to exclaim in astonishment, "So there truly exists a map of Hogwarts. How long have you concealed it? Perhaps you used invisible ink. Reveal yourself at once." How could Maple be unaware of the Weasley brothers' intentions? Since they intended to seize their treasure, she decided to indulge them for a moment. With relentless fervor, she attempted various methods, applying fire and soaking in water, ensuring that the Weasley brothers were thoroughly entertained and amused. "Reveal yourself. Show me your true form, Maple." In a fit of urgency, Maple struck the map with fervor. It was as if an invisible hand began inscribing upon the parchment, and words materialized upon its smooth surface. Initially, Maple's face radiated joy. She had finally made the map reveal itself. However, upon discovering that the parchment displayed not the map of Hogwarts, but rather a string of text, her expression shifted to one of disappointment. Yet, as she deciphered the content, her countenance transformed into one that resembled someone who had just consumed a mouthful of bitter gourd. The Weasley brothers could hardly contain their laughter, snatching the map from Maple's grasp for a closer look. They erupted into hearty laughter, even audaciously reading aloud the inscription, "Mr. Moonface extends greetings to Mr. Maple and advises him to keep his distance from our parchment, as it detests the scent of fools." Mr. Forkhead concurred, asserting that prolonged interaction with such a dimwit as Mr. Maple would surely diminish their own intellect. Mr. Bigfoot expressed his astonishment that a hopeless simpleton like Mr. Maple could even gain admission to Hogwarts. Finally, Mr. Wormtail greeted Mr. Maple, suggesting he take a dip in the mud to mask his foolish odor. The Weasley brothers continued to cackle, nearly beside themselves with mirth. "Enough laughter. Tell me how to use this map." Maple feigned anger, her face a mask of indignation. "Just a moment. Let us revel in our amusement a bit longer," the Weasley brothers replied, struggling to contain their glee. "I possess a method to make you laugh even harder, but you must reveal to me how to utilize the map." Maple quickly baited them with a tempting offer. "Really?" The Weasley brothers instantly stifled their laughter, intrigued by her proposition. "I, Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, command you to disclose the information you have hidden." Upon hearing Maple's authoritative tone, the Weasley brothers were momentarily taken aback, surprised by such audacious tactics they had not considered. Recalling the mocking jests of Mr. Moonface directed at Maple just moments ago. They exchanged excited glances, eager to observe the map. Mr. Moonface saluted Professor Snape and requested he refrain from meddling with others, as his disproportionately large nose was prone to intrude. Mr. Forkhead agreed with Mr. Moonface, adding that Professor Snape was an ugly fool. Mr. Bigfoot expressed his astonishment that a simpleton like Snape could attain the position of a professor. Lastly, Mr. Wormtail greeted Professor Snape, advising him to wash his hair, which resembled a lump of soft mud. Laughter erupted uncontrollably from me, nearly leaving me breathless. The Weasley twins were thoroughly amused, gazing at the parchment's inscriptions repeatedly. Each glance elicited another fit of laughter. Only after they had satiated their mirth did they finally reveal the secret of the Marauder's map to Maple. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. George produced his wand and gently tapped the parchment, uttering an incantation. Instantly, delicate ink lines, reminiscent of spider webs, began to appear from the spot where his wand had touched. These lines intertwined and crossed, extending to every corner of the parchment. Soon, curvaceous green letters emerged above, proclaiming, "The suppliers of mischief makers, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauder's map." The Weasley twins appeared less captivated by this proclamation, as nearly 1,000 names crowded the small sheet of parchment, overwhelming to the eye. Their primary interest lay in the school's passages and hidden routes, which they had already noted, while Maple required the map's precise locating capabilities. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, George sighed, patting the map's title. "We owe them a great debt of gratitude. Noble souls, tirelessly laboring to assist the next generation of rule breakers," Fred declared solemnly. "Indeed," George replied cheerfully. "Let us not forget to erase it when we're done, otherwise others will see it," Fred warned, with just a gentle tap and the words, "Mischief managed." It would revert to a blank parchment. "Now, having recorded all the hidden passages within the castle, we bestow this map upon you. Thank you for all your assistance this semester," George stated with feigned seriousness. The eight-eyed spider had brought them considerable profit, and funds had always been a scarcity for the Weasley family, hence their relentless pursuit of the joke shop. Chapter 52, The Spectral Beast. After receiving the Marauder's map and expressing gratitude to the Weasley twins, Maple began monitoring Quirrell's movements that evening. The map did not display Voldemort's name, leaving one to ponder whether he had employed dark magic to conceal his presence or if his current state of half-life rendered him invisible to the map. Subsequently, Maple adopted a nocturnal lifestyle, spending nights in a room of requirement, occasionally glancing at Quirrell's position on the map. Once reassured, he resumed his studies and practiced spells. With the unicorn's gift, Maple discovered a significant enhancement in his healing and Patronus charms, and he felt as though his physical abilities had been transformed by the unicorn's blood. His speed, strength, and agility noticeably improved, along with a revitalized spirit. After a sleepless night, Maple resembled a languorous fat cat during the day, often dozing off. However, having nearly completed the year's syllabus, it mattered little. After several days of deep contemplation, Maple finally conceived an idea and promptly made his way to Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall, greetings. I am in search of Professor Dumbledore. Might you escort me to him?" Maple encountered Professor McGonagall along her path and politely requested her assistance. "Certainly, but may I inquire as to the nature of your business with Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall asked, her curiosity piqued. "It pertains to the unicorns. I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with him," Maple replied as they walked. "Unicorns? What troubles have befallen them?" Professor McGonagall could not help but pause, her concern evident. "The unicorns have been attacked. 3 have already perished, Professor," Maple stated candidly. "By the roaches." Professor McGonagall uttered the command, and the stone guardian outside the headmaster's office shifted aside, revealing a spiraling staircase. Professor McGonagall led Maple up the staircase into the headmaster's chamber, which was adorned with an array of peculiar magical artifacts that twirled and emitted wisps of smoke, creating an intriguing spectacle. Perched atop a tall, gilded branch was a phoenix. This majestic creature, Fawkes, was nestled peacefully, its splendid wings curled as it slumbered. Professor McGonagall and Maple, what brings you here?" Dumbledore's wise and discerning gaze, magnified by his silver-rimmed spectacles, fell upon the two. "It concerns the unicorns, Professor. Those in the Forbidden Forest have been assaulted, resulting in the loss of 3 lives. I presume you are already aware?" Maple began. "Indeed, you are correct. Hagrid has informed me of the situation," Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. "Professor Dumbledore, could you devise a means to aid these unfortunate unicorns?" Maple observed for the first time. A similarity between Professor McGonagall and Sakura from Naruto, one who seeks assistance from her dependable companion, and the other who resolutely turns to Dumbledore in times of difficulty. This reliance, while manageable in peaceful times, proved less dependable in dire circumstances compared to Snape. Professor McGonagall, I fear this matter may pose a considerable challenge, even for Professor Dumbledore. Unless we unearth the mastermind behind these attacks, the perpetrator may strike again when Dumbledore is absent, particularly if they seek the unicorn's blood once more. It is impractical for Dumbledore to remain vigilant over them at all times, especially with the entire student body requiring his protection, Maple articulated. Thank you for your defense, Maple, but it is indeed true that I cannot protect them, Dumbledore replied sincerely. This cannot be attributed to you, Professor. It is reminiscent of the events surrounding Voldemort. Upon uttering that name, Professor McGonagall exhibited a moment of alarm. Voldemort wreaked havoc for over a decade before finally being vanquished by Harry. It is conceivable that many may privately blame you for not emerging to confront Voldemort, akin to how you defeated Grindelwald. Yet, they fail to comprehend that Voldemort is unlike Grindelwald. He possesses no moral boundaries. He understood he was no match for you, but he could retreat swiftly. With Voldemort's formidable magic, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to detain him should he choose to flee. Destruction is invariably far easier than preservation. Even though Voldemort's power may not rival yours, you possess vulnerabilities that he does not. You are burdened by the desire to protect many. While Voldemort harbors no regard for the lives of anyone in the wizarding or muggle worlds, not even for his own followers. He exists in solitude, which is why, upon his downfall, his empire crumbled and his minions scattered. Conversely, he lacks any weaknesses to concern himself with beyond his own existence. Thank you, Maple, Dumbledore expressed, deeply moved. Thus, for the unicorns, they must either be brought into the castle under Professor Dumbledore's protection or rely on their own means of survival. Self-rescue? How can they accomplish that? Professor McGonagall inquired with a blend of concern and curiosity, eager to hear Maple's insightful perspective. While the wizards who hunt unicorns are indeed guilty of grave sins, the unicorns themselves bear their own inherent guilt, a guilt bestowed upon them by nature. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's astonished gaze, Maple continued, in ancient Eastern wisdom, there exists a saying, a man is innocent, yet the possession of beauty brings guilt. The unicorns carry an insurmountable burden. Their blood possesses a formidable healing power, and even when cursed, its magical essence remains an unparalleled temptation for humankind. Even on the brink of death, as long as one is not yet departed from this world, the blood of a unicorn can prolong life. For those who struggle against death, even an additional moment of existence is an immense temptation. As long as the magic of this blood endures, the unicorn's guilt shall remain unresolved. Their fragility and goodness represent their original sin, for they are powerless to safeguard the treasures that nature has bestowed upon them. One should not indulge in the illusion that retreating to a tranquil sanctuary will ensure safety. Human greed will breach all barriers. Good counsel is oftentimes futile for the damned, and great compassion cannot rescue those who have severed their own connections. If one does not take initiative for their own salvation, divine aid becomes a distant hope. The unicorns must actively seek ways to protect themselves. They possess immense healing and radiant powers, capable of mending the wounds of those who harbor light in their hearts, thus nurturing the growth of their luminous magic. Wizards who embody righteousness would willingly sacrifice their lives to safeguard these benevolent beings. Moreover, unicorns are drawn to the light, able to discern good from evil. Those who earn their trust are invariably wizards committed to justice. When a once noble wizard succumbs to darkness, the unicorn, sensing the shift in their companion, will dissolve the bond and alert other wizards to be wary of the fallen ally. These magical concepts are merely hypothetical. The feasibility lies within the capabilities of our esteemed headmaster, Maple concluded with a smile. You possess a kind heart, my child. Your ability to empathize with the unicorns is commendable, and I take pride in you. On behalf of those gentle, unfortunate creatures, I thank you, Maple. Dumbledore responded, surprised by the unexpected depth of her insights. During Maple's discourse, Fawkes awakened from his slumber, initially intrigued by her words, his beautiful eyes curiously observing her. Eventually, Maple sensed the affection and concern for the unicorn expressed in Dumbledore's words. The noble creature, Fawkes, shared a similar sentiment, developing a fondness for this human outside the Dumbledore family. As Dumbledore expressed his gratitude, Fawkes descended gracefully from his perch, alighting upon Maple's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with affectionate gestures. Maple, Fawkes is a phoenix. Like the unicorn, he is an extraordinary and enchanting being, capable of bearing immense burdens. Their tears possess healing properties, and they are remarkably loyal companions. Dumbledore remarked with a smile. It seems you have won Fawkes' approval. This is the first time he has approached a wizard unprompted, aside from myself. Your kindness has touched him. See how he adores you. Hello, Fawkes. I'm Maple Aliba, and I am delighted to be your friend. Maple exclaimed excitedly, thrilled to be in the presence of a legendary phoenix. Fawkes responded with an enthusiastic trill, seemingly pleased that Maple regarded him as an equal companion. Professor McGonagall, rarely seen smiling, felt a surge of pride for Maple's remarkable intellect and qualities. To be so astute and exceptional in your first year, child, I must say, the Sorting Hat surely made an error. You belong in Ravenclaw. The portraits of past headmasters in the office turned their attention to Maple, gazing at her as if she were a treasured gem. The former headmaster from Ravenclaw reiterated that it was indeed the rightful house for Maple. Such brilliance! He is destined to be Dumbledore's successor. In my opinion, Slytherin would be the most suitable house for him, as it would foster his rapid growth. Phineas's remark prompted disapproving looks from the surrounding portraits, as he was the only Slytherin headmaster and notably the least esteemed in Hogwarts history. Professor, I would appreciate your assistance regarding the unicorns. Maple concluded. I shall, but before that, I wish to consult Fawkes about the unicorn's wishes, Dumbledore replied. I believe if you take the initiative, success is assured, Professor. Maple affirmed. Indeed, I share your confidence. Dumbledore responded with modesty, adding, once they agree, you may very well become their first spirit companion. I recall that adult unicorns seem to prefer not to bond with boys. I believe my classmate Hermione Granger may gain their favor. Her grades are the highest in our year, and I trust her compassion and capability to protect the unicorns. Maple, you are quite humble, yet I am convinced you are the most suitable candidate. Dumbledore winked, and Maple sensed he had detected the unicorn's essence within her. However, he refrained from voicing it in the presence of Professor McGonagall. Otherwise, Maple would have to reveal her violations of several school regulations. The summoning of the spirit beasts in the world of Naruto bears resemblance to the magical keys in the wizarding realm, for even within the confines of Hogwarts, resistant to apparition, the keys remain functional. House elves possess the remarkable ability to apparate and disapparate within Hogwarts. Yet the original text consistently asserts that such feats are accomplished solely at the behest of their masters. Is there not a magical contract binding the house elves to their masters? Although this may resemble a bond of servitude, akin to a summoning contract, it might allow the house elves to bypass the rules governing apparition and disapparition. If Maple's conjecture holds merit, it could be that the elves lack the capacity to resist the anti-apparition spell. Rather, it is the profound covenant between them and their masters that comes into play. In Chapter 53, the detention, should the summoning contract indeed have been conceived by Dumbledore. It is conceivable that more than just unicorns could eventually become summoned creatures, leading Maple to carve a new chapter in the annals of the magical world. However, this might inadvertently aid Voldemort. Once he masters this magic, it is likely he would transform Nagini into his summoned creature. Therefore, it becomes imperative to eliminate the basilisk before Voldemort's resurrection. A shadowy Voldemort pales in comparison to a fully corporeal one, beside a physical Voldemort. Fawkes would scarcely have the opportunity to blind the basilisk. The power of the serpent's gaze in Voldemort's presence should not be underestimated. Unlike the original timeline's Chamber of Secrets, where the atmosphere was formidable and terrifying, it is rather disheartening that it was swiftly vanquished by a second-year wizard, reminiscent of the Akatsuki's infamous tendency for untimely deaths. Speaking of the Akatsuki, the demise of its members often comes across as rather undignified, driven by plot necessity. How is it that Sakura, with merely the prowess of a Chunin, managed to defeat someone like Sasori? Itachi, too, exhibited undue leniency towards his brother. Kisame's sword, the Samahata, seemed to betray him in a rather unscientific manner. Otherwise, might not the Raikage have needed to employ a greater effort to subdue him? The 6 paths of pain could have decisively overcome the 9 tails. Yet Naruto's desire for grandeur compelled the author to orchestrate a grandiose scene, complete with a cooldown on Devapath's abilities. Online, viewers reveled in the spectacle, as Devapath effortlessly dominated Sage Mode Naruto. While the Hungry Ghost Path could not absorb natural energy in excess, but adeptly siphoned off Tailed Beast Chakra, thus effectively countering the power of the Tailed Beasts. Ultimately, Nagato's miscalculation lay in failing to procure a genuine protagonist's advantage from the Sage of 6 Paths, entrusting the summoning contract to Dumbledore. Maple remains undeterred in her vigilance over Quirrell, continuing her nocturnal pursuits. Were Professor McGonagall to become aware of this affair, she might question why Quirrell, as an animagus, chose not to transform into a cat. On the day of Harry's detention, Voldemort opted to act, coinciding with Harry's exit from the library, during which he chanced upon Quirrell weeping in his classroom. Frankly, enduring the constant presence of Voldemort for an entire year without succumbing to madness speaks volumes of Quirrell's mental fortitude. Among the Death Eaters, aside from a select few like Bellatrix and young Barty Crouch Jr., who idolize Voldemort almost fanatically, the majority harbor an overwhelming fear of their master. If they had the option to refuse, surely no one would agree to live life bearing the head of their master like Quirrell. Voldemort seeks blood once more, threatening Quirrell, while the foolish Harry mistakenly believes that Snape has finally compelled Quirrell to yield. At 11 o'clock that night, while Harry and Hermione are confined, Maple sets out for the Forbidden Forest ahead of them, having devised a new scheme for Dumbledore that ensnares Quirrell. Unlike the original timeline, Neville no longer feels such dread at the mention of the Forbidden Forest. After experiencing Maple's torment, he has grown accustomed to fear and does not find it so daunting anymore. Moreover, Neville considers a midnight excursion to the Forbidden Forest a trivial matter compared to being in the presence of the devil that is Maple. Thus he displays far more composure than Malfoy. Maple perceives this journey into the Forbidden Forest as yet another trial for Harry. Following this, the student's confinement will involve public labor, such as polishing trophies and tending to toads, which, although devoid of magic, pales in comparison to the perils of the Forbidden Forest. In the original timeline, Dumbledore had always kept an eye on Quirrell through Snape, having already sensed something amiss with him. It would be impossible for him not to realize that it was Quirrell who harmed the unicorn. Yet, the sacrifice of the unicorn pales in significance to Harry's growth, all for the grand objective of utterly vanquishing Voldemort. This is deemed worthwhile. Hagrid, on the other hand, would never sacrifice the creatures he cherishes. His affection for animals runs deeper than Dumbledore's. Thus, Hermione and the others, pitifully serving as Harry's accomplices, remain oblivious to the truth. One wonders if they would have given Harry a sound thrashing had they known. When Malfoy learns of the venture into the Forbidden Forest, he is seized by terror, and upon Hagrid's refusal to allow him to withdraw, he glares angrily at Hagrid. Malfoy, you are mistaken. The true source of your misfortune lies beside you. Yes, indeed, the one with the scar on his forehead, wearing glasses. Oh wait, he isn't wearing glasses now. Much like the relatives of victims in detective tales, you ought not to harbor hatred for the murderer, but rather seek out that bespectacled lad. For he is the true harbinger of death. What if the creature that harms the unicorn discovers us first? Malfoy queries, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. As long as you stay with me, or Yaya, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you, Hagrid assures. Stay on the path. Now, we shall split into two groups and follow the trail of blood. Indeed, with Maple watching, how could Unicorn possibly be harmed? The blood is deliberately spilled by Maple. A touch of genuine blood, combined with some potions from Snape, will fabricate a trail indistinguishable from the real thing. As for Voldemort, he has not harmed the unicorn. However, the blood he consumes is authentic, procured by Maple with Snape's assistance from the black market. If he is not permitted to drink some blood to replenish his power, he will inevitably attack other unicorns. Meanwhile, Dumbledore awaits Quirrell's theft of the Philosopher's Stone as a trial for Harry. He will not intervene until then. With his formidable magic, disposing of Quirrell would be a trivial task, yet this cunning old man has feigned ignorance for an entire year. It was reminiscent of the Sword Saint from the legendary game, who, adorned in divine attire, remained idle, only to acknowledge his teammates with a mere thumbs up upon their triumph. Truly commendable, this cunning old man is quite the rascal. However, Maple conceived a more ingenious plan, one that would spare the unicorn's life, which he would undoubtedly not refuse. This time, Maple completely transformed the perceptions of all prior headmasters regarding him. Even Phineas concurred with the Sorting Hat's judgment. Indeed, this fellow belongs to Gryffindor. Malfoy opted to accompany Yaya and Neville, while Hagrid joined Harry and Hermione. After they had sorted their paths, moments later, while Hagrid was introducing a few centaurs to Harry and Hermione, they suddenly spotted sparks shooting across the sky. However, it was not Malfoy who had made the discovery. It was Maple, casting sparks from his wand. Hagrid and the others immediately rushed over, but Malfoy, trembling with fear, dared not follow. As Hagrid and the others arrived, they were met with a shocking sight, a cloaked figure beside the unicorn, drinking its blood. Maple had merely conjured sparks in the air, remaining unseen. After all, the unicorn was not truly dead, so the figure could indulge, although it was truly unfortunate he wasn't made to eat dung. While Dumbledore's humor was delightful, it paled in comparison to the Weasley twins' sense of humor. How cruel you are! Hagrid exclaimed in anger, preparing to confront Quirrell, but before taking action, he urged Harry and Hermione to flee the scene. Quirrell caught up with the two and immediately cast a curse at Hermione. Armor protection. Super armor protection. Hermione's protective spells were insufficient to withstand Quirrell's incantations, yet someone was there to shield her. Super armor protection. Upside down bell. Fly hither and thither. After casting a super armor spell upon Harry, Maple executed a combination of the upside down bell and levitation spells, whisking her safely to the treetops. Voldemort, undeterred, commanded Quirrell to seize Harry, which resulted in a painful encounter as Harry's scar ignited with a sensation he had never experienced before. Simultaneously, Quirrell suffered even more than Harry. Just as Voldemort instructed Quirrell to cast a spell on Harry, the centaur Firenze appeared just in time to rescue Harry. It seems there's no need for me to intervene, Maple declared, lowering his wand. Maple, what are you doing here? Hermione, filled with anxiety, collapsed into Maple's embrace before sheepishly rising. I was bored at night, so I decided to fly out and see how you were faring in detention. I never imagined Hagrid would assign you such a perilous task, Maple fibbed. Was that spark you conjured earlier? Hermione asked, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, after all, flying above is far quicker than your leisurely search. Maple replied. After the centaurs rescued Harry, Quirrell fled. All right, I'll take you to reunite with Hagrid. Once Quirrell had retreated, Maple gently set Hermione down with a levitation spell, saying, your combination of the upside-down bell and levitation spell was simply exquisite. How did you conceive such a strategy? Hermione gazed at him in admiration. In the realm of practical experience, one often cultivates wisdom through engagement in real-world challenges. As Maple and Hermione conversed while making their way to join their companions, Firenze hastily bore Harry upon his back to a place of safety. Indeed, this act of kindness incited the ire of his centaur brethren once more. What business is it of ours? They protested, for their concerns lay with the prophecies of the stars. There is no need for us to scurry after lost humans like a pack of donkeys. Bane's anger towards Firenze for allowing Harry to ride him was palpable, and Firenze, discontent with the complacency of his kin, retorted sharply before departing with the savior in the making, Harry. Along their journey, Firenze enlightened Harry on the properties of unicorn blood. Can you not fathom? He inquired, who has patiently awaited for so many years, yearning for resurgence? Who clings fiercely to life, biding their time? Harry's heart tightened as he recalled a name, Voldemort, an adversary he had unwittingly vanquished but was destined to confront again. At that moment, Hagrid caught up with them, prompting Firenze to cease his discourse with Harry. He had conveyed all necessary warnings, leaving the rest to Harry's discretion. Harry, are you all right? Where is Hermione? Hagrid inquired. Soon, Hermione appeared, though Maple was conspicuously absent, having transformed into a bat and taken flight. Chapter 54, A Fork in Time and Space. Following their venture into the Forbidden Forest, with only a week remaining until exams, Maple finally felt a sense of relief. From this point onward, Voldemort would focus solely on schemes to seize the Philosopher's Stone, leaving the vulnerable unicorns unharmed, granting her respite. In stark contrast, Harry, who had intended to refrain from further meddling due to the points deducted from their house, could no longer remain passive upon learning from Firenze that Snape sought the stone to facilitate Voldemort's return. This revelation led Harry to believe he had unraveled a significant mystery. The audacity of Snape to risk seizing the stone under Dumbledore's watchful gaze was bolstered by Voldemort's shadowy support. At this juncture, Voldemort must have been bewildered, presuming his concealment to be effective. Yet, the centaurs, whom he regarded with disdain, had discerned his existence through the stars. Despite never witnessing his malevolence, the misfortune that befell Voldemort stemmed from a selective hearing of Trelawney's prophecy. This being, desperate for immortality, fancied himself a conqueror of death and master of fate, oblivious to the fact that he was but a pawn of destiny. Perhaps the contact with Voldemort's fragmented soul stirred within Harry the remnants of the Dark Lord's essence, establishing a connection between their spirits for the first time. Albeit in Voldemort's current weakened state, he remained unaware of this bond. In a certain regard, Harry, akin to Nagini, functioned as a living Horcrux for Voldemort. However, while Nagini remained loyal to him, Harry stood as his sworn enemy. A soul container imbued with thought is inherently uncontrollable, for it does not surpass the spatial confines that separate it from Voldemort. Moreover, Voldemort is far from being so weakened that his magical essence becomes imperceptible. Whenever Voldemort's emotions rise and fall with fervor, the soul container can distinctly sense the presence of its primary soul. Indeed, one can only imagine that Quirrell, who was initially targeted by Dumbledore, is still lost in dreams of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, convinced that it is within his grasp. As Harry endures day after day of anxiety, Maple experiences a sense of ease. A week swiftly passes, and regardless of feelings of despondency, or elation. The end-of-year exams for the first year arrive as scheduled. It baffles me that Hermione, possessing the intellect to be at the top of her class, still exhibits such nervousness upon entering the examination hall. Naturally, Maple excels in practical assessments, his magical prowess far surpassing the expectations for a first-year student. These tasks are mere trifles for him. When they reach Professor McGonagall, she instructs them to transform a mouse into a snuff box, with the intricacy of the box determining the score. More ornate designs garner higher marks, while any features reminiscent of the mouse result in deductions. Maple, employing his vivid imagination, transforms the mouse into a gourd-shaped snuff box, subsequently crafting 7 distinct variations, each resembling a gourd child in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Professor McGonagall is both delighted and exasperated by his creativity. Ultimately, she grants Maple full marks, albeit without the additional 10 points awarded by Professor Flitwick. It is also worth noting the behavior of Professor Snape, who, despite the perfection of Maple's forgetfulness potion, claims that there are no commendable improvements made by him. Thus, not only does he refrain from awarding extra points, but he also deducts 10 from the full score that Maple rightfully deserved. While Maple earns some academic prestige from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Snape offers no such acknowledgement. Yet, this individual appears more fatigued than Harry, perhaps tirelessly engaged in his research on cloning technology. One wonders how far along he is in his experiments, and whether he has relaxed his vigilance over Quirrell as a result. In contrast to the practical assessments, Maple's written examination falters significantly. Nevertheless, bolstered by the wisdom of an adult soul, he should achieve a respectable score. This is precisely why Maple doubts his ability to surpass Hermione and claim the top spot in the year. He perceives the rote memorization of tedious notes as largely irrelevant to overcoming Voldemort and considers it unnecessary to torment himself into memorizing dry text for the sake of achieving full marks. The final examination is history of magic, and, alas, unlike in my homeland, one cannot submit their paper early, writing down all that one knows with certainty, as well as those uncertain answers. I fondly recall the more humane multiple-choice questions of yore, but they are absent here. Maple resolves to guess where possible and leave the rest blank, holding modest expectations. Merely passing will suffice. Within half an hour, realizing there is little left to accomplish, Maple closes his eyes, seeking solace in slumber, though perhaps it is Merlin's domain he enters, engaging in dreamlike skirmishes with him instead. After completing her examination, Hermione revisited the content, which inevitably reminded Maple of the days back in the Great Celestial Empire when, after taking an exam, one would inevitably feel unsettled until the answers were compared, and afterwards, the disquietude only intensified. How nostalgic! Ah, the vigor of my youth. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Maple harbored no concern. Professor McGonagall's colossal chessboard had Ron, and Snape's enigmatic deductions had Hermione, while the Dark Lord's challenges could be entrusted to Harry. It seemed that his involvement was minimal. Thus, he could simply focus on performing well against the Devil's Snare, and in the presence of Professor Flitwick, merely seeking to assert his own existence. With this thought, Maple felt considerably lighter. He could leave everything to the Savior and relish life as a time traveler. The group ventured to the lakeside to unwind, where a large squid basked in the warm shallows, and the Weasley brothers along with Lee Jordan were playfully tugging at its tentacles. Maple, feeling playful himself, joined them. Nearby, Ron stretched lazily, hoping to relax while Harry, troubled, rubbed his constantly aching scar. After a brief conversation with Ron and Hermione, Harry remained pensive. But upon spotting an owl in the sky, a sudden epiphany struck him, reminiscent of a sudden revelation. Upon contemplating a troubling notion, a sense of foreboding washed over Harry. His complexion turned ashen as he summoned Ron and Hermione to seek out Hagrid. Maple, feeling somewhat helpless, bid farewell to the Weasley brothers and hurried to catch up. Indeed, he was intrigued. How often does one encounter a three-headed dog, even at Hogwarts? He informed them that Fluffy was relatively easy to handle. One merely needed to soothe it with music, and it would promptly fall asleep. Hagrid's face reflected terror, but Harry and the others appeared even more distressed. Thus no one noticed Maple's facade of indifference. Confirming his suspicions with Hagrid, Harry felt his heart plummet. Hagrid had longed for a dragon, and by unfortunate coincidence, a stranger had brought a dragon egg and wagered it with him, subsequently losing and offering the egg as payment. It was not merely luck on Hagrid's part. The stranger had intended to extract information from him, and once Hagrid was inebriated, he divulged everything. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Harry resolved to seek out Dumbledore immediately, only to encounter Professor McGonagall en route. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Maple, Professor McGonagall sensed trouble afoot. Maple shrugged innocently, declaring, this time, it has nothing to do with me. The protagonist is Harry. Unsurprisingly, Dumbledore was absent, which did not astonish Maple at all. If he remained, how could he compel Harry to breach school regulations to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? As was customary, McGonagall was taken aback upon hearing Harry mention the Philosopher's Stone, causing her to drop the book she was holding. However, Maple noticed that, in addition to the book, she had also dropped a newspaper. Curiosity piqued. He bent down to assist McGonagall in retrieving her fallen items, simultaneously picking up the newspaper to inspect it. It turned out to be the Daily Prophet, and Maple opened it for a brief glance. With a clatter, Professor McGonagall's book once again met an unfortunate fate upon the floor, as Maple gasped in shock. The front page of the Daily Prophet was dominated by a large photograph of a seductive and bewitching woman, her name steeped in legend, Elizabeth Bathory. This was the Countess who had succumbed to darkness, choosing to become a vampire in order to preserve her demonically alluring beauty for eternity. Originally intended to be captured by the French magical community for her heinous crimes, the Blood Countess had instead been secretly sealed away. They claimed it was to extract her magical essence as a precious resource, but in truth, they were captivated by her devilish beauty, unable to strike the fatal blow. Curse those romantics of France. How foolish they are. Now, Elizabeth has broken free from her confinement, though she had remained sealed for centuries. She is now a vampire of considerable age. Once she consumes enough blood to restore her full form, no one can predict the extent of her power. The title of Countess may no longer suit her. Perhaps she should ascend to the rank of princess. Should they fail to locate her while she is still weakened, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic disaster. The French Ministry of Magic has issued a call for aid, but only after the situation had spiraled out of control a week later. Damn those politicians and their vanity. Yet what troubled and shocked Maple the most was not this, but rather the unsettling changes in the future, which were not a result of her own interference. A divergence in time and space has emerged, rendering the once clear trajectory of the future elusive. Will the main storyline continue along its original course? Can Voldemort still be vanquished by Harry, as fate had once dictated? Maple could not be certain, nor dare to speculate. Chapter 55. Unexpected Participants. There was no need for pretense now. Maple's expression mirrored the anxiety of the three others. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Harry and the others intended to surveil Snape. But this plan was undeniably absurd, merely provoking Professor McGonagall without achieving any real purpose. It was time to make a decisive choice. Noticing McGonagall's dismissive attitude towards their concern, Harry resolved to traverse the secret passage to prevent Snape from seizing the Philosopher's Stone. But would the invisibility cloak be sufficient to conceal all four of us? Seeing Harry's determination, Ron and Hermione agreed with his perspective and decided to accompany him. Though now the group included Maple, leading Ron to question whether the cloak would adequately cover everyone. Do not fret, Maple. As long as the cloak can conceal the three of us, I have my own means to follow, Hermione reassured. Are we truly going together? Harry, you have said that if Voldemort returns, none of us will be spared. Although I have only read about the horrors of his reign, I have no desire to experience it firsthand. Moreover, as friends, would we allow you to face danger alone? Tonight, we stand united in life and death. United in life and death. After Maple spoke, Hermione and Ron echoed in unison. Following Maple's interference, Neville's life trajectory underwent a significant transformation, and at this moment, he did not appear to obstruct Harry and the others. Thus, the first challenge they encountered became the mischievous Peeves. However, there was no need for Maple to intervene, as Harry cleverly impersonated the Bloody Baron, successfully deceiving Peeves, who was startled and quickly fled. Upon arriving outside the corridor on the 4th floor, they found Maple already waiting there. To their surprise, they were not alone. The Weasley twins were also present. How did they get here? What brings you here, Fred, George? It seemed that not only Harry was taken aback, but Maple was as well. It must be Snape. He has already gone in, Harry asserted confidently. Snape? The Weasley twins immediately displayed a keen interest and replied, then we should hurry inside. You want to go in too? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. If we don't go in, what will you be doing? Our little brother looks down on us, suggesting we are utterly useless. Indeed, for first-year kids think of us as a burden. Our younger brother is so remarkable, and here we are, failing as older brothers. Enough of this banter. Let us get inside. It will be too late once Snape snatches the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Are you saying it's inside? The Weasley twins nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. If you want to know, just go in. The more, the merrier. Let us enter together. After Harry quelled their argument, Maple promptly added, upon opening the door, They faced the three-headed dog once more. With so many of them, it was impossible to sneak in wearing the invisibility cloak. As the previously quiet Fluffy erupted into a furious bark, Harry quickly took out the flute Hagrid had gifted him and began to play. Is this a dog or a cat? The moment the music began, the creature lowered its head and fell asleep, soon snoring. Is it truly wise to have such a dog guarding something as vital as the Philosopher's Stone? Well, these challenges were not merely for protecting the stone, but rather tests for Harry. One must admit, Dumbledore's faith was rather profound. Now, with the unforeseen complication of Elizabeth, which Dumbledore could not have anticipated, did he leave behind any contingency plans before his departure? As Harry played the flute, Maple opened the trapdoor and leaped down first. Even knowing that the devil's snare awaited below, Maple could not resist transforming into a bat mid-air, descending uncomfortably into the darkness. It's a soft landing. You can jump now, Maple shouted. Fiend fire. Once everyone had jumped down and the task of cushioning the fall was complete, Maple unleashed a flame to banish the devil's snare. The devil's snare. Hermione was the first among them to identify the creature. All right, the next challenge is Professor Flitwick's key mechanism. Maple attempted an unlocking spell, but was unable to open it. However, it was uncertain whether Maple's magic was simply weaker than Professor Flitwick's, or if it was a complex knot, akin to a permanent sticking charm, which could only be unlocked by the key itself. It is indeed challenging to ascertain the situation. If the weakened Voldemort requires a key to enter, it would suggest the latter scenario. However, it is evident that Voldemort currently inhabits Quirrell, making it difficult to determine whether Quirrell's magical prowess surpasses that of Professor Flitwick, a former duel champion. Frankly speaking, Minister Fudge's concerns regarding Dumbledore are justified. Beyond the formidable Dumbledore, who could single-handedly topple the entire Ministry of Magic, the professors at Hogwarts are equally esteemed, rivaling elite aurors. This predicament implies that, apart from those hidden from the public eye, the essence of the wizarding world resides within Hogwarts rather than among the overt leaders of the Ministry, rendering the situation rather awkward. It is no wonder Fudge feels so ill at ease. Upon discovering that the flying bird in the air is in fact the key, the presence of 3 additional individuals does not necessarily equate to an increase in strength. It could very well lead to complications. Observing the chaotic disarray as everyone flailed about like headless chickens, Harry swiftly assumed the role of commander. Ron, Hermione, let's all come down. The 3 of them are on the Quidditch team. That should suffice. We need not complicate matters further. Do not speak. Just drink quietly, Maple instructed, handing small vials to Hermione and Ron. As Ron opened his mouth to inquire, she immediately silenced him, whispering in his ear. Hermione, displaying more cleverness, held her questions in despite her evident curiosity. Before long, with the assistance of the Weasley twins, Harry seized the key mid-air. He descended rapidly, clutching the struggling key and sprinting towards the door. With a firm twist, he inserted the key into the lock, producing a satisfying click as the door swung open. Watching the key dart back into the sky, Maple found herself intrigued by the magic. So many keys, and without Professor Flitwick to oversee them. How had they flown about for months? The next challenge was Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. With 3 additional partners, the complexity of commanding the game had escalated considerably. Yet Ron exhibited no signs of concern, his expression brimming with confidence, as if he were well prepared. Although the Weasley twins were 2 years older, their chess skills did not match Ron's prowess. Under Ron's deft command, they gained the upper hand, overwhelming their opponents. However, Ron's exceptional leadership drew excessive ire from the opposing side, reminiscent of the oft-repeated phrase in the game League of Legends. The game may be lost, but XX must die. This time, Ron excelled even beyond the original timeline's chess match, establishing an early victory. Regrettably, he too had to make a personal sacrifice. Armored protection. As a chess piece struck Ron, Maple incanted the shield charm, then gazed at the astonished group and remarked, "It seems there are no rules prohibiting the use of spells." Maple did not employ the most potent shield charm. Thus Ron was still knocked unconscious by the piece, though his injuries were considerably lighter. Next came Quirrell's troll, which he handled himself, sparing them the effort. Pure water like a spring. Spell freeze. Maple attempted both incantations, but regrettably, neither proved effective. If only mastering the myriad of spells would suffice, perhaps it could indeed prove effective. This incantation possesses the power to halt even the most destructive flames capable of annihilating soul artifacts. It should be able to extinguish the fire at the door. One would hope. However, even if the spell holds such potency, does Maple possess sufficient magical energy? Ultimately, it seems prudent to allow Hermione to deduce the answer from the parchment's contents. Hermione's performance surpasses that of the original timeline, after reading the text aloud merely twice. She unraveled the riddle. This smallest vial can aid us in traversing the black flames to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione declared. There's barely enough for one person to drink, hardly even a sip. Let me. Harry, Hermione, and Maple exclaimed in unison, followed closely by the Weasley twins. Allow me. Do not interrupt. Hear me out. None of us can stand against Snape alone. At best, we could only delay him. But Harry, what if the Dark Lord is with him? Hermione expressed her concern. Precisely for that reason. It must be me. Only I have managed to escape him by mere luck once before. Thus, I still possess a chance to turn misfortune into fortune. However, you may have no hope whatsoever. Harry, you are a remarkable wizard, Hermione said, her lips trembling, embracing Harry briefly. The Weasley twins also came forward, offering their support through hugs. Harry drank the potion. It was chillingly cold, yet he felt no burning as he passed through the flames. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and strode directly into the fire. Alas, I'm a loss with you. Observing that they had all cast the shield charm to fend off Maple's attack, he felt a twinge of disappointment, though not surprise. Who are you? What have you done to friend George? When did you discover our ruse? The Weasley twins concealed their playful expressions and spoke coldly. Chapter 56, The Predicament. Take a guess. Despite the tension etched across Maple's face, he still found the inclination to jest with his adversaries. I suppose we revealed ourselves during our flight, didn't we? But it matters not. Since this little one has taken it upon himself to outsmart us, we shall indulge him in some amusement, Fred smirked. In truth, the imposter Fred was incorrect, for Maple had harbored suspicions from the outset. However, this was not due to keen observation akin to that of a detective, but rather because he was aware of history. The Weasley twins, who should not have appeared in this timeline, were now present, disrupting the course of events. Regardless of how flawless their disguise might be, even if they exhibited no discrepancies in their flying skills, Maple would remain vigilant. After all, the stunning spell does not claim lives. Should he guess incorrectly, he could simply offer an apology later, attributing it to his nerves. Thus, unless these two took the time to study the art of undercover work, no matter how flawless their performance, Maple would still feel compelled to test them. Oh, and let us not forget this young lady. Had you chosen to ignore us and refrain from meddling, we would not have targeted her. We shall not show mercy simply because she is a mere girl, so prepare to lament your own cleverness. The heart-wrenching curse. A chill enveloped Maple as he realized the malevolence of these two wizards exceeded his expectations. They had immediately resorted to the unforgivable curse. Fortunately, he had come prepared. In a sense, he ought to extend gratitude to that wicked countess, for it was her disruption of the historical order that had caused the rift in time and space. For all time travelers, nothing is more terrifying than witnessing the alteration of the historical trajectory they once knew, especially when it is due to their own actions. Let alone such a significant change wrought in ignorance. The emergence of Elizabeth, particularly with Dumbledore's definitive departure, heightened Maple's vigilance. Thus, before engaging in this endeavor, he prudently distributed a vial of Felix Felicis to each adventurer. With the aid of this potion, Ron's mind functioned with remarkable agility, allowing him to triumph over the challenging chessboard quest. Likewise, it was due to Felix Felicis that Hermione managed to evade the heart-wrenching curse unleashed by the unknown dark wizard. Hermione, being an exceptionally astute girl, was instinctively alerted to danger. She immediately recalled Maple's intention in providing her with a small vial at the key's threshold. The killing curse. The adversary had audaciously targeted Hermione with a heart-wrenching curse. It is known that even among Death Eaters, few could withstand this spell under Voldemort's command for more than 10 seconds. The sheer brutality of their actions infuriated Maple. After deflecting another dark wizard's attack with the ironclad charm, Maple unleashed the killing curse upon George. However, George's subsequent actions left Maple perplexed. He leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the killing curse, yet inexplicably extended his left arm to collide with it. Alas, blood gushed forth, the wound refusing to staunch. Quite an impressive piece of magic. It was astonishing that he had mastered such dark arts in his first year. Perhaps our world suits you better, lad. Here is your chance. Join us, and we shall show mercy towards you and this young girl. Give it some thought. Maple, do not acquiesce to them. Hermione cried urgently. Little girl, do you seek death so eagerly? Fred threatened ominously. What do you mean? Maple inquired, perplexed, gazing at the wound from the killing curse that George had deliberately displayed. It was exceedingly strange. Why would he willingly accept a curse with his bare hands, allowing the blood to flow without seeking treatment? Have you not realized yet? Fred retorted mockingly. You don't still believe we consumed Polyjuice potion or transformed into this guise, do you? You are truly Fred and George. Maple's face paled. As the most unwelcome reality unfolded before him, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to act against Fred and George for fear of harming them, while they showed no such restraint in their reckless treatment of Maple and Hermione. Moreover, George's wound continued to bleed profusely. He needed to devise a solution before he succumbed to blood loss. This was undoubtedly an arduous task for an 11-year-old wizard. George was indeed unfortunate. One could only wonder if it was fate that dictated he would inevitably face the unforgiving curse in any timeline. But if he could not think of a solution, perhaps the version of himself infused with Felix Felicis could make the decision. Felix Felicis. Upon witnessing Maple consume the potion before them, although the vial was concealed, Fred and George swiftly deduced it was indeed Felix Felicis, leading them to a moment of enlightenment. No wonder a young wizard could evade my spells. He relied on sheer luck. Nevertheless, even with the aid of the luck potion, their shield charm was far beyond the typical proficiency for their age. Fred seemed to admire this notion and proclaimed, "Let us teach them a lesson, so they understand that the shield charm is not infallible." Dreadful shadow. A massive bat-like shadow erupted from Fred's wand, baring its fangs as it lunged at Hermione. Shield charm. Hermione hastily cast the protection spell, while Maple prepared to invoke the enhanced shield charm for assistance, only to discover that the immense shadow passed straight through the magical barrier, rendering the shield charm utterly ineffective. Felix Felicis may allow one to escape once or twice, but could it guarantee safety every time? Once was insufficient. So what of 10 or 100? Moreover, the effects of your luck potion are bound to wane eventually, though Maple initially could not fathom the nature of this magic. Upon consuming Felix Felicis, a term immediately surfaced in her mind: soul magic. She recalled the terrifying black serpent conjured by Voldemort, already hinting at the essence of soul magic. Voldemort even resorted to Parseltongue to control it, a spell far more formidable than the blundering black snake conjured by Snape and Malfoy. Reflecting on their previous encounter, Maple did not hesitate to brandish her wand. Guardian Spirit, the Patronus charm, a corporeal Patronus. No, there was nothing black about a Patronus. It seemed this young wizard had delved deeper into dark magic than they had. As Maple's black bat shattered the dark magical bat Fred had unleashed to assail Hermione's spirit, Fred was taken aback, murmuring to himself in disbelief. George remained silent, having lost much of his strength due to excessive bleeding. Although George appeared incapable of contributing to the battle, this was not a good omen for Maple and her companions, as it signified that George's life hung by a thread. Why was Dumbledore absent at such a critical moment? Maple felt acutely the sense of security Dumbledore provided to everyone. With no other options available, she resolved to act. System. Draw all my scholar points for a lottery. In this moment of crisis, Maple disregarded any notions of wishes or mysticism and directly withdrew all 35 scholar points. 2 character cards. Let's see who they are. I am now the fortunate sovereign with the luck potion. Yay. No, it's Li Xiaoyao. Wow. This is indeed an exquisite card, classified as WS according to the OWTS grading system. It appears that S is not the ultimate destination. The dazzling purple-golden hue is simply delightful. However, it seems that Li Xiaoyao's card offers little assistance in overcoming his current predicament. When possessing a host, all of his abilities must be transformed into magical techniques to be utilized through the host body. Moreover, since the host is a mere mortal, the transcendent powers of an immortal cannot be employed, regardless of how formidable the immortal wind body technique or the drunken immortal moon-gazing step may be. They are futile if Maple cannot wield them. Instead, it is Li Xiaoyao's uncanny ability to learn his opponent's techniques at a mere glance that proves most beneficial to Maple. This is akin to possessing a pair of Sharingan. Yet it is evident that the system will not conjure a pair of Sharingan from the world of Naruto for the host. Thus, with this card, even merely observing the battles of others allows Maple to instantaneously acquire numerous powerful incantations. Indeed, it is learning rather than mastering for after 2 hours. The perfect command of Li Xiaoyao's abilities will dissipate, leaving only the spells and their casting methods etched in Maple's mind. Nevertheless, this is already quite formidable. The years of painstaking refinement that others have poured into their spells can be effortlessly transcribed before one's eyes. How could one not feel a tinge of dissatisfaction, considering the plight of the original spellcasters? Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that once the card is activated, it can replicate through accumulated points. Now, let us assess how many accumulated points one possesses. No, it cannot be. This is splendid. There are an astonishing 120 accumulated points and 209 upgrade points. How fortunate it is that each time, the accumulated and upgrade points yield such golden rewards. The existence of the Fortunate Spirit Elixir, such an extraordinary potion, combined with the system, is simply invincible. Oh, and there is also a character card. Let's see who it is. No way, how could it be him? Why would you reveal him? What assistance can a monk offer me at this moment? Dang Sheng, not the Tang Sung from the sequel of Journey to the West, who possesses magical powers. Alas, if the celestial arts prove ineffective, even the immortal Tang Sung cannot render aid. What shall I do now? Chapter 57, The Mist. However, it appears that within the Buddhist realm, numerous doctrines possess the power to purify the soul. Yet, Lin Feng, in his previous life, has only heard the online rendition of the Great Compassion Mantra, and is unsure if the authentic Great Compassion Mantra wields the formidable power to expel all evil spirits. Suddenly, Maple pauses as the Fortunate Spirit Elixir prompts him to utilize the card of Uncle Gio. How could I forget? The teachings of Buddhism include methods for calming the mind, and Taoism also possesses incantations for exorcising evil. However, whether these exorcistic doctrines can counter the soul-snatching spell remains uncertain. The Buddhist teachings emphasize the preservation of a pure land, with their practices focused on both defense and offense, prioritizing self-protection. Many spells cease upon successfully expelling malevolent entities. To eliminate such evil spirits, they often rely on the Golden Buddha or powerful magical artifacts, or lure the malevolence into traps, ensnaring them with informations, and then suppressing or annihilating them with the radiance of the Buddha. For instance, the revered Diamond Sutra within the Buddhist realm is likely to overwhelm any malevolent entity attempting to endure its complete incantation. However, should these entities not be ensnared, they would hardly grant the opportunity to recite the text in its entirety. They would either interrupt the monk's recitation or flee outright. Consider the Black Mountain Demon, who absorbed the power-infused verses of the Diamond Sutra, attributing it solely to fortune. One cannot expect every creature to have their head caught in the door before venturing forth. In contrast to the Buddhist sect, the Taoist practitioners often venture down the mountain to explore the world. Consequently, while their guardianship of their teachings may be somewhat weaker, their proactive exorcism methods are plentiful. At present, Maple, under the influence of the fortuitous elixir, seems to find this enhancement allows Uncle Gio's cards to wield greater efficacy. Such an extraordinary sensation. The feeling of having everything within my grasp, accompanied by unwavering confidence, is truly splendid. Until this moment, Maple harbored some trepidation. But upon stacking a card of Uncle Gio and upgrading it to 5 stars, the knowledge and cognition of Uncle Gio supplanted his own, instantly restoring his confidence. Although there were no new or more powerful talismans, under the buff of the fortuitous elixir, one particular method could be unleashed. Youngster, have you not yet made a decision? Do you believe that breaking my spell once grants you the means to confront me? It appears I must demonstrate how laughable your assumptions are, Fred sneered, preparing to unleash a formidable dark magic upon Maple. Just then, however, Voldemort's spectral essence surged forth from the adjacent chamber. How swiftly Voldemort was expelled. It seems the fortuitous elixir has indeed assisted Harry significantly. This was precisely the case, as Dumbledore had cleverly concealed the Sorcerer's Stone within the Mirror of Erist. The magic of the mirror allows one to behold their deepest desires, and it is certain that anyone aware of the stone's presence within the mirror would yearn to possess it. Yet, upon acquiring the stone, what would one desire? Endless riches? The elixir of life? Indeed, beyond the allure of infinite wealth and the wish for immortality, the Sorcerer's Stone is but an ordinary stone. With a stone devoid of such powers, who would exert such effort to seize it? Although Voldemort scoffed at the magic Dumbledore wielded, not perceiving it as an overwhelmingly potent curse, he soon realized he could not retrieve the Sorcerer's Stone. Both he and Quirrell sought to utilize it. They could not cast aside their ulterior motives and merely desire the stone. Only by holding a pure intention to obtain the stone, free from thoughts of using it to serve their master or to resurrect themselves, could they resonate with the magic of the Mirror of Erist and receive the stone from within. Conversely, forcibly shattering the mirror might destroy the stone as well. Perhaps Dumbledore had enacted another spell that would transport the stone to a hidden location should the mirror come under attack. Fortunately, at the moment when the Dark Lord, filled with ire and obstructed by Dumbledore, found himself in dire straits, his savior, his rival Harry, entered the scene. The Dark Lord manipulated Harry, compelling him to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erist. Although the Dark Lord lacked an understanding of love, he was acutely aware of human nature. Upon discovering the mirror's extraordinary properties, he realized that only those children who remained innocent and untainted by the complexities of adult life could extract the stone. In contrast, many adult wizards despite their superior magical prowess, were too corrupted by their worldly experiences to achieve the same, despite Harry's efforts to conceal his actions. And although neither he nor Quirrell detected any magical fluctuations emanating from the mirror, Voldemort was certain that Harry had indeed obtained the stone. Quirrell, in a clumsy attempt to seize the stone, foolishly reached out to grab Harry, perhaps underestimating him due to his youth, or perhaps revealing his own inherent foolishness. Strikingly, he did not employ direct magic. Had he forgotten that he was a wizard? Upon attempting to make contact, Quirrell discovered that any direct touch with Harry would result in his body being subjected to an unknown magical affliction, causing it to decay. This was not a reflection of the inherent wickedness of humanity, but rather a consequence of Voldemort's soul tethered to him. The magic of Harry's mother had repelled Voldemort's killing curse, and it continued to shield Harry, preventing Voldemort's essence from reaching him. While this magic required selfless love and profound sacrifice, one must first possess knowledge of such ancient enchantments. Otherwise, how could someone possibly replicate Lily's extraordinary act of love amidst the countless lives Voldemort had extinguished? However, considering the Potter lineage descended from the ancient Peverell family, it is hardly surprising that they were aware of this magic. Perhaps the boy foretold by Voldemort was neither Harry nor Neville, but solely Harry. For it was their mother's selfless and fearless sacrifice that bestowed upon them the protection necessary to escape Voldemort's wrath. The Longbottom family, though also of pure blood, had their own legacy to contend with. Whether they inherited this magic remains uncertain. Fate is indeed elusive. Understanding the causes and effects of events may lead one to perceive an abundance of coincidences and unexpected turns. Yet, once an event has transpired, fate is irrevocably sealed and unalterable. But if we were to ignore the subsequent history, and if we found ourselves in the same position as Hitler, ensnared in the whirlpool of fate, would we truly possess the power to alter the course of destiny? Quirrell's folly illuminated for Harry the truth that physical contact could inflict harm, even as Harry's scar burned with pain. Yet Quirrell was not the only fool. Voldemort commanded Quirrell to remove the turban that concealed his face, which was affixed to the back of Quirrell's head. Initially, he sought to entice, then to threaten, urging Harry to surrender the Philosopher's Stone. However, this only served to deepen Harry's animosity, which, in turn, inspired him with greater courage. Moreover, bolstered by the effects of the Felix Felicis potion, Harry not only retained his bravery, but also gained a measure of insight. Upon entering the chamber, Harry was taken aback to discover Quirrell instead of Snape, the one he had been cursing in circles. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of obeying Maple's directive and consumed the potion in one swift gulp. Fortuitously, the color of the vial concealed its contents from Voldemort, who remained oblivious to the fact that Harry had ingested the Felix Felicis. Emboldened by the effects of the potion, Harry, despite the searing pain of his scar, bravely reached out to touch Quirrell's exposed skin, aiming primarily at his eyes and right hand. By blinding Quirrell and incapacitating his wand-bearing hand, Harry, though still in agony, managed to retain a flicker of awareness. Enraged, Voldemort abandoned Quirrell's body, and a swirling mass of black smoke erupted from him, hurtling toward Harry. The direct encounter with Voldemort's essence intensified the pain in Harry's scar, and he felt his last vestige of reason slip away as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, Voldemort's spirit was filled with trepidation. Upon detaching from his corporeal form, the torment he inflicted upon Harry was magnified. In a moment of horror, he realized that a portion of his soul seemed to burn away upon contact with Harry, evaporating into nothingness. Fearful of further contact, Voldemort fled. Consumed by bitterness and regret over his failure to secure the Philosopher's Stone, he emerged to witness a standoff involving Maple and the others, and an exhilaration surged within him. He possessed but one magical ability now, the power of possession. While he might have needed to manipulate Quirrell's adult wizardry with words, he felt he could effortlessly seize the bodies of the younger wizards present. By occupying another vessel without direct contact with Harry, Voldemort still had a chance to reclaim the Philosopher's Stone from the unconscious boy and regain a true corporeal form, rather than this parasitic existence. Upon seeing Voldemort's spirit emerge, Maple and Hermione immediately braced themselves. However, instead of advancing towards them, Voldemort chose Fred. Considering the youth of Maple and Hermione, Voldemort appeared to disdain their feeble magical prowess, and George's frail condition further disqualified him in Voldemort's eyes, leading him to charge directly at Fred. Alas, Voldemort, you have chosen the most ill-fated vessel for possession. For Fred stands as the most formidable among those present, currently under the control of another dark wizard. How could he possibly allow you to usurp his form? Maple chuckled softly, Yet the anticipated scene of Voldemort's defeat did not unfold. Rather, it appeared that Voldemort was accepted into Fred's body with little resistance. What could this mean? Maple sensed a hint of mirth from George. Were they deliberately aiding the Dark Lord in his resurrection? Yet, they did not seem to belong to any of Voldemort's Death Eaters. Was this a different faction of darkness? How did they know the Dark Lord sought the Philosopher's Stone here? What was their true purpose in this endeavor? In the midst of an abrupt turn of events, a deeper shadow loomed over Maple's heart. Chapter 58, The Savior. Suddenly, a thought struck Maple, causing his complexion to turn ashen. He realized that Fred and George's demeanor seemed to deviate from mere subjugation. It appeared as though they had transformed into entirely different beings, replaced by another persona. It was akin to a weakened deity influencing the minds of others, compelling them to obey its commands, yet lacking the strength to supplant their will. Particularly over time, and with considerable spatial distance, a wizard's intent might resist the soul-binding curse. Could it be that they were not under the influence of a mere soul-binding spell, but rather subjected to a magic far more sinister? Regardless of the nature of the enchantment, Uncle Nine's method was worth attempting. With newfound information, Maple felt an overwhelming sense that he might have but one opportunity. Should he fail to successfully dispel the foreign curse within Fred and banish Voldemort's soul, he would be left with no further chances. Under Voldemort's possession, Fred had become even more formidable, exerting greater pressure on Maple than before. It seemed that while the individual controlling Fred wielded more peculiar magic, their power paled in comparison to Voldemort's. Perhaps it was because Voldemort possessed an entire soul, while this person was merely a fragment of consciousness. After Voldemort took possession, a considerable time elapsed before he raised his wand to attack Maple and Hermione. And Fred's face displayed an unexpected yet joyful expression, as if Voldemort had savored something delectable. Fred's hand, wielding the wand, suddenly became less steady, and his gaze shifted from Maple and Hermione as he beheld the last person he wished to see, Dumbledore. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's timely arrival, Voldemort felt as though all his schemes were unraveling. Dumbledore's presence turned his dream of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone into a mere illusion. Dumbledore, hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall spare the boy's life, Voldemort exclaimed, his fear palpable as he sensed his opportunities slipping away, compelling him to negotiate with Dumbledore, using Fred's life as leverage. I cannot comply. Dumbledore seemed to hesitate momentarily before responding to Voldemort. Dumbledore, are you not revered as a saint by all? Behold, the noble and perfect figure in the eyes of the people is now willing to doom a wizard child due to his own choices. Voldemort mockingly derided through Fred's lips. Huh, what a grand jest, Dumbledore. Should I emerge from this boy's body and desire to flee, you will be powerless to stop me. Although it appears I cannot be resurrected this time, Hogwarts' bright future shall be reborn amidst the ashes, ushering in a more resplendent era under my dominion. Voldemort cackled with wild abandon. Dumbledore, you shall witness this boy's demise, and then await my resurgence. With the 3 spells prepared, the Celestial Tranquility Charm, the Earthly Exorcism Spell, and the Human Exorcism Spell, the Triad of Heaven, Earth, and Man was set in motion to expel the malevolent presence. The Tranquility Incantation is a spell employed by practitioners of the Maoshan tradition to maintain their mental focus and shield themselves from external malevolent forces and inner demons. Lacking alternative incantations, one might as well give it a try. Whether it can safeguard Fred's spirit ultimately rests upon fortune. Subsequently, the 3 talismans formation channels the concentrated power of the talismans into the Earth position, maximizing the exorcising force of the Earth talisman against Voldemort's soul. The 3 talismans formation, aligned according to the positions of heaven, earth, and humanity, places the primary talisman in the heavenly position, while infusing the talisman powers from the earth and humanity positions into it to amplify the formation's potency. Alas, after careful consideration by Uncle Nine and the assessment of the Spirit Elixir, it was concluded that Maple's magical prowess fell short of the required threshold. He lacked sufficient energy. Before Voldemort's intervention, Maple had initially intended to place the primary talisman in the humanity position. However, in light of Voldemort's involvement, Maple opted for a more cautious approach, relocating it to the Earth position. This decision demanded even greater magical energy and time, and it was imperative that Maple's concentration remained uninterrupted throughout the process. Though Maple harbored doubts, the arrival of Dumbledore drew Voldemort's attention away, allowing Maple to stealthily maneuver to the other side. He first employed the stunning spell to incapacitate the other George, and then, avoiding Voldemort's gaze, focused intently on drawing symbols in the air with his wand. Maple's wand, imbued with the power of everlasting solidification magic, rendered the drawn symbols in the air remarkably stable. Caught off guard, Voldemort's soul was directly struck by the force of Maple's 3 talismans exorcism formation. Whether it was due to Voldemort's cowardice or Fred's fortunate circumstances, the moment he sensed the impact on his soul, he neglected to retaliate against Fred and instead surged forth from his body. What manner of magic is this? Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulous that a spell unknown to him could inflict harm upon his soul, a notion intolerable to his arrogant disposition. Yet, Maple paid no heed to his sentiments. Instead, after summoning his Patronus, he resumed his artistic endeavors in the air. Heavenly Thunder spell, Earthly Exorcism spell, Humanity. Before Maple could complete his drawing, a look of greater terror washed over Voldemort's face. He attempted to charge at Maple, only to be thwarted by Maple's Patronus. As a formidable defender against soul-absorbing Dementors, a Patronus offers excellent protection against soul-related magical assaults, especially considering that Maple's Patronus bore the strength of a unicorn. It is you. So it was you. Voldemort instantly recognized Maple's identity, but Maple remained indifferent, for Voldemort's resurrection was still at least 3 years away, granting him ample time to enhance his abilities. Once Voldemort's soul departed, the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Exorcism Talisman that Maple had spoken of instantly dissipated. Maple turned pale, nearly collapsing, prompting Hermione to rush over and support him. In that moment, unnoticed by the trio of Maple, Hermione, and Dumbledore, a small dark shadow emerged from George's mind before vanishing swiftly. It seemed to evade detection, leaving George's psyche unscathed as it made its escape. As the dark shadow floated above the castle, it suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving its intentions unfulfilled. The Master, a first-year wizard named Maple, seemed to sense the shadow's desire to convey something before its disappearance. Alas, the information it bore could not reach him. Perhaps a stroke of fortune that spared Maple from the gaze of a terrifying foe. Hermione, I'm fine, merely a bit weak. Maple managed a strained smile to reassure Hermione, while watching Dumbledore skillfully cast a counter-curse on George's arm, staunching the blood flow. Fortunately for George, his luck had not yet plummeted to the depths of despair, as he had not lost enough blood to be beyond saving. Nonetheless, he would likely need to remain in the hospital for some time to recover. It seemed Dumbledore's contingency plan was to exploit Voldemort's fear of him. Indeed, the Polyjuice potion proved quite effective. Regrettably, Professor Snape was unaware that Dumbledore referred to Voldemort as Tom in their encounters. Thankfully, he spoke of the Dark Lord rather than the Dark Wizard, or it might have revealed too much to Voldemort. At last, it was over. A sigh of relief escaped Maple as he succumbed to blissful unconsciousness, collapsing into Hermione's embrace. Before escorting Harry to the hospital, Snape had also taken the Philosopher's Stone from his hands, seemingly indifferent to the treasures it offered. Money was of little concern to him, and after a lifetime of regret, he had no interest in the prospect of immortality, having never even had a wife. Regrettably, despite Dumbledore's direct intervention, Countess Elizabeth had not been entirely vanquished. Utilizing her vampiric abilities, she transformed into a swarm of bats, evading capture. However, the few bat forms that escaped were merely fragments of her essence. Each bat represented a portion of the vampire, and upon reconstitution, her strength would be limited to the number of bats that had participated in the transformation. As was customary, Dumbledore disseminated news of Harry's exploits. The encounter in the dungeons with Professor Quirrell remained a complete secret, yet secrets have a way of spreading, and soon, the entire student body was privy to the tale. It was implausible to believe that such an event could remain concealed, for aside from Harry and a few others, no specters had been present to witness it. In a sealed environment, how could anyone know the details if the involved parties remained silent? It was clear that Dumbledore intended to mold Harry into a new banner against the Dark Lord, succeeding him as the champion in this ongoing battle. Though such transparent deceit was hardly necessary. As news of Harry's confrontation with Voldemort circulated, he found himself once again the object of admiration and fervent welcome from his peers. Meanwhile, the incident involving the Weasley twins was kept under wraps. Prior to this, Dumbledore had personally scoured Hogsmeade, ensuring that no dark wizards would tread there for the foreseeable future. The Weasley brothers remained under an enchantment, utterly oblivious to their extraordinary adventures. Although this diminished Maple's achievements considerably, he harbored no objections, relishing the absence of scrutiny. Chapter 59, Maple, you are utterly inept. It is often said that Dumbledore also played a pivotal role in heralding Harry's accomplishments. Ron would likely delight in recounting his magical escapades ad nauseum, while Hermione, being somewhat reserved, would not audaciously proclaim her own feats. Yet, it became evident that when Harry awakened to reveal the events that transpired at the final mechanism guarding the Philosopher's Stone. They were unaware that the professor seeking the stone was not Snape, but rather Quirrell. Naturally, Snape had little interest in the tedious rumors that he deemed unworthy of his attention, having always dwelled within his own solitary realm, indifferent to the opinions of the crowd behind him or even his fellow professors. Even among the ranks of the Death Eaters, Snape was an outsider. In his world, apart from a few luminous figures, everyone else was merely a fleeting specter. Sirius was an adversary, and James was a person he would loathe for eternity. Lily represented the sole warmth in his heart. Although he would never voice such sentiments, Dumbledore undoubtedly stood as the individual he revered most. As for Voldemort, Snape harbored a complex mixture of admiration and trepidation. Despite being one of the most formidable wizards beneath Voldemort, and likely the strongest Death Eater following his disappearance for over a decade, he still felt an overwhelming sense of impotence in the Dark Lord's presence. Even after Voldemort had slain Lily, prompting Snape to betray and resist him, he could not muster the courage to despise Voldemort. Perhaps he envied Dumbledore's prowess, wishing he could effortlessly utter the name of Voldemort, or even the name Tom, which Voldemort himself wished to remain unspoken. Yet, he lacked the strength and confidence to do so. He may occasionally lament why he did not possess the power to confront Voldemort directly. Perhaps all Death Eaters shared this sentiment. Marked by the Dark Mark, their proximity to Voldemort meant living perpetually in his shadow. Under this oppressive darkness, they found it impossible to summon the resolve to oppose him. The indelible shadow of Voldemort's invincibility loomed over them, rendering their magical prowess incapable of surpassing his. Aside from Harry, and now Maple, there was little left in Snape's heart worth remembering. In the eyes of Slytherin, Snape may be regarded as an exemplary headmaster and professor. But to Snape, they were merely less irksome than the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, and certainly more detestable than the Gryffindors. To suggest that Snape held any lingering affection or sentiment for them would be a fanciful delusion. Previously, while others reveled in the joyous celebrations marking the end of the semester, Severus Snape would have been consumed by the sorrow and regret of losing Lily, solitary in his grief. Yet now, he harbored a new hope, a life entirely composed of Lily's essence, no longer to be claimed by that detestable James Potter, but wholly belonging to him. This girl would be his daughter, a treasure more precious than any biological offspring, armed with the power of magic. Snape swiftly grasped the intricacies of cloning technology and produced a sample in a remarkably short time. He dedicated his spare hours, excluding those spent sleeping and surveilling Quirrell, to the study of cloning, and at last, he completed his first successful clone. Naturally, he would not embark on experiments with a large and troublesome creature like Dolly the sheep. Instead, he opted for small mice. They breed quickly, develop rapidly, and do not necessitate prolonged waiting periods, making data collection more manageable. Surely, countless mice perished on the experimental tables before Dolly's unveiling. The final product, after all, must be captivating to the audience. However, the sacrifices made between theory and practice need not be disclosed. Once the dangers and hurdles were navigated by the stand-ins and extras, it was time to present the star, a dazzling being of fame and allure. While the stand-ins and extras received compensation, these unfortunate mice had no one to advocate for them. Indeed, the rights of mice were non-existent. After the first batch of mice was born, Snape truly encountered the formidable challenges and taboos associated with the power of creation. The relentless ailments that plagued Dolly throughout her life, spent largely in hospitals, echoed in the experiences of the small mice who suffered from various genetic disorders. While the efficacy of magic might surpass that of Muggle medical technology in treating the ailments that beset the mice, it could not eradicate the root causes of their afflictions. Each time a malady was cured, a new one soon emerged, often recurring. Should these mice live long enough, they could potentially document each newly arising ailment, enriching the medical records. Perhaps, if the power of magic were to endure, these mice might live out their lives. However, that was not Snape's desire. He yearned for a robust daughter, one who would awaken her magical potential, and he envisioned the day he would send her to Hogwarts. Imagine, if the flaws of cloning were resolved by the time Harry married and had children, what a spectacle it would be. Professor Snape, are you sending your child to school? This must be your daughter. How adorable. Indeed, she is my pride, Shirley Snape. Isn't that name delightful? Fellow admirers of AI Hybera, please raise your hands. How wonderful. She and my son are in the same year. I hope they are sorted into the same house. Wait a moment. Is that Harry before us? Audiobook. The grandson of that James attends the same academy as my daughter. Absolutely not. Even if she were to join our esteemed Hufflepuff, she must never set foot in Gryffindor. After bidding a tender farewell to my daughter, Shirley, who bears a striking resemblance to Lily, I swiftly apparat to Hogwarts, assuming I were still the headmaster at that moment. Was that truly Professor Snape, just now? Ginny Weasley remarked with a face full of skepticism, questioning when Professor Snape's eyes had ever shown anything but cold indifference. Now softened by warmth. Perhaps indeed, Harry felt a tinge of uncertainty as well. Ron, did you know? Professor Snape personally escorted a child to school. When did he have a child? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. You have no idea. Professor Snape has a daughter, a charming little girl named Shirley Snape. Maple, did you know about Professor Snape's child? Hermione inquired, having ended her call on her Vivo R3 smart magical phone. Of course, I am her godfather, Maple replied, instantly realizing that Snape had finally succeeded in pursuing the perfect Lily after so many years. You knew, and you didn't tell me? I had no idea I even had a godchild. Hermione pouted, playfully pinching Maple's side in irritation. Perhaps I was too busy to mention it. Maple chuckled sheepishly, only to wince as Hermione's control over her magic became increasingly refined. She regretted inviting such a formidable witch into her home. Oh, by the way, when did Professor Snape get married? Why were we not informed? Hermione's face was filled with confusion. Well, actually, Shirley is a clone of Harry's mother. Back when we were in our first year at Hogwarts, I introduced him to Muggle cloning technology, and he delved into research. That's why he had long ago promised me the role of her godfather. To be honest, I haven't seen Shirley since her birth. Snape promised I would be her godfather, yet he never even notified me when she was born. That fellow is quite secretive. Had it not been for the fact that his child is now starting school, I doubt he would have revealed it at all. By the way, there was a peculiar girl frequently seen playing at Hogwarts in a post shared by George and Angelina's son. Could that be Shirley? Hermione suddenly recalled. I believe it might be. Snape truly blurs the lines between personal and professional, raising his daughter within the walls of Hogwarts. However, he genuinely cherishes her. Rest assured, once we complete the construction of the large magical portal between here and Earth, we can travel back and forth at will, and we'll be able to see her whenever we desire. Unfortunately, we will miss her enrollment this year. I hope she does not hold it against us. Rest assured, Hermione, since Snape has already breached the rules, we too can allow our daughter to bring her enchanted phone to school, enabling us to converse with her at any moment. Indeed, the Weasley twins swiftly disseminated this news through their social circles, stirring a considerable commotion regarding Snape's daughter attending school. This revelation rapidly ascended to the top of trending news, captivating numerous interested witches and wizards who eagerly commented. Countless shares and downloads of little Shirley's photograph ensued, inciting a flurry of gossip akin to what Hermione had experienced earlier. Even Draco Malfoy found himself unable to suppress his curiosity about the identity of Professor Snape's wife, lamenting the absence of any prior whispers regarding the matter. As the sorting ceremony commenced, the Sorting Hat found itself in a quandary, caught between Snape's cold, menacing aura and his daughter's earnest wishes. What a dilemma, the young girl, with her innocent voice, declared, I know you're in my father's office. If you refuse to place me in Gryffindor, I shall toss you into a rubbish bin and smother you with rotten eggs for a month. The Sorting Hat lamented, oh, how difficult this is. Who will assist me? Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, the Sorting Hat decided to place Shirley in Gryffindor, but not before pleading with her to speak kindly of it to her father, lest it face dire consequences. Little Shirley readily agreed, yet when she finally relayed this to her father, a fortnight had already passed. The Hat inquired, why did you not mention your promise? Shirley, with an adorably naive expression, replied, I did. Just moments ago, Father assured me he wouldn't hold it against you. The Hat responded, but he has already taken it into account. I am in quite the predicament. Young Dumbledore chimed in, I too am in a difficult position. Why does the headmaster seem so biased against me? My assignments are thrice the amount. Harry reassured him, do not worry. I faced similar challenges in my time. You will grow accustomed to it. Is there truly a remedy for this? After receiving a letter from his father, young Dumbledore felt despondent. What merits does that fellow possess that you are so enamored with him? Why do you persist in harboring prejudice against the illustrious Dumbledore? Alas, has this day truly arrived? His father has stolen away the woman I cherished, and now his son seeks to claim my daughter. Potter, do I owe your family a debt? In that moment, Snape's composure shattered. Moreover, Maple, I harbor a deep-seated resentment toward you. Maple, with an expression of innocence, retorted, what does this have to do with me? Enraged and humiliated, Snape countered, is it not your inadequacy that prevented Hermione Granger from bearing a son? Chapter 60, Harry Awakens. Maple suffered from severe magical exhaustion and remained hospitalized for several days until Pomfrey finally permitted his discharge. However, when individuals inquired about Fred's early release, he could only stammer and remain mute. While participating in such exhilarating escapades was undeniably thrilling, being under constant control was rather disheartening. Witnessing Fred, typically so eager for adventure, appear sheepish, his friends exchanged knowing glances. They understood. With the instigator identified, others joined in the revelry, with some shamelessly opting to replace Ron directly. Despite the tumultuous events, the affairs of the Weasley brothers passed with an air of tranquility. However, after the students had reveled in their excitement, aside from Harry, who lay in the hospital as the genuine protagonist, not only did the prominence of the Weasley brothers wane, but even Ron and Hermione's roles became indistinct, with Maple fading into obscurity. Ron was the sole one to mention him at first, yet Maple remained in the hospital, and upon his discharge, he exhibited no inclination to boast of his thoughts, leading to his swift erasure from the collective memory. The heroic figures were eager to seize the spotlight, while the antagonistic role of Quirrell went unchallenged. When the news broke, astonishment washed over everyone. Who could have imagined that the timid, stuttering professor, seemingly harmless in the defense against the dark arts class, was the arch-villain? Had Quirrell not been exposed, the students outside of Slytherin would undoubtedly have elected Snape as the primary antagonist, perhaps even with unanimous votes. Even Fred was left bewildered. Did I really throw snowballs at his head with George? Upon witnessing Fred's expression, Maple felt it prudent to refrain from revealing that they had not only targeted Quirrell, but had inadvertently aimed at Voldemort's face, who was possessing him. Although disbelief lingered, and the situation seemed utterly surreal, Quirrell's disappearance from the faculty's ranks left no room for doubt, and the students soon accepted this as fact. Those who had once mocked Quirrell found their worldview shattered, simultaneously relieved that their disparaging remarks had gone unnoticed. He didn't see, he doesn't know. Upon awakening, the first person Harry encountered was Dumbledore, with Madame Pomfrey deeming this a privilege of the headmaster and offering no objections. Had the Philosopher's Stone been destroyed? In truth, Hagrid was mistaken. The safest place was not Hogwarts but rather Dumbledore himself. The castle, being an inanimate entity, could not ensure safety, whereas Dumbledore was the true guardian of Hogwarts. Were it not for his advanced age and the necessity of passing the mantle to a new wizard to uphold the banner of world peace, Dumbledore would have intervened personally, preventing the grave consequences brought about by Quirrell and the Chamber's secrets. While the Philosopher's Stone would undoubtedly remain secure as long as Dumbledore possessed it, Nicholas Flamel resolved to destroy the stone. As the stone's rightful owner, this was solely his decision, and Dumbledore could not dictate otherwise. Perhaps even before the stone had attracted attention, Flamel had contemplated this course of action. Dumbledore, wishing to use the stone to train a successor, had no objections. Now, the final purpose of the Philosopher's Stone had been fulfilled, and it was time for closure. The stone could grant immortality, yet could not halt the aging of the body or the waning of magical power. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons why Flamel was not particularly fixated on the stone. Those who live comfortably desire longevity, and throughout history, it is the emperors, those wielding great power, who have most fervently pursued immortality. After a delightful conversation with Dumbledore, Harry reunited with Maple, Ron, and Hermione. He recounted the thrilling duel with Quirrell, causing Ron and Hermione to gasp when they heard that Voldemort's face was on the back of Quirrell's head. However, Hermione did not scream, as she had already faced Voldemort when he possessed Fred. Subsequently, Hermione did not withhold information from Harry and the others, sharing her own encounter with Maple and the Weasley brothers. Upon learning that Fred had also been possessed by Voldemort, Ron gasped once more, and Maple gained a bit of academic prestige from him. Yet, their terror was eclipsed by the shock of hearing that Dumbledore had destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality and endless wealth, was it truly all gone? Ron clearly struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's notion that death represented another grand adventure, especially as he had grown weary of his family's poverty and longed for a little more gold. Soon, they realized that Dumbledore seemed to have intentionally guided them towards retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Oh dear, if that's the case, it's rather terrifying. You could very well be killed, Harry. Hermione expressed her concern. No, it's not like that. Professor Dumbledore is a fascinating individual. I believe he intends to offer me an opportunity. Although he seems fully aware of our plans, he hasn't stopped us. Rather, he has imparted much knowledge. He appears to believe that if possible, I have the right to confront Voldemort. Harry thoughtfully disagreed with Hermione's perspective. Hermione, I also think Harry is right. From Fred and George, you've seen that the wizarding world harbors numerous unknown dangers. Ignoring them does not render them non-existent. It's akin to car accidents in the Muggle world. When considering a single individual, the probability of an accident seems low, making it feel distant. Yet, deaths caused by accidents occur almost daily. Hermione, both of us hail from the Muggle world. Do you know why the world feels so peaceful now? Maple suddenly posed a question. I don't know. Although Hermione adored reading, her focus was primarily on studies and academics, and prior to the age of 11, she had not been exposed to the history of the World Wars. In 1914, the First World War engulfed Europe, with over 65 million combatants and more than 30 million casualties. In 1939, the Second World War began in Europe, but the flames of conflict had ignited in Asia as early as 1931. This global conflict cast a shadow of warfare over the entire world, involving over 2 billion people, with battlefield casualties nearing 100 million and civilian losses beyond reckoning. In a span of merely 20 years, 2 world wars occurred. Yet now, more than half a century after the end of the Second World War, the world has maintained a relative peace. This is largely due to Muggles developing a terrifying weapon during the Second World War, a nuclear bomb capable of annihilating a city of hundreds of thousands. Even at the time of its inception, several nations have now mastered this technology, and in the spirit of mutual caution, none dare to instigate a third world war. Observing the serious expressions of the trio, Maple initially wished to remark that Dumbledore, though aged, was still more vibrant than the others. However, upon considering their current ages, he decided against it. Harry had once vanquished Voldemort in his youth. Perhaps he was destined to be Voldemort's nemesis. When we united to thwart Voldemort's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone, we recognized the necessity of standing together in the future, ensuring that Harry would not face the resurgent Voldemort alone amidst peril. Thus, despite our youth, we must not grow complacent. Hermione, I believe Dumbledore has intentionally granted us this opportunity. While fraught with danger, it presents a rare chance for our growth. What do you think? Is it not splendid? What significance do your brother's prefect position or the student council presidency hold compared to the glory of defeating Voldemort? Mate, that sounds incredibly cool. Indeed, it's even cooler to act upon it. Why do you speak so much like Fred? And you, don't you sound quite like George? Ha, the Dark Lord, fine. Voldemort, after the initial discomfort, boldly uttering Voldemort's name felt as though a shadow had been lifted, revealing clarity ahead. Excellent, Ron. Harry immediately expressed his admiration. Just as Maple and Hermione were about to speak, Professor Pomfrey burst in. All right, children, you've lingered here for nearly half an hour. It's time for you to leave. The following day, on the final day of the school year, Harry was permitted to attend the feast after gaining Dumbledore's approval, which prompted Professor Pomfrey to relent. Then Hagrid came to see Harry, and upon witnessing Harry's state, he could not help but weep with remorse. Harry struggled to console Hagrid, urging him to abandon his self-blame, after which Hagrid presented Harry with a gift. He was delighted with the thoughtful present. Hagrid had gathered numerous photographs of Harry's parents from friends of his father, compiling them into an album. After gazing into the mirror of Ariste, seeing the images of his family, smiling and waving on each page brought Harry both joy and sorrow as he turned the pages repeatedly, cherishing each moment captured in the album. Chapter 61. End of term. Before the holiday commenced, the allocation of the House Cup remained. The cup would be awarded to the house with the highest score, and during the end-of-term feast, the decorations would reflect their house's style. When the students arrived, the Great Hall had been adorned in Slytherin's green and silver to celebrate their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A large banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. However, Snape, despite his obligatory attendance at the feast, appeared troubled and pensive, as if grappling with an unsolvable dilemma. Malfoy and his Slytherin comrades reveled in their house's glory when Harry entered, causing an instant hush to fall over the hall, only to be replaced by a cacophony of chatter moments later. Harry was once again greeted with enthusiastic applause from his peers, reclaiming his status as the center of attention, which inevitably caused Malfoy's smile to stiffen somewhat. Due to Maple's influence, Slytherin's points this year soared to an impressive lead, as Snape had awarded them no less than 100 points on his behalf. One wonders if this constitutes aiding the enemy. However, the instigator is often spared from consequence. He may resort to underhanded tactics, yet Dumbledore is even more adept at bestowing points than Snape. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. He triumphed in one of the most spectacular chess matches Hogwarts has seen in years, and for this, I reward Gryffindor with 50 points. With Dumbledore's personal endorsement, the students can finally discern the truth amidst the chaotic rumors. Subsequently, Hermione, through her astute reasoning, also earned 50 points for Gryffindor, as she deftly handled the Devil's Snare. Most notably, Harry received a direct 100 points from Dumbledore. However, Gryffindor still trails Slytherin by over 80 points, and several Gryffindors have begun to cast curious glances at Maple. Each time he excelled in potions class, Snape awarded Slytherin points, which has now impacted the fate of the House Cup, causing some Gryffindors to appear somewhat uneasy. Finally, I must commend Mr. Maple once more for his assistance to our wizarding friends, And for this, I reward Gryffindor with an additional 100 points. The Gryffindors are quite curious about the nature of Maple's rewards. But for now, they should celebrate, for after 6 long years, they have triumphed over Slytherin and reclaimed the House Cup. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw seem weary of the green Slytherin serpent decorations that have persisted for 6 years, joining Gryffindor in celebrating Slytherin's dismal defeat and the end of their 6-year winning streak. With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore transformed the green serpent decor into vibrant red lions. Snape remained in a daze until a professor reminded him, prompting him to rise and shake hands with Professor McGonagall. Afterward, he returned to his own contemplations, seemingly disregarding the crowd. Once the end-of-year celebration came to a close, the examination results were released. Harry and Ron scored highly, while Hermione naturally claimed the top spot in the year. However, she glared at Maple with some annoyance, as she suspected he had purposely orchestrated this outcome, leaving her less than pleased. After George recovered and was discharged from the hospital, Maple finally learned that it was the individual with whom they had made a deal at the Hog's Head who had orchestrated their troubles. This revelation furrowed Maple's brow even further, as it suggested that this person had successfully infiltrated their ranks long before Hagrid obtained the dragon egg, under the guise of Quirrell. Neither Dumbledore nor Aberforth, the proprietor of the Hog's Head, had noticed this individual's peculiarities. Yet, what could be the motive behind such a lengthy plan? It truly leaves one perplexed. One can only hope that Dumbledore can uncover some clues. Soon, they packed all their clothes and books into the suitcase. This time, Harry and Ron no longer needed to carry the hefty trunk, as Maple had cast a seamless extension charm upon it. Although Maple had taught this spell to Hermione, her grasp of it was evidently not as proficient as Maple's. Nevertheless, Hermione stubbornly insisted on mastering the spell independently without seeking Maple's assistance. As they sat aboard the train, they engaged in lively conversation while practicing magic, having received notice warning them against the use of spells during the holiday. Therefore, they seized the opportunity to indulge in magic as much as possible before disembarking, for they would have to endure the torment of a magic-free holiday ahead. Maple, however, remained unfazed, possibly due to the presence of a Muggle-repelling charm or the Age's Wand, which Ollivander had not enchanted with a trace. Unlike the other students, he could cast spells at will, provided he remained undetected, for otherwise, this small privilege would vanish, due to the trace's limitations. The Ministry of Magic could not identify which wizard had cast a spell in the presence of an adult wizard. Thus, those from wizarding families could cast spells freely. But Maple intended to enjoy this freedom before revealing it to the others. The 3 of them cautiously slipped through the walls to avoid drawing the attention of Muggles. Then, Maple encountered Ron's parents, a portly, red-haired middle-aged man and a short, stout middle-aged woman. Fred and George, fearless as ever, were most fearful of their mother. They were uncertain how to inform their family about the substantial sum of galleons they had earned, fearing that the money would be confiscated and that they would expose their violations of various school rules. Yet, if they remained silent, how could they explain the sudden influx of wealth? With their newfound riches, they were unwilling to endure any more hardship in the coming year, especially since their sister would be starting school, and they did not want her to have to use second-hand supplies. Harry Potter, Ginny exclaimed excitedly. Ever since she learned about Harry from her brother, she had eagerly anticipated the day she would meet him. "Oh, it seems the little girl has quite taken a liking to you," Harry, Maple teased. "What do you think? Should you consider deepening your bond with Ron to ensure your friendship lasts forever?" Harry's face flushed instantly, while Ginny turned as red as an apple, darting away to avoid Harry's gaze. Ron's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a clove of garlic, utterly comical. After admonishing her son, Mrs. Weasley warmly welcomed Harry. Maple noted that when he had mentioned the idea of Ron and Harry deepening their relationship, she had perked up, clearly hopeful for such a development despite Harry and Ginny's young age. Before long, they encountered an unwelcome sight: Harry's uncle and aunt. Upon witnessing the plethora of magical artifacts adorning Harry and observing his joyful interactions with other wizards, the Dursleys, who harbored a deep-seated fear and aversion to magic, were incensed by Harry's demeanor. Molly Weasley endeavored to engage with Harry's relatives, yet her attempts were swiftly thwarted, leaving even Hermione incredulous at the existence of such loathsome individuals. Unlike the Dursleys, Hermione found her own Muggle parents to be considerably more enlightened. "Mr. Dursley, I beg your pardon for the interruption, but have you ever heard of the name Emily, the Emily of Hope's Light?" You are? Vernon hesitated at the mention of the name, suggesting that his company had thrived during the absence of Maple over the past 6 months. "Indeed, I am well acquainted with her, and if you wish to collaborate with her one day, I sincerely hope you will treat Harry with kindness, for you are his only family in this world." Maple asserted, "I shall comply, provided you uphold your end of the bargain. Vernon's previously flushed face softened, and his disdain for his nephew seemed to wane. The potential of securing a lucrative deal with the flourishing company of Hope's Light, with Maple's assistance, was too enticing to dismiss. I would not renege on a deal with a muggle, provided you fulfill your promise. Maple nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall. Harry was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had initially intended to delight Dudley, but it now seemed unnecessary. Thank you, Maple. He expressed his gratitude before departing with the Dursleys, only to encounter Neville's grandmother, who graciously thanked Maple before departing with Neville. I cannot fathom the extent of what you have concealed from us, Hermione remarked in astonishment, glancing around curiously to inquire. Where is your family? Haven't they come to fetch you? I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage, Maple replied. I am sorry, Hermione apologized, then suggested, Maple, why not come to my home as a guest this summer? Chapter 62, Pursuit. After bidding farewell to Hermione and the others, Maple sought a secluded spot and raised her wand to summon the night bus. Muggles were oblivious to its presence as she boarded. Observing the night bus barreling past two oncoming cars, she watched as the vehicles leapt aside in a bid to avoid the magical vehicle. To the naked eye, it appeared as though the night bus was squeezing and contorting itself to navigate through the narrow gap between the two cars. Despite its exterior transformation, the interior space of the bus remained unchanged. Although Muggles could not see the night bus, if it were to bulldoze its way through every obstacle in its path, it would be impossible for them to remain unaware. Many seemingly ordinary occurrences within the magical realm are veiled by profound enchantments. Muggles may not see or hear the night bus, but wizards certainly could. This was no mere disillusionment charm. It was a Muggle-repelling charm. The Muggle-banishing charm may well be an intricate illusion or even a form of mental magic. Much like Hogwarts itself, Muggles are not only oblivious to the castle's very existence, but as they approach the enchanted boundaries of Hogwarts, they are often struck by an urgent thought, compelling them to depart immediately. Alternatively, it could simply be a basic confundus charm. Muggles possess no magical essence within them, rendering them susceptible to disruptions in their auditory and visual perceptions. In contrast, any child with magical potential carries a modicum of magic even prior to enrollment. The threshold for the Muggle-banishing charm's confundus effect is rather low. Those attuned to magic can easily negate its interference with their senses, which explains why wizards often notice things that Muggles overlook or cannot perceive. Of course, this remains conjecture. The true nature of the night bus is known best by its proprietor. However, Maple's primary interest lay in the spatial transformation charm. Although he had mastered the undetectable extension charm to a considerable degree, he was uncertain whether applying a shrinking charm to a box that had been enhanced by the undetectable extension charm would also shrink its interior space. Upon boarding the night bus, he found that even amidst the chaos of the mundane world as traffic, he could swiftly reach his destination. Remarkably, within less than half an hour, perhaps even just a quarter, Maple arrived at the orphanage he intended to visit. Using Muggle transportation, such a rapid arrival would have been utterly impossible. Upon reaching the orphanage, Maple not only encountered the headmaster, but also found Emily present. Noticing the headmaster's eyes brimming with unshed tears and the somber expressions of those around, Maple instantly sensed something was amiss, and his earlier buoyancy evaporated in an instant. Headmaster, what has transpired? He inquired, rushing to the headmaster's side. The headmaster promptly instructed all the children to leave, aware that only he and Emily were privy to Maple's identity as a wizard. The headmaster had been informed by Dumbledore, while Emily, mindful of the need to retain some control over Hope Light Company before relinquishing it entirely, managed the practical aspects of the organization. Even though the headmaster held the nominal title, Maple had complete faith in her. Before the company's establishment, she had selflessly taught the unfortunate children of the orphanage without remuneration, demonstrating her integrity. Upon learning of Maple's true identity, her astonishment did not manifest as any hostility toward magic. Had her reaction mirrored that of the Dursleys, expressing disdain for magic, Maple would have been compelled to devise a method to cast a memory charm upon her. It has been many days since we last saw Ike and Mary. They have vanished without a trace. We have reported their disappearance, and Emily has been diligently pursuing leads. Yet we have yet to find them, lamented the headmaster. In response to the urgent need to establish the company's influence, Maple proposed a suggestion. Given that the company has recruited numerous veterans as security personnel, we could seize this opportunity to establish a charitable fund for disabled veterans. There is no need to secure the allegiance of all military personnel. Merely providing essential relief to those who are injured would garner goodwill throughout the military community. This approach not only fosters loyalty among the core security personnel, but also serves as a cautionary reminder to those who might consider taking advantage of the situation. Once a harmonious relationship is established with a military unit, their company can readily locate alternative resources to replenish the security team's ranks. However, upon realizing that they are no longer indispensable, a sense of urgency may arise within them, compelling those who once harbored ulterior motives to exercise greater caution. After a fleeting meeting with the director, Maple felt a certain heaviness in his heart. Although the original essence of Maple had dissipated into the ether, the remnants of his spirit had imbued Lin Feng with a fondness for the orphanage, unbeknownst to him, evoking a genuine affection for the place. Despite Lin Feng's newfound attachment to the orphanage, he had not spent an extended duration there since his arrival in this world, and thus his impressions of the other orphans remained rather superficial. In the vast sea of humanity, searching for missing individuals, especially those who had been absent for several days, proved to be a daunting task, even within the magical realm, which lacked effective solutions. It seemed that fortune alone would have to suffice. Maple cautiously placed a drop of the luck potion on his tongue, a mere fraction of the recommended dosage. Yet if luck was on his side, it ought to be sufficient. After consuming the potion, Maple closed his eyes, silently invoking the plea to find the children of the orphanage, as if summoning a benevolent spirit to his aid. And then he followed the sudden instinct that arose within him. To Diagon Alley. With a flourish of his wand, he summoned the night bus, articulating his destination, which also happened to be where the potion hinted at potential leads. This time, other passengers occupied the bus. However, to save time and maximize the potion's efficacy, Maple generously bribed the other travelers, instructing the driver to take them directly to Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, it was evident that the students were on break, and due to the relatively small population of wizards, young witches and wizards constituted a significant portion of the wizarding community. Although the atmosphere was not as bustling as during the preterm rush at Hogwarts, it was certainly livelier than during school hours. Navigating through the passageway beyond the Leaky Cauldron, Maple found himself in Diagon Alley. While it did not rival the crowded fervor of students before the term, several wizards lingered outside each shop, with thriving businesses echoing the sounds of spirited negotiations between customers and shopkeepers. Yet, Maple did not linger in this vibrant, precious strip, but instead followed the guidance of the luck potion towards a secluded corner. Recognizing the destination that awaited him, Maple immediately understood where he was headed. Nocturne Alley. In stark contrast to the resplendent Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley was a realm of decay and darkness, akin to the stark divide between affluent and impoverished neighborhoods in the mundane world. A mere wall separating two disparate realities, one of paradise and the other of despair. One side basked in prosperity, while the other was overrun by chaos, reminiscent of a scene from a fantastical tale where the malevolent cried out, "Turn off the lights." Then, the golden splendor of the Ling Mountain Temple immediately dimmed, transforming the multitude of Buddhas into monstrous apparitions. Although the occupation of Ling Mountain by Wu Tian was indeed catastrophic, it appears to have spared the mountain from considerable electrical consumption, a light-hearted jest for amusement. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley, this place was shrouded in darkness and desolation. It was not uncommon for shops to go an entire month without a single customer. 3 months of closure. 3 months of business aptly describes the plight of most establishments here. My previous impression of Nocturne Alley was that of a dark and nefarious den. Yet upon visiting, Maple discovered that the reality was not entirely so. Perhaps many of the dark magic shops in Borgin and Berks were indeed run by malevolent individuals. But it was evident that a greater number of werewolf vagrants, wandering wizards, and even certain dark wizards were merely unfortunate souls. The plight of werewolves is self-evident, but many dark wizards hail from Muggle backgrounds. Due to the stringent regulations of the Statute of Secrecy, once they enter the magical realm, Muggle-born wizards must sever ties with the mundane world and are prohibited from seeking employment there. Witches have it somewhat easier, as they may marry Muggles and comfortably assume the role of housewives without violating the rules. However, job opportunities within the magical community are limited, and many lucrative positions are monopolized by pure-blood families. Consequently, these wizards, unable to find work in the magical world, possess seemingly grand magical abilities, yet find themselves destitute, forced to dwell in the squalor of Nocturne Alley, becoming the dregs of society. The reason this place has become a haven for dark magic is that it is more accessible and powerful to learn than legitimate magic. Those lacking sufficient aptitude for proper wizardry are often compelled to seek refuge in the shadows. Unfortunately, their knowledge of dark magic is relatively superficial, And the core Death Eaters under Voldemort are predominantly pure-blood wizards who look down upon these lesser dark wizards, relegating them to menial tasks at the fringes of Voldemort's operations. Nocturne Alley is merely a street away from Diagon Alley. The Ministry of Magic cannot possibly be unaware of its existence, yet they are left powerless. To completely eradicate Diagon Alley would place the Ministry, as the governing body of wizards, responsible for the livelihoods of these individuals. It is far easier to allow them to decay in obscurity than to manage the complexities that would arise from their destruction. Thus, while the Ministry frequently conducts raids on Nocturne Alley to confiscate dark magical items, they have never shown any intention of obliterating it entirely, as the benefits of such an endeavor would pale in comparison to the ensuing troubles. Moreover, each sweep tends to affect only the smaller shops and street vendors, while the larger establishments remain steadfast and unscathed. Otherwise, Lucius Malfoy would not find it troublesome to have dark magical items sold here at Borgin & Burke's. Chapter 63. The Nest. Cats have their paths. Mice have theirs. As long as humans are resourceful, they will always find their kindred circles. Mundungus has his own connections, while werewolves congregate together and have established secret meeting places. Thus, to gather intelligence on Fenrir Greyback's movements, Dumbledore must rely on Lupin, the wizard with a werewolf identity. To accomplish the task, dark wizards, in their struggle for survival, have also formed alliances akin to gangs for mutual support. Due to either the Ministry of Magic's negligence or its helplessness, Nocturne Alley has evolved to a point where it is unrecognizable to most. Even the owner of Borgin & Burke's, the most notorious establishment within the alley, dares not claim complete knowledge of every shadowy corner. Although it lacks the prosperity of Diagon Alley, the size and the myriad of hidden nooks in Nocturne Alley may very well surpass that of its more reputable counterpart. Aware that Nocturne Alley is a haven for trouble, Maple cloaked his appearance. However, without the necessary polyjuice potion and driven by concern for the orphan's whereabouts, he cannot afford to be cautious. Perhaps sensing Maple's diminutive stature and solitude, several dark wizards quickly set their sights on him. Much like Harry's first venture into Nocturne Alley, where fortune led him to Hagrid, Maple could easily have fallen prey to the nefarious wizards lurking about. The trafficking of children and even human experimentation might exist in some deeply hidden recess of the magical world. The grotesque, distorted figures found in the restricted section of Hogwarts could very well be the creations of some former dark wizard. As Maple traversed Nocturne Alley, the most essential and potent spell he could wield was the shield charm. The frequent encounters and sacrifices faced by the Ministry's Aurors in their crusade against dark wizards stem from the fact that these non-elite personnel often struggled to cast even a decent shield charm. Maple recalled the irony of the Weasley twins' disdain for the charm when Harry formed Dumbledore's army. How amusing it was that students, in their eagerness to learn formidable and grandiose spells, looked down upon seemingly basic incantations like disarming and stunning spells, as well as the shield charm. Yet, those who had truly joined the ranks of Aurors, these mere pawns, would soon come to realize the invaluable utility of such seemingly unremarkable foundational spells. Now, Maple's shield charm had reached an intermediate pinnacle. If categorized by the SABC levels, the potency of his spell was at least AB. With the enhancement from his immortal wand, its power could potentially escalate to an A or even S level. These dark wizards would not adhere to any rules. One raised his wand behind Maple, casting a crimson light that suggested a stunning spell. Would this torment never cease? Initially unwilling to engage and waste time, Maple resolved not to show any mercy. Protego, as he uttered the shield charm, he worried if his audible incantation would withstand their dark magic. One must never be careless in facing an adversary. Thus he sidestepped as he released the spell. Yet, it was apparent he had overestimated his opponents. If their magical prowess could indeed breach the defenses of an A-level shield charm, they would not have stooped so low as to target an adult wizard. The dark light emanating from their wand seemed merely an intimidating display of dark magic, failing to inflict substantial damage upon Maple's shield charm. However, it did leave a few scratches, for dark magic is indeed more potent than standard spells, which explains the allure that has ensnared so many wizards in their pursuit of overwhelming power. Upon witnessing that their proud dark magic inflicted no harm upon the wizard before them, the black sorcerers finally comprehended that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. However, contemplating an escape now required the approval of Maple. Disarm your weapons. Shatter to pieces. Maple refrained from staining his hands with their blood, but effectively disarmed two of the dark wizards, seizing one wand for himself while obliterating the other. In the dismal setting of Upside Down Alley, this was tantamount to their demise. One dark wizard, witnessing the misfortune of his companions, hastily employed a disapparation spell to flee. Though perhaps in his panic, he left behind a bloodied foot. Yet this was certainly preferable to the fate of his comrades. After Maple confiscated the wands and turned away without a glance, one wizard immediately succumbed to despair and took his own life, while his remaining companion fled in a frenzy, seemingly desperate to escape the perilous confines of Upside Down Alley. Whether he succeeded or not remained a mystery, one that Maple did not concern himself with. Following the nearly depleted guidance of the Felix Felicis potion, Maple discovered a more desolate corner far removed from the shops of Upside Down Alley. There, he unearthed a hidden passageway, and without hesitation, he leapt into it, immediately transforming into an animagus. In such obscurity, the form of a bat was far more suited for movement. As he navigated the tunnel, Maple soon stumbled upon an underground chamber, where not one but several individuals appeared to be gathered for a clandestine assembly. Inside, he observed a multitude of ragged wizards, their faces pallid and gaunt from prolonged malnutrition. They stood in small clusters within the hall, silent and fixated on a door ahead. Except for a few individuals on one side who were empty-handed, the rest bore one or more unconscious children. The sheer number of abducted children was appalling. For what nefarious purpose had they seized so many innocents? Given their emaciated appearance, it was unlikely they intended to feed upon them. Maple quickly dismissed this unsettling thought and began searching among the children for any sign of Eck and Mary. In a sudden realization, he noted he could not recall what Eck and Mary looked like. Nevertheless, he decided that given the pitiful state of the children, all dressed no better than the destitute wizards, any rescue would be worthwhile. Just then, the door ahead creaked open, revealing a wizard whose attire was markedly more pristine than that of the forlorn figures outside, carrying a small boy who appeared equally well-groomed. Instantly, Maple noted the glimmer of longing that ignited in the pale faces of the surrounding wizards, their eyes fixated with fervor on the boy in the wizard's grasp. With a mocking smile, the impeccably dressed wizard surveyed the downtrodden assembly before selecting a fortunate soul from their midst, gesturing and declaring, "This one is yours." Around the individual who had been singled out, everyone wore expressions of envy. After the impeccably dressed wizard uttered his words, disappointment was etched on the faces of all, save for the fortunate one. Vampires. As the well-groomed figure spoke, the sight of his exposed fangs immediately enlightened Maple as to the unsavory company in attendance. Upon discovering their vampiric nature, the enigmas surrounding them became clear. Their pallor was not a consequence of malnutrition, but rather a manifestation of their true identities. The jest that had once seemed humorous suddenly morphed into a grim reality. Realizing the dreadful fate that awaited the unfortunate boy at the hands of the lucky one, Maple was consumed with righteous indignation. Perhaps these vampires were not inherently malevolent. They, too, may have once been victims. However, the innocence of the children in their grasp belied any claim of purity among them. The hope that every vampire would abstain from consuming blood except from hospital reserves, akin to Quan Tianyu, was but a fanciful delusion. Even were they to face a multitude, death awaited them. Today, Maple resolved to enact justice and eradicate these vile creatures. Shadowless Blade. The impeccably dressed vampire was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, his guard down amidst his kind. The success of the ambush was largely due to the contribution of Animagus. As the flames of Maple's fury surged, the Shadowless Blade seemed to wield greater power than ever before, severing the wicked right hand of the well-groomed vampire, blood gushing forth. After revealing his true form mid-air and unleashing the Shadowless Blade, Maple transformed into a bat to evade the forthcoming onslaught. "How dare you seek your own demise?" The disarmed vampire cursed, but before he could command his fellow vampires to retaliate, Maple launched a second attack, this time aiming for his head. Whether due to sluggish reflexes or sheer surprise, it took the vampires below a moment to react, raising their wands toward Maple only after he had already executed 2 spells. You overestimate yourselves. Although each vampire possessed a wand, which surprised Maple, their proficiency was woefully inadequate. After Maple had successfully eliminated one of their own, they finally reacted. By the time they raised their wands to cast a spell, Maple had already cast a formidable armor charm upon himself and charged into their ranks, wreaking havoc among the unsuspecting vampires. It became evident that most of these vampires had scarcely wielded their wands. Their wands appeared worn, some even less impressive than Ron's wand, which bore unicorn hair. Realizing their spells were clumsy and ineffective against Maple, a few vampires revealed their fangs and claws, lunging toward him. Yet, these attacks were little more than trivial annoyances to Maple's armor charm. In that moment, he discovered that the wizards who had entered during his ambush were not vampires, but rather personnel from the Ministry of Magic, tracing the whereabouts of the missing children. Chapter 64, Arriving Too Late. As a group of vampires fell helplessly to the onslaught of an underage wizard, the aurors from the Ministry of Magic wore expressions of disbelief, coupled with a deep sense of shame. Although they had ascended to the ranks of official members beyond the auxiliary personnel, they still lagged far behind the elite aurors. And they dared not even dream of reaching the caliber of Mad-Eye Moody. If Moody were to be regarded as an S-rank elite, then the typical elite auror would stand at an A rank, while these particular members barely managed a C rank. As for the auxiliary cannon fodder, they would be relegated to a dismal D rank. In stark contrast, the likes of Voldemort and Dumbledore belonged to a realm beyond comprehension. Classified as super S-rank individuals, Dumbledore with 4 S's and Voldemort with 5. The reason Dumbledore is rated lower than Voldemort is due to his benign nature. Much like his esteemed partner, the Phoenix, who, despite possessing greater power than the 5X-rated Basilisk, lacks the inherent danger that earns the latter its higher classification. Dumbledore is appropriately rated as a 4X magical being. Regarding the vampires present, their bloodline ranks would at most be classified as C, with S representing pure blood. A for aristocrats, B for inferior bloodlines, C for average bloodlines, and D for subpar bloodlines. In terms of vampire hierarchy, they would scarcely reach the CD range, with S for princes, A for dukes, B for earls, C for viscounts, and D for servants. Only the vampire ambushed by Maple exhibited some prowess, likely still below C rank in bloodline, but potentially achieving B rank in level. The combat strength of vampires is difficult to categorize, as bloodline rank is a crucial determinant of their capabilities. Bloodlines of CD rank rarely evolve to the level of prince, while purebloods are born at no less than B rank, fully harnessing the innate power of their B rank status, rendering them practically invincible against a theoretical D rank prince. With a final foe vanquished, Maple abruptly sensed a looming danger and immediately cast a stunning spell into the air. He vaguely perceived a blood shadow evade his crimson light. And then, be careful, Maple shouted a warning to the aurors, but it was too late. The blood shadow had already slain one auror and lunged for another's throat. In that fleeting moment of its pause, Maple finally discerned its form, a blood-red bat. The remaining aurors, stricken with terror, hastily unleashed spells upon the blood bat. Yet its speed was unparalleled. They could scarcely touch its shadow before another colleague fell. Were they all fools? Against such a swift adversary, victory was utterly unattainable. First, they should have cast a shield charm to protect themselves, imbeciles. Was this the caliber of combat readiness among the Ministry of Magic personnel? Even without the aid of a scholarly system to cheat, Maple was confident he could reach this level by his 3rd year. What manner of individuals did the Ministry cultivate? Or was this the standard across the magical realm? Had peace and complacency dulled their skills for too long? Voldemort had vanished merely a decade ago, and yet their combat capabilities had deteriorated to such a degree. No wonder Dumbledore sought to uplift Harry. In a ninja war scenario akin to Naruto, how many wizards like these could manage to complete a full sentence before meeting their demise? Frost Freeze. Maple unleashed a freezing spell, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the remarkably swift bloodbats. Several aurors were swiftly dispatched by the bloodbats. In a fleeting moment when they were bitten on the neck, their blood was almost entirely siphoned away. Without a hint of nostalgia, the bats darted towards their next target. Though you are youthful, you far surpass these inept ones, and you shall have the honor of being my second fledgling today, one of the bloodbats proclaimed, astonishing Maple. What surprised him was not the bat's desire to turn him, but rather its ability to speak without transforming into human form. Clear water like a spring. After evading Maple's clear water spell, the bloodbat laughed heartily. You think such tricks can contend with me? Do not embarrass yourself. Is that so? Maple replied with a light chuckle, unfazed by the bat's mockery. As the bloodbat swiftly morphed into a blood shadow to strike at Maple, he immediately cast an iron armor spell to shield himself. Super armor shield. Maple felt a jolt against his neck, although the iron armor spell successfully blocked the attack. Preventing the bat from succeeding, he sensed that the protective layer around his neck had weakened. The bloodbat was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had cast the super armor spell directly, for otherwise, that strike might have been successful. As the bloodbat launched another assault, Maple could not discern its movements. Yet he could infer its approximate position from the whistling wind accompanying its speed. It's coming. Maple closed his eyes, sensing the bloodbat's imminent attack, still aimed at his right neck. However, he remained perfectly still. When the bat was merely half a meter from his neck, he finally moved. What use is that? The bloodbat sneered, charging forward, only to realize that its form abruptly halted and became immobile. How is this possible? The bloodbat widened its eyes, and upon regaining its composure, discovered that it seemed to be frozen in place. I see now, it mused. The clear water spell combined with the freezing spell. No wonder he had suddenly cast clear water against me. It was preparation for the combination spell. However, despite your impressive display of combined spells that compels my admiration, do you truly believe mere freezing can bind me? The bloodbat smirked coldly, its body emanating a crimson glow as it attempted to shatter the surrounding ice. To its astonishment, it found itself unable to break free. How could this be? A mere wizard's freeze. Surely I can shatter it. You are mistaken, Maple replied, finally opening his eyes and smiling triumphantly at the bat ensnared in ice. It was not merely a combination of 2 spells, but 3, the final of which was the Iron Armor spell. This was a new incantation Maple had conceived through his recently crafted combination spell, Ice Prison Lockdown. Yet, despite the spark of creativity, his current level of talent prevented him from materializing his idea within such a brief span of time. Thus, he sought additional assistance, expending 90 enhancement points to amalgamate a single 3-star card of Li Xiaoyao for future use. Subsequently, he utilized 60 upgrade points to elevate the newly attained 3-star Li Xiaoyao card to 5 stars, swiftly engaging with it. The WS level card demonstrated a superior adaptability to the conversion of spiritual and magical energies compared to the A-level character, Uncle Gio. With the aid of Li Xiaoyao's innate talent for understanding the essence of spells, he meticulously cast 3 dispersed incantations in succession, thereby promptly executing the spell combination. However, once the spell failed to take effect, the bloodbat, now forewarned, proved elusive to capture. Maple's eyes could not perceive the shadow of the bloodbat darting through the air, unless his magical energy was sufficiently abundant to conjure an ice cage encompassing a vast area, which would make it feasible to ensnare the creature. Crafting an ice prison of such magnitude, fortified with the Iron Armor spell, and effectively combining the 3 incantations was no trivial endeavor. What good was the armor spell? No matter how talented one might be, he remained but a child. How could I, the noble one, be bested by a mere brat? With a silent cry within, the bloodbat radiated an even more intense crimson glow, transforming into a humanoid form, leveraging the power of transformation and the released bloodlight to forcefully shatter the ice prison. I shall not be ensnared by the trivial spells of a mere child. Divine Blade of Shadows. Maple, disinterested in engaging with this suddenly dim-witted fool, directed a swift strike toward the neck of the creature now in human form. Do you understand why I refrained from attacking you while you were frozen? Because the armor spell not only confined you, but also shielded you. Do you comprehend why I did not incorporate the super armor spell into the ice prison? It was to deliver a fatal blow the moment you broke free. Although he was in a state possessed by Li Xiaoyao, this did not permit Maple's Divine Blade of Shadows to pierce through the armor spell and eliminate his adversary. The foremost principle of reverting from a transformed state was to find a secure location or quickly cast an armor spell upon oneself. Having utilized Animagus in combat multiple times, Maple was well aware of this. Yet the vampire, capable of shifting between human and bat forms, seemed to have overlooked this crucial detail. Perhaps the humiliation of being defeated by such a diminutive wizard led to his momentary loss of reason. Gazing at the wide-eyed, unblinking head of the vampire, Maple recalled his mention of selecting himself as a second subject for the initial embrace. Had he already bestowed the initial embrace upon another? Maple rushed into the adjoining room, only to discover several innocent children's lifeless bodies, drained of blood, alongside a neatly dressed little girl quietly lying there. Upon prying open her mouth, he noted that she had yet to develop the fangs of a vampire, yet her neck bore distinct bite marks. Were she an adult, Maple would have had no hesitation in ending her life. However, faced with a small girl, he found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that the little girl might indeed be Mary from the orphanage. Among the children captured here, only 4 were dressed neatly. She, along with the small boy outside who had nearly been devoured, and 2 corpses within the room. The garments of those 2 children were evidently far more expensive. Although the orphanage's funding had improved significantly, the director merely ensured the children wore clean clothes without splurging on designer labels. Thankfully, he had arrived in time to save Ek. Yet he was too late to prevent Mary from becoming a vampire. Alas, how should one handle the situation with Mary? Chapter 65, Do Not Waste. Oh, how could he forget? Maple suddenly recalled that Li Xiaoyao's card still had over an hour left. Such an expensive card should not be squandered. Using a levitation spell, he arranged the unconscious children neatly together. Then he gathered all the corpses from the ground into the room and locked the door, lest the children awaken and be frightened. As for Mary, Maple cast a fainting spell upon her to ensure she would sleep for now. Immediately, he transformed into a bat and flew out from beneath the ground. opting not to seek out the black wizards lurking in the streets, but rather to approach a merchant operating a shop. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to provoke a powerful establishment like Bojin Boku. Instead, he sought a modest shop that had evidently been in business for some time, but was quite small in size. Tilted Alley, besides being notorious for harboring black wizards who ambushed lost sorcerers, was also abundant in various dark magical items. Furthermore, it was home to the largest black market for the smuggling of magical contraband within the British magical community. However, transactions in the black market lacked fixed locations, and given the lucrative nature of the black market, most shops in Tilted Alley were not privileged enough to participate. Thus, the alley's defining characteristic remained the trade of dark magical goods, which sustained the majority of its establishments. Naturally, dark magic shops were equipped with various alarms and protective enchantments. Yet the capabilities of this small shop were insufficient to breach the formidable iron armor spell. Ice Shield, with the foundational knowledge of the ice prison spell. Conjuring a shield-sized ice barrier before him was not an overly daunting task, although the iron armor spell was adequate for self-protection. The awe-inspiring presence of an ice shield materializing from thin air far surpassed that of an invisible armored barrier. Once the defenses set at the entrance proved ineffective, the shopkeeper, alerted by the alarm, immediately unleashed a spell upon the intruder, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by Maple's ice shield. Do not be alarmed. I am here to conduct a transaction. After flexing his muscles to capture the other's attention, Maple continued, I have never encountered someone who barged into trade. As anticipated by Maple, such a diminutive shop could hardly support many employees. It was merely the proprietor and their family residing there, with no additional hired muscle. Seeing the ice shield still hovering in the air, largely unscathed, the shopkeeper wore a grave expression, clutching their wand with utmost caution. Should this not be the case, I fear that during our transaction, you may fail to present items of true value, as a child like me is easily deceived when venturing into the world. Due to my lack of the compound potion, the proprietor has already taken note of Maple's diminutive stature. However, upon witnessing Maple's display of power, he could scarcely believe that such magic resided within a child, instead suspecting that Maple had consumed the potion to assume a youthful form. Only after Maple's assertion did the proprietor realize that he indeed stood before a genuine child. To possess such formidable magic at such a tender age bodes exceptionally well for future accomplishments. The expression on the proprietor's face grew increasingly solemn. When I first arrived here, a few individuals appear to think my youth made me an easy target, resulting in 2 of their wands being confiscated by me. I hope they are faring well now. Maple's words of blessing sent a chill down the proprietor's spine, although he looked down upon the wandering dark wizards on the streets. The fact that Maple had successfully disarmed 2 of them in a 1 versus many scenario made him wary of underestimating the child. Fear not, for though I am still a student, I do possess a modicum of gold, Maple declared, pulling a handful of gold coins from his pocket and scattering them upon the ground. Their glimmering hue and the delightful sound they made captivating to behold. You may verify their authenticity, Maple said, lowering his wand, which seemingly instilled a measure of trust in the proprietor. Crouching to collect the coins, the proprietor remained cautious, keeping his wand firmly in hand. After picking up 1 coin and testing its quality, he discovered it was indeed genuine, which eased his tension somewhat. What do you wish to trade? The proprietor inquired. I wish to learn from you that which is not taught in school, such as dark magic, Maple stated. Although dark magic is easier to learn than conventional spells, it still requires considerable time, and if you desire more detailed notes on dark magic, I can certainly provide them. Seemingly convinced of Maple's sincerity in trade, and with the gold he presented dazzling to the eye, the proprietor's astute mind began to devise ways to earn more money. No need for that. Simply perform the dark magic you know before me, and do not employ silent spells. Maple directly declined the proprietor's proposal, asserting, for every spell you cast, I will pay you for 1 spell. Even if I hold dark magic in low regard, I shall compensate you handsomely for whatever magic you choose to demonstrate. Only to perform the spell once? The proprietor asked, his face a mask of confusion, somewhat hesitant to confirm. Maple then produced a few more gold coins, causing the proprietor to swallow his doubts. He decided to acquiesce to her wishes, recognizing her as a valuable client. The proprietor subsequently led Maple to the shop's basement, where a spacious area was available for practicing spells. Oh, by the way, first perform apparition, Maple said, producing a gold coin. At this point, the proprietor was entirely convinced that the child sought to learn magic. However, he could not fathom how merely observing someone cast a spell could impart any knowledge. Nevertheless, since the child was willing to part with gold, he resolved to respect her wishes. Concentrate your attention on your aspirations. Resolve to occupy the space you envision. And immerse yourself in a state of void. Let your movements be composed. Apparate. Though perplexed, the boss nonetheless articulated the 3 key points of focus, composure, and intent regarding apparition, which improved Maple's perception of him. Subsequently, Maple generously bestowed an additional galleon upon him. The boss then unleashed a plethora of dark magic. Yet Maple discerned that the most valuable spells were likely the Exploding Charm and the Fiendfire Curse. Each of these incantations earned Maple 5 galleons. Indulgence comes with wealth, thunderous explosions, fiery infernos. After settling the account with the boss, Maple bid farewell to him in that subterranean chamber. Thus, farewell, apparition. With flawless execution of the apparition's spell, Maple departed, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. Indeed, Li Xiaoyao's card is a veritable artifact of deceit. Was this truly Maple's inaugural attempt at apparition? After thoroughly inspecting the gold in his possession and confirming its authenticity, the boss immediately recognized the undeniable truth. No one would employ genuine gold for such a trivial ruse, especially when the other party remained veiled, rendering any pretense unnecessary. It dawned on him that such prodigies exist in this world, capable of mastering spells merely by observing them once. In that moment, the boss finally understood why the other had requested he recite the spell before relinquishing the gold. Overwhelmed by meticulous contemplation, he felt an immense relief for adhering to the adage that one should not offend the powerful nor the meek. Had he entertained malicious thoughts, he would likely find himself plagued by insomnia henceforth. He is still in school, is he? Does the institution not teach dark magic? Is it Hogwarts? No, there is no need to send his child to Durmstrang. Hogwarts remains the preferable choice. He must keep a vigilant eye on exceptionally gifted students among the lower years, especially since this individual has already mastered apparition and the ice shield spell. If he can foster a good rapport with this child, the future benefits will be immeasurable. Following this encounter with Maple, the boss promptly dismissed any inclination to enroll his son in Durmstrang, a school that teaches dark arts, and resolved to send him to Hogwarts instead. The tuition at Hogwarts is complimentary, and he can manage the costs of books, clothing, and magical supplies with second-hand options. Ultimately, as long as his son can forge a friendship with that child, any investment will be worthwhile. Should this child be willing to assist his son in the future, perhaps his offspring will never have to reside in a dismal place like Nocturne Alley. Maple did not directly apparate into that subterranean cavern, but rather to the entrance of the hidden passage above. Upon entering, he discovered that the children had awakened, likely due to one of them rousing the others. Following this, Maple became increasingly convinced that the well-dressed child was Ike, as he was vigorously pushing against the locked door, crying out for Mary. Now, the time for Li Xiaoyao's card has come to an end. Although he has grasped the method to cast the Shadow Shift spell, his current proficiency remains at a rudimentary D level. Continuous practice is essential for him to elevate his skills to A, B, or even an A level. As for achieving S-level mastery, where one can disregard an opponent's magical barriers to shift and manifest at will, that aspiration seems far beyond his reach at the moment. And regarding his current guise, it is not suitable for public appearance, and Maple wishes to remain inconspicuous for the time being. Therefore, it might be wise to bestow this achievement upon another, thereby garnering some goodwill. Who would be a fitting recipient for such an opportunity? Many dark sorcerers here, though once pitiful, have been tainted by years of existence in this realm, with the majority having transformed into loathsome beings. Are there any suitable candidates? If none are available, Montongas could be a choice. There is another option, the werewolves. Among the werewolves, identifying the vile is considerably easier. Those who, like Fenrir, have sunk to the depths of savagery by preying upon the innocent as a means of societal retribution are irredeemable. Yet, those who have transformed into werewolves but still resist the urge to bite may still be saved. Chapter 66, The Werewolves of Upside Down Alley. Of course, it is prudent to gauge these werewolves. One must discern whether their restraint stems from cowardice or if they genuinely possess a remnant of conscience that prevents them from attacking. Thus, Maple, with a pair of demonic wings fluttering, prowled through Upside Down Alley, tracing the werewolf's scents. She left behind notes and several silver coins beside each werewolf, enticing them with seductive words from the infernal realm, promising gold in exchange for a bite on the neck of her nemesis's son. Maple inscribed the address of the vampire's lair on the paper and awaited the arrival of the werewolves. Ultimately, the number of visitors exceeded her expectations, suggesting that some werewolves had summoned their kin. Among the influx, however, the child of Lord Ertma's enemy was but one. Fear not, for as long as you sink your teeth into this child's wound without taking his life, each of you shall be rewarded with gold. Maple masquerading as the emissary of the mastermind, welcomed the arriving werewolves. As she spoke, she brandished a pouch of coins, the delightful clinking resonating from within as she revealed a handful of dazzling gold. "Now it is time for you to act," Maple urged. Before anyone could make a move against the child, one individual, perceiving Maple's diminutive stature, lunged at her first. The werewolf, fortunate enough to have attended school with Dumbledore's assistance, was a rarity among werewolves who were largely shunned by wizards and thus deprived of magical education. However, some werewolves had already been wizards before their transformation, and a few had procured wands through theft or assault against sorcerers, although this was a minority rather than the norm. Most werewolves, unlike the foolish Fenrir Kryber who trusted his fangs over a wand, yearned for the possession of a wand. Certainly, during the full moon, these werewolves transform into ferocious packs, rendering Maple unable to subdue them. However, in their current inability to shift forms, how much stronger are they compared to the vampires? Lacking intellect and driven by greed. Have you not pondered why Lord Polma entrusted me to host this gathering alone? With a swift flick of her hand, Maple invoked a punishment befitting their transgressions, severing one hand of each as a warning, rather than ending their lives outright. Aside from the despicable vampires who sought to provoke her fury by thirsting for human blood, Maple held a deep aversion to taking lives directly. Enveloping herself in a protective enchantment, Maple chanted fervently against the throng of werewolves. "Disarm your weapons. All petrified. Upside-down bell." For those without wands, she levitated them to gaze upon the night sky, while those armed were subjected to disarming and petrification spells. These werewolves were not significantly superior to the vampires and were swiftly defeated by Maple's prowess. "Come now, we are the ones outnumbering you, and you are but a child. Must you display such overwhelming power? Show us some mercy." In that moment, the werewolves acutely felt the world's profound malice. Why must there exist the species of genius? What a staggering blow. Following the shopkeeper's contribution of 2 points of academic prowess, Maple's recent display of dominance netted her an additional 5 points. Alas, had she known to temper her actions, pausing after each point of prowess to allow her adversaries a moment to regroup, perhaps a prolonged battle could have yielded even more points. The werewolves' defeat was hardly unjust, though Maple had only recently embarked on her magical studies. Her combat experience surpassed that of most 7th-year students at Hogwarts during peacetime. The majority of aurors in the Ministry of Magic hail from graduating 7th-year students. Yet these individuals require rigorous training and genuine combat experience to qualify. To become elite aurors, one must endure and thrive in various perilous situations. Most werewolves are not as capable as a typical auror, and their survival in the treacherous Nocturne Alley is ironically secured by the very transformation they despise and fear, which serves as a deterrent. "Now, I believe it is time for you to quiet down," she declared, "one by one. As long as you comply with Lord Polma's request and bite this child, not only will you remain unharmed, but you shall also receive a bounty of gold. Should you refuse..." "Oomph," Maple scoffed, flames roaring to life. "How about a barbecue instead? I wonder if your flesh, once roasted, would be to the liking of a true wolf?" Her voice echoed in the ears of the werewolves like that of a demon. "Let's begin with you. Spell, halt." After extinguishing the flames, Maple lifted the petrification curse from one werewolf, compelling him to bite the boy. Upon the curse's dissolution, however, the werewolf lunged directly at Maple. All petrified. What a pity. Maple once again petrified the werewolf, then with a floating spell, hurled its body behind him. Next, a growing pile of petrified werewolves accumulated behind Maple, yet some began to yield. Excellent. It seems there are indeed a few who are wise to the situation. After Maple had bitten that boy, he immediately rewarded him with gold, instructing him to stand aside and set a proper example for the remaining werewolves. More and more werewolves displayed their awareness of the circumstances, yet the number of werewolves behind Maple remained above half. Finally, the last one has also concluded. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the test. The spell of Eternal End. The Eternal End is not only an upgraded version of the stasis spell, but also allows for area-wide casting. After casting Eternal End twice, restoring a dozen petrified werewolves, those who thought they were destined to perish awoke as if from a dream, momentarily unable to discern reality from illusion. Once the dream dissipated, they expressed sheer joy at their miraculous survival. Yet those werewolves who had previously felt relieved were now left dumbfounded. Maple's next words plunged them into despair. Regrettably, aside from the gold being real, everything that transpired was a mere illusion, a test for you. And that child was also an illusion. He was, in fact, the corpse of a vampire. I wonder what amusing events will unfold given your werewolf lineage combined with the blood of a vampire? It matters not that you were unaware before. I trust your bodies will soon provide me with the answer. As soon as Maple's words fell, not only did the werewolves here feel as though they had descended into hell, but those who had narrowly escaped also lost all fondness for Maple, replaced by profound fear. Come fort. To substantiate the veracity of his statement, Maple promptly summoned the corpse of a vampire with a flying spell, placing it beneath the table where the boy had been. The ghastly appearance of the vampire, with its exposed fangs, convinced the werewolves of Maple's words. Those who had bitten the child felt their stomachs churn, and they retched uncontrollably, overwhelmed by regret. Yet there was no remedy for their remorse at this moment. Ha ha! Maple laughed maniacally, and after his mirth subsided, he raised his wand and uttered a spell over the boy on the table. Restore to original. Before their eyes, the swaddled child instantly transformed into a pig. You are truly foolish, allowing yourself to be so easily deceived. Only Maple found amusement in this. No one else shared his laughter. Upon seeing the pig, those werewolves who had bitten it instantly sighed in relief, feeling a sense of survival. However, once the retching ceased, their fear of Maple did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. The werewolves who had passed the test shared a similar mindset. Realizing the mischief this wizard was capable of, those with weaker psychological fortitude were on the brink of collapse. As Maple's gaze swept over them, they felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively wishing to distance themselves from him. Their fates are now in your hands. How do you believe they should be dealt with? Maple inquired. I believe they have suffered enough at your hands today. Perhaps it would be wise to grant them mercy. I trust that after today's ordeal, they will refrain from further misdeeds. A werewolf, mustering his courage, spoke, while the others remained silent. His words rang true. After being subjected to Maple's machinations, it is likely they will carry psychological scars henceforth. If any among them has bitten a human, I shall not show them leniency. Maple declared. Watson Rich, and those few you initially injured, those are the entirety of them. Excellent. Aside from those few, you may all depart. However, remember this. Do not harm any other children in the future. Otherwise, the next encounter may not be a jest, but a genuine confrontation with vampires. Do you understand why I brought you here? Because beneath us lies a coven of vampires that I have just vanquished. This is the spoils I have acquired from them. Take one each and be gone. Maple proclaimed as he produced a considerable handful of worn wands, addressing the werewolves. The werewolves, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily seized a wand each and fled without hesitation. Fainting, Maple incapacitated all the malevolent werewolves, taking them away without executing them in their presence. Come, each of you, approach and seize a wand from my grasp. These wands are spoils of war belonging to Maple. And according to the laws governing the transfer of wand allegiance, they have acknowledged Maple as their master. Thus, he instructed them to approach one by one, each gripping opposite ends of a wand for a tug of war. Maple must be genuinely bested to complete the transfer of wand allegiance. While this may seem a lenient approach, Maple indeed exerted all his strength to prevent them from seizing the wands, albeit without the use of magic. Indeed, the so-called victory of a wand can vary greatly. Malfoy disarmed the Elder Wand with his own, and Grindelwald stole it from Gregoriovic as well. Had it not been for Malfoy's unforeseen intervention, and had Dumbledore not been defeated in his lifetime, perhaps Voldemort's fallacy of defying the will of the wand's master by exhuming the wand from its grave might have truly come to fruition. For if the wand possesses a spirit, it likely does not wish for its power to remain dormant, even if it was fiercely loyal to its previous master, who deemed such overwhelming power ominous. While this rationale may seem somewhat self-deceptive, if the wand acknowledges it, perhaps it could indeed hold merit. Below lies a basement, where aside from the vampires I have slain, there are also some surviving Muggle children and a few recently fallen Aurors. I believe that if you rescue these children and deliver the bodies to the Ministry of Magic, you will receive a reward, and it may improve your circumstances. Of course, if you do not trust the Ministry, you may also write directly to Dumbledore. Maple left behind a considerable sum of gold, not allowing for refusal. This will serve as your sustenance for caring for these children moving forward. Moreover, although the alley is not particularly reputable, the rent is remarkably affordable. You should consider securing a place with these resources. For should I conceive of a promising business idea in the future, I might very well establish a shop here. Bewildered, I cast aside my weapons and donned my armor. Maple recited these 3 incantations one by one, then reminded them that to thrive in this world, there is no need to master advanced magic or formidable dark arts. Simply practicing these spells repeatedly, especially achieving proficiency in the iron armor spell, is more than sufficient for survival in this realm. All matters here can be entrusted to the werewolves, who have already proven their trustworthiness. Maple intends to take Mary to seek Dumbledore, for he alone may possess the wisdom to handle the troubles that afflict Mary.